Chapter 216 Everything will be okay. A large beam cannon, although it is set on the surface of the moon, but this beam cannon can be corrected by hitting the target point through 5 sets of beam deflection relay stations erected around the moon, so it can attack anywhere on the Earth and plant colony. Lake reveals the answer. It's as dangerous as Genesis, and the Atlantic Federation actually created this kind of thing. Andrew said a little annoyed. Fortunately, I now know that if the group of logos are ready to use this thing, the target will definitely be the plant, and how many people will die in the plant by then. Conad, Pu Rhea, I will arrange for them to stay here first. It is necessary to destroy the strength of Requiem and the two of them. Lake said. Especially the warrior driven by Pu Rhea, as freedom, justice, etc., is a nuclear energy machine manufactured by ZAFT at the end of the last war. Advertisement. It can also be equipped with a meteor system, which is an important combat force for destroying Requiem. Nader stayed here to make up for the lack of aces on Andrew's side. Now that Jibril has not escaped from the Earth, take advantage of this time to do it, and before the destruction is sent up, the group of the 790 Atlantic Federation troops manipulated by the logo can be caught off guard. Requiem, if it is really that kind of weapon, it must be destroyed. Lux said, if the current Atlantic Federation launches Requiem to the plant again, then something similar to the end of the last war will happen. It will happen again. The existing combat power is indeed enough. When you go to Earth, we will conduct an investigation immediately. After investigating the relevant deployment of troops and the locations of the Requiem relay stations, we will start to act immediately. Andrew said. Well, then I will trouble you, Captain Balterfield. Lux begged. Did the action fail? On the other side, near the sea area of Paradise Base, Durandal was sitting on the flagship Minerva that launched the battle against Paradise Base this time, and the adjutant came to report the news. Hearing the news from the adjutant, Durandal's face changed slightly, and then he pretended nothing happened. Mia ran away with Aslan, and his idea of using Lux's reputation to continue to gather people's hearts had to be shattered, and now the troops he originally sent to try to solve the Eternal were also solved. All these changes made Dylan, Doll faintly irritated and worried. Lux failed to solve it, and Mia was also held by one of them, causing him to lose a card to play. But judging from the failure of the action to eliminate Lux, it is a disaster to keep the Mia card. It doesn't matter where the waste that can't be used by him, it doesn't matter where it goes. After Aslan fled, Durandal also did a good job. He directly declared that Lux was missing, and added some intelligence control to continue this. Advertisement. Of course, right now he is still riding a tiger, and this time the attack on the Paradise Base is launched now, and it also has an additional purpose of suppressing the disappearance of Lux. And after the attack on Paradise Base, Orb must be quickly defeated. Since there is a danger that the opponent may hold him in his hands and attack him, all actions must be accelerated. Now we can only use absolute force to suppress everything. As long as everything is quickly carried out according to his script, then the threats from Ob, Lakis and the others are still within his control. Has there been a reply from the Paradise Base? Durandal asked the adjutant. After making a statement on the Earth's Paradise Base, in order to show his humanitarianism, ZAFT also specially reserved time. Most people will never know that much of this time is spent preparing Jibril's escape shuttle. No, the other party still hasn't answered. Then there is no other way, let's start attacking when the time is right. Durandal pretended to be sorry, but in his heart he was looking forward to Jibril's escape from Paradise Base as soon as possible. Then the next step will be to go to Orb, and once Jibril goes to Orb, he will have an excuse to attack Orb, all of which need to be done quickly. At the same time, if Jibril goes to the universe and allows Jibril to use the weapons developed by the Earth and the Moon on the Moon, the damage caused to the plant will help him further control the public opinion of the plant, leading in a direction favorable to him. The result of killing multiple birds with one stone fits Durandal's taste very well. And at this moment in the Paradise Base, members of a group of logos looked uneasy and angrily at Jibril, who was still calmly stroking his cat. Jibril, what time is this? You are still so leisurely. Zoft is about to knock on the door, are you sure it's okay? No problem, absolutely no problem, you don't need to worry. Jibril replied after looking at the group of members with disdain. Advertisement. This group of people who used to be aloof in the past are now like dogs in the water, flustered and flustered. It's really hard to imagine that such a person is still a logo. Sure enough, he was the only smart guy in the group, and there was nothing to do with these idiots. Are you really sure there is no problem? The other party has so many troops coming. It doesn't matter if there are many troops, don't forget that we have destruction. Jibril's face showed arrogance, evil charm, and self-confidence. There are 5 units destroyed. If there are more troops, they will not be our opponents. They are just a group of ants. There is nothing to be afraid of, so much to worry about. But, a Logos member remembered Jibril's previous confident ghost scenes, and this time his tone and demeanor were exactly the same as before. Let the fear deep in his heart be awakened again. But this time there are 5 destroyers, and Nibelungen, what are you worried about, what are you afraid of, we are sure to win, this game, the advantage is not in the hands of those adjusters, the advantage is in our hands, we must let those monsters know that this world is dominated by us natural people. Say, what you say seems to be. Yes, we must win this time. Jibril looked at these Logos members with cold eyes, and the secretary who came over from the corner nodded to Jibril, unexpectedly, the submarine is ready. Ha, a bunch of idiots, if you can't do it, you can just stay here obediently and act as my scapegoats. Jibril thought ruthlessly. Jibril himself did not dare to guarantee whether the Paradise base would be shot down. Although he was extremely confident and a little brainless, he was defeated in Berlin after the shooting down. Jibril also learned to give himself a way out. Let the Logos members in front of them stay in the Paradise base to attract Zoft's attention, and running alone is the best retreat. As long as we go to the moon and use Requiem to directly destroy the plant, everything will be fine. Chapter 217 Destiny Squad in Doubt. The time for announcement is approaching, Chancellor Durndal. The adjutant reminded that the second after he said this, a large number of missiles were launched from Paradise base to bombard the coalition fleet composed of Zoft and other troops from various countries that were attacking Logos. The live broadcast is watched by people all over the world. Report, the enemy is attacking. The soldiers on the Minerva urgently reported. Don't panic, contact the troops immediately to understand the damage, and the MS troops will attack immediately. Thalia told everyone on the Minerva not to panic. Advertisement. Immediately after being attacked by the Paradise base, ZAFT's troops also dispatched their own troops. When they were preempted by the opposite side, the advancing speed of the coalition troops also became a little slow for a while, and the worst was just beginning for the coalition forces on the field. After seeing that the troops on his side failed to overwhelm the coalition forces in one breath, after the MA and MS troops sent by the Atlantic Federation first, the destruction that had appeared in Berlin also appeared on the battlefield. Orb, Kira, Zhen, Aslan, Mei Ling and Maru are also watching the battle. Damn it, those guys from Logos are planning to use this kind of thing again. Asuka looked at the overwhelming beams of light and live ammunition released from Destroyer on the screen, and was deeply grateful that Lake and Kira were there with them at that time, knocking down Destroyer before the Minerva arrived, and also deeply hated those bastards at Logos actually used this weapon again. Really, calm down, Speaker Durndal will have a way to deal with it. Aslan said, how could the person who had calculated so many things fall over here? But, with this kind of firepower, how are those people going to deal with it? Zhen pointed to the destruction sweeping across the battlefield on the screen, and seeing the Minerva there, he knew that Lei should be there too, but Lei was not alone. There is no way to solve the destruction of Wutai, well, let alone other people. Now it's just a show, and the damage caused to the troops is just to let the Logos further arouse people's anger, and at the same time let the plant get people and the support of the world. Mina directly said all about Durndal's little things. Come out. How could Zoft's military strength, and Durndal's brain, be unable to take precautions against the destruction of the wreckage? It's totally worth sacrificing the lives of soldiers for this. Mew smiled. Sacrificing everyone's life, just for the so-called reputation, the speaker, is he really going to do such a thing? Advertisement. The real bird was a little absent-minded for a while. After coming to Orb, at his request, Lake told him more about Durndal before leaving. Maybe the real bird would deny it at first. However, now that he actually defected, and now that he has seen relevant evidence from Lake and others, he has been refreshed in his knowledge of Durndal time and time again. In the picture, after the destruction caused heavy casualties to the coalition troops, Durndal officially let his backup, the airborne troops prepared in advance, go into battle. Want to play airborne tactics? Do you think we didn't guard against this? These adjusters are really a bunch of idiots. The person in charge of the base sneered. Nibelung device launch preparation. Yes. The soldiers obeyed the order and opened the hatch used for camouflage. The huge Nibelung launcher was displayed in front of everyone, facing the troops that Zoft was about to descend. All destroyed. You actually prepared this in advance. On the bridge, Durndal and the others looked shocked. Seeing the sudden destruction of the airborne troops, I really couldn't sit still, but Aslan persuaded him to stop worrying, saying that the airborne troops might not be Durndal's real successor. The real trump card of the standard mass-produced machine should still be in the Minerva string. Could it be Lei and the others in the Minerva? I really thought, apart from Lei, I really can't think of anyone else who can fight against this monster of destruction. Oh, maybe there is also Heine, but Heine, recalled the battles so far, and I didn't see it. Asuka, who has seen Heine's record, expressed deep doubts about this. The end of the launch of the Nibelungen and the instant annihilation of ZAFT's airborne troops shocked everyone present, but Durndal was the first to regain his composure among the group. Let all our aces attack, Captain Thalia, now is the time to need their strength. Durndal said. Seeking flowers. 0. Advertisement. Heine, Ray, and the Fate team? Thalia took a deep look at Durandal, and understood who the trump card was referring to. Seeing that Durandal's expression was still the same as before, Thalia, who gave relevant combat instructions, felt a little uneasy. Recently, Durandal has made her feel more and more impure purpose, and those doubts about why the real Bert and Aslan chose to defect cannot be asked face to face. The mobile suits parked in the ship gave the order to attack. Heine and Lei drove the Orange Fate and Legendary respectively to pursue it first, and several ZAFT elite red-clothed Fate followed closely behind to attack together. And the last ones to attack are the Pulse driven by Luna, and a passerby in red who was specially dispatched to drive to the unmanned rescue well after ASI half left. 0. I didn't expect to let me drive the Fate ahead of time. Heine felt amused by the impermanence of Fate, and opened the Fate in advance. To him, the defection of Asuka and Aslan did not feel deep hatred or hatred like Ray did. He is a soldier. Will accept the order, but will not say anything about the decision of these two people who have worked together. The speaker's plan was somewhat unacceptable to him, so the defection of the two of them was not incomprehensible to Heine. However, he still had to fight when it was time to fight. Since he was an enemy, he would not stay behind in the future. Hand. It's time to fight with all your might. Experiencing the powerful performance of Destiny, Heine felt as if it was a divine help. The Orange Destiny who spread out his light wings escaped the gunfire of destruction, rushed towards destruction together, pulled out the Zhangjian sword and quickly cleaned up Destiny. Although he is not as powerful as a real Asuka powerful, but he is still a veteran pilot. With a machine as strong as Destiny, it is easy to clean up a destroyer. And the Destiny squad and Legendary composed of ZAFT's elite red suits also launched an attack on the remaining 4 destroyers while he shot down this destroyer. Strange, why did the movements of those Fates become so powerful? Heine couldn't help but feel astonished by those fateful evasion actions. Is it an illusion? He also knows those elite red clothes. When did their strength become so powerful? Chapter 218 The End of Paradise Base and the Sold People. Advertisement. Heine fought all the way to the red shirt in ZAFT, and was appreciated by the speaker. He thinks that his strength in ZAFT is not as good as Aslan and Zhenfiniao, who are naturally open-minded players, nor can it compare to Yizak Dayaka, the ace in the last war. But it can barely be counted as an upper-middle level player at the same level as Yitzhak, and he, a veteran, has seen the level of these elite red-clothed players. To put it bluntly, when a group of red-clothed players who are worse than him suddenly is it so powerful. This kind of driving skills, I always feel that he can beat him as a veteran. On the bridge of the Minerva, the corners of Durandal's mouth rose slightly because of the result of the Destiny team exceeding expectations. The 387 Fate team, which has been on the line for a few days, was assembled in advance under the day and night hard work of the scientific researchers in the arsenal, but because the 4 selected elite red-clothed drivers could not perfectly control the Fate, and temporarily added this so-called assisted driving system. The support AI cultivated based on the basic data of the ACE driver can enhance the basic abilities of the driver, although the price is to strengthen the driver while at the same time. This system, which is not perfect in all aspects, puts a huge burden on the driver, but from Durandal's point of view, this price is insignificant. Durandal can only lament the fact that Destiny's construction and production costs didn't make it possible to realize his dream of a special forces team consisting of Destiny and all aces. The 5 units could have turned the tide of the battle. Destroyers who had hoped to defeat the coalition forces were cut to death one after another like fish on a chopping board under the attacks of the Fate team, Heine, and Lei. And after the destruction of these 5 units was resolved, the Nibelungen was also destroyed not long after, losing the only 2 trump cards at hand, and the defense line of the Atlantic Federation forces completely collapsed. The front of the coalition forces is constantly pushing forward, while the troops of the Atlantic Federation are also constantly retreating. The sea defense line has been completely broken through, and the collapse of the defense line in front of the remaining Paradise Base is becoming more and more obvious. Advertisement. Paradise Base is untenable. Jibril was deeply aware of this when he witnessed the destruction being knocked down one after another, so while the surrounding logos members were still panicking at the battlefield situation projected on the screen, while the troops of the ZAFT coalition forces were all busy attacking the defense line of Paradise Base, before occupying the base, Jibril quietly followed his secretary and left on the submarine inside the base. And all the logos members waited until the battle line was about to be pushed all the way to the base before they all looked at Jibril, or at Jibril's original location. Jibril, ruin has been knocked down, what should we do now? The logos members who were just about to ask what to do only then realized that the Jibril who had been staying behind them had long since disappeared. Didn't you promise us that it would be a success? What about this guy? He sold us out, the BD. All the members of the logo were shocked and angry, cursing Jibril, the guy who has cheated them all the way to the present, and at this time, the submarine that Jibril was riding on had already left the Paradise Base secretly. Sorry for selling these people. As for the matter, Jibril had no burden in his heart as he had thought before. The small families who contacted Orb, it's time for them to contribute themselves. In the submarine, Jibril ordered to his secretary. Let those small families hide until now, and even all the channels and aids have been covered up so much, isn't it because he thinks that the probability of Logo's collapse is so small that it is almost impossible to leave behind? Is there a way out? Yes, but my lord, after contacting the family over there, are we going directly to the universe? The secretary asked, and now that the matter has developed, he also has doubts about whether the Logo can turn defeat into victory. After all, Jibril always has the advantage of me every time, this is a steady attitude, and then he typed GG with each hand, it is so fast that people can't see it clearly. Advertisement. Do you need to ask? As long as we use Requiem to destroy the homeland of those monsters, this war will be our victory. Jibril said harshly, completely unaware that his whole card was being explored by someone and ready to destroy him, he has full confidence in this. No one knows the location of the Requiem, and the highest level of secrecy has been achieved in the construction. It is impossible to lose this one. He is a stable group, destroying the capital of Plant, and then destroying the bases of Planet one by one. If it is destroyed, everything will be reversed. Does this fact need to be doubted? In Paradise Base, those scapegoats left behind by Jibril were captured by soldiers of Zoft army who occupied Kaigzu base not long after. What, you said that Jibril escaped, did you really not find him in the base? Durandal continued to play his true role as a movie star, pretending to be shocked that he didn't know anything. Yes, except for him, other Logos members were captured inside the base. Adjutant Hui reported. Have they all been arrested? Durandal's eyes narrowed slightly, and he suddenly wanted to start a two-handed plan. The unplanned defection of the real bird made Durandal, who likes to make multiple preparations when things happen, now more deeply understand the meaning of the unplanned backup plan. Importance. After Jibril ran away, the next step would indeed be to go to Orb. That's right. With the operation of Logos in Orb before, it is certain that some small families will secretly accept him in. That would give him a reason to attack Orb, but what if Orb stops Jibril, or what if Zoft fails to take Orb down? Knowing that the opponent's combat power is not less than 3.1, although Durandal feels that he has a lot of cards in hand, he doesn't intend to put all his eggs in this basket. The opponent has 3 super aces from the last battle, there is also Zhen Finiao, the boy he is optimistic about, who will also drive fate to stand against him. As far as high-end combat power is concerned, Durandal still thinks that he may overturn. In terms of low-end combat power, Orb is not as many as here, but East Asia, which has a large number of people, will definitely send troops to protect Orb, so in the future, in order to fail to defeat Orb, or Jibril was captured by Orb, it is necessary to do a two-handed preparation. Let these Logos members escape in advance. He is easy to handle for whatever reason, and there are some extreme Seraph faction soldiers under his command that he can dispatch to carry out this task. Chapter 219 Another defensive battle and the capture of Jibril. Advertisement. Orb, the Lord Angel broke into the atmosphere, and finally entered the port in the underground dock of Uninjkairu Island according to the scheduled route, which was officially announced that this ship, which had been out for many days, returned to Orb again. And when Lakes, Abby, and Bucky Lulu met Mina, Kira, and Aslan who boarded the Lord Angel through the trestle. If Kagalai is not here, it means that the current situation is not good. Durandal has officially declared war on Orb. Lake glanced at the 3 of them, Mina, Kira and Aslan, who were still calm, all had expressions on their faces. More or less with one's dignified, dull look. This is the only answer that can be guessed. The declaration of war officially issued this morning requires Orb to hand over Jibril and all those related to him, and Zoft's coalition forces will assist in the arrest. If Orb refuses, Zoft will let the army went into Orb to capture Jibril on their own. Mina said that Durandal was caught off guard after this set of moves, and then told Lake that Zoft's coalition forces had already moved to the sea area around Orb, and it was time to tell Orb about the regarding Jibril's matter. Anyone with a discerning eye can see what Durandal meant. But Durandal was able to find a good reason for his action, that is, in order to prevent 24 Jibril from escaping, the action must be as fast as possible. And the current situation is that after learning of Durandal's actions, East Asia sent a fleet to assist Orb in defense. In response to this, the fleet was dispatched on the grounds that Zoft would forcibly interfere in Orb's internal affairs. At this time, Orb's defense force will not only have its own, but also East Asia. The East Asia Fleet Commander will command the East Asia troops on the front line to carry out local defense tasks together. Then what is Speaker Durandal saying now? His words should reject all means of peace talks. Lake asked. Well, I completely rejected it, and gave it a time when it was impossible to catch someone at all. Mina said calmly, with obvious mockery on his face. In order to prevent Orb from having time to arrest people and take the initiative to hand them over, so little time was given. The core purpose was to replace the Orb regime and control Orb. Orb's internal control is still much stronger. Although it is true that Jibril is still able to flee inside Orb, they have always been in control of Gibril's general movements, and it will be a matter of time before he is caught. Advertisement. Is there enough time to capture Gibril? As long as the front line can support it, time is enough. Okay, then the interior will be handed over to you, Mina. For the front line, our combat power is sufficient now, and there is no problem with resisting the attack. After talking with Mina left for the defense building, and Lake looked at Kira and Aslan, then let the two go to Gonakin to activate their new body, ready to be dispatched later. Because the war is about to break out, it is too late for the two to get familiar with the mecha, and the two mechas are also upgraded versions with improved control methods on the basis of the original ones. Lax, you. I'll just stay with Abby for now, I won't be of much use in battle, and staying on the ship will only make you worry. Lax smiled and said. The place where she should play a role is in the rear. After this battle is over, now is not the time for her to play. Everyone has their corresponding responsibilities. But there are some things, I think you should explain to me after all this is over. Lakis said, and for some reason, she glanced at Myling, who was aside. Seeing Lakis looking over like that, Myling immediately turned her head a little guilty, not daring to look at Lakis. The girl who failed to pursue Aslan stayed on the Lord Angel to help out for a few days and got along with Lake for a while, so she turned her target to Lake. After learning about this, Lakis asked several times, and Lake insisted it's nothing, and Lakis really believes that there is nothing between the two of them, otherwise Myling wouldn't be this guilty and embarrassed to admit it. However, there are some things that Lux can guess the final outcome of, so she thinks that these things still need to be clarified after all. For example, after she left for a while, Lake unexpectedly caught up with another one, or the former ZAFT military secret people on the Neva. At this speed, it is also necessary to warn. Yet. Lake agreed, and vaguely understood what Lakis said. Fortunately, he was talking about it after everything was over, and there was still some delay in this matter. Advertisement. In the sea area of Orb, a few hours later, the ZAFT army who arrived here pretended to wait until the time stipulated by Durandal in advance, and then began to attack. Orb and East Asia's fleet calmly dealt with the attack from Zoft's army, and the riding between East Asia and Orb's fleet was good. Cooperating with the MS Jagong and Murasame on their respective ships, Zoft was successfully defeated. The Special Army's offensive insisted on pushing back wave after wave. However, the manpower advantage that Zoft originally wanted to use in this war was offset by the addition of East Asia. In terms of personnel quality, the drivers of East Asia and Orb were not much inferior to Zoft's. The battle between the two sides on the frontal battlefield was indistinguishable for a while. Seeing this situation, the ZAFT army put the class repair that had been used in the assassination of Lakis into the battlefield. Through underwater diving, it quietly bypassed Orb's defense line in the front, and the few units in the rear were repaired before they started to destroy anything. The hands and feet of several units under repair were all cut off, and the other two were knocked down by several intensive beams of 097. Yes, is it fate? As the team leader of this operation, he looked at the ferocious figure of the Steel Titan in disbelief. Why did the MS that was declared defected by the speaker appear here, and why did the driver let them go? A bunch of idiots, they don't even know they're being used by others. It was as if he was scolding the stupidity of the people in front of him, and he was scolding himself in the past. Being used by Durandal, he gave willingly, and even thought that everything that Speaker Durandal said was right, and that what he was doing was the weight of justice. Really, for the next battle, you just follow the instructions issued by the Ministry of National Defense, and just follow the location issued by the Ministry of Defense like Kira and the others. I will go to other places first. Understood, Mr. Lake. Zhen took one last look at these people. It was as if he had seen his former self, and he really couldn't deal directly with those people who were colleagues in the past and were only used as props, so he chose to follow the instructions of a certain Aslan who did not want to be named. Method to incapacitate these MS. PS well, the seed roll is coming to an end, next is the 00 world. After that, you can vote for which one will be the first, Iron Blood or W. Let me reveal a little bit in advance, 00 Volume W means that the machine will debut first, so Iron Blood first, in a sense the impact is not too great. Chapter 220 So many beam sabers? What the hell is this guy talking about? The entire under-repair team couldn't figure out the meaning of what Zhen said, and at the same time, on other fronts, the pure white Talukis swung the beam saber and cut two Zaka warriors that landed on the island in two. In the middle of the night, he turned around to avoid the missiles fired by the bobbies from above, like a group of wild horses that had taken off their stiffness, and Talukis who dodged past turned around and fired a Dover cannon, blowing up all the bobbies. This MS is awesome. It can meet my requirements everywhere, but it's a pity that the speed can't be pushed to the limit at once. Mew said with pretended regret. Because even if the MS of Talukis is replaced with a battery pack as an energy source, it can still kill the driver when the speed reaches full speed. Advertisement. Therefore, after the relevant G-force protection design of the cockpit is done, it will be effective against Tulu. Keith's speed was restricted to a certain extent, which also allowed Mew to experience Tulu Keith's speed only within the safety line. However, it's not a good thing for a man to be too fast once in a while. Shouting loudly, Tuluki's Dover gun aimed at the next target, pulled the trigger, and while shooting down the enemy, Mew stepped on the pedal to continue to let the MS move. Inside the Minerva, Thalia listened to the news reported by her subordinates. Have all the attacks been intercepted? Yes, all the MS that broke into the sky above Orb Island were shot down, and now our army's MS can only advance to the edge of Orb's Island at most. The emergence of new machines and fate. Really? Thalia felt indescribable when she heard the fate. Asuka was a young man whom Durandal had great expectations for. She was also surprised by the strength displayed by Asuka on the battlefield, but she did not expect that she chose in the end. Defected with Aslan. Because she herself has also questioned Durandal's various anomalies recently, Thalia has not said anything, but since she is the enemy at this moment, she has no reason to hold back on the battlefield. Captain Thalia, please let us attack. Lei, who was on standby in Legendary, sent a communication. Although he stayed on the machine body, in the screens on the current fronts that were screened by the machine body, the flashing figure of fate has been noticed by Lei. Advertisement. There is also a new type of machine that is suspected to be a freely upgraded version of the last war in the screen, the new type of justice, and the machine that is like a pirate was mine and is now identified by ZAFT as a codenamed pirate. It appeared as if it had been installed and changed equipment. But raise attention, the most part is still on Fate, who betrayed him and the speaker became an obstacle to Durandal's plan, and he had to get rid of Jeanne for Durandal. Okay. Thalia, who had no reason to refuse, agreed. Orange Destiny, Legendary, Destiny Squad, attack from the Minerva and fly to the battlefield. Legendary flew alone to the battle line where he saw the figure of fate for the last time, but Heine shook his head when he saw it, and flew to a line of defense that Zoft hadn't been able to break through so far, and then met Aslan who was staying there. Hit right. As soon as the two fought, Aslan recognized the opposite driver as Heine. Aslan, who established communication and wanted to talk to him, was beaten in a daze after Heine's preemptive shot. Heine, why, you should know, speaker, what you said is not correct. Aslan, I know, and I also know the speaker's plan. Facing this good friend who had a good conversation, Hailey revealed the fact that he had always known the truth about Durandal's plan. What, then why did you? I know, but, Aslan, this doesn't mean I'm going to betray Zoft, betray Plant, you are a hero, you can make this choice, and I choose to be Zoft soldiers to fight. Accompanied by Heine's shout, Orange Destiny pulls out Adelan T-Ben to resemble Infinite Justice. After realizing that Heine is unreasonable, Aslan also gives up continuing to communicate with Heine, and Infinite Justice shows to charge the beam saber towards the Orange Fate and start a confrontation with it. Tisk, I really gave Destiny a few more. Not long after leaving, Lake, who collided head-on with two Destinies in the Destiny team, smiled without any sense of crisis. Durandal produced a few more Destinies, but it could not change the direction of the battle at all. Advertisement. The two Destinies first used their beam rifles to continuously shoot at the fully armed Pirate X-0, and after being dodged by the fully armed Pirate X-0, one of the two mechas used a long-range cannon, and the other Destiny threw a beam boomerang behind X-0. Turn the body upside down in the air, turn around, fully armed and avoid the beam of the long-range cannon between the X-0 rotating body. The Peacock and the Butterfly Destroyer in the hand shot several dense beams of light while driving back the two bodies. A beam boomerang flying towards him. Experience is not enough after all. Lake said. Although the pilots of these two airframes are both top-notch red-clothed pilots, they are still far behind players of the level of Aslan or Heine. As far as Lake is concerned, even with the performance of the comprehensive machine of destiny, it is only a little troublesome for these few people to deal with. But found that the combined attack just now didn't work, one of the two Destiny used a beam rifle to restrain the fully armed Pirate X-0, and while X-0 was busy dodging, the other Destiny was holding Adelant and turned on the brilliance passing the accelerated sprint. Avoiding the beams of the rifles, when the beam stopped and Adelant was about to hit, Lake moved the fully armed X-0 body obliquely, lowered a position, avoided Adelant and then raised his legs, kicked to Fate. Are you out of your mind, the pilot of this machine? The driver of Fate couldn't understand the move of the fully armed Pirate X-0, his right hand was down, and he was about to use the palm gun equipped in the palm of Fate to scrap his right foot, but the cherry red, good money, color suddenly erupted from the sole of his foot but the beam blade grabbed the beam in the palm of his hand, and the beam was stimulated, and he chopped over the group. Destiny, whose energy was about to spread, his right hand was scrapped in the smoke of the explosion, and the palm was cut off without any pause. The fully armed Pirate X-0 moved his right foot again. Taking this opportunity, he used the beam knife on the soles of his feet to cut off Destiny's entire arm including the shield. This turned out to be a beam blade installed on the sole of the foot. Cursing secretly that the machine's armament is so despicable, the driver of fate made him scrap a shield, a beam shield, and a hand weapon because of the too fast action just now. The machine quickly retreated, driving with the companion behind him. Destiny joins the fully armed Pirate X0 throwing a beam boomerang. This move is not for other reasons, just to be able to distance himself from this MS that is so sinister in his eyes. If he does not distance himself, the driver of fate feels that he will be cut into pieces by this fully armed Pirate X0 immediately. Two halves. Chapter 221 The Seconded Legendary. While the two units of the Destiny team were struggling to cope with Lake's beating, on the other side, in front of a certain defense line on Uninjkairu Island, Zhen manipulated fate to use the beam rifle and knocked out the three guns in front of the coastline. After the ability, the propellers, hands, feet, and other parts that are already close to the military facilities in front of Zhen will be used. In this battle, the targets of ZAFT's MS are all targeting the military facilities, but not attacking the city. Everyone knows that this is because of the requirements in the declaration made by Speaker Durandal when he attacked Orb before the war, so Zoft did not attack the city in this operation. At the beginning, even though he knew the speaker's true face, he was still happy for Durandal's move. At least the other party would not involve civilians in the attack. Advertisement. However, after knowing from Mina that Durandal's purpose is just to give Jibril enough time to escape, if it is really to capture Jibril, why the momentum of the attack will not be kept like this? No, attacking the city does not mean that Durandal is really thinking about the people of Orb. Its purpose is twofold. One is to gain greater public opinion support for Zoft's offensive action. After all, Zoft has formed an alliance with Orb and East Asia before, and the three parties coordinated disaster relief. Orb is the real patron of Jeeplear also did not prevent Durandal's move from attracting a considerable amount of international criticism. In order not to jeopardize his reputation, and in order to be able to attack reasonably, Durandal will make the decision to only attack military facilities, and the second is to let Jibril escape first, and attack Ob's military facilities so that more attention must be devoted to the defense of these bases. The loyal Zawit troops can hold Orb on the frontal battlefield. Orb, who didn't have many people to search for Jibril, was more likely to let Jibril escape, and then Orb, whose hat was made solid, was shot down by Zoft. Knowing this reason, what really appeared in my heart was only greater anger. In order to attack Orb reasonably and get rid of obstacles in his plan, Durandal, who did not hesitate to let Jibril go, is now spreading the flames of war just like logos for making money. He must not allow that kind of thing. Did he? The green light beam galloping in the air shot towards the back of Destiny, and at the same time as the radar alerted, he controlled Destiny to turn over and avoid it, and looked in the direction of the light beam. Advertisement. Legendary, armed with a high-energy beam rifle, was approaching him all the way. A look of unbearableness flashed across Jensen's face. He knew that Lei might be involved in this battle, so he was also consciously avoiding the place where he was fighting with the troops of the Minerva, and had been staying a little further away. Battle on the front line. Really, you appear here by fate, I have to deal with you for the speaker. Lei turned on the communication, and announced to Zhen in a cold voice what he was going to do next. Ray, do you know what Speaker Durandal is doing? Why do you still help him now? Zhenqian asked. Why? I have already answered this question, really, because what the speaker said is absolutely correct. Lei said loudly. Speaking like this, I really don't understand why my old friend can always trust Durandal so much, and why Lei can turn a blind eye to what happened in front of him. I can only make you understand by typing. Knowing that he is not a good eloquent person, he suddenly realized that the person in front of him cannot be moved by talking, and all he can do now is fight. Really, even if you are the person Jill expects, I will not lose. Lei understands that the performance of the legendary in the atmosphere is not as good as the real Destiny. The cavalry was activated in turret mode, Sia, on the backpack, so after the battle really started, Lei immediately chose to distance himself, and the dense beams of light shot at Destiny. This kind of attack can't hit me. Advertisement. Seeds exploded in my mind, I really stepped on the pedal, activated the light wings behind Destiny, and my mobility was immediately full, and I was able to shuttle freely in the fire net constructed by Legendary. Capture is even more difficult. Even with the enhanced firepower of a high-energy beam rifle, Legendary failed to hit Destiny with a single shot. And even if it is installed on a backpack, the fire net built by the Dragoons has a time limit after all, and it needs to be recharged and cooled after reaching the limit time. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Destiny pulled out Adelant and rushed straight towards Legendary. The strength has improved again, really, although you. Lei recalled Durandal's original prediction about the true ability, and became more and more angry that the betrayal of the truth caused trouble to Durandal. Lei pulled out Legendary's beam saber and rushed towards Fate. Seeing Legendary speeding up, Destiny holding Adelant suddenly slashed Adelant horizontally. Legendary, who activated the light beam shield, blocked the blow, and when he tried to turn his sword back, he saw that Destiny was about to pull out the beam boomerang. Legendary immediately retreated. Raising the gun for a few bursts to shoot down the shining blade too, and at this time, Zhen had already driven Fate to approach Legendary. Lei controlled Legendary to turn around and tried to activate the beam shield, but Fate moved faster than this. The other hand holding Adelant was shining with azure light, and grabbed Legendary's head. The energy gushing out made Legendary's camera useless on the spot, and then several consecutive stabs smashed all of Legendary's weapons in half of his body. Hands and feet are scrapped clean. It's over, Ray. In the seed state, Zhen's tone was unusually calm, controlling Fate and pointing at Legendary with Adelant, but he didn't intend to strike. Why didn't you do it? Lei's tone showed an indescribable complexity. He got close to the truth for Durandal's purpose, established a good relationship with him, and then abetted him, trying to be partial to the truth all the way, so that he could act as a person who didn't like the truth. The thinking warrior went to fight for Durandal. Therefore, when he rebelled, he was angry that there would be new obstacles in Durandal's plan, and he even planned to deal with the obstacles in Durandal's plan with his own hands. When he was ready to kill him, he really let it go again. Over him. No matter what, Lei, you are my friend, and I will not kill you. Zhen said after being silent for a while. After more than 2 years of friendship, I really don't know the situation in front of me. What would he think of a friend who had almost become unknown to him, but he still couldn't do that. Chapter 222, Zoft's unsuccessful attack and found Gibril. Ray, I think that the world of Speaker Durandal, that can sacrifice the lives of ordinary people at will is definitely not correct. You and I, as M-pilots, kill those who want to choose other ways people who survive, is this really what you want? Zhen questioned Lei loudly. Lei should be the same as him, expecting human beings in the same way, and expecting a bright future for himself. That future should never be the so-called fate plan of Durandal. Lei was stunned. Yes, he suddenly smiled inexplicably. Really, you have grown up. Lei suddenly threw out a sentence without beginning and end, which made Zhen feel a little inexplicable. When the speaker first asked me to approach you, I really thought you were just a simple and unthinking person. It's the speaker. Advertisement. When I heard Lei say it in person, I really felt a little bit difficult. After the April 27th contact, I also found that you are very kind. You always have a look of disobedience, and you actually care about others, so I took advantage of this aspect of you and became friends with you. My friend, after the war, I began to induce you to grow in the direction expected by the speaker. Anyway, you are my friend, and, Lei, judging from what you said just now, although you came to me because of the order of the speaker, you really treat me as a friend, don't you? Real. Hearing this, Lei suddenly wanted to laugh deep down in his heart, not to laugh at Zhen, but at himself. He regarded Zhen as a friend, but because of Durandal's order, he didn't want to laugh at Zhen. The behavior similar to brainwashing cannot be eliminated no matter what, and he tried to kill Zhen, but he heard Zhen from Zhen's mouth and regarded him as a friend. This made Lei feel that he was really the same as his origin, just a dilapidated defect area. I hope you can too. Really, if the speaker and I had thought the same way you did, maybe things wouldn't have turned out like this. Lei. Zhen's face brightened, thinking that Lei must have been moved by him. Advertisement. Then you join in, let's stop the speaker together. Really, I can't go on with you. After the silence, Lei chose to refuse, and asked himself, the words really touched him, and he was indeed suspicious in the depths of his heart because of the words of this best friend since Durandal, who made him realize what friendship is. Remember the rightness of what he did. However, Durandal has been taking care of him growing up, and his affection for Durandal is like treating his biological father. Even now, because of the truth, Ray can no longer ignore Durandal as before. Even those wrong things in his behavior, Lei couldn't just betray Durandal just like that. I'm going back. The next time I fight, I will be the same as this time. I won't show mercy, and you too. It's better not to show mercy. Legendary was destroyed by fate to such an extent that Lei had an excuse to return. After telling the truth, Lei controlled Legendary to return to Minerva after telling the Minerva about the situation of the body. Zhen was not shocked by Lei's refusal attitude. On the contrary, Lei's tone made Zhen realize that his good friend had indeed treated him as a friend in the previous relationship with him. The ingredients are there, but more, still sincere. Like him, Lei also longed for a peaceful world. Recalling what Lei said about him as a clone, he really felt that the current Lei was only deceived by Speaker Durandal to do such a thing. Just like him before, and Lei's shaking also shows that Lei can wake up. So he must let Lei understand. Has Legendary been damaged by Fate's attack? Thalia hadn't finished digesting the news before hearing that one of the two Fate that met Lake in the Fate team was destroyed, and one of Jinxia's was destroyed. Tai Destiny retreated at the cost of losing an arm. Feeling that the situation is becoming more and more unfavorable, Thalia can only hope that the fate of the remaining Fate Squad and Luna Maria and others can achieve more results. Damn it, what the hell is going on with this White's body, it's going too far. A group of Luna, who is not good at marksmanship, ran into Mew with a pulse and a passerby who drove a savior in red. In fact, the two people's original goal was to find the strike freedom driven by Kira, but they were busy. The Assault Liberty who supported other fronts just took the time to give them 2 shots before going to other fronts, and fought the 2 fates of the Fate team there. Advertisement. However, Luna and the Savior, who were really hard to deal with because of the mobility of Mew, the Talukis, were shot one after another. These 2 machines are also equipped with Radiance carriers like Strike Freedom. Kira, who was fighting the 2 machines, repelled a wave of combined attacks from the 2 machines. The inability to use Dragoons on Earth did not cause much trouble for Kira. Beam rifles, beam sabers, electromagnetic guns, Agni complex phase beam guns, used by Kira. After a while, it was similar to Lake just now. Kira, who found a flaw, forced the 2 fates to retreat. Report, Pulse, Savior, Unit 3 and Unit 4 of the Destiny team are all damaged and are returning. Let the Minerva go to the front line to fight. Thalia heard the news that Legendary was broken by fate. Her face was a little delicate, but now is not the time for her to care about this. Containing all the MS, the front line has not been able to advance, so Thalia has no choice but to order the Minerva to move forward in an attempt to change the current situation on the battlefield, and the advance of the Minerva just makes the Archangel, which was fighting on the front line, collided with the Lord Angel, and during the communication between Maliu and Bakilulu, the 2 sister ships of the Archangel class officially launched a battle with the Minerva. The missile is loaded with an anti-aircraft warhead, and the main gun is ready to launch. The captains of the 3 battleships issued similar orders, and the superiority in firepower and numbers brought by the 2 battleships Archangel and Lord Angel caused the Minerva to be damaged in many places within a short period of time. And when Thalia was overwhelmed by the difference in strength between the Minerva and the 2 opposing warships 1.8, those near the surface of Zoft also ushered in an encounter similar to the Doomsday, and there were urgent calls. I began to think, there is a MS approaching from behind at high speed. Where is the MS nearby? I can't stop it, the enemy is. Several cherry red beams fired in parallel destroyed several ships. Lake took a look at the silent ZAFT mothership, and the next moment he drove the fully armed Pirate X-0 to rush towards the ZAFT fleet that was trying to encircle him. The Peacock switched to Mad Knife mode and the Butterfly destruction gun in Saber mode. The 2 weapons that can't be parried at all can cut MS in half in an instant, and the fully armed Pirate X-0, whose mouth will open from time to dissipate heat, is their worst nightmare in front of these ZAFT drivers. Lake, we found Gibril over here. Chapter 223 Zoft's Retreat and Durandal's Gaff. Mina, have you found Gibril? Lake asked Mina on the opposite side of the communication channel. Regarding the whereabouts of Gibril, the last remaining member of the Logos who sneaked into Orb, Mina's troops were responsible for arresting it, and because Cagali can now take charge of the battle alone, Mina unexpectedly he also personally commanded the troops to arrest Gibril. I found it. His escape route has been blocked. Gibril can only hop around for a few minutes. Mina sneered. She really didn't know what to say about Gibril. Dare to run to the small mass accelerator built by Unanjkilu Island under the island. If you are really in a hurry to run away. It's a pity that Mina, who already knew that one day Gibril would run into Orb, had already sent someone to monitor it privately, and Gibril has been in this underground area since he was discovered until now, in order to be able to ride smoothly in this underground area. Advertisement. The mass accelerator used by the shuttle machine in case of an emergency has already sold out the guards of those small families along the way. Now there are only 2 personal guards left. The shuttle that Gibril wanted to get into was also tampered with by the Mina faction when the accident happened at the Paradise base. It is absolutely impossible to activate it, so Gibril the Horizontal 24th can only sit and wait to die. It's really a miserable guy. Hurry up and catch this miserable guy, otherwise the ZAFT army will suffer a lot later, and that fox from Durandal probably splashed a lot of dirt on you Orb afterwards water. Let's talk about it if he can splash it. Mina chuckled, and hung up the communication after finishing speaking. Then, it's time to continue cleaning you up. Lake returned all his attention to the opponent in front of him, and a little distraction would not prevent him from easily crushing the group of mass-produced machines in front of him. As for the Minerva, finally, after the ship was bombarded by missiles from the Archangel and the Lord Angel, Thalia understood who would win the battle. Their battleship is the core of Durandal's attack on Orb. What if the tactics of using the trump card to directly tear apart the opposing front line and directly suppress it meet the opponent's trump card? All the aces of her side have been sent home at once, and now even their ship can no longer continue to fight. If she guessed right, now ZAFT is not only on this front where they are, but also on other fronts. Advancement is also not progressing at all. Advertisement. After losing so many troops out of thin air, they still haven't seen any improvement. The attack here must have been lost by ZAFT. I can't continue fighting, report the loss to the flagship, and contact the combat commander by the way. Thalia asked someone to report the situation to Zoft's flagship in this battle, and was going to discuss with the commander about the retreat. the commander of an underwater submarine, and this commander is currently receiving reports about the loss of mobile suits and ships from various places. Our army's mobile suit troops have lost more than 50%. The Minerva is damaged, unable to continue the battle, and has retreated. Tisk, how can the plan to attack Orb succeed like this? The commander's face was very ugly for a while, and he used so many extra troops. As a result, Orb's defense line has no thrusters at all, and the Jeep Lear didn't catch it, and out of thin air Orb and Donja teamed up to beat them up. Report, the captain of the Minerva is calling. Connect. The commander, who has been numb by the non-stop news of the loss, said with a headache. I think we can retreat now, Commander. Zoft's losses in this battle are too great to last for a few hours. There is no doubt that it is our army's failure. However, Gibril is now hiding in Orb, and Speaker Durandal issued an order that we must attack Orb and capture Gibril. The commander had a headache because of Durandal's declaration to Orb and the orders given to them before departure, but when he said the word Gibril, the soldiers around him suddenly reported. Commander, Orb announces they've captured Gibril. What? Release it here for me immediately. Advertisement. The commander and Thalia looked at each other, both of them saw the stunned reaction in each other's eyes, and both of them chose to ask their subordinates to connect them with the video signal. In the picture, Gibril looks embarrassed, behind him are two soldiers with live ammunition from Ober, and Kagalai on the stage is explaining about Ob's arrest, and after she finishes speaking, Kagalai immediately goes, the conversation changed, and I began to accuse Plant that the real purpose was not for the so-called logos. The act of resorting to force to attack other countries with logos is no different from logos. The communication just came in, asking us to evacuate immediately. In order to protect the last reputation? Thalia and the combat commander thought at the same time when they saw this, and when Zoft's troops were retreating, Kagali, who was making accusations in the screen, did not stop talking about the plant, or about the plant that is currently under control. With the Supreme Council of Zoft, Durandal, who is firmly in control of Zoft, attacked. After briefly talking about how Orb and East Asia will jointly deal with Gibril, on the second day, under the watchful eyes of all the people in the world who watched the live broadcast, Kagali suddenly expressed to everyone present that she wanted to take over Gibril. The next word was handed over to Lux Klein, and then the camera turned, but 320 Luxes appeared directly in front of everyone. 2 Luxes. What's the matter? But isn't there a big gap between the two figures? What are you thinking all day long? Damn it, Mia actually came to help them too. Durandal lost his composure. He expected everything, but he didn't expect it, and what shocked him the most was the girl whom he regarded as someone who could only be manipulated by him. And the action clown Mia dared to stand in front of the stage and attack him together. Lux looked at the reserved Mia, and signaled the other party not to be nervous. First, she told everyone the fact that she had been living in Orb for the past 2 days, and then Mia nervously opened her mouth to tell everyone about her experience, because the voice is the same, so Durandal has always been used as her substitute to cultivate and train, in order to replace her. And Lux immediately took over the words, saying that Durandal trained Mia to completely replace her. Durandal has multiple channels to know her whereabouts, but Durandal told Mia that he did not know the whereabouts of Lakis, so he asked her to be a substitute. I would like to ask, what is the purpose of being able to choose to deceive an innocent girl, let the other party give up her life, and live completely as a substitute? Chapter 224 Preemptive Attack Requiem and Support Chairman Yizak. Is it really for the plant? Lux had deep doubts in her tone. If Durandal really thinks so, then why does Durandal want to deceive Mia and at the same time not only let Mia hold a concert under her name inside the plant, but also let Mia hold a concert under her name in the plant, but also on the Earth, including the crusade against logos? Mia has been featured in various political campaigns. Who is the beneficiary behind everything? She hopes everyone can think about it. Damn it, is intelligence control going on? Durandal, who was riding the shuttle, asked the adjutant beside him. Yes, according to your instructions in case of emergencies, intelligence control has been implemented on the people in the plant. The adjutant replied. Advertisement. Intelligence control is also a card that Durandal prepared early in the morning, in order to prevent Lakis Klein from reusing his appeal in the plant to pose a threat to him. However, Speaker, this method won't take too long. The Supreme Council should be able to deal with it soon. The adjutant didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was obvious, controlling this little trick and defrauding the common people of the plant, that's all. If you want to deceive those congressmen, go ahead and dream. I know that it's enough to suppress the people for a while. As for the Supreme Council, there is no need to worry about it for the time being. Durandal closed his eyes slightly. Now that Zoft is in his hands, the restraint and threats of the Supreme Council are yet again, but this threat is not fatal in a short time, but it is forcing him to do everything possible. Let's get started. Really, why does this group of people always have to like to be busy? Durandal, who lamented the ignorance of human beings, opened his eyes. How are those who let go now? According to your request, you have given them a chance in the universe before attacking orb and let them go. Now they should have arrived at the moon base. Very good. Advertisement. The corner of Durandal's mouth was slightly raised, and he felt that the plan was under his control again. When the Messiah is reached, the speaker, in the space around the moon, the combined forces are fighting the eternal and other unknown forces. The officer came over in a panic and handed the information in his hand to Durandal. The moon, the eternal, the combined forces. Durandal suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart, and took a look at the image data that the officer handed over about the ZAFT fleet's arrival and investigation after discovering anomalies. I couldn't help but stiffen all over my body. The place where the two sides are fighting in this picture is the most important part of the Requiem that Durandal is familiar with. Those sections disguised as colonies by the United Army are actually relay stations for deflecting beams. According to intelligence, the combined fleet seems to be protecting this segment of the colonial satellite, while the Eternal and the remaining unknown ships seem to want to destroy this segment. Speaker, the coalition forces may have some bad purpose. They can't let their moon base continue to exist. They must be controlled by our side. Also, the purpose of eternity and these ships cannot be speculated. Let the front line know if the troops act in the way, they will be treated as enemies, and other troops around will be mobilized, and the Minerva, which is returning to space, will also participate in the battle. Durandal's voice is rare and urgent. This army must belong to Lacus Klein. If the relay station was destroyed by Lacus and others, Zoft will have to spend time to repair it, destroying the Requiem. If the card in his plan is lost, it will be directly discarded. Either result is unacceptable to Durandal. He has worked so hard for so long, and now the cards in his hand are getting less and less. Mia, the card used to increase his reputation, stabbed him in the end. The remaining 3 cards are only Requiem, the pseudogenesis of Messiah Fortress, and the army of anti-logos. Now the first and third cards of the 3 cards also have problems. The third card is because of the disruption of East Asia and Ob, and Mia's incident, his coalition troops will probably become even rarer, according to Durandal's own estimation. Advertisement. If he waited until the Destiny plan was launched, the only thing he could rely on would be Zoft's troops in his hand. And the first card, Requiem, has just said that it is being attacked by the Eternal's troops. If Zoft's troops don't fight down before the opponent, then the Lacus Klein's troops are very likely to be attacked. Dismantled the body of the Requiem of Diane Ross base. Why on earth, the Requiem, which he had secretly learned about before collecting information on the Earth, was leaked. At this time, near the relay station that Durandal was talking about, the warrior who pushed the meteor used the beam saber to destroy the 10 relay stations that appeared in front of him and reflected the speed of light. And this army composed of Sinanju, Great Demon Cavalry, various Wendams, Short Sword L, a small number of Zaka warriors, etc., combined with the MS of the United and Zoft, will contain the surrounding enemies, so that warriors can concentrate on destroying the relay colony station and guards, because the addition of Zoft's troops makes the scene look a little magical for a while. What to do, Yitzhak? The higher UPS want us to attack these satellite segments. Do we want to deal with the Eternal as an enemy according to the higher level orders? Diego, who had already driven the Zaka Phantom, looked at the army headed by the Eternity ahead, and couldn't help asking Yitzhak in his usual frivolous tone. It's so noisy, of course it's to attack, otherwise you kid will drive your mobile phone to some battlefield, but we don't want to attack the Eternal. Yitzhak directly ignored Durandal's order to treat it as an enemy for any hindrance, and the general's foreign military order will not be accepted, not to mention the fact that Durandal made Mia, Li Ho, a fake Lacus. Yitzhak also doubted what kind of ring the real face of the speaker who was once loved by him and many people in Palit was. Oh, don't you attack? Sure enough, I guessed correctly. This is the gold content of the first president of Lacus Klein's fan club. It's really amazing. Diego, you. Yitzhak blushed with anger. Diego said it through the team channel, which means that everyone in the team knew about it. Knowing that his black history had been publicly exposed, Yitzhak had the urge to kill. If it wasn't for being on the same side with Diego, if it wasn't for being friends with Diego, Yitzhak would have wished he could have chopped Diego up with a single knife. What is the first president of the Lux Fan Support Club? This black history, where did Diego know about it? And even after knowing it, he dared to say it at a time like this. Diego, you big bastard. Chapter 225, The Mock Thunder and Kidjal Universe. Hey, it's just a word, there's no need for such a big reaction, right? Diego, who originally wanted to make fun of Yitzhak, found that the situation seemed a little bit worse than he thought. Diego, UBD. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Diego can clearly feel that Yitzhak, who can only be seen on the screen at a distance, not only has the expression of gnashing his teeth so obvious, but he can also clearly see the murderous aura emanating from his body. This is the Jewer team in Legendary. The communication channel in the team allowed the quarrel between Diego and Yitzhak to be heard by everyone in the team, regardless of the laughing people on the bridge. The pilot of MS also heard the sister of Genasuka, and Mayu Asuka was deeply shocked by this. Advertisement. The Jewelry team in Legendary, is this the original team? Don't worry about the two of them, Mayo, continue to fight Diego and little things Captain Izakin will stop soon. Shai, who is a senior in the team, persuaded. The two have been arguing a lot recently, and it's normal for the newcomer Mayu to have never seen such a scene. Yes, is that so? Mayu didn't know what to do. Okay, next is the third. The warrior who has been moving at high speed with the help of the meteor came to the third relay station to be destroyed. A large number of missiles fired from the meteor shredded all the MS protecting the relay station. This relay station is dismantled. Pu Rhea, there are a large number of ZAFT troops approaching here, we will retreat first. Retreat, Mr. Andrew, the body of Requiem hasn't been destroyed yet. There are other troops that have not joined us. With our current combat power, it is already the limit to achieve this level. 3 relay stations have been destroyed, whether they were taken by ZAFT or by the United Nations. They will not be available for a short time. Andrew, who was sitting on the captain's seat of the Eternal, said that the BD Durandal released the Logos members on the grounds of an accident. The information that the released Logos members ran to the Diane Ross base was passed on by the terminal members who were still in the pound. Return. Advertisement. And they just finished investigating the Requiem-related information, because they were worried that this group of lunatics would directly think about bombarding the colony, so they came to stop in advance before most of the troops had assembled. The total number of troops is not even half of what they originally planned. Relying on the combination of warriors and meteors, they destroyed 3 relay stations in a row, which exceeded their expected goals. Let's retreat now, Lake and the others are also rushing towards the universe now, when they come together, we are going to destroy the body of Requiem. Andrew went on to say that the threat of the Requiem that had been destroyed in succession to the 3 relay colonies has been greatly reduced. It is very likely that these relay stations will be selected for repair. But it has been damaged to this extent, and the time spent will be greatly increased. Before Durandal is repaired, the group of them will be able to dismantle the main body together. Okay. Pu Rhea, who was still a little worried in his heart, also knew that it was really not appropriate to procrastinate now. The warrior turned around and threw it towards the place where Eternity fired the retreat signal. Stop fighting? Forget it. It's really not suitable to continue fighting. Cutting a windom in front of him into 2 neatly, Kennard and the 3 pilots who drove the Great Demon Cavalry also returned together, and the MSS on the remaining ships that came with the Eternity also all died. The retreat was carried out quickly, and the battlefield was transferred to Zoft and the Coalition Army. The Diane Ross base, which had lost 3 relay colonies and was beaten first, was quickly defeated by ZAFT with the support of the Minerva and other ZAFT troops. Several Logoso members who were let go by Durandal wanted to run away when they saw this, but Lei, who had already received orders from Durandal, drove Legendary to stop them and sink them together with the mothership. Now this is where Zoft belongs. I really don't know why the speaker wants to keep this thing. After the battle, Heine, who returned to the battleship, couldn't help talking to himself. He also took a look at the Requiem song from a distance when he was driving Destiny. This kind of weapon, which is not a good thing at first sight, is still kept by the speaker. Is it to suppress those opponents? Heine, this is the speaker's decision, it's better not to think too much about it. Advertisement. Humph, these words are really familiar. If you think about it so much, I'm now a traitor who will be dealt with like Aslan, right? Heine snorted coldly. Lavinian's complexion changed slightly. Ray, like you, I only know how to fight according to what the speaker said. After all, I am a soldier and I must fight according to orders. Not interested in saying a word to Lei, Heine waved his hand and walked away. Since the battle against Orb was over, what Aslan said when he was let go by Aslan in the battle with Aslan, made him I don't even bother to talk to Ray and Durandal now. Lei stood where he was, and Heine's taunting words should have no effect on him at all. As far as Lei was concerned, as long as Heine obeyed the order and would not betray Durandal, it would be fine. However, looking at the figure of Heine leaving, Lei remembered the words that Zhen said to him when he was in Orb. In the wavering, Lei immediately remembered his lifespan and became firm again. He is a flawed replicant just like Cruz. For his shorter lifespan than ordinary people, he should have no future. It was Durandal who cured him. Even if there was a mistake in this plan of Durandal, you have to pay for Durandal too. Jill must not be doubted. Lei, who forcibly persuaded himself, thought to himself. However, the depths of his heart that he hadn't noticed until now were still shaking. On the other side, the Lord Angel, the Archangel, the Kusanagi, and several new Izumo-class battleships that Orb has built in the past few years have come to the universe. Kagalai, who has become the new representative of Orb, cannot be as casual as before. In the universe, so the only person in charge of commanding the Kusanagi this time is the 5.3 Sokka. After contacting the battleships assembled under the terminal such as the Eternity, in order to collect information about the movement of ZAFT's troops at a place closer to the Diane Ross base, the ships need to go to the lunar city of Copernicus. And because there are too many ships in the entire team now, it is impossible for all of them to go to the neutral city of Copernicus. Only the Archangel, the Lord Angel, and the Kusanagi entered Copernicus, and the Eternity and the rest of the ships stayed in Copernicus. The current space domain is ready to wait for the connection to be merged. P.S. I didn't go to bed in the middle of the night and made it temporarily. I just finished it. I fell down. A bunch of people didn't see me asking for leave. Next time I ask for leave. Or it was done after Iron Blood. Currently W and Iron Blood haven't decided what to do, the vote difference is too small, I'm waiting for a few days. Chapter 226 Rest before the Great War. Angel number, Gonaku. Lake, who was staying in the cockpit of the fully armed Pirate X-0, couldn't help poking his head out when he heard the words below, and looked at Abby, Kira, and Aslan next to him. Let's say it again, just now, Lakis, Fleur and the others said that they want to go shopping at this time. Kira and Aslan nodded in unison. Fleur, who wanted to do her part after the restart of the Archangel, also returned to the Archangel, and now she is with the Archangel. Smiling, so now except for Kajiali, she can't come up because she is acting as a representative. Advertisement. There are a total of 3 women on this boat who are going to go out together, 1 woman is 8 ducks, 3, the only good news is that Abby didn't go out with her, so it won't become 4. I said, these girls want to go out, won't you two stop them? Fleur has asked me so much, and I can't refuse. Kira said embarrassedly. How about you, Aslan? Smiling and Fleur asked me together, no, it's because I'm not very good at refusing. Realizing that there was ambiguity in the words, Aslan, who was afraid that Lake's black belly would turn around and go back, told Kajiali about the matter, repeatedly defended. It's so dangerous outside, it's better to persuade them not to go out now. Danger? Kira, the corner of Aslan's mouth twitched. Copernicus is a neutral city, if he doesn't go to some uninhabited place, Durandal can't find a chance to make a move. That's why the two of them couldn't refuse Lakis and the others' request to go shopping after thinking for a long time just now. If you said it was dangerous, Lakis would find other reasons for you every minute to defeat their reasons. Yeah, it's very dangerous. Durandal now treats Lakis as a thorn in his side. How dangerous it is to go out. What if there is a killer sent by Durandal driving a black advanced car on the street with an assault rifle in his hand? What should I do? Black advanced car, killer, submachine gun, street assassination? Lake said too much, and for a while Aslan and Kira didn't know where to start to spit it out. Advertisement. Lake, where in the city of Copernicus can there be people who meet so many elements? Abby complained. And there aren't any killers in this city who would drive a black advanced car in the street and kill people with guns. Kira also found something worth complaining about. Maybe there is, everyone is flesh and blood, unable to stop bullets, so for the safety of life, it is better to stay in the ship during this period. With so many excuses, you simply don't want to go out and go shopping with them. Yes. Lake admitted bluntly. In the past 2 years, every time Lux disguised herself, she liked to drag him to the clothing store. After a long time, Lake would be PTSD there. Still, once there Lake felt like he could recall the horrible memories of being used as a clothes hanger and being forced to describe whether the clothes looked good or not. Kira and Aslan are the same as me. Even if they agree, they definitely don't want to go there. Undeniable, utterly undeniable. The two nodded silently. It was indeed a good feeling to go shopping with the girls at the beginning, but later on they felt a little better than Lake. But they both agreed. What do you think will happen if you don't agree? Abby reminded. After thinking about it for a while, Kira and Aslan can basically be ignored, that is to say, the behavior of Lakis and his group, Marabeki Lulu, Mew, and others all agreed. Well, now that he refuses, it seems that he will be laughed at by these people for a while. Okay, I'll go. Copernicus, clothing store. After getting a car from the port, a group of people drove to the city. Lakis, free-miling, the 3 were picking out clothes like their own sisters, and Lake followed at the end as fringe accessories to accompany the 3. A tool for girls shopping. They have been shopping for 4 hours in a row. Aslan said with a sad face. I've visited 5 clothing stores, why aren't you tired? Kira also had a look of astonishment. The adjuster's body also has its limits, after shopping for so long without a minute's rest, there is still nothing stop the momentum. Especially Fleur, she is not an adjuster, why is she still so energetic now? Tired? It's too early for them to be tired, you two should bear it first. Lake. These 2 people probably used their previous one-on-one experience to put it in. They didn't know that when the girl was not alone, the endurance time was not comparable to that of one-on-one. Advertisement. Is there any more to boil? The two felt deeply tormented and regretted. If they had known this, they would have stopped everything they said on the bridge. Ah, there's a clothing store here. Amid Lakis's low exclamation, the three girls walked into a new clothing store. Lake patted Kira and Aslan on the shoulders, and the three men followed behind. It seems that they picked out their favorite clothes in this clothing store, and Lakis and Fleur began to recall the clothes, while Mei Ling gave up choosing because she didn't see what she liked. Fleur, who was the first to change clothes, asked Kira for her opinion, but Kira, who could only say good-looking, managed to attract Fleur's gaze after saying it about 3 or 4 times. Did I say something wrong? It's not wrong to say anything. Fleur sighed slightly. Kira is good everywhere, but she is too honest. Lake, this one. What comforts Fleur a little is that the situation on the other side of Lakis is not much better than her own, and the words used by Lake, who is also not very good at boasting, are similar to Kira. It is nothing more than adding a sentence in 760. Beautiful, beautiful, etc., have similar meanings. And Aslan's reaction to the shopping that Fleur noticed out of the corner of her eye generally caused Kagalai to complain many times, especially the fact that he gave Kagalai a wedding ring before going to the colony, which made Kagalai complain. Carrie complained that she had never seen such a gift of rings except for Lake. Could it be said that the drivers of MS are all obviously not enough emotional intelligence? That's not right. If compared with Lake and Aslan, Kira is probably higher than them, 0 points and 5 grades. Archangel, Lake's room inside the ship. So in the end, Miss Lakis, you brought such a few things back. Abby looked at the pair of large and small bags in front of him, then at Lake and Lakis, and made Lake speechless. Well, the collection of intelligence will end tomorrow, and the next battle will come. Anyway, there will be opportunities in the future, so it's better to buy less things now. Lakis nodded and said, she also felt the same as Abby. This thing is still too little to buy. In the room, only Lake was stunned, wondering whether he and the two had different concepts of how much. P.S. The Mercury Witch episode 0 is so much I want to write about it, but considering the time when the 2 seasons are finished, it may be too late haha. Chapter 227 Destiny Plan and the Coming Final Battle. Advertisement. The next day, the information collected by the members of the terminal was sent to everyone. The information showed that Zoft had sent troops to repair those relay stations. Now also under the control of ZAFT. It can be said that there is no need to worry that the Requiem will reach the local Zoft, but he still has to spend a lot of effort to repair those relay stations that have been dismantled into ruins. Durandal wants to use the Requiem as a tower hanging over the world. The intention of the sharp sword is really obvious and cannot be obvious. The East Asian troops have called. Their fleet has gone to the universe and is heading towards the location of the Eternal. Mei Hui, who is temporarily acting as a guest correspondent on the bridge of the Lord Angel, reported. Thank you, Mei. Wouldn't it be better to leave this work to Harrow? Abby on the side winked. I also have to give others some work to do. Lake, who understands Abby's color, replied in the same way, all the positions that need people on the Archangel have been allocated, and now Harrow has been used again on the Archangel because they don't need people, most of the positions are unavailable. It needs to be done by someone. But whoever let Mei Ling run to the Lord Angel, she has to do some other work, and it's not good for her to be alone and have nothing to do. Mr. Lake, Abby, what's the matter with you? Mei Ling couldn't help asking seeing the two of them like this. It's nothing, the two of them are playing a game. Lake, let's go to the Archangel to discuss the next battle with everyone. Lux came out to relieve Lake, and dragged Locke into the bridge of the Archangel. Advertisement. Just now, Plant held a global live broadcast. It is said that Speaker Durandal is going to give a speech to the world. Millie said to the crowd, and then operated on the panel to broadcast Durandal's global live broadcast to the people on the bridge. Shown on the big screen. Specially for the global live broadcast, Speaker Durandal's destiny plan, it seems that it will finally be announced to the outside world. Lake said. Although it is said that Abu Danja has been given a lot of influence in everything now, and the Requiem has not been repaired, but Durandal still insists on launching the plan now, probably because he knows that they are all in the universe. Moreover, now is also the best time for him to show his cards. If the delay continues, the cards in his hand will only become fewer and fewer. Well, after eliminating the logos, his plan has reached the stage where it can actually be implemented. Lux's complexion is heavy, and now many places have fallen into chaos due to the war between the United Nations and Zoft before in WoW. The chaotic regional destiny plan is the biggest to implement. Chairman Durandal. Asuka and Aslan, the two of them darkened when they heard the words, obviously thinking of the matter that was used by Durandal before. Everyone, today I am happy to announce to you that we have officially eliminated the major enemy that threatened mankind, the logo. In the screen, Durandal talked eloquently, announcing this to everyone in a very happy tone. However, this does not mean that our war is over. Everyone must know that we humans have always been at war. Why is this? It is because we humans still have a major enemy that has not been defeated. Unbreakable ignorance and desire. Durandal's tone became more and more emotional, shouting as if he was really angry about it. Leaving the earth, going to the universe, cracking the secrets of the human body and potential, such human beings still have no change, still do not understand themselves, do not understand others, see the future clearly, so feel uneasy, or yearn for those who surpass themselves. It is the cause of war and the root of tragedy to hurt others because of the limit of its ability. Durandal clenched his fists and changed his tone again. Advertisement. But these tragedies are finally coming to an end. All the answers are in your body. Knowing everything in advance is the only way to prevent all tragedies from happening again. In order to prevent human beings from falling into war again because of their ignorance and desires, I once again announce that the Destiny Plan is officially put into practice. In order to let everyone know what the Fate Plan is, Durandal immediately showed pictures of genes on the live broadcast, and at the same time tried his best to outline a bright future in his words, telling everyone that you are being treated unfairly now. Is it all because your ability is still hidden in your genes? It has not been tapped out. Only by tapping out your ability can the world become a better place. After bewitching the world with excellent eloquence, Durandal cut off the live broadcast after calling on all countries to join the Destiny Plan, and the whole world fell into polarization due to Durandal's sudden live broadcast. As those countries that have been supported by the plant and have suffered from wars have easily agreed to join Gibral's Destiny Plan, for the people who have suffered from wars in those places, Durandal's words are tantamount to giving they had a new hope, so they forced the official to agree to join. On the other side, after receiving the live broadcast of the Destiny Project, Orb immediately announced it together with East Asia. We will never accept the so-called Destiny Plan proposed by Speaker Durandal of Plant. Our country is a country where adjusters and natural persons coexist. The Destiny Plan sounds beautiful, but it is nothing more than exploiting in the name of beauty. The plan is implemented afterwards, natural persons whose ability is not as good as the adjusters will not even have the chance to compete. The words used by Orb or East Asia's spokespersons are slightly different, but the general meaning is the same. The so-called Destiny Plan is to determine everything by genes, so the natural people who now occupy the majority are born without even the chance to compete. The Fate Plan that sounds beautiful is actually not a lot of beautiful things. After the two countries, such as those countries supported by Orb and East Asia in the previous war, Malis, and a large number of neutral countries also expressed their opposition. The Eurasian Federation also immediately expressed its opposition, and finally the Atlantic Federation. After getting rid of the logos, the current president of the Atlantic Federation seemed to have become tougher, and followed behind to publicly express opposition to the Fate Plan, and in order to fill with so many generals lost in the previous war, Hal Batten, the veteran, was restored to his original position and let him be in charge of the current army. The Atlantic Federation has started operations at Altsacker's base and entered a combat state. It's time for us to go, too. After reading all the news on the bridge on the Archangel, everyone decided to take action. After everyone returned to their positions, finished preparations for the attack and contacted the Eternal in the universe, the Archangel, the main angel, Kusanagi sailing from the port. Chapter 228 Destruction of the First Relay Station and the Destiny of Haina. Report, Orb, East Asia refuses to join the Fate Plan. The Eurasian Federation, the Scandinavian Kingdom refuses to join the Destiny Plan. There are so many stupid people. Durandal stayed in the mobile fortress Messiah and asked his subordinates. What's going on with the Atlantic Federation's base on the moon? Advertisement. Appears to be mobilizing the fleet. If you are going to attack us, then you have to act first. Durandal smiled and said that the destruction of 3 relay stations in a row has brought him a lot of trouble. Shooting inside, and the angle is quite limited. But with the location of the Alzachel base on the moon, it is just within the strike range of Requiem. Just use the weapons made by the Atlantic Federation to destroy the Atlantic Federation's own army. Yes. The soldiers accepted Durandal's instructions and were responsible for transmitting the message, but after a while, a huge beam of light shot out from the moon's Requiem, and after being reflected, it hit the Alzachel base accurately. The officers and soldiers in the base, together with all the facilities in the base, were destroyed in an instant by the light beams of the Requiem, leaving nothing but a crater in place. I've said it before, Destiny Project 960 is the only plan to save mankind, and opposing me is opposing all mankind. Order the troops to guard the rest of the relay points, and they must not be destroyed by those people. Durandal then ordered that his side has already started operations and Lakis and the others should almost find coming to his door, the Requiem and Virtual Genesis, which can only be used in this limited range, will become his trump cards to destroy this group of people. In the universe, the Archangel, the Lord Angel, and the Kusanagi had just joined the ships headed by the Eternity and the supporting fleet in front of Danja City before they received the news that the Artsachel base that used the ball was completely destroyed. Advertisement. Can we still shoot when there are only 2 relay stations left? Seeing the tragic scene of the moon base, Andrew couldn't help but rejoice that the 3 relay stations were destroyed in the first place. This is the power of the Requiem. If it hadn't been destroyed then, what Durandal wants to attack must be the Earth now," said Lake, who stayed on the fully armed X0 and prepared to attack. Everyone doubted him, and with Durandal's madness, he could indeed do such a thing. "We can't let the Requiem continue to shoot, we have to destroy the body of the Requiem," Lux said. "As far as the current situation is concerned, if they want to stop Durandal, the body of the Requiem must also be destroyed. Yes, otherwise, the Requiem that can still shoot in the universe may also directly attack their fleet." And when the fleet headed towards the Requiem, the defense line that almost exhausted all of Zoft's main force was also displayed in front of everyone. Right now there are only 2 relay stations left, and the main body of Requiem needs to be destroyed, so the East Asian fleet took Orb and the ships headed by Kusanagi to take charge of the destruction, and in order to ensure the success of the sabotage operation, Khanad the Sinanjul who drove, the warriors of Pu Raya, also went together. And the task of destroying the first relay station naturally fell on the heads of the main angel, the Archangel, the Eternal, and the Grass. The first relay station is approaching, and a large number of enemy mobile suits and ships have been detected. Everyone is ready for the first level of battle. Understood. Fully armed Pirates X0 attack. Lake flew out of the Lord Angel with a fully armed Pirate X0, because the number of people in this battle is good, and the firepower is good, and there is nothing to fill in all aspects. His bodies such as Bull Gundam and Core Gundam are still, they stayed on the Earth and didn't bring them out. In the Eternity on the side, the 2 airframes of Strike Freedom and Infinite Justice are equipped with meteor systems and gallop towards the MS troops in charge of defending the first relay station. "Everyone, I'm Lakis Klein. From now on we're going to destroy the first relay point of Requiem. Please get out of the way and guard such a weapon. Do you really know what it will bring?" Lux turned on the public channel, trying to persuade the soldiers who were still, Sita, blocking them to get out of the way. Lux's status as an influence made the soldiers on the ZAFT front line suddenly shaken by her words. At this time, the commanders who were saved by Durandal after the war and promoted him stabilized the front line. Situation. Don't be confused, what we have to obey is the order of the speaker, this person should be attacked quickly. Advertisement. Yes. The 2 planes rushing to the front were blocked by the enemy without any surprise, but the 2 planes emitted a large number of light beams and missiles, which instantly shredded the mobile suits in front of them, and then continued to move forward. Zhen took a look at the 2 of them, not to be outdone, activated his light wings and rushed forward. Of course, because of his speed and his fate, he was also responsible for solving the surrounding enemies for the Eternal and other ships, so he did not hesitate. Going too far. I'm the only one left. Mew, who was left at the end, looked at the Talukis he was driving, and suddenly felt that this new machine was a bit unsavory. The driver of this Destiny Zaku is not very skilled. Lake sneered, making the opposite Destiny Zaku driver mad. However, during the speech, the peacock slashed out and cut the several dragoons in front of the fully armed Pirate X0 in half. Using the exaggerated mobility of the whole body, the fully armed Pirate X0, who avoided the remaining dragoons, quickly killed Zaku the Destiny before. In the sound of the siren, the fully armed Pirate X0 turned around, raised his leg, swiped, turned and left, while the Destiny Zaku, who had been cut in half on the spot, was reduced to wreckage in the explosion. "Take care of the big guys, finish these guys too, I should catch up too." Turning around, he used the butterfly destroyer and peacock to shoot a few beams, and after blowing up the nearby flame tigers, the surrounding enemies were almost cleared up, and the fully armed X0 rushed to the front line at the fastest speed. At this time, the Eternity and the Archangel, the Lord Angel has already rushed to the front line, rushing to the forefront to attack Freedom and Infinite Justice, and the fate that followed the 2, who was a step behind, has already engaged in battle with the MS on the Minerva. Arthur, the deputy captain of the ship, was also suspicious of whether to attack or not, but Thalia finally made the decision to attack based on her guilt towards Deba and Dar and her mentality of being a soldier. Pulse driven by Luna on the ship, Savior driven by passers-by in red, and Destiny driven by Hyena all attacked. As for the Fate team that accompanied them, they were transferred to Messiah by Durandal and Ray. Captain Thalia. Aslan, who was stopped by an acquaintance and was besieged, felt a little complicated for a while. The captain was very respected by him, and Aslan thought that the other party should also know the disadvantages. Did he? It's Hyena. Seeing Orange Destiny rushing towards him, Aslan drove Infinity Justice away from the meteor, which was inconvenient to use in ace battles, pulled out his beam saber, and fought against the rushing Orange Destiny. Chapter 229 I didn't. The Savior driven by the passerby in red rushed towards the Strike Freedom driven by Kira without knowing his life, and thought for a while. Kira also followed Aslan's example, first let the strike free from the mounted meteor, and then used the dragoons released from the back to quickly turn the Savior into a perfect human stick. It's Luna. The true mood at this moment is even more complicated than that of Aslan, and he has finally decided on the next path, but he has never thought about the Minerva, the confrontation with Luna who has been with him in the past. It's true, I defected with Aslan without even saying hello. Luna's voice was filled with an incomprehensible anger for some reason. Advertisement. And the reason why Luna is so popular is because the two of them took Myling to run together that day, and after that, Lei on the ship was a cold block of ice, and Hailey didn't know him well. Made her feel abandoned. I have a reason for that. It's fine for any reason, now we are enemies, we must. Sorry, Luna. Really gritted his teeth, knowing that the current situation is not suitable for talking too much with Luna, so Zhen threw out a beam boomerang, using his knowledge of Luna, let the boomerang cut off Pulse's arm holding the beam saber, and immediately used a Dyrant cut off Pulse's hands and feet, and used a long-range cannon to abolish the Minerva's launch components, completely cutting off Pulse's ability to move. Really, you? Mr. Mew, please bring Luna back to the Archangel. Archangel, please contain Pulse first. Zhen didn't talk to Luna, but shouted towards the Archangel. Hey, you kid. Mew had a headache for a while. What is this? He is going to bring an immature child again, and Maru on the Archangel has guessed some facts keenly through a woman's intuition, considering that the Archangel the position of the number 1 is slightly behind, and the main forces that are mainly engaged in the battle with the opposite Minerva are the Lord Angel and the Eternity. Maru agreed to the decision to put Luna's Pulse on board the Archangel. Advertisement. Captain, Pulse, the savior, lost the ability to move. The newly equipped communicator on the battleship said in a panic. The left side of the battleship was shot and damaged. Thalia listened to these news with a serious face. None of them could be called good news. The strength of the other party was far beyond their side. Indeed, Aslan was also on the opposite side. Even if Haina was on her side, she couldn't compete with them compared with others. Such a thought of defeat may be doomed. Aim at the Lord Angel and use Tannhauser. Thalia, who knew well that this cannonball would not turn the situation around, still ordered, wanting to cause as much damage as possible to the enemy before the Minerva lost its combat capability. Seeing the actions of the Minerva, Liberty wanted to turn to stop it, but Lake, who had already rushed over, saw the Minerva's accumulated energy before the two of them. The muzzle of the gun, took out the butterfly gun, aimed at the muzzle and fired a shot. The blasted muzzle caused the Minerva to explode violently, and Lake took advantage of the moment when Thalia and the others in the ship were temporarily unable to do anything because of the explosion, and let the fully armed Pirate X-0 charge at the fastest speed. Go to the rear of the Minerva and use the Peacock to destroy most of its propulsion engines. What? The Minerva? Haina, who was already at a disadvantage immediately after the start of the battle, was distracted by the situation on board the Minerva, and seized this opportunity. Aslan chopped off all the hands, feet and weapons of Destiny's body in one go. That's amazing, Aslan, as expected, I just can't beat you. Haina, you also have power, why you must obey the speaker, you should also know, the plan of the speaker will make all human beings lose their future. Haina closed her eyes slightly. I'm a soldier, all I can do is fight, and I can only obey orders, betray the army, disobey orders, etc. I can't do it. I don't have the courage like you and Zhen. Well, it's a good thing to lose to you now. At least you can stop Durandal, so that everyone will not lose their future. Hurry up. If you don't stop Speaker Durandal, the world will be really dangerous. Saying goodbye to Haina, Aslan drove the Infinite Justice to reinstall the meteor system called Kira, and the Infinite Justice and the Strike Freedom on the side continued to rush to the number 1 relay station. Advertisement. Oh, really, did you just go back to see off your friends, and you came back so late? After the Minerva was hit hard, the Minerva had to retreat, and Lake's fully armed Pirate X-0 was on the way. Use the Peacock broken screen crossbow mode to suppress the remaining defense forces trying to attack the rear ships. After another Nazca class was sunk, Lake was a little slow to send the Pulse to the Archangel for containment. The late one really joked. Asking for flowers. Mr. Lake, don't talk nonsense, I don't have one. Zhen came to deny the third company, and contrary to the flustered tone, the beam rifle drawn by Destiny was hitting the remaining defense forces around with precision MS hands and feet. No? If not, why are you denying it so quickly? Denial is just a cover-up really. But, me, really not. As an innocent boy, who is also burdened with wood buffs, etc., he is both sensitive and insensitive to these things. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. After this place is cleaned up, you have to get ready later. Preparation for what? Zhen asked. While speaking, Destiny pulled out Adelant, under the incredible eyes of the tiger that was trying to sneak up on him with the hunting whip. Destiny pressed down on the blade, cut the hunting whip in half, and rushed forward, killing the flaming tiger. Cut into sticks. Well, the human stick is at the 10th level, really, you may consider learning how to accurately chop the human stick with Kira. Mr. Lake, please stop teasing me, and please quickly tell me what you want me to prepare just now. He said helplessly, because he felt that these people were deceived by Speaker Durandal to work hard. No killer. Get ready to convince your good friend later, Ray. Lake said seriously. You approached me and Kira before the attack, and said that Legendary will be handed over to you to deal with. Later, Durandal should send him out. You have to be prepared. Well, I will be ready, Legendary, please leave it to me to deal with it. Zhenmu showed a firm look. Even if he couldn't persuade Lei in the battle, he would fight Legendary. At this time, in the command room in the Messiah Fortress, Durandal's face was constantly changing. Minerva was unable to fight, his fate was shattered, and the news of Pulse's battle damage reached his ears, finally causing Durandal's face to flash. After a bit of cold. It's really difficult to solve. With so many troops invested, even the combat power on the Minerva was eliminated so quickly, but he can't lose. How could he lose to those group of cards here? Obstructor. Inform Lei and the Destiny team to prepare for an attack later. Chapter 230 Goodbye to Mayo and the incoming thunder. What's going on with the Requiem? Durandal asked, if the Eternals could be wiped out with the Requiem. Report, the launch preparations have not yet been completed, and the Orb and East Asian fleets are now engaged in battle with our troops. The soldier in charge of the relevant communication had just finished speaking, and Durandal was about to say why the troops there were still there. The group of people were not dealt with, and another bad news reached Durandal's ears the next moment. Report, the first relay station was sabotaged. Advertisement. Destroyed. Durandal looked ugly. The first relay station was destroyed, the Requiem was almost useless, and could not be put into use in this battle, and the pair of Requiem bodies that were still there against Diane Ross base destroy Orb and Toya's fleet. If the Requiem is destroyed, then the card he plans to use to threaten the entire 963 world will not be able to be played, and now Orb must be defeated first. Prepare for the launch of the Pseudogenesis, aim at the position of the Eternal and shoot. Durandal ordered that the Messiah is now using the Mirage state to hide, and launching the Pseudogenesis will expose the location of the Messiah. But it is worth it, as long as the Genesis is launched, the Orb and East Asian fleets that are now near Requiem will be wiped out, and the Eternity, Archangel and Lord Angel of the Four-Ship Alliance will also be destroyed. The strength of the army that opposes the plan of fate will also be greatly reduced. Learn. The soldiers then operated, and while notifying the frontline troops of the launch news, the Pseudogenesis on the Messiah was also accumulating power. What's coming? On the battlefield, Lake felt more and more uneasy, and the only thing that could make him feel this way was dangerous things are coming, Abby, let all our ships dodge immediately and leave from their current positions. Not caring about other things, Lake vaguely sensed that something dangerous was coming, and immediately guessed that it was Durandal who was about to use the Genesis to launch, so he asked Abby to immediately warn everyone to dodge. Let us dodge at this time. Out of trust in Lake, the captains of the three battleships Lord Angel, Archangel and Eternity had no doubts, and Abby also notified the news to Orb and East Asia who were near Requiem while dodging. The Mirage of the Scion Fortress was lifted, and the ships of the reformed Four-Ship Alliance detected that the Messiah Fortress had been charged. Almost at the same time as the fleet was dodging, the Genesis that was played in the Messiah Fortress came from the battlefield. It went by with a bang. Because of the early evasion, the Four-Ship Alliance finally escaped Durandal's shelling at the cost of several warships and several mobile suits being swept in. Advertisement. How much did the enemy lose? 10%. Eternity, Archangel, Lord Angel and other ships are still alive. Have you been dodged? Puzzled by this troop's move to dodge ahead of time, Durandal, who had no time to think about it, then gave the order. Let Lei and the Fate team on standby to attack and destroy them. Isn't it Genesis? After the bombardment, although everyone in the Four Ships Alliance was shocked by the power of that attack just now, everyone found that this scale was comparable to that of Genesis 2 years ago, and the launch of the mobile fortress Messiah intended to be Genesis was also possible. Appear in front of the crowd. Is it a fortress that can be moved? Andrew said, looking at Messiah. It is obviously not as powerful as Genesis, and it may not be able to hit the earth, but this big killer that can wipe out a large number of enemies at once is also quite deadly on the battlefield. That's the stronghold of Speaker Durandal. If you capture it, the battle will end, Lake said. Hurry up, if you let the opponent shoot the second shot, it will be very disadvantageous for us. Malin, who was staying on the Archangel, said solemnly. Just as the three warships, Lord Angel, Archangel and Eternity turned towards Messiah, Legendary, who was sent by Durandal from Messiah, attacked with the Fate team and a large number of mass-produced aircraft. And the Four-Ship Alliance also has a few mobile suits and a ship joining in. That's right, it was Yiza who officially announced the anti-water operation when Kira and Aslan destroyed the relay station. The team joined in. Unsurprisingly, Chi-Chi joined the crowd after having a serious bickering with Aslan, and Mayo also met his big brother Genisuke again. Big brother, long time no see. Ma, is that you, Mayu? Genisuke's face moved, and even his attitude of fate was a little unstable, and Aslan who was standing next to him was also surprised. Advertisement. Is this guy really a serious sister-in-law? It's me. Hey, the big brother's sudden rebellion has caused a lot of trouble for me and my parents. After the battle, I have to find the big brother to settle the score. Er. 1. There is really no time to lament for the fate of oneself. The battle is coming soon. Mew, Yitzhak, Diego, Conad, Pu Rhea and others are in charge of dealing with the Messiah's defense force. The remaining 3 members of the most elite Destiny team approached Lake, Kira, and Aslan. When Lake was fighting against Fate, they noticed that the fate of Legendary was approaching and drove Zaku, who was driven by his sister. Phantom pushed away, raised his gun and shot Legendary's dragoons who were about to shoot at Zaku. Phantom. Mayo, you go to deal with the guards next to you. Ray is not an opponent you can deal with, go. It is true that his sister's strength can be seen from the few fights just now. This kind of strength can be regarded as elite red clothes and ZAFT at most. Really, that's your sister? Forget it, you are the only one who will be defeated now. Legendary pointed his gun at Destiny, gritted his teeth, and questioned again as before. Ray, haven't you understood by now? Forcibly forcing others to join the Destiny plan, so many people who died in the moon base, is it not enough to wake up Leiching 1.0? So what if you understand it, so what if you don't understand it? I can only choose the path of the speaker to move forward. The dragoons on Legendary rushed out, densely packed, like a fire net that was about to cover the entire battlefield in front of him, and could hit Fate at any time. At this time, it should be the same as Mr. Lake said. Dodging the dragoon beam, Zhen suddenly recalled what Lake had said to him many times before he went to Orb again, and before he went to the universe this time, during the mock battles with New Gundam. To deal with this kind of all-round weapon, the speed must be full, cannot stop, must keep moving, and then find the flaw. Stepping on the pedal, the seeds split in the brain, and Zhen, whose eyes dimmed, opened the wings of light, pulling the speed of Fate to its fullest, and the phantom used to confuse appeared behind Fate again. Chapter 231 Destiny Squad breaks through and enters the Messiah. Facing the fate that crushed Legendary twice last time, Lei's nerves have long been tense. Legendary has already released all the dragoons, and the fire net weaved is also specially selected from angles that are difficult for MS to evade, but Fate is still going on. Dodging. It seems to be in a mess, but it keeps closing the distance with Legendary. Stop it quickly, Ray, you also know that what the speaker will do will only make the world and mankind fall into darkness. As I said, I can only choose this path to go on. In order to erase the wavering in his heart, Legendary raised his beam rifle and fired at Destiny, intending to shoot down Destiny as quickly as possible. Advertisement. That's the only choice? I'm still saying that now, Lei, are you satisfied with this kind of thing? Destiny, who is constantly evading in the fire net, relies on his own brilliance carrier to quickly approach Legendary in the fire net. The continuous approach of Fate makes Lei feel anxious when he sees the situation, and there is a slight flaw in his actions. A chance to throw out the shining blade 2 in a row, smashing several of the dragoons, and breaking a big hole in Legendary's cage. It's over. Destiny shouted loudly and stabbed at Legendary with Adelant in his hand. In the familiar scene, with the lessons learned from last time, Legendary, who gave up shield opening 1, pulled out the beam saber as quickly as possible. Wants to fight with Fate, but Fate, who has long expected Legendary's actions, is not afraid to engage in close combat with Legendary. The high mobility of the Radiance Bearer in the fight between the two sides was used to the extreme by Fate. After just a few moves, Legendary was once again solved by Fate. Having lost all his weapons, Legendary lay quietly in the universe like an empty shell. Lei's eyes were blank. Thinking of the fate of the other Fate teams, Lei knew that Durandal's plan would fail, so he asked Zhen to do it. Give him a good time. Ray, I'm an idiot. I don't understand what the speaker did to you before to make you treat him like this. However, we are friends. If you really think there is no other way, let's find a new way together. In the end, it's not just fighting, I'm inferior to you in every aspect. Advertisement. Without speaking, when Lei opened his eyes again, he drove the broken Legendary towards the direction of the Messiah Fortress, and suddenly felt that Lei might never see him again, and really wanted to stop him. I don't want to die, I'll come back alive, Ray said. He just wanted to end everything, to explain everything to Durandal. After all, he was different from Cruz, and now that he was really defeated, it was impossible to deny that he would not agree with Durandal's plan. Let's go together then. Good. Looking at Zhen's appearance, Lei also felt that he might not go back obediently if he didn't agree to it. At the same time, the battle between the three of Lake also came to an end. It is a little bit better to say that the battle between Destiny and Legendary is far from the battle between the three, and the battle between the fate of the three Destiny teams is almost unilaterally crushed. After all, the assisted driving system developed by Durandal has its upper limit. The fate of these three so-called elite red clothes combined with Fate is actually limited by their strength. They are neither like Hyena, who can control fate with a more comprehensive strategy, so that they can exert a good strength. They can't use their excellent talents and skills to maximize the performance of destiny like a real bird. The three who rely entirely on the auxiliary system can only say that they have played the performance of destiny, so the relationship with the three of lake fighting can only be said to be fought, but has it been fought? That's impossible. The three members of the destiny team, even if the driver consciously used all his skills, could finally hold the three of lake back for a few minutes. It should be settled here. Seeing that Legendary and Fate had decided the winner, Lake also accelerated his speed. The Peacock and Destiny's Adelant engaged in melee combat, and quickly found the fully armed Pirate X0 in the opposite gap, and finally took away the Destiny driver with a horizontal slash after avoiding Adelant's slash. Member's last life. Why is this? Still unable to realize how he died, the driver's consciousness sank into the darkness. Advertisement. On the other hand, Strike Freedom and Infinite Justice also solved their opponent's destiny almost at the same time. Because these destinies adopted the motion assistance system, once they are familiar with the corresponding mode in battle, they can find this flaw to directly kill them. It is much easier to break. Messiah, Command Room. Every member of the Destiny team breaks down. Legendary, big break. What? Hearing the news, Durandal almost lost his footing and fell to the ground. The last bit of ace combat power he could rely on so far was knocked down? If even they are defeated, then this fortress will also. Report. Enemy planes are attacking this fortress. The soldiers cut out the screen for Durandal, and at the same time, outside the Messiah Fortress, Assault Freedom and Infinite Justice used the large beam saber of the Meteor system to destroy the light wave defense device of the Messiah Fortress. After dismantling the mess, the two airframes dismantled the pseudogenesis on the Messiah. Kira, Lake, Orb, and Donja don't seem to have destroyed the Requiem. I'll go there to help, and I'll leave it to you here. Aslan received the news from Kaizakana that Orb and East Asia were still fighting with the nearby Zoft defense force, and Aslan, who had not sent anyone to destroy it, saw that the Messiah also demolished it. It's almost done, so I'm going to turn around and drive Infinite Justice to go there for support. Leave it to us, it's not impossible. Lake, who originally planned to enter the Messiah, didn't care whether Aslan came or not. Anyway, he just went in and solved it or captured Durandal. Speaking of which, really, do you really want to go in with Lay? Lake looked at Destiny, who was carrying a legendary wreck, because Legendary's current thrust was not enough at all, and Destiny was carrying the wreckage in the same posture as carrying cargo. It's moving forward. When he heard that Ray had really been persuaded, he didn't expect that the kid planned to go in with Ray to find Durandal. If you don't want to, you don't have to go in and confront that person face to face. For you, maybe. Kira didn't go on talking, both of them were ZAFT, and he occasionally heard from Zhen had a lot about Durandal and Ray. It can be guessed that for these two people, it is not so easy to go in and confront Durandal until now, and it may be easier to say, but if Ray said, Durandal obviously had a deeper influence on him, otherwise, Lay would not know that it was wrong, and would still help Durandal. Chapter 232 The Ended Fate Plan, Goodbye Durandal. I'm going in, the decision has already been made, Ray said. Then let you go in together. Messiah, Command Room. Okay, give up the mobile fortress Messiah, you all retreat. Durandal said to everyone in the command room. Messiah's defense was breached, and there was no possibility of a comeback at this moment. Durandal, who could predict the next defeat, didn't want to involve extra people. Advertisement. Speaker. You don't need to worry about the next thing, it will be over soon. All right. A group of soldiers hesitated for a moment, but finally chose to obey the order of the speaker, Durandal, and retreated one after another, while Durandal sat in his seat and rubbed his temples. He seemed to be able to hear the ridicule of Cruz, who died 2 years ago. Hearing the ridicule, Durandal couldn't help smiling wryly. He lost completely, this is... Click. While Durandal was thinking deeply, Lake, Kira, Zhen, and Ray had already driven the body into the Messiah, and walked in a group. Among them, the expressions on the faces of Zhen and Lay were the most complicated, while the faces of Lake and Kira superior. Oh, the two super aces from the last battle are here, really, Ray, are you going to join them together? Durandal asked. Jill, I can't agree with your destiny plan. Such a world is not what I want after all. Ray revealed his heart, and his wavering all the time stemmed from this. He was taught by Durandal that he and K loser is the same. Advertisement. But after being defeated several times by Zhen, Lay, who was already shaken by what Zhen said, felt that it was different after all. The world he wanted was not like Cruz, nor was it like Durandal after all. Really, this may be a good thing for you as well. Durandal smiled, saying that it is unnecessary to say anything about Ray's rebound. This may also be a good thing, the things he has always done to Lay can still say that really proves that after all, the relationship between the two sides what I want is different. Then, why are you two looking for me? After talking with Ray, Durandal didn't say anything to Zhenduo, and Durandal, who knew that he could really say those words at this moment, put eyes turned to Lake and Kira, or rather they were facing him, guarding his pistol. For what? Speaker Durandal still doesn't know. Lake jokingly asked, while Kira on the side unconsciously clenched his gun because of Durandal's knowingly asking, worried that this person still has some backup means to use. Come out. Do you want me to surrender? If it's this, even if I don't say it, the result will be the same later. The situation on the battlefield is leaning toward the four-ship alliance and the alliance against the Fate plan. Now that the Messiah has been abandoned, it won't be long before Zoph's fighting spirit will be almost lost. On the opposite side there is Lux with Klein here, it is easy to clean up the mess and let the two sides cease fighting. You have seen it thoroughly. If you could have seen it so thoroughly back then, if you didn't activate this so-called Fate plan, there would be no such thing. Don't launch the Fate plan? That is absolutely impossible for me. In my eyes, this is the only way to save mankind. Durandal said. Kira frowned slightly, he still couldn't figure out why Durandal was able to distort to such an extent. Chairman Durandal, you. I really wanted to ask something, but Lake had already begun to reveal Durandal's true meaning. It is said to save mankind, but in the end is it to save everyone, or to save yourself, or to vent your anger, using so-called ideals to make this skin? Durandal's complexion sank, but then he showed a wry smile. Kira, Asuka, and Lei were slightly astonished. They knew different levels of Durandal, but none of them thought that Durandal had his own intentions under the so-called Fate plan. You are right, I am indeed hiding my selfishness, but is it really good to be like you? Durandal asked. Even if you don't do anything, it's better than you think to go back to the way it was before. Apply the plan developed in the extreme environment of Mars to the current Earth, and hope that there will be no problems at all. Think about what happened. Kill everything. Lake sneered. Advertisement. He also made the plan mandatory. This plan is nothing more than a plan that looks glamorous on the surface, but in fact it can be broken with a single poke. Really, then maybe you are right. The defeat has been decided, and at this moment, being ridiculed by the Fate plan, Durandal is not angry, and after the loss, Durandal can also listen to these words that he could not listen to at all. Since you are right, then leave here, I will blow myself up at the Messiah Fortress, die here, and bear the responsibility of launching a war. The Destiny plan was created, and such a big mess was made. At this point, Durandal also understands that death is a good result for him, and for Plant now. In fact, there are already many people in Plant who oppose him because of his recent attacks on Orb and other things. Those people are just suppressed by him with appropriate means, and now the chaos caused by the Fate plan, the trouble that Durandal caused Plant in the world is not unexpected. If he wins, then everything will be fine, everyone can only surrender to the Plant, but now that he has failed, if he does not die, he will not be able to explain to the outside world, if he returns alive, it will inevitably cause a lot of trouble. It would be best to die here and bear all the blame for starting the war. Are you enlightened? Well, since you chose it yourself, I won't say anything. Seeing that Durandal is really going to take the blame, Lake, Zhao who got it, didn't say much, and called the three people next to him to leave, trying to play some tricks, and now Durandal can't play anymore. Among the three, Kira just glanced at Durandal complicatedly before turning and leaving, only Zhen stayed with Lido for a while. Jill, Isn't everything that should be said just now finished? Lei, you will have to go on your own way, instead of walking on the road I planned for you, really, you will help Lei? Yes. Zhen nodded. Lei was his friend, so no matter what he said, he couldn't really ignore Lei. That's good, that's good. Just as Durandal was talking to himself, Thalia, who was holding a gun, also rushed here. A ZAFT soldier came to Messiah's command room with a gun at this moment. Needless to say. Are you here to kill me, Thalia? Chapter 233 The last and the conversation before leaving. Advertisement. All the memories of the former lover flashed through Durandal's eyes, and the final scene was frozen in the scene where Thalia broke up with him and walked away with a man he never knew. It was also that scene that became the root cause of his destiny plan in the end. Yes, as a former predecessor, Thalia probably knew this best, so she came here with a gun at this moment, trying to kill him. Durandal. Thalia's eyes were extremely complicated. Before she was on the battlefield, before Durandal announced the launch of the Destiny plan, she knew that a large part of the reason why Durandal launched the Destiny plan was her. Therefore, she did come here with the idea of killing Durandal herself if she could not persuade him to surrender. If you want to kill me, you don't need to do anything. Immediately I will activate the Messiah's self-destruction system and kill myself. You can leave here. Thalia, who felt that most of Durandal became like this was her own fault, wanted to stay, and since her behavior forged the current result, she should also go on the road with Durandal. As a mother, Thalia, do you really think this is okay? Perhaps it was because he had a similar experience with Lei Zhong, and Durandal looked at Lei when he said this. You have a child, Thalia, if you die, for that child, his life is incomplete, and a new tragedy will be created. Thalia was speechless for a moment, and then realized that her behavior was the same as when she abandoned Durandal back then. It was just for self-satisfaction, but ignored the feelings of those close to her. He also looked at this, his former lover, with complicated eyes in return. That incident had a great impact on me, but that's not the reason for you to die with me. Durandal said with reproach and helplessness in his tone. After all, I did it all by myself, and I should bear the result. You don't need to blame yourself too much for this. The past is over. Go back and take care of your children. Really, Lei, in the end can you two please take Thalia away? Advertisement. After finishing speaking, seeing that Thalia was also a little absent-minded when she was depressed, Durandal, who realized that she might not be able to leave by herself, asked Zhen Lei. Chairman Durandal, okay. Zhen's eyes wandered between Thalia and Durandal, and things have developed to this point. If he really can't see it at all, then his adjustment those who are also white adjusters. Jill, okay. Compared to Zhen, Rei's promise was much shorter, and the two left Messiah's command room with Talia, and after waiting for a few minutes, all three of them almost left Messiah's command room. After Sion, Durandal activated Messiah's self-destruction system and ended his life in the explosion. With the end of the explosion, the battle at the Messiah fortress has officially come to an end. Lakis called on ZAFT to cease fighting on the battlefield, and ZAFT also accepted the request. Both sides fired signal flares to each other to retreat. The MS all returned to their own ships. Except, everyone on the Minerva. Because of the difficulty of sailing due to the previous battle, even if the Minerva escaped the pseudogenesis, it would not hinder the fact that the entire ship could no longer continue to operate. Most of the people on board had to get into the escape boat, and Thalia was going to the Messiah fortress by shuttle. Therefore, everyone on the Minerva and their MS were temporarily contained by the Archangel, and it was not until a few days after the truce between the two sides that the Archangel sent them all back to Zoft. True Asuka also took advantage of this time to return to the plant, which should have been regarded as an act of rebellion, because Durandal's series of operations in the later period of the war caused Durandal to take the blame for the plant, and he really followed Lux and others. The Human Four-Ship Alliance includes Lux's relationship. The white-clothed Captain Yitzhak who was staying in Zoft came forward. Because of this rebellious behavior was logically ignored. And within a few months after that, led by East Asia, which has withdrawn from the Earth United but still retains a strong influence, and Orb, the leader of a third-party country, and the three parties of plant have sprayed each other for almost 2 months. After the War of Words, while the Armistice Agreement was being signed, an agreement on promoting the integration between natural persons and adjusters was also finalized. This is the most long-term solution to the conflict between the two parties. Of course, as I said before, there are still many conflicts accumulated before, and it will not be so easy to advance. Asking for flowers. Advertisement. Therefore, in addition to this integration agreement, it has also been signed to jointly promote more young people to go to the universe and jointly participate in the development of the universe. Let natural people also participate in the development of the universe to obtain more tangible benefits. At the same time, along with the fusion bill and daily contact between the two parties in the process, the contradictions can gradually decrease, and they will not be the same as before. That expanded to the point where it sparked a new war. Orb. Are you going to leave, right now? Orb patted the table on behalf of Kagalai. Asked with wide-eyed eyes. Well, didn't you say it in advance? The money I got from Shugwang Club before was enough, and I also sold the shares back to you. What else to do? 0. Because of withdrawing from the relationship with Orb, Lake has already taken off his military uniform at this time, and changed into his old clothes. Today, he also came to formally bid farewell to Kagalai and the others. It was so sudden. It's nothing sudden, the battleship that should be in Orb Lane to manufacture mobile suits is also ready, and it's ready to go. Lake spread his hands. In fact, there is another reason why he didn't leave. Lux was temporarily invited back by Plant after the war because of his connections and reputation, and became a negotiator, so it was not easy for him to leave, so he left it until he had almost handled the matter. Refused Plant's request to stay, and returned to Orb before preparing to leave. Well, although in the next world, Abby said that because of some identity setting and other things, he had to go alone first, and Chi and Lux would pass later, considering that for Chi and Lakis, the time difference is also 1 day, so Lake didn't pay much attention. Anyway, now that Lakis has finished the work and the battleship is finished, he should go too. One more thing, Myling is also the one who decided to go with her, but considering that the little girl hasn't seen her sister for a long time, Lake let after he stayed at home for a while, he could choose to travel through the world anyway, so Abby gave him a device for traveling through the world, and then picked him up. For those residents of this world, the system can allow them to travel through the world. Although there is a setting similar to the degree of favorability, it is only required to bring acquaintances, which is not a problem for Lake. Chapter 1 Time Traveling and Preparing to Save People. Lake, after leaving, are we meeting? Aslan asked. He heard from Lakis that he also planned to leave with Lake. World travel is optional, of course, and I can take you there later if you are free. Lake said with a smile. Can I go there at will? Aslan and Kajiali looked at each other. Isn't it too easy to travel through the world? It feels as simple as eating and drinking. But I still have to work. Advertisement. There is a time difference between the worlds, and you can also choose the corresponding time when you travel through the world. When you want to come, you can tell Abby, and when you want to leave, just tell Abby. Oh, yes, by the way, it's useless for you to come here, you can't beat anyone, and your IQ is barely enough at the moment. If you have anything to do, just ask Aslan to come, and you will be a tourist bus. What did you say? Kajiali, who was called by a straight ball, burst into fury when she heard the words 340, and did not care about how to appease Aslan. Lake, who was almost the same as what the two said, turned and left the Ashar mansion after hearing what Aslan said. Most of the people had their own destinations. Kira, Mew, Mario, Andrew, etc. and Kanator and Pu Rhea are also living well in Orb now, and these people are like most people, and they can also call them when they go to the next world. Now is the time to set off for the next world. In the just-made battleship Rose Life for the design and manufacture of mobile suits. Have you finished greeting? Abby asked after seeing Lake who came back from the solution so quickly. Well, that's all I need to say, and I also told them about world travel by the way. The latter is your main goal, right? Abby complained precisely. Feeling the long-lost venomous tongue, Lake's mouth twitched slightly, and he changed the subject without a trace, and introduced it to Lakis. By the way, Lakis, I haven't told you yet, if you go to the next world, you will have a new identity in that world, and the memories related to that identity. Abby has already told me about this, Lake, you don't need to talk about it. Lux smiled. Advertisement. Just before Lake came, Abby introduced the relevant situation to Lakis, and because of this, Lakis knew why they had to pass Lake one day later. Is that so? Lake looked at Abby, always feeling that she had tricked him. Don't you want to know what the next world is? Abby diverted Lake's attention with just one move. What? Up to 00. 00? As soon as that world is mentioned, Lake can think of, for example, I am Gundam, today I am above Azura, but what I remember more deeply is the bug-like GN driver in the 00 world. The three major powers led by the National Alliance and so on. Well, so, in terms of the 00 world, he is indeed quite interested. What is my identity? You will know after the past, and you will be satisfied with your identity this time. Abby smiled, and with the money she earned from the shares in the Seed World Dawn Club this time, and the technologies she acquired at hand, she will be able to live in the next world. But you can have a different identity. Then I'll go first. Lake looked at Abby, and saw that Abby was planning to play a surprise again. Knowing that he could only wait for the surprise to be revealed, Lake took the lift rope and sat in the cockpit of the fully armed Pirate X-0. After a while, the body where Lake was sitting turned into a blue light and disappeared under Abby's operation. Abby, before Lake left, did you tell him how long he wanted to stay there alone? Lux asked. If there was a time difference, they said it was one day, but it seems that Abby hasn't told Lake that they will be there yet. Exactly how long will it take there? It's okay, Lake is used to it, and with nanomachines, time is not so important to him. Abby said. Regarding the aspect of traveling through the world, because of some system problems, ABI let Lake stay alone for 2 years when he came to this world, and nothing happened at that time, but now that Rough Nerve has nanomachines, and he is not even tired, you will feel it, and you won't feel much about it. Advertisement. If it's Lake, it will indeed be like this. Lux smiled helplessly, and Lake's character is also very youthful. AD 2301. Human Revolutionary Union, the area near the track elevator. The fully armed Pirate X-0 is staying around here. As soon as Lake confirmed that the transfer was successful, he activated the body with the optical camouflage that Abby installed in the past 2 months, temporarily hiding the body's whereabouts, and used it to tidy up the space for him. Memory in the brain. It is now 2301. In this world, the orbital elevators built by the 3 major national alliances, Union, AEU, and the so-called 3 countries can provide energy through solar power generation systems. Year completed. And Lake's identity in this world is the president of Anaheim Company. For decades, Anaheim Company's business was limited to the field of home appliances, but in recent decades, it suddenly entered the field of MS development and became an important supplier of Union. One of the merchants, also has a small amount of business in the Human Revolutionary Union and AEU. Ah, Anaheim, That fellow Abby will really find me something to do. Why would I, a member of Union, be teleported to the territory of the Human Revolutionary Union? After complaining, Abby's company name is the Anaheim of UC, and Lake wants to complain about why a unknown person was sent to the territory of the Human Revolutionary Union. It didn't take long before Lake found the answer. He saw dozens of AEU-developed thugs driven by terrorists fighting 3 Gundams near the orbital elevator, and one of the tall ones was inducing the surrounding thugs approached it. The thug type, and those 3 mechas, are they the Gundams of the celestial beings? Lake, who has only watched TV dramas, knows about the rumors and does not understand what the situation is now. Among the 3 Gundams, only one looks more like an angel. It should be the predecessor of the angel, the second-generation goddess of justice. The Gundam Lake called the goddess of judgment, which tries to attract the enemy, is not familiar at all. However, there are more and more GN particles walking from the whole body of this Gundam, and the more and more dense particles seem to cover the entire battlefield, because the compression rate is not enough. The GN particles in this state are toxic. 5.7 and the thugs driven by those terrorists have long been unable to move, or whether the pilots inside are still alive or not is a problem. However, when the 2 nearby Gundams were approaching the goddess of judgment in this situation, Lake guessed that there might be something wrong with the Gundam, which prevented the pilot from leaving normally, so the 2 tall Gundams next to him the driver tried to save people. Knowing that the actions of these 2 people are very dangerous, Lake dispelled the mirage, and drove the machine into the battlefield covered by GN particles. And Roydy, who was driving the goddess of justice, and Celine, who was driving the goddess of chariots, had just noticed the appearance of a new Gundam. The goddess of judgment cut open and took out the driver. Okay, let's leave this area first, and then let's have a good talk. Chapter 2: The End of Saving People in Ian. Grange Point 3, inside the factory of Tiandu, a space colony. This faces Gundam, but the power is different from that used by us celestial beings, and it can also use beam weapons, and that power, what is going on with this machine? As a divine-grade technician from the first season of TV all the way to the theater version in the future, Ian looked at the fully armed Pirate X-Zero in front of him. It was like opening the door to a new world. Hey, I saved your lives, the investigation of the machine is up to you, but I saved the 3 of you, please don't have so many problems now, didn't Veda also say that I'm fine? Lake spread his hands to Ian. Advertisement. After he saved the driver of the goddess of judgment, because he felt that there was no danger, and ABI sent him over, he sent it to the faces of the group of people. Lake guessed ABI's purpose. After the driver of the goddess of stars and water sent a message to identify his identity, he agreed to go back with them, and then drove the body back to the base of the celestial beings with the goddess of stars and water who came to recover and Zero Gundam. And why the goddess of justice and goddess of chariot, the 2 life-saving Gundams, are not on it? It's because although Lake kicked 24 and flew them out, the high-concentration GN particle field is far away from the center. And it was still impossible to avoid the GN particle poisoning of the 2 of them, so they passed out not long after, and their bodies were taken back. Speaking of Lake, after returning to the base with Tianren, he parked the fully armed Pirate X-Zero in the hangar here, and the technicians who are still manufacturing the second-generation Gundam saw that this machine was all for this machine. He was surprised that the platform was not a Gundam made by Celestial Being himself. And Lake met with Ian, who is currently in charge of the development of the second-generation Gundam, while the other 3 Gundam pilots were sent to the infirmary. They were also called by Ian. I went to the infirmary to check my body to prevent physical problems. After checking the body, Ian learned that there was nothing wrong with his body under the explanation of Ian's somewhat surprised expression, and Veda wanted to talk to him directly. Just from Ian's expression, Lake can also guess how rare this is, and the reason why he agreed to meet must be because his body is a new human relationship. Therefore, after coming out of the infirmary, I went to the terminal room with the Veda terminal. As a large-scale quantum calculation system of heaven and Manwiran's actions are all instructed by Veda. After reporting Lake's identity in this world, Veda began to ask about the technology of the machine body in Lake's hand, but Lake insisted that the machine body was made by himself 2 centuries ago, and what he said was well thought out. No problem. Advertisement. Veda doesn't care too much about where Lake's technology comes from, but just repeats that the driver of Star Water Goddess 874, Hania, who will be in the future, stated the identity of the celestial organization and the purpose of the celestial human in the communication. Past that problem. Join the celestial beings. I am very interested in the concept of Tianren, and it is okay to join, but if I am asked to join now, I must be the same pilot as them. Now Tianren has not really started to act yet. If I have to continue, it's impossible to stay here, and the company can't do without me for the time being. Is there any easier position? Then be a supporter first. Seeing that Lake does not plan to join the action force yet, Veda made the above decision after making corresponding calculations based on Anaheim's financial resources. Of course, the option to join the action force is also preserved because of Lake's ability. Choose later. Then he also said that because the Celestial Man has not really intervened by force for the time being, he hopes that Lake will not use the fully armed Pirate X-Zero, which looks like a Gundam at first glance. No problem, I won't use it after I drive the body back to my base. My body itself has hidden technology, so I won't be found on the way back. Lake agreed without any hesitation, which is different from the world of CE and Seed. The development of the universe in the 00 world has not yet really started. There are no pirates, and mercenaries can only fight on the Earth. Because of the disputes caused by the solar power generation system, they basically stay in the Middle East, or do nothing. Terrorist attacks and other activities, in short, most of the mercenaries in this world are not glorious jobs, and the armed forces are quite backward for Lake. There is no need to drive a Gundam to bully people. Therefore, at the time of the TV plot before the start, there was really no need for him to drive the Gundam out. And after the conversation with Veda ended, Lake stayed here for a few more days on the pretext of planning to visit here for a while. No problem, I think there is something wrong with your kid's body. Ian suddenly shouted. He had never seen that kind of physical fitness before, all the values were so high that he wondered for a moment if Lake was made of concrete blocks. Advertisement. Is this the ability value that human beings should have? Wait a minute, maybe Veda pulled this guy in because of his ability. Oh, and that body. Don't say that, Ian. Look, Rud and Celine have become very good friends with me, and the Gundam pilots have become good friends with me, which proves that there is nothing wrong with me. No. It's two different things. Ian scratched his head and said. The reason why Rud and Celine's relationship with Lake will become better is not because Lake saved their lives after all, but also because of the life of the trial goddess driver share, plus Veda directly invited Lake to join Tien people. Plus Lake often visits the two of them in the infirmary, can this not be friends? Ahem, it's normal to have such a little difference in the body. Humans are different from human beings, aren't they? I think that if you are different enough to look like you are no longer human. It's all about talking about it, but Ian still didn't tell the story. Lake, the president of a big company, has become Tianren's new supporter, and it's hard for him as a technician to say anything to the big benefactor. Although Lake said that the analysis of the body is casual, but due to time and Veda's statement that the main force is still to continue the development of the third generation of Gundam, Ian, who can't find out how many people are involved in the investigation of the fully armed Pirate X-Zero, can't get it from here. Tai locked a thorough airframe and found any valuable technology, so he could only think about it from Lake, but Lake played Tai Chi with him. In short, let's think about the third generation Gundam first, isn't it already in the final stage? Lake said. Tianren's third generation Gundam is successfully manufactured, it is better to use more of your own technology, taking shortcuts is not a good thing, besides, the VPS armor technology on the fully armed Pirate X-Zero is really inconvenient, so let's show it to Tianren now. Therefore, Lake's fully armed X-Zero has been powered on during this time. That's right. Ian nodded. The third generation of Gundam is now in the assembly stage. Anyway, I can't find out from Lake what technology is really not suitable for distraction. Chapter 3 Years Past An Idiot Father. I'll ask you to tell them later, and I'll leave first. Leaving suddenly? Hey, we're all friends now. Don't you tell Rud and his family that you are leaving? Ian asked. During the time he stayed here, Felt often came to see his parents in the ward. The relationship between them made Lake get to know all three members of the family. Rud and his wife's daughter Felt is also the operator of the original Ptolemy, Felt Gules. It's not too sudden. I originally planned to leave today, and I told them about it, and I will come here often when I have free time in the past few years. Advertisement. Lake shrugged and said, staying here to deal with so many things remotely, Abai and Lux have already sent them a message saying that they have reached this world, and now that their identities have been dealt with and everyone has arrived in the 00 world, it is time to go back first. Then I wish you the best of luck. Ian watched Lake leave in the fully armed Pirate X-Zero, and after Lake left, he was about to go back to the laboratory but he met Lu in the passage who was obviously not in good condition. He's already gone? I wanted to send him off, but I didn't make it. You just left, Rud, your physical condition is still not suitable for going out for activities, it's better to stay in the ward. Ian worried, and now Celine and Rud's bodies are staying in the ward to accept with treatment, the rate of deterioration of physical condition will continue to accelerate. Forget it, I know my own body, Ian, I won't have time after I don't come out for more activities. Rud shook his head. In order to save Schwer, both he and Celine's physical condition at the moment it's gotten pretty bad. Both Schwer, he and Celine's bodies were severely damaged by the high concentration of GN particles. Due to this, Veda has already cancelled his and Schwer's Gundam pilot qualifications, only as dry staff retained. But the reality is that their research on GN particles is not enough at this time. As for how to treat the regeneration of the body caused by GN particle poisoning, the celestial beings still have no way. The only thing they can be sure of is that their current lifespan there is not much left. Ian also learned about this from Emo Renault. His face became quite heavy. The GN particle poisoning made the hair of the 3 people all turn white, and now the lifespan of the 3 people will not be long. This is really. Don't worry about your body, 874 has brought technology that can treat you, and your life can be saved. Emo Renault, the doctor of Tianren, came over and said. Ruud raised his head in surprise, and the joy and hope of being able to survive could not help appearing in his eyes. Advertisement. Really? Well, to be precise, it is called nanorobot technology, which can treat the terminal illness that you are suffering from when your body cells cannot regenerate. Emo Renault said. As for why 874 has this technology, he didn't ask too much. He knew that the technology used by this mysterious Gundam pilot was to save Ruud and others, and that was enough. However, after your body has been treated, your body will no longer be able to act as a Gundam pilot. Nanorobots cannot be cured as soon as they are injected, because the human body will regularly eliminate nanorobots, so Ruud and others will not only become worse than before, but they will also need regular injections of nanorobots in the future. Under such circumstances, Veda's delisting decision will not be revoked. It's okay. Compared with death, this result is quite good. Ruud smiled. He was very open, and now he is also a man with a daughter. For him, it is enough to keep the happiness with his family. Not only as a Gundam pilot, but also as an operator, he still has things to do as a mechanical engineer. As time goes by, 6 years have passed. During these 6 years, the assembly and testing of the 3rd generation Gundam was gradually completed, and the selection of the 3rd generation Gundam pilots was also completed during this period. Just like in the original drama, Setsuna, Locke, Alleluia, and Tyria were selected as the 3rd generation Gundam pilots. And Ruud, who retired as the operator of Gundam, took his wife Celine as the operator of celestial beings, and accepted the so-called surveillance, which made the two feel more like Kong Xiang. They were assigned to the Anaheim company. The task of the two is to work as test drivers and mechanical engineers in Anaheim, and to regularly report the technical information developed by the Anaheim company so that Veda can correct this, but Anaheim obviously in the past few years, a Veda terminal room has also been built, plus Veda's own intelligence collection capabilities. Why did Veda need to do this extravagantly? Ruud and Celine never figured it out. The two of them also wondered if Lake did it on the way, and Lakis next to Lake would always change the subject irrelevantly, making the two of them forget that they were together at first. I came to ask something. And the daughter of the two of them, Felt, grew up in the Celestial, so she will receive relevant training in the Celestial as in the past, and become the operator of the ship when the Celestial intervenes by force. Advertisement. But perhaps because Firth is still a young girl after all, Veda will give her a certain amount of vacation regularly, allowing her to come to Earth to reunite with her parents. I said, Lake, did you bring my Felt into trouble? On this day, Ruud suddenly found Lake and asked, what's the matter with your tone, like the old father interrogating the little boy from outside? Lake wondered. Just as he finished speaking, before he said anything, Celine punched Ruud the next moment. It's just that I don't like my daughter recently. Don't pass all the responsibilities on to others. You didn't spend much time with Feared when you were in Tiandu. Saying that as a man, I stay next to the children, and it will not be helpful for raising children. At first, the excuse was that one is better than the other, but it is not normal for the daughter who is now raised to be closer to others. But I obviously did nothing wrong, and I spent time with Felt, and Felt suddenly didn't like talking to me. Ruud, who was beaten by his lover, said with resentment. It's Ruud who deserves it. As soon as he meets his daughter, he immediately likes to talk about topics related to mechanical development. Can a girl like Felt listen to his father say such things? Lake is smarter than you, and you know caring more, Jianzia how, caring about Firth's situation, compared to the idiot-like old man, the caring big brother is more attractive to him, of course. Abby, who walked in with a pile of documents, gave Ruud a knowing blow without mercy, bending Ruud's frustrated body forward. Ruud, It's a common thing, leave him alone for now, Lake, Felt's vacation is over tomorrow, can I ask you to send it when I go back? This idiot and I still have work in Anaheim tomorrow. Ignore her own foolish husband, Serene asked. The official military intervention of Heaven and Man is about to begin, so is the operator on Ptolemy. Felt's vacation this time also ended early. If you two want to send it, I can approve it. No, Felt should want you to send her back more than this idiot and me. After years of observation, Celine is quite sure that besides her and Ruud, her daughter likes to stay with Lake the most. One Piece. Chapter 4 The Genius Professor Eefman. Union, Track Elevator Train Waiting Hall. Feared, the ticket has already been bought, so it goes without saying what to do in the universe. Lake handed the ticket to the pink-haired girl in front of him. Someone will pick me up when I arrive at the space station. I'm not a child, and I've always remembered this. Felt said with a blank expression, but with a trace of dissatisfaction in his tone. Although his parents did not die, but because he spent a lot of time away from his parents and stayed alone in the base of Tianren, he formed a more introverted personality. Just remember it all, just like you said, you are no longer a child, and you will start to act soon after you go back, and you will have to work hard by then. Advertisement. Lake smiled and said in a low voice. When Felt originally planned to directly participate in the operations of the Action Force, Rude and Serene thought about objecting, but in the end it was because it was decided by their own daughter. And agreed Re. Well, I will work hard. The approval of those close to him made Felt very happy, and there was still a gleam of joy on his face after all. The time for conversation passed quickly, and when the train was ready to start, Lake sent him to the ticket gate and left the train hall. Did he? There's a call, and it's actually from Professor Eefman 407. Lake was about to get in the car, when the information terminal in his pocket heard a video communication prompt. He thought it was Abby or Lake calling, but when he took it out, he found out that the caller was actually from this world Eefman, who is set as a teacher of learning, teaches. After connecting to the communication, Professor Eefman's kind and energetic face appeared on the screen. From the background, the professor was still staying at his home. Professor, is there anything you can do to find me at this time? Lake, I heard that Anaheim has developed a mobile phone that can carry beam weapons. Professor Eefman cut to the chase, directly expressing his intention. Advertisement. You are really well informed. You just produced a sample. Your name is Leo. A few days ago, you submitted relevant information to the military and you got wind of it so quickly. Lake said. Well, although the model is Leo from the W world, the battery pack used for the energy is the battery pack from the CE world. This energy can be used without any hindrance in the 00 world. Unaffected, submit relevant technical information to Veda in advance as usual, allowing Veda to make targeted revisions to the plan. After that, under the suggestion of ABI and others, the performance of the battery pack and beam weapon used by Leo was cut, so that the number of beam weapons used by Leo was limited, so as to ensure that the Gundam of the Celestial Man can still be used. Occupying a certain technological advantage can also leave room for breakthroughs in later technologies. I'm a retired old man, and I still have some contacts. Professor Eefman said modestly. In fact, as a Union Banner developer, even if he retires, he doesn't care about most things, and his contacts are still available. To describe it as horror, of course, Professor Eefman's mind is more terrifying than his connections. In the original work, Professor Eefman figured out the working principle of the solar furnace without any technical information, and the manuscript left behind after his death was made by one of his disciples, the current MISWAD consultant Billy Katagiri. A Trans-Am system dedicated to the GN driver is proposed. You can see it anytime you want. Oh, Lake, this is a new technology that can shock the world, is it really convenient for me to see it? Lake agreed so simply, which surprised Eefman. After all, you are my mentor. I'll let you see if there are any problems. You have changed a lot now. It would be great if you could concentrate on studying like this when you were in class. Professor Eefman recalled Lake's appearance in class, and he really can only talk about it. Haha. Lake smiled embarrassingly, and complained to Abby again in his heart, the president of the company in this world is obviously born to inherit so much property, why is he still idle and has nothing to do to arrange some scumbag personality for him? Ahem, Professor Leo, you can visit whenever you want. Why don't you join Anaheim directly, Professor? Lake threw out the invitation. He knew that Professor Eefman, a researcher, was very curious about unknown new technologies, and the beam weapon displayed by Anaheim Company was undoubtedly the most evocative for this. Sita, Professor. The presence of interest. Ask me to join Anaheim for research? I'm already planning to retire. Professor Eefman's words meant rejection, but his eyes flashed with interest. Advertisement. People are old at heart, and Professor Eefman, don't you want to study beam weapons and new mobile phones? After all, I am getting old, if I want to come out to study again, let me think about it, and let me make a decision when I go to your company next week to see it. Hearing what Professor Eefman said, Lake knew that the matter must be settled. Next week, you plan to visit with the military? It seems that the military also wants to pull you out of the mountain. It was revealed that Professor Eefman's student Billy Katagiri may be involved in it, but if Professor Eefman can participate in the visit together, it proves that the military also intends to let Eefman come out of the mountain again. Just let me be a temporary technical consultant and ask for my opinion. If you really want to go to your place, Union will not stop you. Professor Eefman said, although Anaheim has expanded to AEU and AEU in recent years, the increased business of the Human Revolutionary Federation made the military a little unhappy. However, due to the fact that any new MS-related MS in Anaheim will be given priority to Union, the military's displeasure is only dissatisfied. It will prevent him, a man who has no business, from running to Anaheim. If that's the case, I'm relieved. I'll be very troubled if someone as powerful as you, Professor, is poached away. Professor Eefman couldn't help laughing at Lake's unscrupulous attitude. Other places have changed so much from the memory, but this unscrupulous look remains the same. A week later, Professor Eefman accompanied several high-level military officials from Union and Billy Katagiri, a technical consultant from Miss Wad, to visit the Anaheim Company's test site. After watching Leo's beam rifle and after the effect of the beam saber hitting the simulated target, Professor Eefman and Billy Katagiri, the technical advisor of M. Wad, both gave their opinions. I think that although this MS is not as good as the banner type in terms of air deformation and speed, even the drawings on the additional design, but its excellent versatility and beam weapons are definitely the best MS now. And several high-ranking military officers of Union had already discussed with the president and relevant departments about the purchase of Leo before this trip, and explained that after listening to the opinions of the two and combining them, Anna had seen it before. Heim's information about Leo immediately made a purchase decision, and he hoped that Anaheim would not sell the relevant beam weapon technology to the outside world until the Union officially installed Leo. On the other hand, Lake uses Leo to spread production. AEU and the Human Revolutionary Union will sooner or later know the reason to deal with Union. In order to do business, it is impossible for Anaheim not to produce new MS for the opponent. But Union is the headquarters of Anaheim after all, and has provided Anaheim with so much support, so Anaheim is willing to establish a joint production base with Union in the local area, and Union will send certain technical personnel and the test driver, and Anaheim is responsible for the design and production of the current Leo and other new MSS in the future for Union at this base. Chapter 5 Meet Hamtaro and get ready to attend the AEU press conference. After everything was negotiated, Union's high-level military officials left. The location of the joint production base has been confirmed in this conversation and will be near the Miswad base, so that Union can conveniently send ace pilots to carry out test. At the same time, there is also a factory of the Anaheim Company in the local area, and the technical personnel of the Anaheim Company can also be directly deployed there, which can be said to be convenient for both parties. Directly send people from Union's ACE unit to serve as test drivers. Union attaches great importance to beam weapons. After the military and Professor Eefman, Billy Katagiri and others left, Abby spoke to Lake. How could Union not pay attention to it? The corner of Lake's mouth drew a joyful arc. Advertisement. Beam weapons, and the excellent general-purpose MS Leo that uses battery packs as energy sources. Among these things, the beam weapons that have not broken through the 10th level and caused Union a headache are enough to attract their interest. What's more, Leo's MS can fight in space, on the ground, and even in the air. Leo only needs to be modified to a certain extent. It is similar to G-Gang, cheap, reliable, and comes with the beam weapon technology needed by Union. Who doesn't like this? Love it. However, you agreed very simply. Although the establishment of a joint production base was Loxty's idea, did you have other purposes for agreeing so soon? ABI asked. Before she could speak, Lux, who walked in, chuckled and announced part of the reasons in advance. Graham Ica. The name Lux said made Abby suddenly realize. Graham is the ace driver in Union, and one of the few existences in the world who can only rank in the first echelon in terms of driving skills. Although she knew about him, she never thought that there was such a person in the reason why Lake promised so simply inside. A small part of the reason is because of him, more because of the addition of Professor Eefman, and Anaheim's ability to successfully get orders from the other two major countries in this world. Lake said. He did not deny that a powerful mobile suit pilot like Graham really made him want to recruit him. With the joint factory, he had more chances to get in touch with this second lieutenant. Slowly give some powerful mobile suits to make friends with him. Good relationship, Graham, a heavy MS controller, can easily turn around. But more part is indeed for the orders of Elfman and the other two major countries. After all, Union is one of the three major national alliances. Although Anaheim has been with him for several years at the moment, mainly because of him under the management and leadership of Lakes, Abby, and others, they expanded their contacts and financial resources, and got more related orders from AEU and Human Revolutionary Union. Advertisement. However, before the sale of those MS-related technologies, Union has obtained the latest ones, which ensures the generation gap between Union and the other two parties. In today's negotiations, it is almost cryptic that Anaheim will also sell to the other two in the future. Latest technology. Therefore, in order for Union to accept it, and to allow Professor Eefman to come over smoothly in the future without being hindered, agreeing to help Union design and manufacture the latest MS has become an exchange of benefits that must be paid. Otherwise, the markets of the other two major countries will be preserved in the future, but it is not a good thing that the market of Union will be lost. Did you successfully get the orders from AEU and Human Revolutionary Union? Speaking of this, half a month is the AEU press conference. The military of Union also sent you an invitation letter just now. I hope you, Anaheim, the president of the company, will be honored to attend with Graham and Billy. Let me go to AEU's official press conference. I'm sure I'll be blown away if I go to AEU. Lake thought about it, and invited him and Graham Billy Katagiri to attend the press conference together. It's not a problem to go there. The purpose of Unicorn's invitation to this trip is presumably to try to get closer to the people in the Anaheim company and at the same time give a "let me show that the best partner in Anaheim is Union," where his headquarters is located. AEU didn't dare to take any action when it was blown up. Anaheim has supplied them with a lot of MS technology in recent years, and some of the technical difficulties were solved by our side. In order to get from Anaheim, even if we continue to get MS here, AEU dare not say anything. Lakes analyzed. That's why Union dared to invite me over, because we knew that this matter would not cause any big impact, so we would agree. While speaking, Lake stood up. After half a month, I will go there with Hanyu, and it would be quite boring for me to go alone. Lake said. Gundam Vanguard 874, or Hanyu's AI who can connect to Veda, the original driver of Star Water Goddess, was the AI sent by Veda a few months ago in advance, and also the so-called new object of monitoring him. Asking for flowers. When he first came to Anaheim, the exposure of his true identity also surprised Rude and Serene, two companions who had been concealed for several years. The reason why Hanyu was sent here is because Lake's new human constitution has been recognized by Veda as a so-called human being infinitely close to a changer in a physical examination a few years ago, and it already has most of the characteristics of a changer, so Veda looking forward to getting more accurate body data, and at the same time Hanyu is here. Advertisement. Lake can also communicate directly with Veda more conveniently without leaving the terminal room set up under the company. If you want to transfer from a supporter to an action force, you can also directly tell Veda through Hanyu. Lake, are you taking it with you? 0. She is also a member of celestial beings, so it is natural to take Hanyu with her. Lake said naturally. Remember to be careful, don't be found out. Lux reminded. Don't worry, Hanyu won't talk to him on that occasion, so he won't be exposed. Lake, who is being snarled by Abby every day, has no reaction to it because he is used to being spied by Abby's venomous tongue. Time turned, and half a month later, after arriving at the airport, Lake chose to take his own plane to the conference site alone. This request stunned the soldiers who were preparing to pick up the 3 people on the plane, but they agreed to let Lake go to the press conference by himself. Going by plane. It's a pity that I can't have a good discussion with President Lake about Leo. Graham regretted that he couldn't talk about MS-related topics with his colleagues, while Billy Katagiri pushed his glasses helplessly, but his expression was relaxed. This friend Graham is good at everything, but he is too persistent and passionate about MS, and he is a very simple person. For some reason, Lake, the president of the company, is also very familiar with MS-related topics, so that when the two of them chatted on the road, he might not even be able to enjoy a little peace. Ha ha ha, I'm also very happy that Second Lieutenant Graham likes Leo, but Leo's words are just the beginning. Anaheim will launch more MS in the future. You can talk about whatever you want on this topic. That's really exciting. Seeing this, Graham wanted to chat further, but Billy Katagiri, who was next to him, saw the soldier's embarrassing expression, and quickly reminded Graham to get on the plane and beg. Chapter 6 Joining and Press Conference Site, 2000 Mail. Hanyu, we're already on the plane, don't you want to say something? Relying that he was the only one in the plane that took off, Lake spoke to Hanyu openly. Is it necessary? The cat-shaped arrow split in two, and the image of a cat-eared girl projected from it. Having said that, it hasn't come out yet. Advertisement. Lake thought to himself, after getting along for a month, after all, he has gotten closer to Hanyu. Because I have something to ask you, since the celestial beings are about to start taking action, then it's time for me to join, please contact Veda. Are you going to join the action force? Well, isn't that option always reserved, but as I said to Veda before, it's okay to participate in the mission, but I hope that I can act independently, so that it will be convenient for me to support the 4 people, and such things are unnecessary. You can stop participating in the mission. 970. I'll get in touch now. Harrow closed again, and the projected Heyo image disappeared. AEU, the official press conference site, and on the same day as the official press conference, it happened to be the 10th anniversary of the completion of the Human Revolutionary Union track elevator, so it was a bit provocative for AEU to hold the press conference today. The meaning is inside. At the scene of the press conference, under the control of AEU ace pilot Patrick Savoy, the formula evaded the downward flow and accurately shot the target. What do you think, President Lake? Billy, both of us are students of Professor Elfman, it's a bit too much for you to call me the president every now and then. Sorry, but seriously, what do you think? Advertisement. Except for energy, most of them are not innovative compared with the banner, but the performance is not much worse than the banner. Lake said, because Leo is still in mass production at this time, and Union has not yet officially entered the army. Now that it has not been disclosed to the public, it is impossible for him to say the name of this mobile phone at the press conference. Compared with the banner style alone, the formula style does not lose much. And you, Graham? I don't really like the appearance, but Professor Eefman's flag style is more to my taste. Graham confided, showing his true nature as a flag lover. Indeed, but no matter how you look at it, it is an imitation of our flag style. Billy laughed, and simply blacked out the formula at the end. And Patrick, the formulaic driver, quit. Hey, three bastards over there, I heard your speech, what you said just now, if you have the ability to say it again. The radio performance is good. Accompanied by these words, another group of people in the auditorium laughed, and the senior O officials who came to watch the battle could only sigh at how their AEU trump card was Patrick. At the same time, a piece of green light suddenly fell in the sky. Billy and Graham couldn't help being puzzled by this green light after noticing it. The corners of Lake's mouth were raised slightly, and the cat-shaped hello placed beside him had a pair of electronic eyes blinking. Just as everyone was wondering, Celestial's third-generation Gundam Angel landed in the center of the venue, opposite to the formula, and the senior AEU officials at the scene were still trying to contact Patrick, but the communication was blocked due to the spread of GN particles. Patrick could not be reached without interference. And Patrick, who was still staying next to the formula, saw the never-before-seen angel approaching, so he closed the cockpit, took out the vibrating dagger that made everyone's ears uncomfortable, and rushed towards the angel. However, there is a gap in the performance of the two airframes, making it like cutting melons and vegetables. After winning 2,000 times in simulated battles, Patrick's dozen or so classic quotes knocked down AEU's latest cutting-edge machine to the ground. And Graham, who has a keen intuition, asked the people beside him to borrow a telescope, and he saw clearly the Gundam written on the angel. It's the name of that MS. Its performance is really amazing. Lake played his acting skills. Well, that kind of performance, and that mobility, who developed it? Billy couldn't figure out where the MS with such a powerful performance came out of. Advertisement. Although neither Patrick nor Graham, who was driving the formula, knew each other, being able to be expelled from the AEU to drive the formula to participate in the press conference is enough to demonstrate the technology. The body is also a cutting-edge machine, and then it was given a second by this MS that he had never seen before. The difference between this gave Billy the most intuitive experience, as if a group of people were still throwing stones at each other to attack the opposite side, and suddenly ran out and a person took it in his hand, holding a modern pistol. It is impossible for the three major countries, whichever side has this technology, has already used it to overwhelm the other two, and the other small countries do not have the financial resources, which is why Billy is so confused. www. And the formulaic Neng Angel flew into the sky again under the observation of everyone, and the AEU who was slapped face to face was of course impossible to sit and watch Setsuna leave and dispatch troops hidden in the orbital elevator intercept the energy angel. During the battle, because his own technology was not yet mature, he was almost hit by a careless moment that relied too much on the performance of the airframe. Fortunately, Lishan, who was in charge of support on the ground at this time, solved the crisis with beam sniping. The fact that Maeu has military power outside the treaty has been completely exposed after today. Because of the chaos at the press conference just now, Lake just found an excuse with Graham and Billy, saying that he has something urgent to fly back to the Anaheim company. The two who witnessed the incomprehensible performance of Neng Angel naturally linked Lake's return with the high-performance MS that just appeared on the scene. At the same time, at the orbital elevator space station of the Human Revolutionary Union, a group of terrorists were trying to attack the space station and were wiped out by the Lord Angel and the Angel of Virtue who appeared successively. The world is about to change now, Hanayu, there should be a reply from Veda. Veda agrees to let you act independently, Lake, but Lake, you must use the Gundam that uses the solar furnace provided by the celestial beings during the mission. I already have 3 of them, why do I need to open the Gundam of Heaven and Man? Those Gundams don't use solar furnaces. But that's also Gundam, isn't it? In the eyes of the outside world, 0.1 is about the same. For this reason alone, Veda will not hand over the 5th GN drive to me. It wants me to have long-term contact with GN particles so that I can observe me will the body evolve further. Yet. Hanayu confirmed Lake's answer. Lake's physical data has not changed for a long time, so Veda did have this part of his mind in mind when he gave Lake a celestial Gundam. Sure enough, I want to see if I can evolve further. Well, it's interesting, so I agreed, but if I get a brand new one at this time, it's too late. Has Veda picked out a good body yet? Lake asked. The problem of the solar furnace can be solved by getting it from the angel, but if the machine is newly designed and manufactured, the time to start using force to intervene now is definitely not coming. Chapter 7 The New Body, the Goddess of Justice. Advertisement. What can be used can only be the body that the gods and humans already have, and what body will be arranged by Veda? Lady Justice. Isn't that second-generation machine being used by the sky? In addition to the solar furnaces used by the 4 Gundams, the 5th solar furnace should have been assigned to Angel, and now it must be allocated to him. The research of GN capacitors is much faster than in the original world, allowing Angels to use particle storage tanks to fight. But if the solar furnace is gone, the celestial man can send particles there regularly, so how could it be possible to send him the body used to perform the mission? It's another one. Lake, the Angel of Justice you saw a few years ago will continue to be used. The one that is about to be delivered is assembled with the leftover parts of the Lady Justice and the parts of the 1st generation Gundam Angel. Haha, Neu explained. The parts of the 3rd generation can be used, that is to say, the performance can be regarded as 2.5 generations. When will it be delivered? Since it is an assembly machine, with the efficiency of Heaven and Man and the speed of Veda issuing relevant instructions, the new machine body is more or less estimated to be almost assembled. It will be delivered on the 24th in a few days. Ian Vasti will assemble the Lady Justice and send it to the stronghold of the celestial beings. Then we have to go to the stronghold of Heaven and Man. Lake understands that although the relationship network between Heaven and Man is strong, it is somewhat difficult to send such a large thing to the Anaheim Company in Union. In order to avoid being discovered, send it to the heavens and humans without asking more questions, and the projection of Hanyu disappears, and it returns to the cat-shaped Hironi. If you go back, you should communicate directly with Veda. On the 2nd day after Lake returned to Union, JNN, located in the Union Special Economic Zone in Tokyo, officially released the manifesto that Aeolia had already recorded to the world. Advertisement. We are celestial beings, a private armed organization with the mobile weapon Gundam. Our goal is to eradicate world disputes, religion, energy. Abby turned off the TV that was broadcasting the Aeolian manifesto. The manifesto is also finished, and the force intervention operation of Heaven and Man will really start next. Do you really want to join that operation team? Isn't it interesting to evolve on the basis of new humans? Then the company's affairs have to be handed over to Lakis and I will deal with it in 2 days and let her be the new president of the company. After all, Anaheim has a big family and a big business. If Lake, the president of the company, is away for a long time, he will have to find someone to replace him. In the past few years, Lakis and her have basically taken care of the company's affairs. People in the 3 major countries who often need to contact Anaheim are more or less aware of how much the president of Lake has done to the outside world. From the eyes of these people, handing over the position of president to Lakis is a matter of course. I'm sorry, I'll leave all the company matters to you, and let me know the important things. Lake apologized. There is one important thing right now. The military of Union hopes that we can speed up the mass production of Leo. Also, they hope to transform the small number of flags currently in service and add upper beam weapons to them. ABI said. Leo's mass production work is very important, but because of the performance of the Gundam displayed at the AEU formulation press conference, the Union military urgently needs a MS that can fight against the Gundam, and even help them capture the Gundam. The Leo's mass production has just started, and the speed of the modified model used for air combat is completely behind the banner type in terms of mobility. Therefore, the Union military believes that this airframe is good enough as a low-cost mass-produced machine. But to fight against Gundam, the main force still has to use a machine with high enough maneuverability. Rio and the others intend to use it in the defense of the Union home base. For this reason, the banner-type deformable body, which can be put into use immediately after being modified and added with upper beam weapons, is more in line with the current needs of the Union military. Then speed up the mass production of Leo appropriately, and the transformation of the banner will be done according to their requirements. Lake said. Advertisement. If you want to catch up with the Celestial Gundam in terms of mobility, Leo can't do it, and the flag type can't do it. Union can realize that Leo's mobility is not enough to defeat Gundam, so it is really a good idea to play with the mobility of the sword. However, the banner type is equipped with beam weapons, and the performance of the body is still not comparable to that of Gundam. However, the production of Rio Union is still available, and after more intuitive insight into the performance gap between the two sides, Union will inevitably come to Anaheim to develop a new airframe. There are also people from the Army of the Human Revolutionary Union and the AEU who have sent people to contact us, asking if we would like to sell them or jointly develop new mobile phones. All are executed according to the predetermined plan, and the armored M1 Heresy and daggers with improved armor are sold to them, and the high-end mass production provided to them will be provided simultaneously with Union. After all, the low-end mass-produced machine is to prove or sell the beam weapon technology owned by Anaheim to the 3 major powers. If there is no machine that can catch up with the performance of the Gundam, the 3 major powers will sooner or later turn to all through their own magic modification. The way of transformation. In order to continue to obtain orders from the 3 parties, it is necessary to sell some high-end mass-produced machines appropriately. Wouldn't doing this hinder the intervention of Heaven and Man? Hanyu ran out of the cat-shaped gallery again. This is training, not a hindrance. Hanyu, you also know that the current 3rd-generation Gundam pilots generally have some kind of skill, they can't play the performance of Gundam. Once the enemy's body becomes stronger, it will be difficult to deal with. Increasing the difficulty now is for the growth of the Gundam driver. Isn't Veda also recognized it? If you really want to create obstacles to 210, Lake will not limit the performance provided to the MS of the 3 major countries here. The reason for this is to ensure that the difficulty of carrying out military intervention in the future will not be as easy as the original work. The skills of these airframe-dependent pilots have grown up. In addition, when the 3 major countries began to switch to GNX in the later stage, this group of drivers left the assistance of Veda and did not improve their driving skills, which made it extremely difficult to fight. Hanayu fell silent. What Lake said was indeed true. Almost all the pilots of the 3rd generation relied on the performance of the airframe to fight. She, who can be connected to Veda, has also seen these pilots after coming to Lake. Training data. It is true that most of the 3rd generation pilots are relying on the performance of the airframe to fight, and Veda has indeed recognized that Lake's behavior will not hinder the plan, so instead of stopping it, Anaheim will the IN's related information of each sale is uploaded to make amendments to the plan. But with Anaheim's current technology, if mass-produced machines with high-end performance are provided, the difficulty for those pilots will undoubtedly increase. Veda has already made calculations, and after the calculations, Veda did not object, which proves that this plan is also possible. With its necessity. The image of the cat-eared girl disappeared, and Hanayu chose to go back to Hironi to think quietly. P.S. The first season is set to be the Lady Justice, and the second season is currently going to use the Flying Wing Zero, the double furnace version, but I'm wondering whether it's hairless or hairless. Chapter 8 Receiving the Lady Justice and going to see it. Advertisement. Where are you going? Abby asked Lake, who was about to leave the office suddenly. Go to the terminal room. I need to contact Veda for something. After the chat, Hanayu can also connect to Veda to find out what I said to Veda. Don't worry about permissions. I will say hello in advance, Veda will allow it. Lake took the elevator all the way to the bottom of the company, entered the terminal room and met the image of Aeolia projected by Veda. I haven't seen you in half a year, Aeolia. Lake said, since the terminal room was established in Anaheim, he has been connected to Veda, or in other words, he is still in a cryogenic sleep state. Through Veda talked to Aeolia, who made the consciousness active. Suddenly want to meet me, Lake, what is it for this time? Aeolia asked. He talked with Lake several times. In the earliest conversation, Aeolia expressed to the young man who asked about the real purpose of the gods and humans at the beginning of the conversation because of Lake's infinitely close identity and already possessed the characteristics of a changer. After talking about the changer, he said the last and true purpose of the heaven and man. Greeting the upcoming dialogue, Lake immediately raised specific questions about the unification of the world and the sacrifice of heaven and man in his plan. The organization of heaven and man is so big and it has been so many years. It is inevitable that there will be no careerists in the organization who have sprouted their own ambitions and want to usurp the plan for themselves. If those careerists in the organization want to, what about usurping Veda? Aeolia said that he had already planned for this, and told Lake that no one can really fully control Veda. Veda has its own thoughts. If someone invades or controls, Veda will automatically shield the solar furnace-equipped machine and important information about the driver. Even for purebred reformers like Lake who are about to awaken in the future, Veda will only log them into the highest authority in the future, and no one will object to them. Veda achieves complete control. As for how to stop those who usurped Veda, when that time comes, those sacrificed celestial and human action troops will become the ones who correct the plan. Advertisement. Lamenting that Aeolia is still somewhat idealized, Lake told Aeolia that if it really reached that point, the Tianran's action troops would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Those who codified Veda had the upper hand. If only heaven and man were an action force, it would be impossible for Aeolia to easily defeat the opponent with a small amount of manpower even if Aeolia had left behind. They need a strong support, and what's more, even if they win, the overall loss of human beings will inevitably be great, and if the upcoming dialogue has not recovered after losing so much, what should they do? What to do? Those awakened reformers will surpass the old human beings one by one, so what about the conflicts that broke out between the reformers and the old human beings? There are too many hidden dangers in many things. Even if the best situation is developed according to Aeolia's idea, it is impossible to avoid the contradictions that may arise due to various accidents. Therefore, in order to avoid all kinds of unknown and possible disputes, heaven and man, it is necessary among these things, until the human beings really go to the deep space wherein mission can be said to be serious. After listening to Lake's words, and after calculating various situations through Veda, Aeolia agreed with Lake's opinion. Lake's Anaheim company will act as the supporter of the Celestial Action Force. If there are no traitors, then it was Lake's Anaheim company that rescued the action troops when they destroyed the celestial beings. It is guaranteed that heaven and man can continue to intervene by force when various conflicts arise after the unification of the world, and if traitors appear, then Lake's Anaheim company will act as a guide to guide the plan with the action force, and as a follow-up to welcome the upcoming dialogue a big guarantee. If you want to hand over the GN solar furnace to me, can you facilitate my research on him? Since it's all handed over to you, it's no problem to analyze it to make a new solar furnace. You are also a member of Heaven and Man, and you have the qualifications. As for the black box in the solar furnace, if you do it, the speed of analysis will be slower. Very slowly, when the first phase of the plan enters the final phase, I will lift the black box restrictions in the solar furnace and send the relevant data to you. Grateful. This ended the communication with Iolia, and Lake knew from Iolia that Veda would not hinder their research on the solar furnace. The 5 prototype solar furnaces used by Celestial Man have been under the supervision and management of Veda, so it is hard to say whether the process of researching the solar furnace will be so smooth without a good call in advance. 2 days later, on a deserted island near the Union Special Economic Zone that was bought by Heaven and Man, Lake came here on a transport plane. To keep it secret, the transport plane was also flown by the man who was in charge of driving the ship at the transport base. Roy manipulated it. Lake, you're here, I've been waiting for you for 2 hours. Ian said, looking at Zigwang again to the cat-eared Hirohanyu in Lake's hand. Advertisement. Oh, 874 is also here. It just so happens that on the Lady Justice this time, I specially added a slot for 874. When you drive Lake, 874 can be used for assistance. I can talk about it later. What about Lady Justice? I'm really impatient, so I'll show you. Ian, who was interrupted mercilessly by Lake, opened the hatch of the container unhappily, and a Lady Justice in black appeared in front of Lake. Because it is assembled from Angel parts, the armament also inherits Angel's GN gun sword, the shield on the right hand is replaced with a GN beam rifle, and 2 beam sabers are added. Isn't this the skin-changing Angel? This guy is the prototype of the Angel, if you say it, it's not like that. Ian said speechlessly. No, I mean, the current armament looks almost the same as that of an Angel, which is not to my liking, Wang Jian's. Lake said, although he does not resist melee combat, but well, this shooting armament is a little less. There is no shooting weapon, how can I not get it for you? Don't worry, I put the beam rifle and other weapons in the container, and you can change the weapons according to your combat needs. That's good. The task is here, the task is here. Hanayu reminded Lake with an electronic voice, the task of Lake as a support driver is directly followed by Veda, and then Lake can choose whether to participate or not. Oh, your first mission has come so soon. It just so happens that if you go to perform the mission together, you can also meet the 4 Gundam pilots. Ian said. Are you the 3rd generation Gundam pilot? Take this opportunity to see that the 4 people's current skills are not bad. Hanayu, let's go. P.S. Well, by Sweji, the wings feel too much, it is better to use the black hair loss of the follow-up novel, and it feels quite handsome. Chapter 9 Observing the battle and the man fascinated by Gundam. Let's see what it means. Ian still didn't understand until Lake flew away in the Lady Justice. Ceylon Island. Because of the long-standing conflict between the 2 ethnic groups, the Human Revolutionary League has been here to support the minority side to ensure the safety of the solar energy facility passing through the seabed of Ceylon Island. Advertisement. Celestial Man decides to carry out the mission of military intervention. Celestial Man's tactical forecaster informed the pilots Tyria Ida, Lock-on Stolas, and Setsuna F. Ching-ying before the mission. After Alleluia Haptissen and the 4 related the action plan, the 4 Gundams began to move. The main angel and the Angel of Virtue set off from the battleship Ptolemy in the universe and headed for the Earth, while the Angels of Power and Angels staying on the Earth attacked from the container. Then I received a notification from Veda that there will be a new Gundam as a support machine for this mission, and he will observe the situation on the battlefield, and he will provide support when the 4 Gundams are in danger. Organic support? There's no need for that. After receiving the news about Veda from Ptolemy, Tyria, who was landing on the Earth, didn't take it seriously. It was just a simple intervention by force. The most advanced MS on the opposite side was an Iron Man type, and that kind of the body is just a piece of tofu in front of Gundam, and it can't pose any threat. It's a good thing that someone provides support. In the future, the success rate of the mission will be even higher. Alleluia said that no matter how high the success rate of the mission is, someone will support them when they are in danger. The time is also good. Whether there is support or not, we must intervene by force and practice the concept of heaven and man. After Tyria finished speaking, the angel accelerated and fell downward, and Alleluia, who was not quite close to Tyria, had no choice but to drive the main angel to keep up. Setsuna, there is even a new Gundam to support us in this mission. Locking said that this time the military intervention is not difficult, the enemy's relevant intelligence in advance Locking, like Alleluia, is more concerned about the future there will be a new companion in action. Well, the new Gundam. Shu Emo said Gundam, but his thoughts drifted away. Advertisement. Then the 4 Gundams converged in the waters near Ceylon Island, and the movement of several Gundams was also learned by Rendanlian and AEU. The Human Revolutionary League who received the news originally wanted to get the Gundam on the island of Ceylon, but since the start of the fight, the situation has been one-sided, and the Human Revolutionary League's Iron Man style has been blown up in large numbers and the military bases have also been destroyed. Under the shelling of Taiwan Gundam, it was plowed again. Not long after the start of the fight, the Human Revolutionary League was cleared of their troops and related facilities on the island, CB, at an unprecedented speed. In this battle situation, I really don't need to take action. Lake, who stayed in the cockpit of the Goddess of Justice at high altitude, touched the fish reasonably and observed the battle of several people. Just like what Lake thought, the few people are now relying on the fact that the performance of the Iron Man of the Human Revolutionary League is greatly behind, and the shells can't penetrate and can be easily crushed to fight so easily. Among them, Setsuna, the problem of relying too much on the performance of the machine is very thorough in his operation. At the same time, the habit of making moves he developed due to his experience as a young soldier in his childhood is also very fatal. Basically, as long as he is a veteran, he can see clearly. The routine can suppress the instant. Setsuna's technique is undoubtedly the worst among the celestial beings, but the other two are at least much better than him. Lake commented, although the super soldiers Alleluia and Tyria are also relying on the machine, but the skills of the two are still much better than Setsuna. Well, if Hallelujah is replaced by another Hallelujah, the strength displayed will be far better than Tyria and Setsuna. Their capabilities can ensure the smooth completion of the current military intervention, but if the mobile suits provided by Anaheim to the three major powers are put into the battlefield, if their technology and teamwork remain the same, it will become difficult for the Gundam envoys to perform their tasks. Hanayu analyzed. Among the four, there is no problem with Locke's ability, but the other three are not good at technology, and the cooperation is not good, so a single strong driver does not have much effect. Only when it becomes difficult will they be forced to grow, but they still have to train when it's time to train. Are you going to help them train in the future? I'm going to fight with them, of course I have to make them stronger, but the training will definitely not be me personally. If you let Setsuna grow up on their own, the speed will not be able to keep up with the increasingly difficult battles that follow, but let him train these people. How can he get this skill, and take a training program to fight with them for a while, let them play high difficulty man-machine. At dusk, the battle on the island of Ceylon came to an end with the intervention of heaven and man. MS-related wreckage was everywhere, including the long arm pose used by the Tamils. The reason is that this group of people saw that the Celestial Man first attacked the Iron Man of the Human Revolutionary League, and believed that the Celestial Man was an envoy of justice who stood on their side and simply favored one side. Let's go, the battle is over. Advertisement. Lake flies away from the battlefield with the Goddess of Justice, and it is not difficult for the machine equipped with the solar furnace to return to Union without being noticed. And Hanayu turned his chubby mechanical body to look at Lake, and his electronic eyes flashed twice. There is a Union transport plane in the vicinity. Is the target us? Calculated from the forward direction, it is towards the Energy Angel. The performance gap between the banner and the Angel is too big, and the Angel will have no problem, so we will go back. Lake said. He knew that the person sitting in the transport plane in the past was Graham, and therefore he knew the result of this battle. If the flag type is transformed into an over-limit flag type by Professor Eefman, and a battery pack and beam weapon are added, then Graham's technique can indeed compete well with Setsuna. However, in this battle now, the banner poses no threat to the Energy Angel, so there is no need to go to help. On the other side, the instant after the battle ended, he returned first, but happened to meet the Union transport plane that was going to the waters of Ceylon due to Graham's personal request. It's a Union transport plane, why is it here? Just as Shan Emo was ready to face the battle, he saw that the banner type on the opposite side actually transformed directly in the air. Shu Emo immediately showed shock. The banner type deformed in the air and would disintegrate if it was operated carelessly. Why did the pilot on the opposite side succeed? Out of shape. Banner, who is Tien? Shisu asked. My name is Graham Ika. I am a man who is obsessed with you and Gundam. Without opening the public frequency communication, Graham's words unexpectedly caught up with Setsu's question, and Graham, who was full of sassy words, drove the banner to attack the Energy Angel. Seeing that the opponent took out the Plasma War Blade, Setsu also confronted it with the GN War Sword. Not long after the two sides fought, Neng Angel threw away the shield and threw the beam saber to cut off the banner-style linear rifle. The performance gap of the airframe is too big. The linear rifle was cut off by the beam saber, which made Graham, who deeply felt the performance gap between the two sides, only choose to retreat. P.S. It seems that Bai Sweji has more, but Bai Sweji has so many wings and dwarf cannons, it is estimated that the dwarf cannons will be changed to bit. Chapter 10 Establishment of Investigation Team, Conversation with Professor Eefman. Union, Miswad Base. When Graham and Billy Katagiri returned here, the commander sent a letter of transfer to the Gundam investigation team to Graham and Billy Katagiri. To the Gundam investigation team. As those who have witnessed Gundam with their own eyes, I have now decided to transfer you to the Gundam investigation team. The technical director turned out to be Professor Elfman. Billy said pleasantly. Advertisement. That's right, but because the professor has agreed to take up a post in Anaheim, the professor will be responsible for the MS of the Gundam investigation team together with the Anaheim technical team as the person in charge of the MS development of the Anaheim company. The commander of the base said. Because Professor Eefman told the military that he was ready to go to Anaheim to serve there when the military invited him, so the military gave Eefman another round after negotiating with Anaheim. The professor came to be the technical director at the same time, and by the way, the technical team in Anaheim also participated. Therefore, the banner-style transformation plan that had already been put on the agenda was changed to be carried out at the Miswad base by Professor Eefman and the technical team in Anaheim. After accepting the transfer order, Billy and Graham were chatting about the banner in the Gonaku. When they were talking about the power source of the Gundam, the old man's voice behind them made them turn around. Professor Eefman, Lake, why are you all here? The professor said that he is an employee of the company, so I'll follow along to take a look. Gundam interest, I guess. Billy guessed. Not so much interest. The Anaheim company has also broken through the technology of beam weapons. Its mobility is not as good as Gundam, but with the help of Professor Elfman, I believe it will catch up soon. Don't praise me too much. Your company has developed the technology of beam weapons, which is much better than that of an old man like me. Eefman said, the reason why he agreed to work directly in the Anaheim company in these 2 days is that both being attracted by Gundam and being attracted by Anaheim's beam weapons and MS-related technologies. You are already powerful enough by yourself, and this research has been going on for many years, otherwise the current results would not be produced. Lake said nonsense, but the 3 people present believed his words. The technology of beam weapons has always been a technical difficulty in this world. Anaheim was able to break through. It is said that it has been used for decades, and it has been studied for a long time. Professor Eefman, I would like to ask you one thing, can you strengthen the flag now? After chatting for a while, Graham could not restrain his desire to fight Gundam, and asked Eefman. Reinforcement, it can be carried out immediately with a technical team, but how to calculate the burden on the driver? Elfman asked. Advertisement. Before he came, he had already reviewed the information on Anaheim's beam weapons and battery packs. If he wants to lead Anaheim's technical team to apply that technology to the banner-type body and strengthen the banner-type body, it will take a week. It is not a problem to complete it within the time limit, but if the machine body is strengthened, the driver's burden must be taken into consideration. Please ignore it, but please complete it within a week. I want to drive the flag to fight Gundam. Graham said. Don't die. Even though he knew Graham's character before coming here, Lake was surprised by Graham's behavior. This is the only pilot in the 00 world who can be so desperate without any accident. He's always been like that. Billy has long been used to Graham's personality. Once Graham has decided on something, if you try to persuade him, it's no wonder he listens. I see, I will strengthen it according to your request. Grateful. Professor Eefman, if you are done with the transformation of the banner, please also request the development of a new model. Well, I'll fix it as soon as I can. New machine. Both Graham and Billy Katagiri showed expressions of interest, among which Graham was the worst. Is it the successor of Banner? Although that airframe can transform, it should not be regarded as a successor machine. Lake said, the airframe he asked Professor Eefman to develop is the product of the plan, Delta Plus. In the UC world, the Delta Plus, which will be useless due to the mass production of the Zlopus and its superior mobility, is exactly what Lake intends to provide in this world as a special machine for Union. Although this special machine is also I don't know how many units we can get, but if Union wants to save money in the future, there will be Murasame waiting. Since it can transform, it has inherited the soul of the banner. Is it convenient to reveal the name of the new machine to us? Professor Eefman glanced at Lake, and Lake replied with a smile. Delta Plus, so far, only the design drawings have been produced, and the specifics will have to wait for Professor Eefman to develop it. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. Professor Eefman came to work in Anaheim Company, and the design drawing of Delta Plus transformed into a battery machine has just been completed. When viewing the internal materials of Anaheim, I saw Delta Plus, and looked at it. The banner-style Professor Eefman became interested at that time, so this matter was handed over to Professor Eefman. Is there any chance for me to drive it after the manufacturing is completed? Graham, who became more interested after hearing that it was a transforming machine, asked Lake impatiently. After the manufacturing is completed, you will definitely be the first to drive the Gundam investigation team. Lake said, Graham, the trump card of Union, has a new type of machine developed, so it is impossible for Graham to take part. 00. With this guarantee, I feel relieved. It's really exciting. Diddy. While speaking, Graham's information terminal received a message that the celestial beings began to intervene by force again. One of them went to Talibia, and the other went to Ceylon Island. Do not go. Professor Eefman stopped Graham, who was about to drive the flag to Talibia, and Graham asked Eefman, puzzled why the distance from Talalia could be driven directly by the flag. I hate drugs from the bottom of my heart. If Gundam can burn them all, then I will support Gundam. Graham and Billy had nothing to say, and Graham gave up his plan to go to Liberia with a little regret because of Elfman's words. Professor, what do you think of the actions of the celestial beings and their Gundam? After a while, Lake asked Professor Eefman, who was going to leave the base and go home for the night when he was about to leave the base. Professor Eefman thought for a moment and replied. In terms of actions, I don't have any ill feeling towards the heavenly beings. Just based on their current actions, it gives me the feeling that they want to cut off the root of the conflict directly, just like what they said in their declaration. However, I vaguely feel that the purpose of heaven and man should be more than that. As for Gundam, the technology on it is decades ahead of the world. I'm very interested in that special particle, and I'm going to start researching the kind of particle used by Gundam right away. In this case, Professor Eefman, when you have almost figured out the nature of that particle, I have the gift you want for you. Chapter 11, Graham's Sudden Attack. Most Wanted Gift? The amount of information revealed in this sentence alone is enough for Manchester United to think about many things. Lake. It seems that you should understand what I mean, Professor Eefman. You should be able to see whether what I said is true. When you figure it out, you will see that gift. Lake said. He intends to woo Professor Eefman to really join the Celestial Man, heck, to be precise, to join Anaheim, or to join his team to help him research. Advertisement. There are not many people with the intelligence of Professor Eefman in any world. Relying on Abby alone to be responsible for the development of the airframe has a corresponding upper limit after all. The more technically able to enter the sun, the better. But it is too early to recruit Professor Eefman. Professor Eefman's research on GN particles and solar furnaces has just started, and as a researcher like Professor Eefman. Now tell him about the three things about the celestial beings and GN particles, and he won't believe so easily. So you have to tell the professor all this when the professor has almost figured out the nature of the GN particle. Well, when I figure it out, I will come to you first, and I hope you can give me the answer then. No falsehood could be seen in Lake's gaze, and Professor Eefman realized that what Lake said was true, and then the desire for knowledge took over, and Professor Eefman agreed to the matter. Clear and steady, Lake then drove away. The next day, Tianren burned down the drugs in Talibia, destroyed the base on Ceylon Island, and the 3 military interventions in the South African Civil War made news all over the world again, and worried that Tianren would come to them next time the Northern Ireland terrorist organisation RealRa publicly announced a permanent freeze on all acts of armed terrorism. Chassis, who was in the Special Economic Zone, was reminded by his girlfriend Louise when he returned home. Like many people in the world at this moment, he watched the statement about RealRa shown on TV, and many people in the world similarly. Chassis I only realized at this moment, because the world of heaven and man has begun to change. Advertisement. In the world within a week after this, firstly because of the terrorist attack in Northern Ireland, some countries began to speak good things about heaven and man. However, the Human Revolutionary Federation, which suffered the intervention of heaven and man by force and caused many casualties, immediately publicly stated that it would take hostile measures and regard it as a terrorist organization. The goal is to capture Gundam's Human Revolutionary League. In order to be able to fight against Gundam as soon as possible, beam weapons have become their first choice. Therefore, the Human Revolutionary Union is also similar to Union, and began to use the short sword beam weapon sold to them by Anaheim as a sample to transform some Iron Men, supplemented by the purchased short swords to form a top-level combat force. At the same time, on the last day of the week requested by Graham, in the Miswad base, 2 subordinates invited by Graham joined his Gundam investigation team. With the participation of Heim's technical team, the plasma blade originally equipped with Graham's special banner was replaced with a beam saber, and the linear rifle was replaced with a beam rifle. The strengthening of the body itself is the same as in the original work, and it will cause a full 12 grams of G-force at the maximum speed. As for the last big force, AEU, in the negotiations with Anaheim, due to some well-known reasons, AEU, which was slow in efficiency, got the technology that finally wanted to buy beam weapons directly. So they are still negotiating with Anaheim. And just this week has just passed, Talibia, who saw opportunities to gain from the several military interventions of heaven and man, thought of taking advantage of this opportunity to seek his own interests, and the president publicly issued a statement in front of the whole world. Although Union is an alliance composed of more than 50 countries, it is actually operated by the US side through the solar power system. The solar power system should not be unilaterally decided by the US. Therefore, our country decided withdraw from Union. If any country wants to implement military intervention, we will use military confrontation. Anaheim Corporation, inside the laboratory. Lakis walked in to deliver snacks to Lake and Abby, who was next to him, and happened to see Lake watching the news, so she also looked over. Is this Talabia's declaration of independence? Their behavior is not so much independent as it is to attract no one to come out. Lux said. Well, if the celestial beings help them, they can jump even harder. If the celestial beings beat them, they can jump back and withdraw their declaration, and use this to suppress anti-American sentiment in the country. You're going to Talabia. ABI saw the meaning hidden in Lake's eyes. Graham's banner-style special outfit is finished. In this battle, in order to practice the concept, the Celestial Man will choose the tool object of the Taliban side. Then the Celestial Man will be attacked by the United States. I am the supporter. Of course we have to go and do it together. Advertisement. I think it's been a long time since I drove my MS to go out to fight with people, and I want to have fun. Lake's righteous words can be concealed from Abby. Cough, one of the reasons. Lake coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment, and turned his gaze to Hanayu on the table and said. Hanayu, contact Veda and inform the 4 pilots on Ptolemy's side to inform the celestial beings that I will also participate in this mission, so let's send them relevant information during this time. Lake, are you going to directly participate in the military intervention now? ABI thought that Lake would stay in the back and Fang Mo silently supported for a while, but he couldn't stop this move after only 3 games. If I don't participate and just support it, what else would I do at Gundam? Lake said. Talabia doesn't need him. The target of this trip is mainly the Union troops. If he runs into it, there is a high probability that he will run into Graham's investigation team. That subordinate just showed some mercy. In the airspace near Talabia, when Lake drove the Goddess of Justice and waited here for a while according to the message sent from Ptolemy through the hand of Veda, the Force Angel and the main angel arrived. The 3 parties started video communication with each other, formally met, reported their names to each other, and rushed to Talabia after confirming the general steps of the action. The mission of Lady Justice is to provide cover in the event of an unexpected situation during the retreat. After the confirmation, several aircrafts were on their way to Talabia. The more they looked at the 4.2 Goddess of Righteousness, the more they looked like archangels. Parts, from his point of view, the appearance is as similar as that of the Goddess of Justice and the Angel of Energy, and there is not much difference after using it, and the color is more recognizable. After arriving in the sea area of Talabia, the angels appeared from another direction, and under the close surveillance of the Union troops, 3 Gundams began to attack Talabia's troops. If you want to blame your idiot president. Lake, who was observing outside the battlefield, soon waited for the end of the battle with Talabia, and when the battle was over, Talabia asked the US for help, so 3 Gundams leaving the battlefield, Lake also planned to leave, but at this moment Graham went directly to the Lady Justice that Lake was driving. The new Gundam is very similar to the previous Gundam. Let me, Graham-Ika, see your strength. Chapter 12 The End of the Fight and the Visiting Livones. Lake guessed what Graham was talking about at this time, curled his lips. Initiating the first attack, the beam rifle in Banner's hand fired several beams at the Lady Justice, but all of these beams were flashed by the Lady Justice. He foresaw my actions in advance. The Goddess of Justice's movement as if she had foreseen it in advance made Graham, who is good at observing, can't help but think of this idea. Although he couldn't confirm this conjecture, but seeing that the shooting could not achieve results, Graham pulled out the top of the special flag. Advertisement. The latest equipped beam saber rushed over again. Has the output been suppressed? Facing Banner's attack, Lady Justice also pulled out her beam saber. However, in the process of fighting each other's beam sabers, a foot suddenly kicked towards Banner. Graham reacted quickly, and immediately responded with the same attack. The trick was returned. The 2 bodies retreated a bit, but then in Graham's eyes, the Lady Justice's movements were almost as if she had changed herself, perfectly dodging the beam saber swung like a flag, and she moved with an unimaginable speed. Finding the gap between them, he cut into Banner's arm with one knife, chopped off both hands, and kicked it towards the sea. Graham, who couldn't react in time, endured the impact, and barely managed to control the thrusters of the body before the body smashed into the sea, allowing the one-handed flag to fly over the sea. Looking upwards, the Lady Justice has already flown away at full speed, leaving only streaks of green light. Tisk, I was dumped again. Graham's tone was full of reluctance and a hint of excitement. He still didn't chase the Gundam, but this also aroused his interest even more. The more difficult things are, I want to make them happen. In the universe, Ptolemy. The Lady Justice has been successfully evacuated. Celestial Man Operator Christina Hui reported. Really, since he has successfully evacuated, there is no need for other people to support him. Wang's expression relaxed, and they also received news when the Lady Justice was approaching with a banner just now. According to the information sent by Veda in advance, she knew that the banner was probably equipped with a beam weapon. In order to prevent changes in the plan, she asked the Angel to stay there temporarily after evacuating to a safe location, and defend the support aircraft. May be held back by inseparable circumstances. Advertisement. Tell Locke to get out of there too. Learn. Feared, just like what you said, that guy named Lake is quite powerful. Christine turned around and looked at Felt and said with a smile. Felt nodded lightly. She had heard about Lake's ability to drive mobile suits from her father, who liked to be a big mouth when he had nothing to do, and his father's high valuation made Felt feel ashamed when he heard that Lake would become the new Gundam envoy. Not too many surprises. Well, the only surprise is that the machine that Lake drives turned out to be the goddess of justice that his father drove back then. Ah, since the matter is settled, I'll go drink some wine first. As soon as the battle was over, Huang immediately prepared to go back and drink some wine. Always drinking during working hours is not a good thing, Miss Huang. Christine said with dissatisfaction. I've said it all. It's all over now. It's okay to have a little drink. Huang Vinian brought up her old rhetoric again. Miss Huang always drinks, it's not good for her health. Rizadare, the helmsman, persuaded her. That's right, you should pay more attention to your body once in a while. Seeing that everyone said that, Lasse also expressed her opinion. You guys are really... Lake. Syrian. Staying in the aisle outside the bridge, Tyria, who did not go to Earth this time to participate in the military intervention operation, had an inexplicable brilliance in his eyes and walked to other places in the ship after thinking. Go. With the third-generation Gundam to carry out military intervention, the second-generation Gundam, which should have retreated behind the scenes for support, once again made a new one out of parts and put it into the frontal battlefield for support, and brought it with it. The solar furnace. The incident made Tyria want to find out what is special about Lake, who should have been a supporter, so worthy of Veda. However, when he tried to access the information about Lake, he was never allowed to read a part of the information. What kind of secret does that person have? Anaheim Corporation, Parlor. Advertisement. Then, what do you want from me, Livon's Allmark? Lake looked at the green-haired young man in front of him with a smile on his face, but he couldn't relax in his heart. Heaven and Man's military intervention has just begun, and Livon's, who will not kill Kona until the end of the first season, came to him not long after he returned to the company, and used the Kona family relationship. Although the information about him in Veda's information can be read by a person with a very high level of authority like Livon's, it is a bit beyond Lake's expectation that Livon's dared to start planning so early. Hehe, why don't you come and meet the first reformer who will be born in the human species? Livon's smiled. Pure revolutionaries? Meet? I know these things from Veda, Livon's, since you came to see me for something, it must not be just to meet, please just talk about it. Lake has no interest in accompanying Livon's after continuing to play, let him speak out. I already know, but, are you just in such a hurry? Then I'll just say it. As a future fellow, I would like to ask you to cooperate with me and lead the world's revolution together as a reformer. Livon's showed his as a reformer, Gold's eyesight, of course, 550 talked about cooperation, but Livon's clearly divided the primary and secondary positions. As for why Lake was found, there were only two reasons. One was because of Lake's status as a reformer who was about to awaken, and the other was because of the need for the financial resources of the Anaheim company. From the information obtained from Vedana, Livon's realized that Anaheim's financial resources were top-notch in this world, and what he needed most for his future unified plan was money. The combination of two factors made Livon's decide to find Lake in advance. I'm also interested in leading the world's revolution, but Livon's, please answer my question first. You just said that I am the first reformer who will awaken among human beings. If you say that, you should not be human, or wasn't born in the normal way. As if he had been poked in a sore foot, Livon's expression darkened obviously, but then he suddenly laughed and applauded. Smart, to be precise, I am a changer created by Veda, so I would say that I am of the same kind as you. Talking about the same kind, natural awakening and artificial creation, the difference in ability between the two is so great that they are almost no longer a species. Lake smiled in his heart. The ability of the new human made him feel that Livon's on the opposite side was a little upset. P.S. There are more Iron and Blood at present, it seems to be a rewrite of Iron and Blood, but W can also be put behind Iron and Blood. In that case, I am wondering whether to change the 00 theater version to Iron and W. Chapter 13 Concluding talks and meeting with the young master of the Wang family. But Livon's on the opposite side couldn't understand his newcomer's thinking because of his own ability limitations. In fact, Livon's himself knows best that he is not even a real reformer at all. Otherwise, he would not have snatched the solar furnace in the end in the original work. Thoughts, but also Livon's own jealousy after witnessing the ability to crush them, the group of artificial reformers, when they awaken to become pure reformers. Treating him, a new human being who in ABI's mouth will be further improved by soaking in GN particles, will be the same for Veda, who only knows the concept of so-called revolutionaries, and the purebred revolutionaries who will only be awakened by then in his eyes. Advertisement. This man's arrogance is engraved in his bones. I see. If you have similar abilities, then you can indeed be called the same kind. But Livons, with your current identity, can you really lead the change of the world? You are now an assistant to the United Nations Ambassador Alexander Kona. Even if you are a reformer, you don't have much power at hand right now. Assistant? No, I'm a chess player, manipulating other chess players. Kona and his family are the watchers of heaven and man. He and his family have ridiculous ambitions, and I just want to use their family to it's all about successfully completing his plan to lead the world to change. Livons said confidently. His words reveal that Kona's actions are already influenced or manipulated by him. He has a great influence on Kona, and Kona still thinks that Livons' assistant is extremely loyal. All suggestions are adopted attitude. That's how it is. I stand behind the scenes and let Kona stand in front of the stage. When Kona loses the value of being used, it's time to abandon him. That's right, after completing his mission, he will naturally have to be let out. Livons smiled gently, and he never thought of keeping the clown Kona alive in his plan. It's terrible, will you do the same to your partner? As the same kind, you don't have to worry, we are going to lead the change of the world together. Livons looked at Lake and said. Please prove it with actual actions later, not so many people will believe what you say. Lake smiled, and he was really amused by Livons' pride in thinking of himself as a reformer. Of course, I will give you a meeting gift after a while. After discussing about the cooperation, Livons left the Anaheim company. He came here after finding an excuse with Kona, because Kona now has a large number of affairs that need to be handled by Livons. Maz helped to deal with it, so it is not easy to go too far with Maz. Cooperating with the big villain, it's the second time after Durandal. Abby walked in and said. This is the first time. I am not cooperating with that black fur fox. Advertisement. Then consider it the first time, then, do you really want to cooperate with Livons? Of course we have to cooperate. Lake nodded. The purpose of Livons is to promote the unification of the earth, which is necessary for this world. It is feasible for us to cooperate with him to promote the unification of the world. The alliance of the three major powers was originally within the plan of heaven and man, and it was also in line with the plan for Livons and the others to promote it. What about Alus after that? In order to quickly unify the will of mankind, Alus, who is manipulated and influenced by Livons and others behind the scenes, will use a variety of brutal methods to forcefully promote this process. In addition to not letting Alus do the massacres in the original history, Alus can exist and must exist. Human beings in this world need a lesson. Even if there is no lesson from Alus, the newly born Federal Army will also its best to come up with something similar in the future, and come up with the Alus target as a long-term lesson, Lake said. The things Livons commanded Alus in the second season of the original work are bastards, but Livons established Alus and those manipulations in the army also prevented the countries formed within the newly unified Federal Army from competing for power and profit. Behavior. Are you trying to help those who oppose Alus? Abby immediately understood. Yeah, I didn't promise Livons that I would not interfere, so why can't I cooperate with others? Lake laughed. The object of cooperation has never been limited to one. Helping Livons is only because of the unification of the Earth Federation promoted by Livons, and the manipulation of intelligence by Alus. Necessary. But the killing of so many civilians by the massacres done by Alus is not a necessary part. Hanyu, Veda also supports this plan, right? Lake asked Hanato, who was hiding under the sofa. When Livons came to visit, he asked Hanyu to hide below in advance, and told Hanyu his plan against Livons' group of traitors, and at the same time let Hanyu listen to everything below. Finished and sent to Veda in real time. The cat-eared hero rolled out from under the sofa, and the image of Hanyu popped out while bouncing. Lake's plan, Veda, has been calculated and supported, and the plan for the Livonzi operation will be carried out according to the plan. Hanyu said. Lake couldn't help laughing, now that Iolia's body is still in frozen sleep and has not been harmed by Kona and Livons, which means that the decision-maker also has Iolia, and the old man still intends to use his body as bait. The traitor was caught out. Advertisement. Lake, the eldest lady of the Wang family is going to the space station in a few days, she hopes to meet you there, you remember to go. Abby said suddenly. The Wang family took the initiative to help build a bridge for the technology sales of the Human Revolutionary Union in Anaheim, saving Anaheim a lot of effort. After all, Anaheim is an outsider. If they want to take root in the Human Revolutionary League with peace of mind, it is necessary to obtain the help of the Wang family, so they have to get closer to the other party. This is the policy Lake himself set at the beginning. Why not Lux or you in the past? I also want to ask, maybe it's because you are the pilot of Gundam, Wang Li Mei is curious about you. ABI said, Wang Li Mei is an operator of Tianren, of course Wang Limei can get information about the pilot of Gundam. No. You, the former president, know better than us what to do at that time. Oh, and also, Lakes, who is still on a business trip in Japan, also knows that if it happens later, don't forget to explain it to her. Hello. The news that Talibai received aid from Aramco came out, and the picture of President Talibai shaking hands with the President of the United States was broadcast on the news. In the Middle East, Marina, the first princess of the Kingdom of Azerbaijan, began to go to various countries to seek assistance in order to solve the domestic energy crisis. At the same time, the Human Revolutionary Union was preparing to conduct a performance test on Iron Man Peach in the universe. Thinking of the mess caused by the brainwave reaction of Soma Pyrrhus and Alleluia in this incident, I couldn't get away. Lake asked Hanyu to drive the Goddess of Justice to observe near the test site through the shuttle prepared in advance, and stop it immediately if Iron Mandazi behaved abnormally. For this slightly strange order, Hanyu accepted the demon after watching Zhao Ziahao, Lake at that time for a while. And in the VIP compartment of the train heading to the orbital elevator, Lake meets Wang Limei, the eldest lady of the Wang family of the Human Revolutionary Union, who is still in the girl's shelf life. Hi, new Gundam pilot. Wang Limei smiled. Wang Limei, we already know each other's names, so don't waste time. I heard from someone in the company that you want to meet me directly. May I ask why? Because I'm curious. Wang Limei said the reason. Obviously you are the president of the company in Anaheim, but you joined Heaven and Man, and you are still providing weapons to Wang Deguo's army. Wang Limei's eyes were full of interest. Are you that curious? Didn't you also participate in the Celestial Man? Regarding the supply of weapons and new mobile suits, Veda has already given a report. Lake said. Regarding the provision of MS and weapon technology, he remembered that Veda had already explained it by promoting technological progress, and that this could also use Anaheim to obtain relevant MS information as an excuse. Everyone in the boat knew, how could Wang Limei not know? Chapter 14 Why Veda is so special to you. Advertisement. It is precisely because I know that I feel that you are special and I am curious about you. Can you answer me, what is your real purpose? Miss. The scrupulous Red Dragon who stayed behind Wang Limei frowned slightly. It is to change the world. The advancement of technology may involve the force of Heaven and Man to a certain extent, but under the revision of Veda's plan and the current performance restrictions on the sale of MS in Anaheim, these outflows this technology can only have a positive effect on promoting changes in the world. Red Dragon feels that Lake's remarks are almost 80% nonsense. What kind of change, what positive effect, isn't the ultimate purpose of selling weapons to the three major countries to make money from it, and I don't know why Veda didn't respond to Lake's meeting opposition to acts of hindrance caused by the intervention of Heaven and Man by force. 27. However, Wang Limei was a little surprised when he heard it, and then smiled. I see, maybe you and I have the same thoughts, Mr. Lake. Shared thoughts? Red Dragon was shocked by what Wang Limei said. Instead of questioning or refuting, Wang Limei chose to agree. If you want to talk about common ideas, sure enough, Wang Limei, you are also looking forward to changes in the world. Lake asked intentionally. The fundamental reason why Wang Limei likes long bets is because she has always been oppressed by the responsibility of the patriarch and wants to change the world, no matter what kind of change it is, as long as it happens. This is also the factor that Wang Limei placed a bet between Heaven and Man and the Changer in the original work, the Heaven and Man and the Changer help. Lake dared to ask Anaheim to contact the Wang family, and asked the Wang family to provide help, which is also a good idea of Wang Limei's intentions. That's right, I'm looking forward to changes in the world. A little surprised, Wang Limei replied with a smile. Advertisement. Then, if our cooperation can continue smoothly in the future, the changes you expect will definitely come. Miss. Hong Long wanted to speak to dissuade Wang Limei, but Lake's words didn't seem like good words. Besides the bodyguard, Hong Long, who was also the elder brother, was worried that his sister would be abducted. Red Dragon, it's none of your business here, don't interrupt. Wang Limei always has a bad face towards her elder brother. She should have had a normal childhood, but the Red Dragon in the family is a complete waste, and she is not good at being a patriarch at all, so she lost her love at a young age. I lost the life I might have had without having to bear so many responsibilities and could live easily. During these years when Wang Limei was forced to be the head of the Wang family, she had to deal with all kinds of people every day in the materialistic upper class, and endured the strange eyes of outsiders. This kind of life has already made Wang Limei a little breathless. Lake's words today may not be out of true affection, but they are the only words that have been said to her heart in all these years. This also convinced Wang Limei that at least it was not wrong to choose to bet on Anaheim before. If change can really happen, the cooperation can be as long as it is, but, as a partner, there is one thing I want to confirm with you with Anaheim. Wang Limei looked at Hong Long, who froze for a moment, took out the information terminal and handed it over. And after turning on the terminal, it began to project information about the MS Zika warrior that Anaheim had privately disclosed to the Wong family in advance about the MS Zika warrior who would be sold to the Human Revolutionary Union. How did the technology come out? I know you won't talk about it, so I won't ask. If you really sell MS with such advanced performance, aren't you afraid of Veda's reaction to it? Wang Liamei asked. The previous MSS used beam weapons as their biggest selling point, and their performance was not far behind the main two aircraft still in service in the three major powers, but this MS can be seen from the information they have seen. Overrides the previous MS. I can still stay here right now, isn't that the biggest proof? Veda didn't object to this. All the technical information about selling MS was submitted to Veda. If something really happened, it would be judged by Veda's criteria. I shouldn't something have happened when selling weapons before. Like He reminded. Advertisement. The information about this mobile phone has also been submitted. This Zika warrior has completely surpassed the previous mobile phone. Submitted, and so what? The performance of these MS can't be equal to Tianren's current third-generation Gundam, and after all, they are only a small amount of high-end mass production. When they are supplied, Human Revolutionary Union will only choose to allocate them to ace drivers first. It is used by personnel, and the threat caused is within the expected range. If they want to study it themselves, the speed is not so fast. Did Veda agree? But even if it is provided in a small amount, it will be more difficult if the ace drives Gundam messenger to intervene by force. Wang Liamei said. The three major countries have never lacked aces with superb driving skills. Even in the AEU, there have been aces like that Patrick Savoy. If those aces are allowed to get airframes with better performance, the people of the day will intervene by force. The task must become more difficult. If this level is not enough, it is better not to intervene by force. Lake said. After the two of them had finished their business, Wang Liamei, a girl who was very curious about Lake, used some seemingly irrelevant questions to test Lake from time to time. And Honglong rarely saw his eldest lady showing such a face. Although he was a little annoyed that Wang Liamei believed Lake's words just like that, he didn't dare to say anything because of what Wang Liamei scolded him before. A trace of dissatisfaction in my heart. Not long after, the orbital train arrived at its destination and Lake and Wang Liamei came to the space station. When they arrived, Wang Liamei had another purpose for his trip was to be an operator of celestial beings to monitor and observe the main Tian 1.8 experiment of the Iron Man Peach of the Human Revolutionary Union. Make the driver Alleluia move. Seeing that Wang Liamei was still carrying a mission, Lake planned to find an excuse to leave on his own to visit the space station of the Human Revolutionary Union, but Wang Liamei, who was in charge of monitoring, suddenly dumped the mission on the Red Dragon and let the Red Dragon take care of it. After the surveillance, Wang Liamei found a reason to say that she wanted to go shopping with Lake. Is it really good to just leave the task to others like this? The task of monitoring was originally intended to be handed over to the Red Dragon. Isn't it the same for you? You are obviously a Gundam envoy like those people, but not all of them participated in the task of military intervention. Wang Liamei said. Veda agreed to let me act independently and choose whether to join or not. Lake's fluffy words blocked all the words. At this time, Wang Liamei was even more puzzled. He was obviously a Gundam pilot. Why did Veda treat Lake so special? Chapter 15 Stop Iron Man Peach and leave the space station. Regardless of how many doubts Wang Liamei had in his heart, the two continued to walk for a while, and happened to reach the shopping coupon area of the space station, where they happened to meet Xia, who came to the space station for a scholarship trip, and his girlfriend Louise, Halawai. Abe. It was the first time that Xia saw such a lovely girl, and he couldn't help being taken aback. And Wang Liamei smiled back. Louise, who was jealous beside Xia, would not let Xia be safe like this, and immediately pinched Xia and called out the pain. Advertisement. Don't look at other women in front of me. Oh, Louise, that's too much. The head of the Wang family is actually so wicked. Lake shook his head and said, he didn't expect Wang Liamei to have such evil intentions in private. Ah, I was just out of politeness just now. Wang Liamei said that she couldn't understand what Lake was saying at all. At this time, Hanyu, who was placed in the cargo compartment, also drove the body out of the cargo compartment almost at the same time, and went to observe where Iron Man Dizzy was after going around 10 small circles. In the universe, Sergi, who drove Iron Man just behind Soma Pilis, asked this super soldier girl, Second Lieutenant, how does 24 feel now? No problem, the condition of the body is normal. Pyrrhus replied truthfully. Then proceed with maximum velocity on the designated orbit. Learn. Pyrrhus increased the speed of Iron Man Peach to the maximum, while Sergi was in a very complicated mood. The error is only 0.2, is this the super soldier that those guys have been making? But, she is still a girl. Advertisement. Such a young girl is forced to join the battlefield and devote herself to the battle. Even if Sergei can accept it rationally, but emotionally, he still has some doubts about it. Is it really right to let such a young girl join the battle? And just as Sergei's thoughts were tumbling, in the cockpit of Iron Peach in front, Pyrrhus's brain Quantum Wave, who was manipulating Iron Peach to fly and who had just arrived in the space station, was about to sneak into the warehouse and drive the main angel out for a while. Alleluia, who was observing Iron Man Peach, had a reaction. The sudden and unexpected reaction caused headaches for both of them. An abnormal behavior of Iron Man Dizzy was detected, and we are going to intercept it. Hanyu, who was secretly observing Iron Man Peach, saw the abnormality of Iron Man Peach, and under her control, the goddess of justice also began to act. BD, where did the guy come from? Because of the severe pain, Alleluia's hidden second Hallelujah was forced to come out. With his irritable personality, he wished he could kill this troublesome guy immediately. Dare to run into my mind casually, I will kill you. Don't The resonance of quantum waves in the brain caused Pyllis to fall into a loss of control because of this sentence. The smoothbore gun on Iron Man Peach attacked the space station in the distance, and when Sergei was trying to persuade Pyllis to stop quickly, in the dark universe a particle beam hit Iron Peach's smoothbore gun, blowing it up. There is an enemy, is it Gundam? It's too late to be happy that Iron Man Peach's attack on the space station was stopped. Sergei, who just suddenly got up and hit the beam, looked vigilantly at the direction of the beam. Rushed. Is it Gundam in intelligence? Just when Sergei saw the figure of the Goddess of Justice approaching at high speed, the GN gun button of the Goddess of Justice fired another beam of light, destroying the beam rifle under the shoulder shield of Iron Man Peach. The mission is complete, let's go back. Seeing that apart from all the shooting weapons of Iron Man Dizzy, there is no weapon to attack the space station, Hanyu manipulates the Goddess of Justice to turn around and leave. Are you leaving now? Out of scruples about Gundam, Sergei lifted his guard until the Goddess of Justice disappeared completely, and immediately contacted Iron Man Dizzy to recover, thanking the Heavenly Man in his heart. Advertisement. Although I don't understand why Gundam appeared here, if it weren't for those 2 shots at that time, Iron Man Dizzy's attack would undoubtedly hit the space station, and the casualties caused by hitting the space station are really hard to measure. Pulling up the body of Iron Man Peach, Sergei was about to leave, and Hallelujah, who couldn't feel the irritability because of the past because of the Pyrrhus factory, asked Alleluia to come out again. Puzzled by the headache just now, Alleluia has not forgotten his mission, but just as he boarded the Lord Angel and prepared to act, the direct contact from Wang Liamei made his expression stagnate. I just received the news that the Iron Man Dizzy of the Human Revolutionary Union seems to have been attacked during the experiment, and the body was seriously damaged. The performance test was cancelled, so this mission has been cancelled. Because of the sudden incident, Wang Liamei had to come to an unmanned passage to inform Alleluia of the news. When telling Alleluia the news, Wang Liamei herself didn't understand the situation. Hanyu came up using the shuttle and the Goddess of Justice, so the only person who knows the specifics of this matter is Veda besides the person involved. In fact, Wang Liamei's intelligence network didn't know about this at first. It was because the Iron Man Dizzy of the Human Revolutionary League was dragged back to the orbital elevator in the form of wreckage and was seen by her big brother Red Dragon. Cancelled? The sudden headache, the sudden cancellation of the mission, and a series of coincidences caused Alleluia to drive the main angel out of the warehouse of building materials for the construction of the colonial satellite today and return to Ptolemy in a daze. 320. Where's Lake? After telling Alleluia the news, when Wang Liamei came back, only the Red Dragon who was sent by her to monitor and prevent any accidents from Alleluia's mission was left here. He returned to the ground by rail train before Miss Yu came back. Let me tell Miss Yu can contact him if you have anything. Let's just go. For some reason, Wang Liamei always felt a little dissatisfied in her heart. There is more doubts. In today's world, the MS among the 3 major countries has its own characteristics, and the performance is generally the same. It is impossible for Iron Man Peach to be the 3 kingdoms, only Anaheim or Celestial Gundam can do it. But the Heavenly Man only sent the main angel this time, and the main angel did not move, so the only object of suspicion was Lake. Obviously Veda didn't assign a mission, why did he attack the Human Revolutionary Union's body? Thank you, Heyo. Lake used the communication device to contact Hanyu. No need to thank, this is to save people. Hanyu said calmly, although she didn't understand why Lake would know that the driver of Iron Man Peach was abnormal, but Lake asked her to stop Iron Man Peach's decision, Hanyu felt is correct. Chapter 16 The Moralia Incident, AEU for door-to-door purchase of MS. But even Veda doesn't have specific information on this matter. Hanyu, you are willing to believe me to help, of course thank you. Lake himself knew that this was nothing at all and told Hanyu that he might be rejected, so he was ready when he mentioned this matter. If Hanyu didn't agree, he would be ready to trouble again. I haven't opened MS several times Abby or call those people from the previous world to help. During the video communication, Hanyu stared at Lake for a few seconds, then nodded slightly to end the communication. Ptolemy inside. When the Lord Angel returned to Ptolemy, Huang and others had already learned what had happened from Wang Liamei. Both Huang and Tyria, who had the authority to inspect it, could not help but use their authority to inquire about it because of this matter. Advertisement. However, no matter whether it is Tyria or Huang, the MS data of the match against Iron Man Dizzy at that time cannot be found when conducting related searches. I can't even look up the information, what's going on. About half a month later, due to the intervention of heaven and man, world disputes have decreased. There are a large number of PMCs in the country, and Moralia, who has made a fortune from wars, is getting sad day by day. At this time, AEU is owned by Moralia. A large number of technologies play a vital role in their space development plan not to lag behind the Human Revolutionary Federation and Union. They decided to assist Moralia, and the two parties who hooked up immediately announced that they would conduct a joint military exercise. Once this news was announced, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the purpose of the AEU's dispatch of troops and the so-called exercise was to attract the celestial beings, and if they were lucky, they would be able to directly capture the high cause of the celestial beings. On the part of Moralia, because the economy continues to deteriorate, even if they know that accepting this so-called aid will turn their territory into a battlefield, they have to accept it. But let's talk about it, the AEU at hand has just been beaten up by the heavens and humans, even though the two sides have sent a total of more than 100 milliseconds in this joint exercise with Moralia, they are still aware of these things. Even if MS is an M1 heresy equipped with a beam weapon, in order to avoid suspicion, it has been changed to a sunglasses face. It is also not enough to fight against Gundam, so in order to be able to capture Gundam in this exercise, AEU, knowing that it lacks high-performance MS on hand, once again found Anaheim for secret talks. There are only 2 units, so can't you order more, and the price is so high. The negotiator sent by AEU was taken aback by the big opening of Anaheim's Lion. It's 2 of them, no, it's 3 formulas. Advertisement. This is not the way to make black-hearted money, this is the whole person is completely black. I can't help it. The delivery time you requested is in the past few days. We have only produced one, and the other one has to be rushed, and this is the latest product developed by Anaheim. The cost compared with the previous MS, there is a lot of improvement. Lux, who was in charge of the meeting with the representative, smiled. However, in the eyes of the representative on the opposite side, this smile is a demon that eats people and does not spit out bones. It costs a total of 6 sets of fixed prices. The high-end mass-produced machines provided by Anaheim are not too high-end. If you don't want to buy it, we can also provide this MS to Union instead. I believe Union will be willing to pay for it. I bought it. The AEU negotiator with a face full of pain agreed to the matter. He wanted to bargain, but it was a seller's market instead of a buyer's market. Any one of the 3 major powers can see how much good technology Anaheim has hidden in its hands. What's special is that it is the only company in the world that can produce beam weapons in high performance S. Although the mass-produced machines provided before were not enough to truly compete with Gundam, the performance of those machines was not bad, and the beam technology on them made them understand that the seller was really a master. If you want to bargain, people may really backhand sell directly to the other 2 sides. Lax's negotiating skills are much better than yours. Abby is watching from the other room with Lake at the moment. Lake has brought the rhythm of the opposite side here from the very beginning of the negotiation. Well, compared to Lake, it was still a little bit worse when negotiating. That doesn't have anything to do with the good performance of our MS. Then you guys from Anaheim are going to tear it down. Abby's eyes were a little playful, and Lake will also participate in the Moralia military intervention mission this time. If she didn't know Lake's purpose, she would have thought that Lake was trying to dismantle the sold items so that the other side could find the black-hearted businessman who was buying it again. Advertisement. No, I was a celestial being when the intervention was carried out, not from Anaheim, so this and that are completely different things. Lake nonsense. Not long after, the negotiations ended, and when the representatives of the AEU went back with the news that the negotiations were completed, Anaheim sent information about the Wenmorbi armed forces that would be sold to the AEU as early as the day before the negotiators came. God, that! But Lake had already left the Anaheim company at this time, driving the goddess of justice towards a certain small island at the meeting point agreed by the heaven and man. Tianren has many small islands around the world that are used as temporary bases, many of which are uninhabited islands bought by Tianren himself, and usually no one will come to them, and their secrecy is quite high. After flying for a period of time, Lake came to this converging island. From his perspective from above, he could clearly see that the Power Angel and Lee Angel had stopped on the island, while Ian, Lok Ang, and Setsuna can also be seen through the body's camera. Lady Justice, Gundam. Ridge. Looking at the goddess of justice who was landing for a moment, he couldn't help murmuring softly, and then turned his gaze to the angel he was driving, feeling a little lost for a while. Lake, I haven't seen you for a while after the Talabia incident. Lok Ang, Qian Zaya Hao, greeted Lake. Ah, it's been a while. It's been a while since I'm an old man, and Lady Justice is also in good condition. It seems that you and 874 are getting along well. Ian walked around next to Lady Justice, and saw that he personally led the station. The assembled body is fine, and the expression is quite satisfied, and then looking at the cat-eared hello still in Lake's hand, he guesses that the relationship between the two should be getting better and better. The cat-eared hello lit up its electronic eyes, and Lok Ang, who was at the side, learned from Ian's brief introduction that the cat-eared hello was filled with AI. Seeing Setsuna, Lake kept looking at Neng Angel and said nothing, cleared his throat and began to speak. This is the first time I've met you, Gundam pilot who can make angels. What's your operation code name? Setsuna. F. Chingying. Setsuna said in a cold tone, stopped talking after saying his name, and turned his attention to Neng Angel. Chapter 17 Meet the Gundam Pilots. On the other hand, Lok Ang didn't know that Lake already knew what Setsuna's character was. Seeing that Lake suddenly didn't speak, he was puzzled for a while, and explained to his elder brother helplessly for Setsuna, who in his eyes was the same as his younger brother. Lake, don't mind, Setsuna usually doesn't talk much, and also, his feelings for Gundam are a little special. Well, they are also Gundam envoys. Everyone has different feelings towards Gundam, and that's normal. Lake smiled. Really? Locke agrees with Lake's words, joins celestial beings and becomes a Gundam envoy, and they all have unusual feelings for Gundam because of their different pasts. Advertisement. This new Gundam messenger is very interesting. Just when Locke was thinking this way, two bright green rays of light were drawn above the island, and the main angel and the angel of virtue were descending towards the small island. Angel Power Angel 3 machines are juxtaposed together. Oh, Alleluia and Tyria are here. Locke looked at the two people who came out of the cockpit. The two fell to the ground. Alleluia greeted Lake, while Tyria stared at him, and said to Lake indifferently after giving his name at first, he was a little tired and needed to go to the container first rest in the living room. Tyria, hey, is he tired today? What did he do before he came? He didn't do anything particularly tiring. Alleluia recalled that all Tyria's actions in Ptolemy were extremely standard, and he couldn't imagine what the other party did to need to rest as soon as he landed on the Earth. It's still early until tomorrow's military intervention. I'll do a simulated battle first. Which one of you will join me? B. I'm coming. Before Locke could speak, Moji from the side agreed first. Seeing this, he had been looking at the angel before, and after coming over from Tyria and Alleluia, Momo agreed without saying a word. Locke looked quite surprised. Advertisement. Then come from Setsuna, let me see with my own eyes, between you and Neng Angel, no, how much strength you can display Neng Angel. Yet. Hearing Lake's words, Momo also became motivated. What is going on? Why does it always feel that Lake is not familiar with Setsuna's character? I am sure that today is the first time that Setsuna met Lake formally. Locke was a little surprised that Setsuna took the initiative to rush, Seft, to participate in the mock battle. The conversation with Lake seemed to have figured out Setsuna's character. Maybe it's because the two of them are of the same kind in a sense. When Lake first came to Tianren and hadn't left yet, Ian occasionally saw a similar look on Lai Shu's face. I don't think that's possible. Alleluia responded suspiciously, and Lake didn't look like Setsuna no matter what. Yes, old man, you are joking. What? You don't believe me? Ian, who was doubted by Locke and Alleluia in turn, was furious. He had known Lake for a long time, so what he said could be false. Inside the lounge, Tyria was thinking about Lake. The goddess of justice's Gundam pilot, Lake Syrian, who was originally a supporter, was chosen by Veda to be the Gundam pilot and given the fifth solar furnace. Tyria, who was skeptical when he first heard the news, saw Lake with his own eyes because his brain quantum wave ability as an artificial reformer was not that strong, and Lake didn't take the initiative to release brain quantum waves. Tyria could only faintly feel that there seemed to be something unusual about Lake. Veda will make an exception and let him, a supporter, serve as the fifth Gundam pilot who was not originally planned, and give him the right to choose whether to carry out military intervention because of this. Shimo, your tricks are too easy to see through. Lake played several games with Setsuna, and quickly resolved Setsuna in these few battles. Lake shouted at Setsuna who wanted to continue the mock battle, and said this to Setsuna after Shan Shan came out of the cockpit. Easy to see through. Shina. Your number of roads is fixed. If you are a good driver, it is easy to target you based on this. Did not leave like Alleluia and Yuyan, and has been waiting for the two of them to finish the simulation. The fighting Locke walked over and said. Advertisement. Yes, there is a moment when you are only relying on the performance of the airframe to fight, and you have not displayed the full performance of the angel. If the opponent is replaced by a mecha with similar performance, your shortcomings in driving skills will be completely exposed. Now I can't exert the ability to be an angel. Momo's tone changed. He was easily defeated by Lake in the simulated battle, and then it was revealed that he was blindly relying on the performance of the machine to fight, which made Setsuna feel a little frustrated. Well, Locking feels helpless for Setsuna's sudden start to get into a dead end, and is about to persuade Setsuna not to be so depressed. Yes, if you don't want to improve yourself, you will never be able to play the performance of being an angel. I recommend that you try to conduct simulated battles with your companions first. This will have a good effect on enhancing understanding and improving skills. Locking, from now on you will have a simulated battle with Setsuna. Lake, who had played a few rounds, also wanted to take a break, but Locke, who was suddenly burned by the fire, looked at Setsuna, looking at those resolute eyes, and his brother's figure flashed in front of him. You want me to come? Well, it's better to train more with Setsuna. The 4 Gundam pilots had conducted simulated battles with each other many times when they were not performing the military intervention mission. Now, starting today, it would be good to accompany Setsuna to conduct simulated battles in his spare time. At the same time, in the territory of Moralia, Patrick Sava drove Hamruby and another colleague Y who drove Hamruby, and behind them were 2 special vehicles temporarily equipped with beam weapons. In the same way, the 4 airframes flew over Moralia, and then landed at Moralia's Air Force Base under the guidance of the tower. Hey, gentlemen, the number 1 ace pilot of the AEU, Patrick Savoy, is here to help you. The gun opened the hatch, and Patrick greeted the people in the airport enthusiastically. Who is this guy? He is driving an MS that he has never seen before. Is it a new model from AEU? There seems to be something wrong with this person's personality. He looks silly. Is this kind of person really reliable? It's unreliable. It's not reliable at all. Hey, you bastards, I heard you all. Patrick, who was thinking about his ears, heard the whispering of the group in front of him. Just wait for Gundam to come. Patrick Sawa, will beat them to pieces. Chapter 18 2K Second Boy, Eyes on the Back? At the same time, PMC's underground factory, as PMC's trump card, Ali Al-Sachis was called to the space by the consultant of PMC. Joint exercise? The AEU will also participate. Sachis was a little surprised in his words. Usually the approach of such a big force should be to let these small countries charge forward and bleed, while they hide behind. This is a diplomatic effort, and we are required to pay such a high price. How could the AEU not pay at all? Effort? Advertisement. Sachis complimented on the surface, but was disdainful in his heart. How could those big forces agree to PMC's request so kindly, guessing that it was for their own interests behind the scenes? The two walked in the factory, and a few minutes later they came to the hangar, and the surrounding lights were turned on. This is the new AEU machine, the formula, because we used a lot of our technology, so we also got the machine body here. Oh, isn't there the beam weapon that the AEU started to equip recently? Although Sachis has been in South Africa recently, he still knows something about the beam weapon through the channels of PMC. That technology was announced by Anaheim not long ago, and it has only been sold to the 3 major countries. The AEU has obtained the beam weapon technology, but we can't get it here. The consultant said with an increasingly unhappy tone. If the Celestials are the culprits who pushed Moralia and their PMC to the current situation, then Anaheim is the last straw that broke the camel's back. Some of their PMCs originally competed with Anaheim, and they could rely on the relationship between themselves and AEU to obtain Anaheim in terms of some MS technology, but since Anaheim developed the beam weapon, AEU there is obviously more emphasis on Anaheim. The support for their PMC has not only continued, but also increased. No, it is because the headquarters of Anaheim is Union, so in consideration of its own interests, AEU must support PMC. So, give me this machine, what do you want me to do? Defeat Gundam. Its capture. The consultant corrected, if they can capture the Gundam, get the advanced technology on it, Anaheim's current beam weapon technology, and the MS technology will be completely surpassed by them. Advertisement. For things that are so difficult, please ask me. You mortals really like to do things that are difficult. If you succeed, the reward will be inexhaustible throughout your life, and, don't you want to fight with Gundam? The consultant threw the 2 most effective bombs for Sachis. As long as there are enough money, and fighting, this war-poisoned guy will never refuse. Make a deal. On the second day, in the territory of Moralia, Huang, Felt, and Christina, who were responsible for providing support for the Gundam operation, came to the Wang family's villa. In order to support this combat operation, the 3 of them landed on the Earth together yesterday, and today they came to the villa disguised as tourists. It's all ready, please follow me. Wang Lai-mei led the 3 of them into the hall of the villa, where the latest computer system that had been installed in advance was displayed in front of everyone. Then, Christina and Felt worked on the operator's seat to input data, and the deployment of Moralia and AEU's troops was displayed on the screen. According to the scheduled plan, the operation will start at midnight. The target of the attack is anyone who acts hostile to us. At the same time, 5 Gundams arrived over Moralia, and as the captain, Locke announced the action to several other machines, just as each machine was preparing to perform tasks separately. Locke Ang, as the captain, remember to pay more attention to Setsuna's situation later, he is still too immature, he may do something stupid in the battle. Lake sent a message to Locke Ang. Pay attention to Setsuna, I understand. Locke, who deeply sympathized, had his previous experience in Ceylon Island, so he was more careful. The whole world is paying attention to the situation in Moralia. Sergei of the Human Revolutionary Union and Union's overrunning flag base are all learning about the battle situation on the scene through the on-site pictures released by the AEU in Moralia. There are also 5 mechas this time. The mecha that follows black at the end is the one that fought you last time. Billy said, looking at the Lady Justice on the south side. Advertisement. Ah, his and whites are my biggest targets. Graham said, he has encountered both of the 2 mechas, and if he wants to fight Gundam, his first choice will be these 2 mechas, as for the other mechas the order of the 3 should be slightly behind. You are really the 5th Gundam that suddenly appeared, could it be? Professor Eefman, who stayed in the base with Graham and others, looked at the goddess of justice on the screen, and a certain speculation without much actual evidence was vaguely formed. On the battlefield of Moralia, with the intelligence support of Huang and others, several Gundams are responsible for attacking enemies in different places. Lalia's mob-style attacks couldn't even turn into scrapped wreckage on the ground. Lee Angel, who was in charge of attacking the military airport, didn't even bother to aim, and pressed the launch button on the MS who was standing in front of him, and then blasted the formula behind him with a single shot in the sound of Hello's reminder. While the Angel attacked at the airport, they directly used that perverted firepower to traverse the entire airport, instantly destroying the MS covered by the light beams. 0. On the ground, Lady Justice's GN gunsword and the GN beam rifle in the other hand shot at the mobile suits in front of her. Every time the trigger was pulled, at least 2 mobile suits were shot down. 2 Hammurabis, 6 thugs are approaching. Hanayu reminded. It's the 2,000 times guy, just right, the more damage the better, the more money AEU will pay back. Lake said with a smile, without any nervousness at all. Driving the goddess of justice, he jumped up and rushed towards these MS. I found you, Gundam, it's very similar to the previous Gundam. It just so happens that this time the body is different from the previous one. The humiliation that was killed before, let me pat. Before the words were finished, 2 beams shot towards Patrick. Patrick dodged the plane, but his teammates, the thugs behind him were not so lucky, and they were shot down immediately. Not much to say. While flying and dodging the light beams from the 2 Hammurabis, the Lady Justice's spear and sword aimed at the 2 Hammurabis, while the rifle in the other hand continued to attack the remaining ones. Mob style. How many eyes does the pilot of that Gundam have? Patrick almost thought he was dreaming, and attacked him and his teammates, beating their 2 ace pilots so hard that they couldn't hold their heads up, and they were forced to dodge while shooting down the remaining thugs with precision. Trying to sneak around and attack, but the opponent sees through and avoids it. Do the pilots of the Gundam have eyes behind their backs? Chapter 19 Ali Al-Sachs. Unlike the 2000-time male Patrick, Lake beat them up while still having time to chat with Hanayu. Hanayu, I'll leave the monitoring to you next time, so I can focus on the battle. Lake said that although it is not a problem for him to be fully responsible for these because of the new human ability, having Hanayu around can also save some things, and let Hanayu only be in charge of body fine-tuning during the battle and the useless radar siren. Lake also felt a little sorry. Learn. While Lake was speaking, he noticed that the 2 Hammurabis firing beam cannons rotated their fuselages and made high-speed maneuvers to fire beam cannons, flexibly dodging these beams. The Hammurabi driven by Patrick and his teammates tried to dodge, but when it 853 made a dodge maneuver, the second light beam precisely hit Hanmo Rabbi's thruster. Advertisement. The whole Hanmo Rabbi fell downwards with black smoke. Patrick saw his teammates lose one after another, as if he was the only one left now. He couldn't figure out why he couldn't hit the opponent, but Patrick, who could only be hit unilaterally by the opponent, manipulated Rabbi Hanmo to continue shooting grenades. The Hammurabi produced by Abi and the others is equipped with grenades, but the sea snake was removed? Well, the result is the same even if the sea snake is used. The Lady Justice moved sideways, avoiding the grenade fired by Hammurabi, and wanted to continue shooting as a diversion. Patrick, who was preparing for the imminent melee combat, was shot by the Lady Justice after firing 2 more grenades. Gunshot down. Why did things turn out like this again? Patrick fell towards the earth again while the world in the cockpit was spinning. The pilot in there should be fine. Lake said casually. With the strong vitality of the 2000-time man, this should not kill him. According to the calculation, the driver will be fine with the damage just suffered by the body, but the body. Hanayu carefully calculated, but Lake waved his hand at this moment. Ah, Hammurabi is good anyway, it's even better if it's scrapped. Then AEU has to go to Anaheim to buy snow parts again. Hanyu, who is familiar with Lake's character, reactivated the silent tactics. At this time, when the news of the completion of the first stage mission was conveyed to the drivers by Christina and Felt, the driving formula Ali Al-Sachs found the angel who was driving Setsuna. Advertisement. As soon as they fought, in an instant, because his skills hadn't really improved, it didn't take long for the experienced Sachs to easily see his evasion route. After dodging for a while, the energy angel was hit continuously, and the formula did not cause damage to the energy angel after the continuous shooting, and drove the body into it. After knocking the energetic angel into the air, Sachs couldn't help but turn on the loudspeaker of the body, and taunted him directly. The performance of the airframe is so good, but it's a pity that the pilot is not good at all, right, brother Gundam? That voice. In an instant, his eyes trembled. Yes, he will never forget the voice, Ali Al-Sachs. All kinds of things from the past came to mind, and he clenched the joystick for a moment, and the energy angel suddenly rushed towards the formulation, and the corner of Sachs' mouth twitched, and the two continued to fight. However, Mo, who was full of tricks all over his body, was suppressed and beaten by Saxes in the battle, and the beam saber he took out was continuously knocked down by Saxes' formula. In Shimo's heart, he became more and more sure that the person opposite was Sachs. After all the sabers were dropped, Neng Tian used the Jian sword to slash towards Shi, and then Shi took out the plasma sword and Neng Angel's Jian sword collided with each other. Sachs' mocking words continued to reach Setsuna's ears, and the two continued to fight, but after another round of fighting, the light signal from the top of Energy Angel's head confused Sachs. Get him out of the cockpit. The driver who drove the Gundam on the opposite side was thinking about something. To Sachs' astonishment, the Angel's cockpit opened and the pilot inside stepped out. Is it an imp? Is this trying to find him in hand-to-hand combat? Advertisement. Sachs, who became interested, also decided to get out of the cockpit to see if the driver on the opposite side was going to fight him hand-to-hand. Sure enough, it was him. The instant he saw Saxes' face with his own eyes, he was about to ask where Saxes' god was, but at this moment, a beam of light suddenly hit the open space in the middle, splashing a burst of dust, and Saxe, who reacted quickly, immediately realized seeing that there are other MS squatting on him nearby, then he returned to the cockpit. The formula that was activated again was about to retreat, and the angel of power behind him showed his figure, and the goddess of justice who rushed over with him rushed directly towards the formula. This guy is dangerous. If you stay here, you have to explain it here. As a man known as a main dog of war, Sachs has an exceptionally keen intuition. This seemingly similar appearance to an angel did not make Sachs take it lightly. On the contrary, he felt that the person opposite could easily kill him. Transforming, turning, and preparing to evacuate at full speed without any intention of fighting. However, two more beams of light from Lady Justice's GN beam rifle hit the formula, and Sachs, who barely avoided the first hit, did not expect that the Force Angel behind him was aiming at him with a sniper beam rifle, and just as the goddess's shot was just a cover, the beam was really aimed at it, and under the rapid dodge of Sachs, the formula was still hit, and after being hit, the frontmost body exploded into two pieces and fell towards the ground. Go. Locke, your sniper is quite accurate. Lake praised, although he felt that the mercenary's life was so hard that it was unlikely to kill him like this, but Locke's sniper was really excellent. No, it's also thanks to the cover shot you provided just now. Locking said, and then he sent a communication to Setsuna. 4.1 Setsuna, what were you thinking just now? Why did you open the cockpit? This is very dangerous, you know. Locke reprimanded Setsuna seriously. If he and Lake hadn't arrived, he couldn't believe what happened before him thing. Let someone else open the cockpit during a battle, and you still want to get out of the cockpit. Setsu, who was looking at the direction of the formula's fall, was silent, and he couldn't answer, because he couldn't tell Locke, Lake, and other Gundam pilots that he was not Setsu. Ching Ying's passed. And he couldn't think of Sachs asking where the god was, which made him feel a little bit. I'm asking you why later, can you still act now? Huang was also very angry at Setsu's actions, but in order for the action to end smoothly, she still tried her best to calmly ask Setsu. Chapter 20 The moment of being beaten in the terrorist heaven and man. Skip all the plans from now to the 5th stage, and each machine will directly enter the 6th stage. Huang quickly issued the following instructions to all Gundams. Not long after, the joint headquarters of Moralia and the AEU announced their surrender, but within a few minutes they were crushed and wiped out all the armed forces in the base. Senior officials of Moralia who had really seen the power of Gundam watched several Gundams on the screen fell into deep fear. However, AEU was not surprised by this. From the beginning to the end, this was a good deal for AEU. Advertisement. If you win, you can capture Gundam, and if you lose, AEU will not lose at all. The purpose of AEU has been from the very beginning. In this way, Moralia was incorporated and its military technology was included. And after Gundam evacuated from Moralia suffered such a big loss, it is bound to rely more on the AEU, and the support of the AEU can form invisible control over this country. And the superior performance of the Hanmo Ruby provided by Anaheim this time is also beyond AEU's expectations. Although it is said that it is still suppressed when encountering Gundam, it can fight to this point and is equipped with Hanmo Rabbi, who acquired the beam weapon, once again proved that 24 Anaheim still has a lot of advanced technology in their hands. The beam weapon technology provided to them by selling MS before is just the tip of the iceberg. Advanced technology is far beyond their imagination. This made AEU firm that they really need to deepen their cooperation with Anaheim and increase their investment in Anaheim in the MS project. Even though Anaheim is a company headquartered in Union, the advanced technology it exhibits has the value that makes them do so. Their AEU cannot lose to the other two in the progress of developing space colony satellites, and once again let the good things be snatched away by the Human Revolutionary Union and Union. However, just like AEU, through this live broadcast, the other two companies that have seen the strength of Anaheim's new machines for AEU have also decided to increase their investment, asking Anaheim to speed up the discontinuation of the specially installed machines provided to them. On Tianren's side, after leaving Moralia, Lake received the above-mentioned news of increasing cooperation from Hanayuna from Abby and Lakis. Considering that Abby and Lux are in charge of the company's affairs now, he didn't need to rush back, so he went back to the Heavenly Man's hideout on the desert island with Locking and others. At night, the group's body was parked in the container, and the bank set a punch for Locke because he refused to reveal the behavior of opening the cockpit during the battle. Setsuna, you know why I hit you, right? The identity of the Gundam messenger is an S-class secret like the solar furnace. If you open the cockpit during the battle, do you know what the consequences will be? Why do you do this? Set Moment did not say a word. You still won't say it. You're too strong. Locke's head ached. Even so, Setsu didn't want to say why he opened the cockpit during the battle. He could see that Setsu had something in his heart. What was on his mind, but Shumo's reluctance to say it really made him feel difficult as the captain. Advertisement. It's okay if you don't want to say it, Setsuna F. Chingying, your existence is too dangerous. Tyria aimed the gun at Setsuna. Tyria. Stop it, everyone is a partner. Locke and Alleluia persuaded Tyria. If you continue to allow your reckless actions, it may pose a threat to all of us. Tyria said. At this moment, Sha'amo also aimed his gun at Tyria, and the atmosphere between the two suddenly became tense. Tyria, put down the gun, you don't have to do this, everyone makes mistakes. Lake said seriously. You say I make mistakes. Lake's doubt made Tyria's face flash with displeasure, so he wouldn't act as stupidly as Setsuna. You are also a human being, so how could you not? If Setsu's breach of confidentiality is considered destruction, you have a problem with clearing your companions at every turn, right? Setsu is a pilot selected after a Veda review. What should you do with the Veda plan? Lake asked playfully. Really? Tyria, who questioned Lake before that he might make mistakes, still intends to refute, but Tyria, who regards Veda the most, has no way to refute. In any case, Setsuna is a Gundam messenger who has passed Veda's review and selection. If his personal behavior destroys Veda's plan. Tyria put away her gun. Then let me see why Veda chose you. 7. My existence itself is the reason. Setsuna replied. Advertisement. This somewhat inexplicable answer made Tyria stunned, and Locke cast a thankful look on Lake. If no one persuaded the atmosphere between Tyria and Setsuna just now, these two would be in Locke's opinion. They all belong to problem children among problem children. Maybe they will really shoot at each other with guns. Hey, come and see, something big happened. At this moment, Ian ran over and handed the tablet in his hand to everyone. The news on it was about terrorist attacks on major cities around the world. At this time, Wang Lai Mei, there was also news that this group of people released a statement on the internet declaring that as long as the heavens and humans do not stop their actions, their terrorist attacks will not stop. Oh, naive, do they think we'll stop Shiitake from getting involved? Unlike the angry Locke Ang, Alleluia, and the displeasure on Lake's face, Tyria didn't care about these victims who lost their lives. Tyria, what are you talking about in 793? Locke Ang grabbed Tyria's collar, and his family members died in terrorist attacks. Locke Ang felt extremely angry and incomprehensible to Tyria's disregard for the lives of ordinary people at this moment. Didn't I already know what I'm talking about? Since there is going to be military intervention, this kind of thing must have been expected. Tyria took it for granted. Don't you care at all, those people died because of terrorist attacks. So what, don't forget, in the eyes of the world, we celestial beings are no different from those terrorists. So, you mean celestials are terrorists? Lake asked. Of course not. Tyria retorted after shaking off Locke's hand. How can heaven and man be compared with those terrorists? Our goal is to eradicate war. If we stop because of a group of terrorists, how can we eradicate war? Then if you turn a blind eye to the lives of those common people and sit back and watch them being attacked by terrorists and lose their mission, that is tantamount to turning a blind eye to the disputes. Eliminate disputes. Lake's face sank when Tyria was choked, and he couldn't speak, and Lake immediately gave him another knife when he saw this. Just now I was accusing Setsuna of having a problem, but I think your problem is not small, Tyria. Chapter 21 Why did you come here in a swimsuit? I have the same problem as Setsuna. Don't be kidding, as an envoy, I will perform the task according to the requirements of the task, just like Setsuke. Hearing that she was being compared with Setsuna, Tyria was obviously quite displeased, and retorted coldly. At this time, Locke raised his eyes and signaled Lake to stop talking for the time being, although Tyria's cold and somewhat unkind personality made him feel a little uncomfortable today. But Lake really pointed out those character flaws of Tyria, and apart from a fight between Lake and Tyria, nothing will come of it. Tyria is not the kind of person who can listen to people's words casually. Advertisement. Lake nodded, he also knew Tyriana's character, so it's almost enough to talk about it first. These terrorists have carried out a terrorist attack. Since they have carried out a terrorist attack and caused disputes, then heaven and man, we Gundam envoys will intervene by force. At this moment, Shan Emo stood up from the ground and said to everyone. Not bad awareness. Seeing that several Gundam pilots at the scene had unified their opinions because of Setsuna's words, and the fighting spirit appeared on the faces of these people, Lake couldn't help but appreciate Setsuna's words. It can be seen that there are still many immature parts in Shuso's whole body, but this firm will is worthy of recognition. On the second day, inside the Union Intelligence Department. Are we really going to put all this information on the internet? An intelligence officer questioned this. This information was collected by themselves relying on the huge manpower and material resources of the entire State Department. Now they actually want them to prepare to take the initiative to release outsiders to heaven? Weren't the two sides still hostile before? The intelligence officer was taken aback by the supervisor's decision. Of course it has to be released. If the celestial beings really want to resolve the dispute, they will voluntarily help us solve the trouble, so why not do it? The Human Revolutionary Union and the AEU are the same, put these information among the people. It is not convenient for the officials of various countries to deal with these terrorist organizations, but it is convenient for Tianren, a private armed organization, so let them be volunteers for a while. The supervisor smiled. Said. There is a free whoring volunteer who can solve their inconvenient troubles for them. Why not use his power? As for the hostile position, the enemy belongs to the enemy. At this moment, both sides need each other. Heaven and man have to show their determination and strength, and all countries in the world need the help of heaven and man to help them solve this trouble quickly. Advertisement. At the same time, under the leadership of Wang Liamei, an advanced operator, no one is hiding in the world. Operators all over the world are active to investigate this, and just as they feel a little tricky because of the difficulty of this organization, they are about to intensify their investigation. The intelligence agencies of various countries in the world also quickly released the information on the terrorist organizations needed by the Celestial Organization on the internet. Miss, someone suddenly released information about the international terrorist network on the internet. Red Dragon, who was using the latest terminal to check, said in surprise when he saw the information. Wang Liamei stared at the information and made a judgment in a short time. The one who can collect such detailed information in such a short period of time and hand over the information is the intelligence department of the three major powers. These intelligence departments, who usually do not fight each other, and even use various means to make troubles with each other, unexpectedly chose to put the information on the internet at this time, and let the heavenly beings assist them in attacking terrorist organizations. The world is starting to change? On the island. On the second day, the Emperor, Felt, and Christina, who hadn't returned to the universe because of the terrorist attack earlier, came here on a yacht. However, the three people who came here all changed into swimsuits. This is actually the first time we meet. Hello, Lake, I'm Tianren's Tactical Forecaster 1 Emperor. Jinoriga. Self-introduction to Lake. Although both she and Lake were students of Professor Ifman, they were not in the same class, so Huang did not have any contact with Lake in his memory. I'm Christina. The girl with yellow hair said. Not bad, the person Felt likes is not bad. Felt. As soon as these words came out, Locking and Alleluia became interested, except for the two people of Shanateria. The Emperor also faintly glanced over, and even Lake looked over. The searching meaning in those eyes is obvious. Advertisement. Christina, don't talk nonsense. Felt said with a puffy face, with a faint blush on his cheeks, and Christina stopped immediately when he saw this. Ahem, well, everyone, don't care about this matter, we are not here to talk about this. Well, Miss Huang, I have something to ask, why you all come here in swimsuits? The honest boy Alleluia finally couldn't help asking. Locke couldn't help but look at his question, and the three were puzzled by it, and Lake also looked at it appreciatively and then cast a questioning look. Among the people present, only Ian looked at the three of them with unscrupulous eyes, and his face was still red. Seeing this, Lake patted Ian's shoulder and said in a very kind tone, "Uncle Ian, pay attention to your eyes, you have a daughter, if you are still so unruly, be careful that your wife knows." I just whispered something next to Ian, and Ian was so scared that his face turned livid. Seeing that Lake really looked like his wife would know about it if he dared to say it, Ian looked aggrieved. As for what, we are all men, it is not enough for him to appreciate it. Pretending, camouflaging, these are all camouflages. The movement of the two of them was too small to be noticed by others. Perhaps I added a little bit of personal evil. No's promise, Christina complained with a wry smile on her face, and her behavior of complaining about the Emperor immediately attracted the Emperor's attention. Forward. Christina chose not to speak. Do you know what's going on right now? Alleluia had a black line on his forehead. It was obviously such a serious situation. Miss Shan was still in the mood to change into a swimsuit. Yes, now is not the time to go on vacation. Lok Ang, who was made speechless by Wang's answer, followed up, and they treated him like tourists going to the seaside for vacation. Everyone is too nervous, and I don't know what's going on right now. Huang spread his hands, his tone was troubled, and then, just to change the topic, he pointed to the cabin holding a drink in his left hand and a drink in his right hand. Lake coming out of cat ears. Hello. Look, Lake has already relaxed there, and you too, relax when it's time to relax. Chapter 22 A conversation with Firth during the rest. Although several Gundam pilots looked in the direction the Emperor pointed, none of them were distracted by the Emperor's pointing. Going to get a drink and coming here in the same swimsuit as on vacation are two different things. Look, so you have to learn to relax as a human being. Being tense all the time is not good for your body. Does that have anything to do with you guys coming here in swimsuits? It was Alleluia again who was the first to ask. Well. Advertisement. It's really difficult to deal with. Huang, who felt sorry for Alleluia's difficulty and the reaction of the other teenagers, curled her lips slightly, so she decided to adopt a ignoring tactic. Speaking of which, this place is really hot. Is there any cold beer on board? There are still 2 bottles in there, Lake said. Should I say she's crazy, or? Alleluia's mouth twitched. She is self-righteous. Setsuna said in a low voice. In his heart, Locke secretly praised Shan's uprightness, but for the sake of Ji's growth, Luo Shuang, who was standing next to him, patted Shan's shoulder to pass on his experience. Sha Mo, don't say such things in front of the Emperor in the future. If you say it, even for an instant, the Emperor. Understood. Shu Mo was silent for a while, seeing the seriousness in Locke's eyes, he secretly remembered it in his heart. However, when will there be any news? If you just wait like this, if those guys start to act again, someone will be killed again. Locke, who looked relaxed on the surface, couldn't help but feel anxious at the thought that he might show up with a victim who suffered the same pain as he did before. But at the moment it seemed that all he could do was wait. Locke and the others stayed in a corner of the yacht to rest. And Lake is at the corner of the cruise ship at this time, using the communication function of the cat-eared harrow where Hanyu is staying, to contact Lakis and ABI who are far away in Anaheim. The joint factory with Union has been completely constructed. That's right, the beam weapons that have been put into production in advance have already begun to be manufactured, and now a considerable number of people have to be assigned to cooperate with Union to carry out the transformation of the banner. Where are the AEU and the Human Revolutionary Union? Advertisement. The 4 produced Zika warriors have been delivered to the Human Revolutionary Alliance. The original backpack scheme was removed from the body and the same battery pack as Hammurabi and Murasame was used. The production speed is the fastest among the new models. What about the beam rifle? It is also the same model, and because the project progress of Professor Eefman's Delta Plus is later than that of the Human Revolutionary Union and AEU, the first test machine has not yet been assembled. Is it a test machine? It is estimated that Graham will rush to drive again. How is your situation now? Kira and the others who just brought here are used to living in this world. Lake, who put aside business affairs, asked about private matters. In order to deal with the things that were left behind, Abu, who just couldn't transfer because of taking a big order at the same time these days, brought Kira, an excellent programmer, over to work. Well, although it is also because Kira still has a job in Orb, and he likes the world there, it is basically the same as Aslan and others who came here for 2 days and then went back. Stay here for a while and go back to the pattern. Everything is normal. How about you? Leonard asked me to ask you how his daughter is doing. His daughter, Felt, is in good health, as long as you reply to him like this. To that stupid old man, more than enough words would do the trick. Okay, then I'll hang up first, and we'll talk about the rest when you come back. Varied. Before he could react, Abby on the opposite side had already hung up the communication, and the electronic eyes of the cat-eared hello flashed twice, reminding Lake that it was the first time that Abby had hung up the communication. Lake. Hearing what seemed to be a faint sound from Lake, Felt came over. What's the matter, Felt? Did there be any noise in here just now? Feared, Felt, long time no see. At this moment, Hannah bounced into Felt's arms, and Hannah, who had been pretending to be common hello before, officially greeted Felt at this moment. Advertisement. The Change of the World line made Hannah contact with Felt several times during Felt's childhood, seep. As for knowing the real body, Felt came to the Anaheim company before new. Well, long time no see, Hannah. Felt, who was holding Hannah, showed a faint smile, and then turned his gaze to Lake, chatting with Lake about her recent experience. Well, Lake, how are Mom and Dad doing? After chatting for a while, Felt, who hadn't contacted his parents recently, became concerned about his parents' movements. Both of them are the same, by the way, Felt, you have grown up very fast recently, and now you are a mature operator, your parents will probably be very pleased to know. Really? That's good. Felt looked happy, being recognized by Lake meant to her that her parents would also recognize her efforts. Everyone, come here, we are about to start combat operations soon. At this time, the Emperor came out of the cabin with a wine bottle and informed everyone about the fact that these terrorists have several strongholds around the world, and after the information leaked from the internet, the real name of the other party was identified, La Idenla. Instead of their strongholds around the world, Wang Laimei and others are still collecting and analyzing the information on these terrorists that are constantly being released on the internet. The reason why we still need to analyze the information of the terrorists who are attacking around the world is that this time the intelligence agencies of various countries simply regard Tianren as cleaners, and use some other terrorists who have not attacked on their chassis. The stop terrorist organizations were also sent to the Heavens and Humans, and Veda, which judged that these terrorist organizations would fuel disputes, also judged these organizations as targets for elimination. Therefore, in order to start operations against these terrorist organizations after the analysis by Wang Laimei and others, the celestial beings who have more targets at a time need to go to the designated target location in advance. Using us. Tyria, who heard about the plans of the intelligence agencies of various countries, frowned. Very good, these terrorists just took advantage of this opportunity to snipe and kill them all. Locking had a happy face, he didn't have a good impression of terrorist organizations, and it was a good thing for him to be able to eliminate the first one. Yes, it's everyone's responsibility to eliminate terrorists. Lake nodded, he likes the existence of killing innocent civilians, and it's not good to clean up anything. I also agree that eliminating them is also eradicating disputes. Those terrorist organizations are also existences that cause disputes. Finally, it was Setsuna. All drivers, please go to the target location and wait for relevant instructions. The Emperor ordered. Are there only 3 places that need to be on standby? Then I will. Seeing that there are more targets but no more places to wait for, Lake wonders if he can leave. Wait, Lake, I'm sorry, but we need your help with something here. Looking at Wang's eyes full of apology, Lake, who knew that this kind of woman was always troublesome, suddenly had a premonition of uneasiness, and then his premonition came true. Chapter 23 The moment of scoring twice and the completed delta. Scotland. Lake is driving the goddess of justice to accompany Setsuna's Neng angel here, saying that he is worried that Setsuna will mess up again during the execution of the mission, and asks him to help take a look. Fortunately, there is Hanyu in the machine. Fortunately, such a boring standby task ended a few hours after arriving because of the terrorist attack on the capital of Scotland. According to the communication from Wang Laimei, the terrorists who carried out the explosion hadn't left the explosion site very far, so Wang Laimei asked the 2 of them to go to deal with it while asking Tianren's agents to arrest them. When Lake and Setsu entered the city and caught up with the car, Setsu was there, and when Lake, who was following behind, was about to use AEU's relationship here, Marina, who happened to be here to meet with the British Prime Minister, because of the Aza that Setsu was wearing Distan rescued Setsu, and then turned to Lake, the supervisor, and Setsu agreed to talk with Marina in a nearby park after Lai Shu indicated that he could do so. Advertisement. The 2 had a conversation in the park. After learning that Setsuna was from Kyrgyz, Marina revealed to Sisusha that the situation in Azerbaijan was quite poor due to restrictions on oil exports, and that in order to revive the economy she wanted to try to introduce a solar power generation system, but this caused a huge conflict between conservatives and reformers. She was worried that the continuation of the conflict would attract the Celestial Organization. In her words, she said that the Celestial Organization is a group of fanatical believers. The unilateral execution of force intervention caused many people to lose their lives. Do you consider yourself a god? Hearing this, Setsu, who could not agree with Marina's ideas, had an argument with Marina, and at the end of the argument, out of impulsiveness, he revealed his code name and identity as a celestial being. Lake, why didn't you stop Setsuna F. Ching-ying? Hanayu is staying at the Lady Justice at the moment, but through the monitoring equipment Lake carries on his body, Hanayu can understand the situation on the scene in real time. Setsuna F. Ching-ying violated the confidentiality obligation for the second time. Indeed, Setsuna revealed his identity, but this time the violation is not that serious. There is no relevant video evidence, and the object of exposure is as a distant, a princess with fierce domestic conflicts. Even if the princess speaks out, it will not have any impact. What is really dangerous should be the exposure on the Moralia battlefield. But it's still a violation. Advertisement. It can't be helped. Except for Locke, the three of the Gundam pilots all have their own immaturity. Lake shrugged. Sorry, Lake, I violated the regulations, you can report it up. Setsuna walked over and said calmly, he will not deny that he did violate the regulations again. When arguing with Marina, the anger brought about by the huge difference in ideas, the voice of Shamarina and the mother who fell under his gun, finally drove him to make such a stupid self-destructive behavior. You are really immature, forget it, I will favor you a little. Why? Just for the sake of harmony in the team, if you really say it, you will be scolded by everyone, and it is impossible to replace you from the position of the Gundam pilot. Lake said. But this time is an exception. Setsuna, you have already violated the regulations twice. Don't keep making mistakes. If you violate it next time, it won't let you pass the test so easily. After speaking, Lake informed Setsuna that the escaped suspect had been captured by the agents of Heaven and Man, and went back to the Goddess of Justice first. A few hours later, Wang Limei and others sent the news that all the terrorist strongholds to be cleaned up were sent to the 5 Gundams. Lake, Setsuna, and others acted separately, and finally spent about 2 days to wipe out these terrorist organizations. All the strongholds of Tianren were removed, and after this incident spread, it also reversed part of the public opinion's criticism of Heaven and Man. But generally speaking, the world still regards celestial beings as the same existence as those terrorist organizations that have been wiped out. After a few days. After completing the task of cleaning up the terrorist organization, Tianren temporarily entered the state of standby, and these days, taking advantage of nothing, Lake temporarily returned to the Anaheim Company, but before a few days of leisure, he learned that under the leadership of Professor Furman, the 10th unit of Delta Plus was officially assembled. The generals of Union brought Graham and Billy Katagiri to visit. At this time, Lake S., the current president, went to AEU to discuss with the officials there about the expansion of the factory. Come out. Lake, who had nothing to do, came here as the former president, together with Professor Ifman, accompanied by the generals sent by Union, Graham, and Billy Katagiri. Asking for flowers. Advertisement. Delta, this machine looks like it has inherited the banner soul. Graham fell in love with the real thing at first sight. The beam rifle and beam saber equipped on it are more powerful than the flag type, and the new design is adopted in the transformation without burdening the driver. What? Professor Ifman, are you kidding me? Professor Ifman's fluffy explanation stunned Graham, Billy Katagiri, and the generals sent by Union this time. None of the three present did not understand how heavy the burden of the banner form's mid-air transformation was, let alone the complicated operation of the banner form. 0. Is it possible to develop a MS that can be specially transformed now? This is the result of the application of technologies already in Anaheim, and I just applied these technologies. Professor Ifman said indifferently. No, it's you, Professor Ifman, who can use all those technologies in such a short period of time. The technologies are already made, but a delta pools that only has an outline design can be replaced with a CE battery energy pack. Professor Ifman, a technical expert, really gets more and more scary the more he understands. It is indeed the man who almost cracked the secrets of the GN particles and the GN drive in the original work with so little data support. Anaheim has such advanced technology. It was the Union General who exclaimed. It's not that exaggerated. Most of the deformation is based on the continuous research on the basis of the flag style. The combination of technical achievements over the years, the Hanmo Rabbi used by the AEU is also a similar technology in deformation. Lake said, at the end of the speech, he deliberately mentioned AEU. The generals of Union had already expected this matter he mentioned. In the military exercise in Moralia, Han Morabi's performance, said that the military would not believe it if it did not use the same technology as the delta pools in front of it. For this reason, they even urged Anaheim to step up the research and development of delta. It was obviously their Union company, but they actually supplied AEU first. Is it in the river? Chapter 24. Wait for the professor to figure out the rest. How much time will it take for the mass production of this machine body? After all, this is a new type of machine, and the actual production process is not that fast. This machine body still needs to be tested, and it will take some time to grasp it. Moreover, it is very difficult to operate. I suggest that you consider the village reign," said Lake. He never planned to increase the production capacity of the airframes provided to the three major countries, so that the quantity sold was so small that the three major countries did not dare to randomly dismantle them for research. Even though the speed of the MS of Delta Plus really increases, it can't produce much. Then the first machine body will be deployed to the Gundam investigation team after the experiment is completed, and then we will decide which one to use based on the test results of the second machine body. Lieutenant Graham Ika, this Delta will be handed over to you. Come drive. Advertisement. Yes. Graham saluted, with happiness written all over his face, and the Bi 651 Katagiri beside him still looked like he really couldn't do anything about this person. In that case, I'm sorry, can I drive this machine now? Graham's hands were already itchy. Anyway, let Graham test it and collect data. Let Graham drive ahead of time. It's not a problem. Lake asked Professor Eefman, and after confirming that the machine was in normal condition, he agreed to carry out the performance experiment. The Delta Plus was sent to the testing ground outside the company's factory, and after the shooting range was arranged, Graham boarded the machine. In the first flight test, Graham, who has never been afraid of danger, tried to step on the pedal, and the burst of speed would have been enough to make his body feel painful, but at this time he didn't feel so uncomfortable. Since the acceleration is fine, let's show off those maneuvers. Graham decided to go crazy. This speed, this performance, really excites me. Graham drove the Delta Plus in the air and showed maneuvers that could crush him one after another, explaining the anti-G-force design of the Delta Plus with his own experience. How powerful! At the speed just now, China really has a strong anti-G-force design. If it was changed to the flag style, Graham would be dead by now. Billy Katagiri pushed his glasses. If he knew that Anaheim had so many technologies at hand, he might have come to Anaheim at the beginning. As a scientific researcher, Billy is the least resistant to these unknown science and technology. Advertisement. Sure enough, it is an excellent body, and AEU's Hanmo Rabbi is not the opponent of this body. The General of Union was thought so by Delta Plus, who was about to be played out under Graham's hands. After testing the flight performance of the body, it was time to test the performance of the weapon. The Delta Plus raised its gun and pointed it at a group of targets as experimental targets below, and fired a few bursts to easily shoot down these targets, and then tested it with other targets. Fender's grenade and saber. Is the displayed power far beyond other organisms? It's really an irresistible body, and I'm looking forward to seeing it in my hands. Graham said excitedly. With this body, maybe he can pursue a higher level. It will be done as soon as possible, Lake said to Graham. After completing these tests and sending the three people away, Lake asked Professor Eefman about his recent research on GN particles. When Professor Eefman talked about his current conjectures on GN particles, Lake nodded with a smile. Your conjecture is correct, please continue to study, and soon you will fully understand Eefman. Ah! When you have almost finished studying the GN particle, I will show you its essence and the gift promised to you. Is it Gundam? Professor Eefman asked in a tentative tone as if casually asking. At the moment, the two of them are staying in Lake's own office, so don't worry about leaking secrets. Some things are not fun to say directly, Professor Eefman. I didn't expect that among my students back then, there were actually some people who were heavenly beings. The actual confirmation made Eefman's face slightly surprised. I am not the only angel among your students. Lake thought that Huang, who had been with Billy since college, was also a student of Professor Eefman. Advertisement. So, Lake, are you the pilot of the Gundam, or the supporter of the celestial beings? For an organization that can survive for more than 200 years, Aeolia means that Eefman does not think it is impossible for a young man like Lake to hold the position of decision-maker. And Eefman conjectures that if an organization as large as Tianren wants to operate normally in the world, it will inevitably need a lot of funds and contacts. There are probably not a few people who have relations with Tianren in the political and business circles, so Ive Mengke speculates that Lake may be responsible for providing financial and technical resources. But Lake said just now that he wanted to see Gundam, so Professor Eefman guessed that Lake might be the driver. But according to common sense, if he is Aeolia, it is impossible to let Lake's Anaheim company not let him join. Both. A supporter, but also a driver. It is connected that Lake is often not in the company, and since Anaheim began to advance beam weapons to the three major powers, the company president has been replaced by a girl he doesn't know. Professor Eefman nodded. It is not impossible to infer from Lake's recent movements. So you are often not in the company. So, what is the purpose of the heavenly beings? Professor Eefman asked. In addition to the nature of the special particle, what he is exploring now is also the true purpose of Aeolia. The purpose of the celestial beings, Professor Eefman, do you think eradicating war is not the real purpose of the celestial beings? To be more precise, I think this should not be the ultimate goal of the celestial beings. In my opinion, the celestial beings are now walking on the path of destruction. Professor Eefman said, rather than eradicating disputes, the celestial beings these days the feeling given to 4.6 after this action is more like using the reason of eradicating disputes to attract the hatred of various countries. You guessed it right. The eradication of war is indeed not the ultimate goal of heaven and man. It is just one of them. The rest is waiting for you to continue to study GN particles. At this stage, the information I have given is enough. You young man really like to let me, an old man, study everything by myself. Isn't this just what you like, Professor Eefman? You have to figure out some things first, and then come to me to get them. That's meaningful. Oh, indeed. Professor Eefman nodded. He is a scientist after all. It would be too boring to rely on others to tell everything. Now that Lake can confirm the answer, it makes Professor Eefman even more feel free to study the GN particles whose names he already knows. Chapter 25 The Alliance's Attack, Rescue Ptolemy. Azadistan, International Airport. Marina greeted Kona, the ambassador from the United Nations who is willing to provide technical support to Azadistan, at the Azadistan airport, and Marina hoped from the bottom of her heart that the solar power system could be used as a breakthrough to solve the problems that Azadistan is currently facing. In the midst of the energy crisis, the princess could not have imagined that in the near future, this decision would plunge the country into conflict. At the same time, in the universe, the goddess of justice, equipped with a GN-armed enhanced fighter, is heading towards the target location at full speed, and the Ptolemy is moving forward. There are still 3,000 distances to the target location. Hanayu said to Lake. Lake's trip to the universe to the Ptolemy was to assist Ptolemy in dealing with the Human Revolutionary Union's capture of the Gundam. Advertisement. Through the recent Manra's urging on the production progress of the Zika warriors, coupled with some information collected by the local Anaheim company, Lake determined that the Manra is planning to launch a combat operation to capture Gundam today. This capture of Gundam was led by Sergei Znamiev, the combat commander of the top armed forces. By sprinkling hundreds of thousands of two-way terminals and using the disturbed area to lock the location of the Celestial Man, this tactic in the original work even made the Celestial Man on the verge of overturning. So after learning about this, 24 Lake sent Ptolemy the news that the Human Revolutionary League was about to launch a battle, but Ptolemy was currently undergoing maintenance. In addition, in order to capture the Gundam this time, the Human Revolutionary League the number of two-way communication terminals shown is too large, covering a large area. By notifying the relevant information in advance, Ptolemy still could not avoid this battle. Even if Christina didn't go to dinner as in the original work, she handed over the position to Rizadadel, but the fact that Ptolemy was discovered could not be avoided, and the Emperor immediately ordered Ptolemy to drive to the solar power satellite group. When Lake sent the news to Ptolemena, it was because it was difficult for the entire ship to avoid the search operation of the Human Revolutionary Union under the condition of Ptolemy's overhaul, so he went on board at that time. Universe. The GN-armed enhanced fighter that is currently equipped on the body was manufactured in advance by Abbey and Rud 2 days before this operation based on the relevant information of the same product that Tianren Ian is currently developing, and it has not yet been carried out. After the actual related tests, it can be regarded as a rushed product. Advertisement. However, in terms of performance, there is no problem due to rush work. Diddy, Lake raised his head, and saw 5 Zika warriors from the Human Revolutionary League, 10 Iron Man and 8 short swords flying towards this side. After discovering the Goddess of Justice, these more than 10 MSS started shooting at the same time, more than 10 beams of light are also coming towards the Goddess of Justice. There are so many units sent in total, it's really worth watching. Using the released GN stand shield to resist this wave of salvo, GN missiles poured out from the strengthened armed fighters of the fighters, smashing their brains on more than a dozen MSS in front of them, accompanied by bursts of fire. These 10 many Iron Men and Japanese and Taiwan Zika warriors were all destroyed. Hanayu informed Ptolemy that the GN particles maintain the current distribution, and we have to save people. Lake said, he sensed Alleluia, no, or Hallelujah's brain quantum waves. Although I don't know why, Alleluia was arrested just like the original one. In order to prevent Hallelujah's personality from coming out to cause trouble, the Goddess of Justice speeds up and goes in the direction of the main angel. In the universe, the MS troop of the People's Revolutionary Union outside the battleship is attacking. Ruo Huang is blaming himself for his command mistakes. He has obviously received the message from Lake in advance, knowing that the Human Revolutionary League is going to attack them, and he has never Lake knew that the operational command of the reunion was Sergei. The Emperor, who knew something about the Russian Ross Baron Bear, noticed that the opponent's apparent intention to destroy Ptolemy might be to use this large force to urge them to send Gundams to disperse the people. The actions of the Revolutionary Union's forces, this so-called large force is nothing more than a faint attacking force on the opposite side. The real target of the enemy is most likely Gundam. So Huang Xian released 4 Gundams that hadn't been fully prepared to meet the team of the Human Revolutionary League. However, after Sergei realized that Ptolemy was not fooled by him, in order to complete the mission, the real goal was to capture Gundam, and then he and his MS troops came to attack Ptolemy from another direction. In order to avoid the risk of Ptolemy being flanked, the Emperor was forced to let the main Angel and the German Angel Gundam form a group to meet the team organized by Sergei, so that the able and powerful could face the home team that entered the Revolutionary League for a feint attack. At the same time, guard Ptolemy, who is not armed. Advertisement. But at this time, more troublesome things happened immediately, because Alleluia and the main Angel, who were unable to fight, fell into a coma due to the interference of Soma Pyrrhus's brain quantum waves, and were captured by Sergei and others. The German Angels of the bombardment planes were also unable to support because they were restrained by the Zika warriors driven by Sergei and Soma Pylais. At this moment, Angel of Power and Angel of Strength were also unable to rush to support Ptolemy. They had already learned the information in advance, but they still fell into such a situation. The Emperor who received the news was very anxious, and couldn't help but blame himself for his failure in combat command. The new machines and beam weapons invested by the Human Revolutionary League in this battle were not the fundamental factors that caused the Heaven and Man to fall into a disadvantage. Because she didn't respond well to Sergei's tactics, Ptolemy fell into such a dangerous situation even after knowing the commander and combat style on the opposite side. And these who were supposed to attack Ptolemy were suddenly transferred away, and everyone on the bridge immediately noticed this strange scene. The enemy suddenly retreated. It seems that the Goddess of Justice has come to support. Huang Kong is sure from the number of MS mobilized that if so many units are transferred at one time, it is only possible that a new Gundam appears, so they must mobilize MS to deal with it. Miss Huang, Goddess of Justice has sent a message, and he has come to support. Feared, send the location of the Lord Angel and a Angel to Lady Justice, and trouble him to go to the two Gundams for support. Felt, who was about to send the message, received the message from Lake before he could send the message, and read the message to the Emperor with some astonishment. Miss Huang, the Goddess of Justice has sent a message, he already on the way to support. Already supporting? All the people on the bridge were dumbfounded when they heard the news. They didn't say anything, and the Lady Justice had already started to support. Lieutenant Colonel, the mobile suit unit that went to deal with the 5th Gundam has been dealt with. After receiving the disappearance of the MS signal, the battleship of the Human Revolutionary Union notified Sergei of the news. Sergei's face sank after making this decision. The 5th Gundam was not in the transport ship of Celestial Being. The reason for why the 5th unit, which did not appear until the time of the attack, appeared now has not yet been clarified. Has the unit responsible for dealing with it been solved? Chapter 26 Hallelujah, don't get in the way. But what makes Sergei feel the most heavy is not the appearance of the 5th Gundam. This 5th Gundam appeared as early as in the shabby scene between Union and Talabia, and it was known to the whole world at that time the 5th unit is naturally within Sergei's preparations this time, so even though he did not see this Gundam on the battlefield at all, it is speculated that it may not be on the battleship. Sergei also made a plan based on his own combat power. To deal with it, we dispatched some MS to attack the Celestial Mothership to contain it. Therefore, the speed at which the 5th Gundam defeated their MS was the root of Sergei's heavy heart. The MS who attacked the 5th Gundam had already taken into account the need to continue to contain the Celestial Mothership and the two Gundams, the maximum number of attacks that can be deployed in the end. Advertisement. These MS are all equipped with beam weapons, but the speed at which they are broken at this moment is no different from that when the heavens and humans just intervened by force. With such a fast breaking speed, the battle-tested Russian Ross Barakuma wondered whether the opponent's Gundam had developed a new type of enhanced armament. After all, the bombardment-type Gundam that can clean up a large number of MS troops at one time is now with them, and the bombardment-type body uses its weak mobility to attack it under their targeting, and now it is not far away from capturing it. Because if the opponent hadn't developed enhanced armaments, how could the mobile suit troops sent to the opponent destroy all the mobile suits within a few minutes of contact? Sergei, who was shocked by the newly developed armaments of celestial beings, knew that with this speed of destruction, if they continue to waste time here, the mission may fail. Then the 5th Gundam will come here to support or go dealing with the main force on the side of the transport ship will cause their operation to fail. Looking at the German Angel who was still stubbornly resisting in front of him, Sergei was about to give an order, but at this time, news came from the communication channel that the bridge crew of the 4th ship that captured the Lord Angel. Lieutenant Colonel, the Gundam that suddenly stopped suddenly started to move. The personnel in the number 4 ship sent a message to Sergei in a panic. The main Angel Gundam that was captured by them suddenly started after hearing the news of the event. These words will end in screams. Everyone, speed up the capture of the big guy. Realizing what happened to the number 4 ship, Sergei suppressed the grief in his heart and accelerated the capture of the German Angel. Several Zika warriors relied on the tacit cooperation with the driver's own excellent technology to speed up the movement. After completely suppressing the German Angel, he restrained the German Angel with steel cables and adhesives in the gap exposed when the German Wedgie planned to counterattack. Sergei immediately asked Pyrrhus to drive the strengthened Iron Man Peach to attack the immobile German Angel. At the moment of crisis, when Tyria was about to explode the armor of German Angel, 2 large cannons from the GN armed fighter jet 2 of the Zika warriors that bound the German angels were directly swallowed. Is it really equipped with new weapons? The speed is so fast, retreat immediately. With the body's camera, he looked at the approaching Lady Justice from a distance. With the 2 huge muzzles, the terrifying force of this machine can be seen at a glance. Considering that the main angel captured at this time has also escaped, and our side will lose 2 more Zika warriors, leaving only him, Pyrrhus, and Lieutenant Min's Zika warriors. Advertisement. If the 3 mobile suits were surrounded by 3 Gundams, they would definitely fall here. All retreat as quickly as possible. Sergi and the others accelerated their retreat, and Lake drove the Lady Justice to the side of the angel, and Tyria looked at the Lady Justice with some gratitude and complexity for the first time in her heart. If it wasn't for the long-distance bombardment from the Lady Justice just now, he would have had to expose Nadra. Tyria, you always blame others. This time you were almost captured by the enemy during the battle. Do you know how big a mistake this is? The proud and arrogant Tyria would not admit this mistake, but then Tyrian, who wanted to refute, remembered that he was almost about to expose Nadra's matter just now. If Lake doesn't come, then in order to avoid being dealt with by the enemy, he must expose Nadra and expose Nadra's mistakes. Tyria's mood became extremely frustrated and lost. Seeing Tyria kept silent, Lake didn't care about it, but chased after him according to the location of the main angel he sensed. Just 2 minutes ago. The 3 of Sergi are retreating, and Hallelujah, who is eager to settle accounts with Soma Pilis, drives the main angel to attack the 3 of them, blocking the retreat of Sergi and others. The 3 of them were toyed with by the Lord Angel of Hallelujah between applause. After a few days of playing with Iron Man Peach, Hallelujah began to attack Iron Man Peach mercilessly. Sergi, who was the commander, wanted to stay alone. But just as Sergi was about to do this, the Zika warrior driven by his subordinates rushed up first, and slashed at the main angel with a heat axe. Don't come here to hinder Lao Tzu's good deeds casually, your life as a soldier is also very precious. Advertisement. The tip of the shield unfolded like a pincer, and Hallelujah, who had nowhere to vent his anger, was ready to play with the common soldier in front of him. Sergi, who couldn't bear to see the cruel scene of his subordinate's tragic death, decided to take advantage of the urging of his subordinates. This is the only time to retreat with Pyrrhus Iron Man Peach. Boom. However, at the moment Sergi made a decision, the Lady Justice approached at high speed from behind. Is it infighting? Sergi, who couldn't figure out the reason, called the lieutenant and took this opportunity to escape. Don't try to escape. Wang's, roar. The Lord Angel Huodabu, who was hindered, immediately prepared to catch up, but the Goddess of Justice stopped in front of him again, holding the GN sword at him. BD, you actually came here to get in the way. Because this is not what a Gundam vanguard should do. Who cares about you? Hallelujah ignored Hallelujah's dissuasion in his head, and at this moment he just wanted to vent his displeasure. The Lord Angel slashed at the Goddess of Justice with a thermal saber, and several GN missiles fired from the missile compartment on the left arm of the armed fighter blasted the Lord Angel out. This BD. Because the relationship between the number of missiles was adjusted, the armor of the main angel did not suffer much damage, but waited for Hallelujah to adjust the posture of the main angel. The 3 of Sergi ran away early and disappeared. Hallelujah, who failed to achieve his goal, retreated into the depths of his consciousness irritably, and returned his body to Hallelujah. Chapter 27 Reaching Ptolemy, the simulated battle with F4. Hallelujah. Alleluia, who was prevented from doing what his alter ego had just done, was deeply thankful that the other was prevented from doing what he wanted to do. Sorry, just now There's no need to explain. I'm clearer about what's going on with the Human Revolutionary Union. I know about yours. You know. Alleluia smiled complicatedly. Everyone on Ptolemy knew that Lake was the former president of Anaheim, so it's not surprising that Lake knew about it. Advertisement. At the same time, on Ptolemy's side, because Sergi and others failed to capture the Gundam, the remaining rough troops also retreated almost at the same time to avoid being wiped out by the 3 units that were driven back. Seeing that all the troops of the Human Revolutionary League had left, the Emperor ordered the Gundams to return to Ptolemy, and Ptolemy immediately drove out of the universe with a large number of communication terminals at the fastest speed. Then, in order to express his gratitude to Lake for attacking and rescuing the celestial beings, the Emperor Lake was invited to come to Ptolemy. After thinking about it, Lake agreed and said that he would stay on Ptolemy for a while. And after being separated from the armed fighter, let Hanyu contact the small transport ship designed and manufactured based on Tianren's assault Jiniku, and use the GN particles stored in the GN capacitor as the power source to drive 933 together, so that the armed fighter after returning to the transport ship, Lake boarded the Ptolemy with Lady Justice following the guiding lights and stayed on the ejection deck. After Lake came in, the Goddess of Justice automatically returned to the transport ship under Hanyu's remote control, and the transport ship was also controlled by Hanyu's full remote link, so even if she stayed on Ptolemy with Lake, the transport ship. The ship can also automatically sail with Ptolemy. Lake, I didn't expect that your GN armed fighters have been manufactured. In the briefing room, as a celestial technician, Ian's eyes lit up when he looked at the GN armed fighters with the Goddess of Justice, so Lake followed them as soon as he entered the battleship. Lake chatted about it. I didn't expect Lake and others to finish the GN armed fighters so quickly after asking for the information. Anaheim's manpower is really sufficient. GN armed fighter. Because this strengthened armament has not been completed, except for Tyria, Lok-Ang, Setsuna, and Alleluia are not aware of the GN armed fighter. That's right, the official name is this. It is a powerful weapon, Sek, used to strengthen the third generation of Gundam. Ian introduced this weapon to several people in advance. Old man, since you said so, is the development we use completed? Advertisement. How could it be so fast? Lake was made by myself in Anaheim. Made it yourself? The three of Lok and Ang were shocked, but when they thought of Lake's identity as the former president of the Anaheim company, a sour thought flashed in their hearts. If you want to make new equipment, you can make new equipment. This is the rich man. The company's resources and manpower are sufficient, and it's normal for you to make it earlier than Ian. Cough cough, come to the briefing room, there are two companions that I didn't introduce to you last time. A group of people came to the briefing room, and the Emperor introduced Lacey and Lycididion on Ptolemy to Lake. Lake, this incident has caused you trouble. Even though you have sent the information in advance, there is still a mistake in the response here. When Tyria heard the word mistake, he wanted to start his traditional skills to throw the blame, but when he thought of the fact that he almost exposed Nadra in this operation, Lake's words. The word mistake actually caused an obvious look of disappointment to appear on his face. There's no need to blame yourself too much, Ms. Huang, the opponent is Russia's Ross Wild Bear. It's not a cat or a dog running out of the road. Sergei is a genius in commanding and fighting mobile phones. For this, it is completely reasonable for Huangze, who knows about his information, to fall into his hands once. After all, people are not machines, how can they do it without making mistakes once? Yes, Miss Huang, your command is good enough. Lok-Ang also comforted. There is actually another reason why it is so dangerous this time, because of the driver's skills, the driver's skills other than Lok-Onstara's. Advertisement. Hearing this sentence, Tyria and Alleluia didn't say anything on the surface because of this incident, but they were a little bit dissatisfied in their hearts. How could it be so easy to admit that their skills are so good without seeing them in person? Dish facts. As for the remaining two, Setsuya had been told by Lake in advance that he had clearly experienced the most intuitive difference between the two when they were driving airframes with similar performance, so they had no opinion on this. As for Lok-Ang, he smiled and nodded, considering that Tyria and Alleluia must not be convinced, and at the same time, in order for them to be able to grow like Setsuna. So Lok simply suggested that these two people come to a battle training with Lake's Lady Justice, so that they can get to know each other and hone their skills. Huang first wanted to stop the battle because the group of people escaped from the attack of the Human Revolutionary League at this time, but Ian on the side also said that this was a good opportunity, and the Gundam pilots fought with each other. Training helps several Gundam drivers get to know each other. Not bad, I can see the battle of the new Gundam Pioneer with my own eyes. Rishi she is also interested in the battle training. Indeed. Russell agreed. We also want to take a look. Christina didn't finish raising her hand, and pulled Fel to raise it together. Forget it, let's find a place for combat training. Except for Shansu, who didn't express any opinions, the rest of Ptolemy, including the parties involved, agreed to this matter. So after more than an hour, Lake, who had found a good location, returned to the transport ship, drove the Goddess of Justice, and had a battle training with Alleluia, who was driving the main angel, and Tyria, who was driving the angel. In the battle with the main angel, Alleluia took advantage of the main angel's mobility, and was blocked by a few shots from the Goddess of Justice, and then quickly approached. Knife cuts in half. The reaction speed is amazing, and the shooting, isn't Lake the super soldier? Alleluia had this ridiculous thought in his heart. For Lake, the battle with the angel ended quite simply. He didn't even make use of the advantage that Angel's GN sword can break through the GN position. Instead, he sold his flaws and attracted Tylea opened fire, and when the angel fired, he threw the beam saber and hit the cockpit of the angel. What a gaffe, to be killed so easily. The humiliation of being defeated by the Human Revolutionary League was mixed with the pain of being defeated in this battle. Chapter 28 Hell Human Machine, Arlie and Hallie's argument. The battle is over so quickly. After watching the battle on the bridge of Ptolemy's bridge and Lake's battle with Tyria ending so quickly, Huang and the others were amazed. They are all Gundam soldiers selected by Veda. It is really surprising that the technology gap can reach such a level. The two of them won't be hit. Rishi asked, after all, it's okay to lose, and the loss was too fast. Tyria and Alleluia are not that fragile. They are both Gundam pioneers. For them, this incident will only make them grow. Locking said. Advertisement. Yes, it is necessary for them to experience failure. Huang now agrees with Locke on this matter. Relying on the support of Veda all the time, heaven and man, their actions have been carried out so smoothly, and the two of them suffered more setbacks after the intervention of force. Isn't it a good thing for the two young people who still need to grow up? On the second day, in Ptolemy's bridge, because Ptolemy's body was damaged a lot in the battle with the Human Revolutionary Union, Ian is currently helping with Ptolemy's overhaul. Ian, this is for you. Lake walked in front of everyone and handed the data stick to Huang. This is a simulated battle training program. Don't rush to reject it. I know that Tianren has already had a similar program. This is an upgraded version. It is equipped with Anaheim's ACE-1 pilot data from various countries in the world. The developed AI is used as a combat opponent. With him in, the driver will definitely grow at the fastest speed dash. Taking the AI developed by the ACE pilot as an opponent, is such a good thing given to us. It's the same as a big pie. I didn't intend to sell this kind of thing to the outside world. It's just a counterfeit product that someone brought me for mock battles, and I gave it to you just for use. Lake looked indifferent, and didn't tell the truth. The essence of this thing is the modification of the simulation training system he used in the earliest days. Recently, when Abby was free one day, he played with a super adjuster who was temporarily pulled here to work and did not want to reveal his life. The thing that came out, it's okay to say it's a monkey version. The driver data in it is much less than his, but it is enough for training with Setsuna and others. After all, the feature of this program is that the machine that the opponent's AI drives can be set by itself. Advertisement. As long as Setsuna and the others are not abusers, they can also use this program to improve their skills on Gundam when they are not performing tasks. I just helped so much, and I want to send us a training program, this. The Emperor felt a little embarrassed. When Ptolemy was attacked, it can be said that it was with the help of Lake that he finally succeeded in such a way. It is a small price to get through this crisis safely, and you will have to take other people's things. Everyone is a heavenly being, and it's really hard to watch those three people so good. Vegetable? Everyone on the bridge immediately felt that the touch of emotion just now was completely destroyed, but Lake's words were indeed true from his point of view. A few days after that, after receiving the training program, Empress also increased the daily training session for Gundam pilots under Lake's suggestion, so that the 4 Gundam pioneers would go to their respective Gundams every day. On this day, combat training in the lookout area behind, Alleluia was looking at the universe outside the window alone. Because since the failure of the Human Revolutionary Union's capture of Gundam, both AEU and Union have their own channels to know that the Human Revolutionary Union has spent a lot of money in recent operations for each operation, and the two of them can carry out an operation of the same scale. But think of the heavy losses that the Human Revolutionary Union has suffered this time. The two countries have also quieted down a lot recently. Thanks to this, the heavenly beings ushered in a time when there is nothing to do for the time being, so the 4 of them basically use the new training program for training these days. The ACE with the pilots in it were manipulating the same body to attack them, which made it difficult for them to deal with at first. From the experience of these ACE, they all liked the new way of using the body. All the Gundam fighters felt that they benefited a lot. Among them, the 4 of them benefited the most from Locke. Lake used the simulation system in his computer to fight here every day. Setsuna asked why Lake only had a simulated battle with Locke while eating in the cafeteria, and the answer he got was that the 3 of you are too weak. The 3 who couldn't refute could only accept this, and so did Alleluia. But he is more thinking that as long as his skills improve, he might not be a drag on everyone in the next battle, no, as long as there is that person. Asking for flowers, 0. Alleluia suddenly thought of that Iron Man in pink. After getting close to that Iron Man twice, his head became painful. This is undoubtedly the driver on the opposite side intervening with his brain quantum wave. Yes, that person undoubtedly a super soldier, his kind, he had thought of this since the battle ended. But in the past few days, no matter how hard he tried to avoid letting himself think about this matter, he couldn't face it at all. If he chose to face it, then he would have to intervene by force, and he would have to kill people indirectly, so killing people of the same kind. Advertisement. So I haven't figured out what to do next, Alleluia? Hallelujah? 0.0. Hearing his other voice full of madness, Alleluia was puzzled, obviously since the last battle, Hallelujah hadn't come out for a long time. Hallelujah? You know why I came out, right? The woman who interfered with you and me in the previous battle and made you suffer so much is a member of Superman Bing Guan. How can ordinary human beings manipulate the body to do such actions? You understand, Alleluia, that woman, like us, is a monster made by that facility. If we let that hateful facility continue to exist, people like us will continue to be born. What is the kind Alleluia-sama going to do? To kill the same kind? The kind Alleluia is reluctant to do it. If you don't want to do it, just give me your body, and I will do everything. There is no need to kill anything, hallelujah, there are other ways to let them live with new hands. Alleluia said anxiously. He was the one who planned the super being, and now he was asked to kill the same kind. Alleluia planned to feel deep resistance to this decision in his heart. What kind of future can people who are transformed for fighting have? This is what you most. That's just your own idea. A person's origin does not determine his future. A voice suddenly sounded in his head interrupted Alleluia's sarcasm. Hearing the familiar voice, Alleluia was stunned, and then the vegetable garden that came out of the open hatch in the lookout area confirmed his guess. Lake Towel. Chapter 29 Dissuading Ale, the Sealed Super Soldier Organization. How exactly? Alleluia was in shock. After hearing the conversation between him and Hallelujah, he could transmit the voice directly into his mind without opening his mouth. This kind of thing can be achieved, and the one who can achieve this kind of thing is Alleluia. Only super soldiers with brain quantum waves are in his eyes. Advertisement. And Lake did it, so it proves that Lake also has brain quantum waves. Could it be that Lake is really a super soldier? Oh, interesting, is this guy a monster like us? Harley looked excited. As Alleluia's second personality with a strong desire to fight, Hallelujah even vaguely wanted to fight Lake. Don't think too much, my body has not undergone plastic surgery, it's natural. Miss Huang should have introduced some information about me to you, Alleluia, do you think it's fake? Alleluia opened his mouth to speak, 547 but Lake interrupted him, now let's get down to business, Alleluia, you want to stop the research of super soldiers, and you want to stop me from continuing to talk to you a kind born with the same fate, right? Well, I don't want to see you anymore. There is an existence like me born, and I want to end everything. Alleluia's tone was determined but also a little tired. You should know that if you follow your other method, you will kill your own kind with your own hands and deprive those children of their future. What nonsense, what future do people born for fighting have? Hallelujah sneered, since Lake could hear the conversation between him and Alleluia, Hallelujah didn't even take control of his body, began to ridicule directly. There's nothing they can do but go to war, like me and Alleluia. Hallelujah. Stimulated by what another self said, Alleluia's heart became heavy. That's just what you think. A person's origin cannot completely determine his future. Moreover, even if they will step on the battlefield, so what, kill them in advance? You who use this kind of words as an excuse to kill others, why don't you die and let me see? Lake said coldly. The sense of oppression faintly emanating from the words shocked the Lord with both Hallelujah and Hallelujah. Advertisement. Tisk, what a guy who likes to talk big. Shocked by the sense of oppression emanating from Lake, Hallelujah chose to retreat temporarily because he couldn't find any words to refute Lake's words. Okay, the other you are out of the way for a while, so what do you think now, Alleluia, are you going to kill them for the end? No, I want them to live. Alleluia said, and what Lake said to Hallelujah confirmed his wavering thoughts because of Hallelujah. Then submit the operation, the location of the facility will be announced directly through military intervention, and the subsequent matters will be resolved by public opinion. There are many honest people in the Human Revolutionary Union. After they learn about it, they will arrange for people to deal with those you don't have to, nor have the right to raise children, to kill those children and deprive them of their future. Ah! Alleluia understood, and after giving Lake a thankful look, he left the reception room, submitted to Veda about his stock rights, and used force to intervene against the Super Soldier Organization. Using the Super Soldier Research Organization of the Heaven Man to Human Revolution, the military intervention is carried out to let the whole world pay attention to this super military research institution, and terminate the operation application for the continuation of the base. Veda immediately passed this operation, and soon after, the main angel and the German angel set off and arrived at the Human Revolution Alliance's colonial satellite world. After the main angel opened fire and destroyed the two facilities next to the research institution that had already been evacuated from the Human Revolutionary Union, he walked away under the watchful eyes of the soldiers who arrived late. And after the main angel left, the information about the research organization of the Human Revolutionary Union was released by Veda and published on the internet, triggering the criticism of the entire public opinion against the Human Revolutionary Union, but the spokespersons of Union and AEU and related, however, the official media did not take this opportunity to criticize the RPRU as before. Since the failure of the Human Revolutionary Alliance's capture of Gundam, the three families began to send representatives to conduct secret discussions with each other about the cooperation of the three countries to capture Gundam. For this reason, they did not join in the public criticism against the Human Revolutionary Federation and Human Revolutionary Union, the king of the near-orbit space station. Wait, why are you arresting me? The leader of the super-military organization who was obsessed with research was handcuffed by the soldiers of the Human Revolutionary Union, and angrily questioned Sergei, who was in charge of arresting him. Lieutenant Colonel Sergei, what is going on? Advertisement. You don't know yet. Sergei, amused by the unresponsiveness of the person in charge, first asked him a question. Is the Gundam that was almost captured by our side in the previous Gundam capture operation the same as the Gundam that attacked the colonial satellite this time? The pilot of that Gundam is from your family. You have already guessed this matter, right? No, I don't know, what are you talking about, Lieutenant Colonel? The person in charge turned his head guiltily. He is the person in charge of the Super Soldier Agency. He has the authority to get the information for the battle against the Gundam. Therefore, the fact that some of the pilots of Tianren's Gundam is a super soldier, he already guessed. But he deliberately didn't say it out, because he was afraid that it would attract the investigation of the organization by the upper management, and find out all the illegal and transgressive research conducted internally for many years, which would lead to the closure of the entire organization. Sure enough, I know. Sergi, annoyed by the person in charge's reaction, said angrily, Heaven and man have intervened in the colonial satellite global by force, and put the matter of the super-military organization on the internet. Now our Human Revolutionary Alliance camp is in an unfavorable situation. The person in charge of your super army agency has long concealed the illegal research conducted by the higher UPS, and has to bear great responsibility for this incident. Now it has decided to close the super military agency, review you, and take him down. Wait for me. The person in charge wanted to speak out to defend his behavior, but Sergi didn't listen to a word. This time, maybe I have to thank heaven and man once. This strange thought flashed through Sergi's mind. The celestial man did not carry out a substantial attack on that institution, but only demolished a few buildings. Compared with what Tianren did in Ceylon before, Sergi was quite surprised by the way Tianren handled the incident this time. Moreover, although this incident has caused the RPRU to be disadvantaged in public opinion in the short term, it still, if this matter is not revealed, those guys from the Super Soldier Organization don't know how many children they will harm. Now those children who are rescued due to the closure of the organization will enter the official social welfare institution under the official arrangement of the Human Revolutionary Federation, and a small number of those who are really difficult to arrange will be adopted by some soldiers. Leave it to these children to decide for themselves. Chapter 31 Zhang, is the truth found after losing his life meaningful? The place where the child should stay. After all, it should not be a battlefield, but a warmer and brighter classroom. Lieutenant Colonel, what are you thinking about? Pieris asked after walking behind Sergi. Pierce. Looking at this Pieris, Sergi, who was thinking of this place, couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Even if the super army mechanism is blocked, it won't make any changes to Pieris. Advertisement. Now super soldiers are necessary in the battle against Gundam, and Pieris is also an adult, so the reason is in the past. Therefore, the upper echelons of the army will never agree to let him retire, so Pieris, who has become a soldier, can no longer choose another life. And as an adult, he must protect this young girl well. It's nothing, Lieutenant. It's getting late now, if you get tired later, you can go to rest first. Sergi replied to Pieris. Thank you Lieutenant Colonel, but I don't think I'm tired yet. Well, don't force yourself too much, it's not a good thing to force yourself too much. Union, 24 Tokyo Special Zone, in front of a certain military base. In order to search for news about heaven and man, Shaxi's elder sister Wanzhong led her younger generation to investigate the matter of Iolia after getting the consent of the editor-in-chief. The descendants of scientists, the other side is the military of those big countries and the companies that cooperate with those military forces. Among these companies, Anaheim is the one Wanzhong wants to interview the most. Senior, why don't we just give up? People from Union won't let us in the near future. I don't think we can find anything if we continue to investigate. People from the Security Bureau checked the scientists' area. Isn't there any other news? Now that the seniors rely on the news they have received through their own channels, will it be possible to come here to find the current president of Anaheim, Lakis Klein? Advertisement. No, I feel that if we continue to investigate like this, we will definitely be able to find out Iolia's true purpose. That person is the current president of Anaheim, Lakis Klein. Wanzhong was amazed when she saw this entrepreneur Lakis Klein, who had been on the cover of magazines recently. Such a beautiful person. When she saw it in reality, she couldn't help but sigh, as if she had walked out of a painting. That big entrepreneur actually appeared at Union's military base. Senior, that's Lakis Klein, you can't be wrong, I won't admit it, I even bought her poster. Junjiang's Jr. said excitedly. Ah, you, ah. Wanzhong put his hand on his forehead, are all men like this? The reason why she wanted to interview Anaheim was because Anaheim had a large amount of advanced technology, which was even enough to sell weapons and technology to the three major countries at the same time. Think about it, 3 alliances of countries that do not fight each other purchase weapons manufactured by the same company. The reason for such a magical scene is that Anaheim has beam weapon technology that no other company in the world has. This technology is so advanced that it surpasses the whole world, and it is almost the same as Tianren. Maybe this company is also related to Tianren, so Wanzhong wants to know Anaheim's views on Tianren. From this as a breakthrough, maybe it can help her understand the purpose of heaven and man. Wanzhong got out of the car, and called Lakis to stop when she was about to get in the car. Sorry, are you free for an interview now? But having said that, Wanzhong was also prepared to be rejected when he spoke. After all, it is common for big companies to refuse interviews. Want to talk? I'm preparing a meal here. If Miss Wanzhong doesn't mind, we can talk in the car. Let's have a meal together in the restaurant. Lakis looked at the female reporter and said. Thank you. It is enough for me that you agree to the interview. Wanzhong quickly thanked after being pleasantly surprised. Then he didn't forget to say something to the younger generation behind him, let him settle his lunch by himself, and meet up after her call in the afternoon. This junior is obviously a die-hard fan of Lakis, and it would be bad for him to bring him over. Advertisement. After getting in the car, Wanzhong asked Lux the few questions she wanted to ask the most, and Lax observed the reporter, and after considering the treat, tried to answer Junjiang's position on heaven and man, and a few questions about her personal views on heaven and man. If Ms. Wanzhong wants to ask how Anaheim Company views heaven and man, Anaheim's answer is that it neither likes nor dislikes heaven and man. Whether they appear or not will not affect Anaheim Company. Because Anaheim has the world's #1 technology? Wanzhong heard Lakis' implication. The reason why some military companies such as Moraria are worried about the intervention of heaven and man, or the reason for the decline in performance cannot be attributed to Anaheim. Anaheim is now able to connect with the three major powers at the same time, and the relationship between heaven and man for military intervention has intensified the determination of the three major powers to desire to possess new types of weapons. Under such circumstances, Anaheim is actually the beneficiary, but after all, Tianren is a terrorist in the eyes of the outside world, and Anaheim is such a big military company, who knows if it will be taken by Tianren force involved. Taken together, it's really okay to say that you don't like it or don't like it. Then you are personally against heaven and man. Of course I can't understand their purpose. If 167 really wants to eradicate war, why did heaven and man not announce the eradication of war until now after 200? Lakis answered Junjiang's question. Although she knew the purpose of the heaven and man long ago, that purpose could not be disclosed to the outside world, to this reporter. And she agreed to the interview with Wanzhong because Lakis saw that Wanzhong was a reporter who did not care about fame and fortune. This kind of person is extremely rare in any world, so she agreed to be interviewed. Indeed, it is a mystery that the intervention by force of heaven and man has not been carried out until now. Seeing Wanzhong recording her words with a serious face, Lacker felt sympathetic and forced the reporter who was looking for the truth. Miss Wanzhong, you'd better stop investigating heaven and man after this interview. Why? Wanzhong didn't understand why Lux suddenly persuaded her so much. You are just a reporter. You should be able to imagine how huge Tianren's organization is. If the investigation continues, Tianren might attack Miss Wanzhong. Miss Wanzhong, do you have the ability to guarantee your own safety? Lux kindly persuaded. In her eyes, Junjiang's behavior is no different from seeking death, pursuing the truth, but if she loses her life because of this, does the truth she pursues really have that much meaning? Chapter 31 The end of the interview, as a distant civil war will start. Even if Lux is a person from this world, she doesn't know the situation of the so-called celestial beings. Just from the several military interventions of celestial beings and their ability to create Gundam, a mobile weapon that surpasses the world, one can guess that celestial humans must have huge financial support behind the creation of such a weapon that surpasses the world. Moreover, the intelligence agencies of all countries in the world have been unable to find any traces of Tianren for so long, which can also prove how terrifying the intelligence network of Tianren is. Wanzhong Rhodes, a reporter from Common, actually wanted to investigate the organization of heaven and man. It sounds good to say that it is a mantis arm blocking a car, but now Wanzhong stopped and returned before the investigation found anything. Advertisement. And, if the search is deeper and deeper, then death will only come sooner. Even if she doesn't die, she has to pay a price that she will never forget in her life. But, I want to find out the truth. Wanzhong did not accept Lakis' advice after thinking about the danger. It's not that she doesn't understand the danger, but her desire for truth overwhelms everything. She wants to investigate the truth about heaven and man, and be a reporter who finds out the truth. How to ensure safety? Well, thank you for your reminder, I will pay more attention. Wanzhong replied after hesitating for a moment, and putting the safety of her life directly in front of her only made her hesitate for a moment. As a reporter, she believes that she must not refuse to continue to investigate the truth just because she is afraid of some danger. Can't you persuade me? From what Wanzhong has done, Lux can tell that it is impossible to persuade this person. Finding the truth has become this person's obsession, and this is not something that can be changed by talking about it. But directly disclosing the truth and Junjiang's current personality will undoubtedly bring Junjiang's death. A few hours later, Wan Zhong left after thanking Lakis for accepting her interview. Lakis watched her leaving back for a while before leaving. After going through so many things, for Junjiang's reluctance to persuade her, she can only pray that the other party will change his mind in the future, listen to her words, and stop sending him to investigate matters related to heaven and man. Advertisement. And about 2 months after that, the progress of the United Nations construction of solar power generation facilities in Azerbaijan began to encounter strong opposition from some conservatives in the country. In the eyes of those conservatives, Marina's behavior this time safely sold Azerbaijan. As a result, the contradictions between these conservatives and reformers intensified, and attacks on the construction facilities occurred one after another. Kona, who is a representative of the United Nations, told Marina at a regular meeting that if the technicians continue to be attacked, Azerbaijan cannot guarantee their safety, so they can only let the technicians evacuate from Azerbaijan first. Ambassador Kona, can I ask a question? In the corner of the meeting room, Celine, Marina's maid and think tank, raised her question. There are still many small backward countries in the Middle East, so why did the United Nations choose to support Azerbaijan? There is no unwarranted goodwill in the world, even the United Nations. Celine, who is an out-and-out realist in contrast to the idealistic Marina, knows that the situation in Azerbaijan is everywhere in the Middle East. And then the UN chose Azerbaijan over anyone else? In connection with the fierce conflicts in Azerbaijan at this moment, Celine even wondered whether the other party deliberately took advantage of this time to fuel the outbreak of conflicts in Azerbaijan. It's because you made a request. Kona replied with a smile. Well, actually from our point of view, we want to use Azerbaijan as a model for the Middle East, and provide comprehensive technical support to the Middle East in the future. Besides, there is also a relationship between heaven and man. If the disputes in the Middle East continue, military intervention will only be a matter of time, so in order to avoid that from happening, it is best to provide support to the relevant countries in advance. Ambassador Kona's opinion is truly remarkable, Celine sarcastically said. The more you listen to these beautiful words, the more people suspect that Kona's purpose is impure. What's the matter, Master Kona, you seem to be very tired. Livons asked intimately after Kona returned to the hotel. I was asked a question by the Queen's Guard, asking me why I supported Azerbaijan. Advertisement. Then what do you think? Azerbaijan, I just want to see what the world will become and how it will change. For this reason, this most dangerous country is the most suitable. Kona said calmly. This mission was concocted by him, so that no one would use Azerbaijan, the largest bomb target in the Middle East, to intervene by force. 1. As a result, the powerful image of heaven and man will be further rooted in the hearts of the people, and the three major powers will further strengthen their desire to capture Gundam, so that his plan can proceed smoothly. Just a few days after the end of this dialogue, the news that the conservative leader was suddenly kidnapped spread throughout the world, which undoubtedly ignited the current tension in Azerbaijan and plunged the entire country into a conflict. On the brink of detonation. On the other end, the universe, Ptolemy's briefing room. Wang Laimei received news that the conservative leader of Azerbaijan, Russia, was kidnapped. There have been several conflicts in the country, and the possibility of civil war is extremely high. The emperor who summoned everyone didn't talk nonsense, and directly conveyed the news from Wang Laimei to everyone. Hearing this, a complicated expression appeared on his face in an instant. Is that country in the Middle East actually going to a civil war now? Locke raised his brows and frowned slightly. He knew about that Middle Eastern country before, and now it turns out that once the leaders of the conservatives are kidnapped, they will go to the point of civil war with each other. The reason is because of the solar power generation system developed by the United Nations. The conflict between conservatives and reformists in that country has always been serious. The relationship between the two parties, Numajao, has almost reached the point of incompatibility. Kidnapping was the last straw. Lake said after taking a look at Setsuna. Yeah, that's why heaven and man are preparing to intervene by force. Azerbaijan's action this time is composed of Setsuna, Lokang, and Lake. Can you go with us? Huang said. Ptolemy has not been renovated yet, and the Lord Angel and the Angel need to stay on Ptolemy just in case, and the more manpower needed for this civil strife, the better, so I have to ask Lake to go there together. I will go with you, Setsuna. Locke, why don't you go with me in my transport ship? Lake invited. It can also accommodate 1 to 4 Gundams. Take that transport ship and descend directly to the Earth. Locke wondered for a while, although the GN particles were used, could the transport ship be able to penetrate? Chapter 32 Arrive in Azerbaijan, Goodbye Wang Laimei. Of course, Lake's transport ship can spread GN particles all over the ship. Said Ian, who went to watch the transport ship every day because of his interest. Then it's not a problem for that ship to move on the Earth. Locke said immediately, and the rest of the people also realized this. It would be good in terms of convenience to be able to descend into the atmosphere, but with their current heavenly man the situation is that the function of the transport ship is not that great, and Gundam can rely on the orbital elevator to go to the universe. Descending to the Earth, you can also use the strongholds of the celestial beings around the world when you need to resupply and rest during the Earth operation, and the use of the transport ship is not. Advertisement. This operation needs to arrive at Azadistan quickly. The transport ship will be much slower than the Gundam. Please drive the Gundam directly to Azadistan. The operation base there will be in Azadistan. The special agent Wang Liamei is in charge of responding. Huang said. That ship is faster than Gundam. Lake smiled. What? Really? You're not joking. If you don't believe me, you can ask Ian. I also showed Ian the propulsion system on that ship. The name is called the Radiance Transmitter System. It is a 110 very interesting technology. It can convert GN particles into light pressure, and bring the speed of that transport ship beyond the current third-generation Gundam. It is a pity that Lake refused to give me the information. Look. Ian complained. After all, both parties are heavenly beings. Lake leads such a large team and doesn't share his technology with them. This makes FON a little bit itchy. That's a technology that's still under experimentation. We're still experimenting here. Lake shook his head and said, the version of the radiant carrier used after converting GN particles into light pressure is only experimental in nature. If you want to use it directly on the MS, you need to test the core Gundam that uses GN capacitors as energy after modification for a period of time. It really has a speed that surpasses that of Gundam. What everyone cares about is the speed of the third generation of Gundam. It is too magical for a transport ship to be able to surpass the speed of Gundam. It's not as exaggerated as you think. If you want to use this system, you must stay on the transport ship and be directly powered by the solar furnace. Otherwise, the GN capacitor on the battleship alone is not enough to support the operation of this system. Lake, who watched this group of people think things were too exaggerated, explained again. However, his words didn't seem to have any effect. The surprised expressions on the faces of Huang and the others were not much less. Even Felt, a girl who often went to Anaheim, was the same after a while. Respond first, and bring the topic back to the original incident of going to Azadistan. Advertisement. Let's talk about the technology later. Now that the transport ship is faster than the common ship, Locke said, you two will go to Azadistan on the Lash transport ship. Understand X2. Setsuna and Locking said the same thing in a colder tone, and the other in a slightly brisk tone. More than 10 minutes later, Angel of Power and Angel of Energy moved to Lake's transport ship Niku, and under the control of Hanyu, the transport ship activated the radiant carrier, and quickly disappeared in front of everyone on the Ptolemy Bridge. Film. That's the carrier of light? It's much faster than our Ptolemy. Lacey exclaimed. If the ship is about to become like that, since the technology on it is developed by the cooperation of heaven and man, will it depend on it in the future? Lamy may first also use this technology. I can't help it. After all, Ptolemy is just a transport ship, and it doesn't even have any weapons on it. Said the helmsman Siddhartha helplessly. But isn't that ship just a transport ship, and it doesn't have any weapons on it? Christina's short sentence made Lizzie Dian's attempt to deceive herself fall through. Right, Felt. Yes. Felt absent-mindedly said that during the few days Lake stayed on the ship this time, she didn't talk to Lake very much because of her personality, which made Felt feel a little depressed. Don't worry, it's not like he won't meet you in the future, and he will definitely come to Ptolemy again. I'm telling you, if he doesn't come, you will take the initiative to chase him. Christina, who saw through Felt's mind, immediately acted as a dog-headed strategist. Rush up, no way. Felt shook his head like a rattle, decisively denying Christina's opinion, which didn't fit her character. You two, this is the bridge, that one, speak in a low voice. Alleluia, the teacher who didn't want to be the background board of the girls' chat, stepped forward. They are still talking about business. Where is Christina? The bad-tempered Tyria has already turned her head away. Advertisement. Alleluia, no girl will like a guy who can't read atmosphere. Well. I was stunned, Alleluia couldn't laugh or cry. Seeing that the crowd was getting more and more happy, the emperor said to everyone with a serious face, okay, stop making trouble, and continue to do your own tasks. Tyria and Alleluia, don't relax too much. Sit down. Prepare to attack, and if the situation in Azadistan continues to deteriorate, you two are also ready to attack. The scope of the impact of this incident is predicted by the emperor. If it becomes the worst result, then the scope of the impact will be quite wide. All the main angels and virtuous angels were sent to the ground. Near the northern part of Azadistan, the deep blue transport ship broke through the clouds and landed in front of Wang Liamei's plane. After Wang Liamei's eyes were surprised, even under the gaze of the red dragon, the corners of Wang Liamei's mouth slightly raised. The three lakes who got off the transport ship were welcomed into the plane, and the transport ship was hidden by Hanayu's optical camouflage after the three lakes entered. Inside the plane, Hong Long began to explain the situation under Wang Laimei's instructions. Everyone, when you came here, several conflicts broke out in Azadistan. According to our prediction, the civil war will start soon, so please stay in the plane temporarily. Wait for a while. Well, it doesn't matter where you stay at this time, Lake said and wanted to go outside for some activities. Lake, we met, and you didn't even say hello. Wang Laimei said speechlessly. She hadn't said a word to herself since getting off the plane, and now she just ignored her. Good guy, regardless of status, no one would dare to do this just by looking at her appearance. Isn't this here to carry out a mission? Since you want to say hello, it's a pleasure to meet again, Wang Laimei. Do you know each other? Locke asked. It's because we have cooperated in business before, and we have known each other for a long time. Wang Laimei said with a smile. Although she can live in the player's house, although she has been affected by personal emotions recently, she also knows that some things it is not suitable for speaking to the outside world. Chapter 33 Suspicions of the Civil War and Avalanche Equipment. Then, let's get down to business. After drinking the coffee, Lake put down his teacup and looked at Wang Laimei and Hong Long. Now to solve the civil strife that is about to break out in Azadistan, we must rescue Russia, who has been kidnapped and whose whereabouts are unknown. Well, this is the only way. Wang Laimei nodded. Only when all the citizens know that Masood Ramadi is safe, the infighting between the two factions caused by his kidnapping will end. Does anyone know who kidnapped that old man? Locke asked. Advertisement. It's not clear yet. According to Veda's speculation, it can only be confirmed that the one who kidnapped Masood Ramadi is not a reformist. There is a high possibility. Wang Laimei said. Although the conflict between the two factions has reached the point where fire and water are incompatible, reformers are unlikely to be so muddled that they would directly take risks and provoke a civil war for the sake of the smooth construction of the solar wireless power generation system. Self-directed and acted. There is also the possibility of a third party. In short, the agents of heaven and man have already started investigations in Azadistan. However, because this country hates outsiders very much, the investigation has not yet achieved any results. Red Dragon explained the situation. Investigations in such countries in the Middle East have always been troublesome, and the extreme xenophobia of the people is not so easy for their agents to investigate intelligence. I'll go out and investigate the situation. Xu Na suddenly stood up and said to Wang Laimei. You? Well, I'm from this country. Setsuna provided a reason for his actions, and outsiders could not investigate, but he, the Kyrgyz who was annexed by Azadistan, was easier to act than these agents. Motherland, Setsuna, don't act arbitrarily because of feelings just because it is your hometown. Lok Ang, who was afraid that Setsuna would score 3 times, warned. I see. I'm going out, too. I need to contact someone for something. After seeing Setsuna leave, Lake got up and left after a few minutes. Now that he is in Azadistan, he should also leave for a while, and talk to Anaheim. Check out the situation in Azadistan. Oh, I'm still on standby, now I suddenly contact someone, who is it? Locke asked curiously. Red Dragon frowned, it's because I suddenly contacted someone on the way to carry out the mission. Advertisement. Red Dragon, don't talk too much. After Wang Laimei said that, Red Dragon had no choice but to keep his mouth shut. Locke raised his eyebrows when he saw this. Wang Laimei's reaction was a bit interesting. Although usually a serious person, Locke never minds eating more melons when it should be relaxed. He shifted his gaze to Lake who was on the side, but didn't see even a special expression on Lake's face. Could it be that he felt wrong? You probably won't contact people who shouldn't be contacted, but please come back quickly. Learn. Lake smiled, and contacted Abby from the Anaheim company with a personal terminal outside the plane. I haven't contacted us for so many days. Is it because of Azadistan? That's a good guess, Abby. What's the situation at Union now? The reformists in Azadistan have secretly asked Union for help, and Union immediately agreed. ABI said. The incidents obtained from the Anaheim company in the military are no different from those in history. This time, the reformists asked for help secretly from Princess Marina. Therefore, Princess Marina is in the eyes of these reformists. But the meaning of a good-looking vase is already obvious. The only team to be sent is the Gundam investigation team, right? Yes, Gramika and his teammates are already heading to Azadistan on a transport plane after getting the Delta Plus, ABI said. Delta Plus for him. Lake showed surprise. If he remembers correctly, the machine body should have completed some remaining tests within 2 days. If it is time to adjust, it will be impossible to pull it out now. To be precise, it's the Delta Plus that hasn't been adjusted yet. As soon as Abby mentioned Gram, he felt his blood pressure go up, her fists are going to be hard. At any rate, Lake knew that he would wait for the airframe to be adjusted before driving out. As for Gram, the Delta Plus was at the last moment of adjustment, so he yelled to drive the Delta Plus out. Abby saw the whole Lake Ultimate Plus version, which really made her feel a little irritated. The feeling of lingering. Asking for flowers. Advertisement. Ha ha ha, but looking at you like this, in the end he managed to drive the machine out. Because Professor Eefman agreed, and handed over the final adjustment work to Billy, and let Billy make adjustments on the way here. Abby said calmly. If it weren't for this, she wouldn't be able to get Graham to drive that machine out. I can't help it. The attraction of Gundam is the strongest for Graham. Graham and you are the same type of person. Abby complained. It is indeed a type of person, but I am not as fanatical as Graham. If you're as fanatical as he is, I'd have a headache. Abi was very thankful that Lake didn't reach that level. If Lake's love for MS and Gundam was as good as Graham's, he would sometimes let's make a frantic speech. Abby thinks she can think about when to run away with a bucket. Isn't that fanatical? Abby didn't even bother to believe a word of this, so he changed the subject and mentioned that the avalanche equipment he made for the Lady Justice had been completed. The production is complete, then go back and use it after this matter is over. There's no need to come back, the equipment has already been delivered to you by the company's people on a large transport plane, and Hanayo can send you the coordinates later. With Union's support in Azadistan this time, Anaheim's transport plane is also very easy to mess with this country that is about to start a civil war. Is the airdrop here? I know, I will receive it later. It's still the same. Without the video communication turned on, Abby could also imagine Lake's expression at this time, and he sighed helplessly. At this time, in the city of Azadistan, Moji changed into the clothes of Kurajis and wore a turban to sneak into the city to inquire about information. There were too many whereabouts in the city because of his face and clothes are hostile to the people here who have experienced the war and have not forgotten the relevant memories. The moment he understood where the hatred in the eyes of these people came from, he thought of the past, the war he participated in as a young soldier. Compared with that time, the current Azadistan has not changed in any way, everything is the same as before, neither he nor Azadistan, they are all so small. Chapter 34 Civil War broke out, Graham's 3 attacks. While inquiring about news from a child in Shu Mo, an old man stepped forward and scolded displeasedly, "Hey, you are not welcome here, leave quickly." Kurgis's people dangled in front of them, which made them who had experienced the war resentful. Understood. Setsuna agreed to the old man on the surface, then turned and walked away, and then went to another street to continue collecting information. In the hotel, Kona, who listened to Livon's information, looked towards the sunset. I didn't expect to ask Union for assistance. It seems that they don't know that there are conservatives in the army. Advertisement. That's true. If they knew, the reformists would not choose to ask Union for assistance to avoid the civil war in this country. Livons is very dedicated to interpreting his current loyalty to Kona, who has no Kona in his mind. It is easy to use the 130 character design. It's the same if you don't ask. Livons, the leader of the conservative faction is missing, and there is no doubt about the outbreak of civil unrest in Azadistan. I really enjoy this kind of Kona who pretends to show off his IQ in front of his subordinates. Sure enough, he was hooked. Let this action continue to show the world how powerful the Celestial Gundam is, so that the Human Revolutionary Federation (AEU) and UNIO will be eager to have new weapons to defeat the Gundam, and the MS provided by Anaheim cannot satisfy it. We are the only ones who can fulfill this request. What an idiot. In Livon's size, Kona is like a clown performing on stage in front of a circus, ridiculous, stupid, well, but if he is not so stupid, he is not easy to manipulate. How could Mao Kona come up with this kind of plan? Some of the details and execution of the plan were done by him. Even this plan was made after Kona submitted specific information about the internal conflicts in Azadistan. Behind the whole action is his shadow. It's ridiculous that this man thinks his brain is very smart. Behind Kona's invisible back, the corner of Livon's mouth drew a joyful angle. The information received from Veda, Lake also came together, just in time, took this opportunity to meet that person. He was touched by those gifts. The preparations have been completed, and it's time to show that man a look. At night, in front of the solar power generation facility under the vast darkness, a conservative proboscis driver attacked his original companion without warning. And this seemed to be a signal, and the gun battle between the conservatives and the regular army began. Advertisement. And Graham, who was patrolling over the solar power generation facility, received the news, and drove his new love machine Delta Plus and lowered the flag of his teammates. When they came to the power generation facility, they didn't know what to do because of the on-site conditions reflected on the display screen. Obviously, the proboscis style used by the Azadistan army is divided into 2 sides at the moment, and they are firing at each other. Then the question arises, which side is the rebel army and which side is the regular army? Graham frowned, and at this moment, the radar chart on the Delta Plus display was confused, and there was noise from inside the helmet. Interference? Could it be? Echoing Graham's conjecture, several cherry red beams appeared in the night along with several dense missiles. The beams and the missiles dragging green light caused these long-armed fighters who were killing each other to fall to the ground. It's Gundam. Graham looked in the direction of the attack, and was about to charge towards it while driving the Delta Plus. In the desert not too far from the base, GN armed fighters, Force Angels and Goddess of Justice stayed here, and the ones who just launched the attack were GN armed fighters and Locke's powerful Force Angels. It is confirmed that all the targets have been hit, and the Azadistan army's long arms have all lost their ability to operate. In the cockpit of the Goddess of Justice avalanche suit, Hanyu explained to Lake the results of the strikes on those long-armed fighters by her remote control of the GN armed fighter just now. Fire suppression is really exaggerated. I hope more and more that our GN armed fighters can be developed as soon as possible. Locking said. As soon as the words fell, 4 rays of light suddenly appeared in the sky, and countless lights were quickly split, heading towards the solar power generation facility. Come here suddenly at this time, who the hell is it? Locke hurriedly sniped the missiles with Angel's beam sniper rifle. Advertisement. As for the Goddess of Justice, because the attack came too suddenly, Hanyu had no choice but to control the armed fighter and fire 2 large GH cannons to intercept most of the missiles. The tyrannical firepower of the GN armed fighters reduced the number of these missiles by more than 80% at one time, and there was a violent explosion in the air, and only a small number of missiles in the early 20% of the remaining missiles hit the solar power generation facilities. Although the damage caused the solar power generation facilities to burst into flames. Civil war in this country is unavoidable. Locke's voice was filled with deep resentment. Who on earth suddenly came out to get in the way at such a time? No, at least the solar power generation facilities are preserved, and there is hope for this country in the future. Lake comforted, judging from the degree of damage, it is much better to be repaired after the power loss, than to be completely destroyed. Having said that, Lake, the opponent's body is rushing towards us. It's a new type. Lee Angel's sniper captured the Delta Plus approaching at high speed with a camera. I'll deal with Gundam, you go find the enemy who fired the missile. Graham said to his teammates Howard and Daryl. The task of carrying out the defense of Azadistan is done by his teammates, and for him as a warrior, the top priority is the confrontation with Gundam. That airframe was recently developed by our company. I'll deal with it, Locke, you don't have to intervene. It belongs to your company. It seems that you have a deep understanding of that MS, but be careful, don't overturn it. When Locke heard that the Delta Plus was produced in Anaheim, the 5.6 didn't let it go completely. In my heart, I am still aiming hard at the Angels, providing assistance at any time. The Goddess of Justice tentatively fired a few beams at the Delta Plus. The huge improvement in performance allowed Graham to manipulate the Delta Plus to easily roll over. After avoiding these beams, the distance narrowed. The beam saber and the GN sword were in contact with each other, and the faces of the Goddess of Justice Delta Plus and the 2 bodies were extremely clear under the light of the diffused particles after the collision. It turned out to be the previous Black Gundam, and this time I met you again here. Sure enough, there is a red line between me and the Gundam. Said the same thing there again. Lake sighed, and instructed Hanyu, who asked if he wanted to use GN armed fighters for support. Hanyu, I will decide the outcome with him myself. Chapter 35 Graham is a pure Gundam idiot. Learn. After colliding in the air for 2 rounds, when the Goddess of Justice's GN sword wanted to stab at Delta Plus dodged it when it was about to stab. In the past, in the face of such a fierce attack, it was impossible to dodge such a perfect body with the performance of a banner-style body. The Delta Plus is indeed an excellent body. Graham couldn't help but thank Professor Eveman, Lake, and Anaheim in his heart. Brought him such a great body, so that he can pursue Gundam. Advertisement. Seeing that the stabbing failed to hit Delta Plus, he drew out the GN short blade with his right hand and swung the short blade to slash the Goddess of Justice again. This tactic doesn't work now. Delta Plus brazenly stepped forward, seeing Graham, who saw the GN short blade, manipulating Delta Plus to use the beam saber again, but the Goddess of Justice suddenly threw out the GN short blade when approaching, and then pulled out the beam saber again. What a waste of weapons, Gundam pilot! Graham complained. 24. After dodging the dart, the Delta Pools met the Goddess of Justice's GN beam saber, and the 2 sides slashed at each other. After a few breaths, in order to prevent the body from being destroyed, the Delta Pools driven by Graham through the grenade was released in exchange for the body's temporary retreat. Who? Graham was panting. The battle just now was more intense than ever. It was obvious that his body retreated farther back, but Graham once again clearly recognized the extent of Gundam's output. How outrageous, this made him even more excited. Even if it has an advantage in performance, the performance of the machine cannot determine the outcome. Graham, who only had 1 knife on his body, naturally wouldn't try to use 1 knife to forcibly attack the 2 opponents after seeing how powerful the Lady Justice's close combat was. Withdrawing the knife and retreating, Delta Plus threw out the grenade mounted under the shield as a diversion, the body changed into Ma form, and while moving rapidly, aimed at the Goddess of Justice and shot several beams in one go. Can't hit. Advertisement. Raising the gun to detonate the flying grenade, Lake released the GN particles stored in Lady Justice's avalanche equipment, and the large amount of released GN particles made Lady Justice instantly obtain an unimaginable super high speed. With this speed bonus, the Goddess of Justice not only dodges the incoming light beams, but also directly disappears in the eyes of Delta Plus, only one. This speed is so fast! Graham exclaimed, although he couldn't even see clearly, his instinct drove Graham to deform the body when the Lady Justice was lost from his field of vision, pull out the beam saber, and managed to slash at the last moment with the GN War Sword. The time gear of the medium body is down. I can react to this, the technique is good, as high as an idiot. Lake joked, this time the contest with Graham is about the time, he doesn't intend to destroy Delta Plus, and it's almost time to go to the palace. Get up, now get the COMM back on so Graham can go away on his own. Immediately, he contacted Locking next to him to stop the dispersion of particles. After the contact, the Goddess of Justice raised her foot and kicked the Delta Plus out. The processed sound was transmitted to Graham through the speaker of the machine. Gundam moron? I'm sorry, but if you are not persistent, you won't be able to catch up to Gundam. Hearing Lake's words, Graham only felt that this was Gundam's approval of him, and was about to continue to fight with Lake, when suddenly a sound came from the wireless communication channel. The mobile suits in the Zisua base of the Azadistan army have started to move. The target seems to be the palace. Please rush to suppress it. N. There's a rebellion near the palace? Why is this time? Graham frowned. The explanation sent from the communication channel stated that there were 5 long-arm units starting from that base. Graham knew that, based on this number, other bases might also have MS to carry out armed uprisings. This is an armed uprising of the conservatives against the reformers. In connection with the attack on the solar power generation facilities just now, the truth of this incident has surfaced. Although the damage to the solar power generation facilities is not serious, the attack will also intensify the conflict between the reformers and the reformers. Conservative determination to confront. Why is it at this time? Graham is extremely unwilling, it is the first time to drive a new machine, and it is the first time to be able to use the new body in Gundam to reach this level. The result is that he is forced to leave at this time. Tisk. But apart from his unwillingness, Graham could not turn a blind eye to the people who were suffering from the war due to the actions of the rebel army. Advertisement. He is a soldier, how can he turn a blind eye to civilians for his own selfish desires? What's the matter, didn't you fight? I'm a soldier, I can't ignore the reluctant people, I'll fight with you next time we meet, Gundam. The Delta Plus transforms, the propeller releases Blue's tail flame, and flies into the sky. I didn't expect that there are such soldiers in Union. Locking sent a communication in Lee Angel. Although he also guessed that the other party must have learned of the civil strife in other places before leaving, but this soldier who was sent to capture Gundam was willing to let go of his biggest goal and leave. Because he's not a villain, he's just as pure as Setsuna. Lake said. Pure Gundam madness. Locke got to the point, this nickname was his joking nickname for Setsuna could be faintly heard in Graham's tone. For Gundam's unusual emotion. He is indeed a tall 777 idiot. Lake nodded after being silent for a moment. This description is indeed very suitable for Graham. At this time, Graham, who was joining his teammates, sneezed without warning. But this Gundam idiot's skills are not bad. If you meet him, you have to be careful, that guy is not easy to deal with. Ah, I just finished watching, this guy is not easy to deal with, if you really match up, you have to fight with your real skills. Locke's face was serious, he just watched the scene of his battle with Lake, and he also saw how extraordinary Graham's skills are. Among the 4 Gundam fighters on Ptolemy, he can't compete with Graham if he is not serious. Confrontation, and apart from him, the rest of the people would be defeated if they met Graham. At this time, the capital of Azadistan. The proboscis driven by the rebel army who launched the rebellion has already arrived here. These rebels stayed in the cockpit of the proboscis and reprimanded the reformers headed by Marina, while preparing to go towards the capital palace. In order to prevent these rebels from fighting with each other, the regular army in the capital represented the flames of the battle burning in the capital, making this dark night, which should have been dark, brighter than it should have appeared. The capital is so dangerous now, don't you want to take refuge? Livones, who was staying behind Kona, slightly raised his mouth, not playing his role as a servant while enjoying the performance of the clown named Kona. Chapter 36 The Civil War is getting fiercer and let Hanyu open Gundam? Refuge? Livones, you should also come and see what kind of existence is called Gundam. Kona held the wine glass and motioned Livones to look into the distance. After getting the news in advance, the energy angel who was on standby near the capital fell from the sky, and started to attack the proboscis in front of him. He slid, spun, and swung his GN sword to knock down the regular MS in front of him, and then moved towards the MS of the rebel army launched an attack. The long-armed stance fighting in front of the energy angel was pierced by the thrown GN short blade, while the smoothbore shell used by the proboscis type behind which was trying to sneak attack was blocked by the GN shield, and the energy angel wielding the beam saber and the GN sword knocked the remaining mobile phones of the rebel army were also quickly wiped out. Is that Gundam? Livones pretended to be seeing Gundam for the first time, and Kona was very satisfied with the surprise on his face. Advertisement. It's just using brute force, this Gundam pilot can only rely on the performance of the body. As he spoke, Kona showed a strong disgust expression on his face. Choosing such a group of unstable people as the pilot of the Gundam, the plan of that person in Iolia really has to become his plan of Kona. You have the nerve to say this. Livones sneered at Kona's arrogance. Of course, he selected this young man at the moment, and Livones couldn't understand what kind of ability that young man possessed, but Kona, a person who has served in the army, has been it's ridiculous to say that a person whose level can only be regarded as a half bucket of water. And the object the two were observing, in the cockpit of Neng Angel, received an urgent encrypted communication from Wang Liamei at the moment when all the proboscis in the capital were solved. Kazna, Sharia, and Kazana, these three bases also have MS activities. Sharia and Kazana have already been handed over to the Goddess of Justice and Angel of Power, and Kazna's base is handed over to you. May I? What are they doing now? Crossing District 7. Learn. The energy angel starts and flies towards the 7th area. In front of a certain city in Azerbaijan, a group of long-nosed rebels who were preparing to enter the city were marching. Suddenly, a cherry-red beam of light fell from the sky and destroyed most of the long-nosed soldiers in the team. The remaining two, the proboscis, looked towards the sky in horror, and the black shadow of the machine falling from the sky was galloping from above. Yes, yes. Advertisement. The pilot who saw the face of the machine shouted in horror, and when the words of fear spit out from his mouth, the Goddess of Justice who had already come before them split the last two proboscis into two with the GN sword and the GN short blade. The split proboscis explodes behind Lady Justice. MS have all confirmed the destruction. Locking and Setsuna should be done soon, let's go back first. Lake looked back at the sky that was about to light up. It's okay for personal beliefs, but these things attack the city one by one, and implicate the common people. It's better for the rebels to go down and talk about their gods. The body flew up and returned to the transport ship and Wang's base. When it was about to arrive at the place, Lake suddenly remembered an important matter, and hurriedly explained to Hanyu. By the way, Hanyu, don't report to ABI about throwing weapons during the battle this time, that guy will make fun of me again after he finds out. After making an agreement with ABI not to throw weapons around after the fight with Graham this time, it happened that there was still a movement on Lady Justice that could be thrown out, and Lake threw this agreement behind again. Although now that he has money, he doesn't need to rely solely on the equipment on the battleship to make weapons. Throwing a sword or something can be thrown casually, but before he likes to throw weapons at will, he told Abby that he wouldn't do it. Yes, now again, if he really wants to be known, he must be used by Abby to tease him. Understood. Hanyu finished replying, and then kept silent on the way back. When Lake returned to the place where the transport ship and the royal plane were staying, the Angels of Power and Angels who had gone to the other two bases to perform missions returned together. Lok Ang, who came down from Lee Angel, speculated that there might indeed be a third force involved in Azerbaijan based on the missiles that had attacked yesterday, so he sent the missile launch location analyzed by Gundam to Setsuna. In a moment, you take a break, and then go to investigate the launch site of the missile. I'll go there now. After hearing that, Shanmo's face changed, and after glancing at the information about the missile launch site received on the personal terminal, he went to Gundam to change his clothes, and was ready to go there immediately. This kid, his genius has just dawned, and he doesn't take a break. Seeing that Setsuna acted so quickly, Locke looked helpless. Well, let's go to the plane first, we will exchange information with Wang Liamei during the break. Makes sense. After resting for several hours, the two came to the morning of the second day. At this time, 1 night had passed since the start of the rebellion. Although Marina delivered a speech to the nation in person, expressing in her words that she wanted to persuade everyone to calm down, there was no one in this conversation. It can be heard that the conflict between the armies was suppressed with the help of the Gundam investigation team sent by the United Nations, but the dispute between the conservatives and the reformers is still going on, and the terrorist attacks around the city are still going on. As it continues, people continue to die as a result. Advertisement. Day 2, Morning. Asterisk a third-party force. Yes, judging from the power of the missiles that attacked the solar power generation facilities yesterday, it was obviously used by MS. I personally guess that the leaders of the conservative faction may also be in their hands. Locking said his speculation. An organization that can use MS, who is going to do it? Wang Liamei frowned slightly, and the stakeholders she could think of either did not have the motivation or did not have the time. We'll know the result when Setsuna's investigation is over, Lake said. Why are you so sure? Wang Lai couldn't help asking. Because I knew from the beginning who was behind this. Lake thought. It was Sachs who kidnapped Lisha, and the guy who hired Sachs behind the scenes was the guy Kona and Livons who participated in the planning. Now this last person still needs to contact him to meet and talk about gifts. Wang Dezhao, by the way, I will go to the capital of Azeddistan to deal with some matters later, and I will leave the rest of the steps to you. The mission is not over yet, you are leaving. Locke asked with a look of surprise. What is running away? I left Hannah here. If she needs to act, she can drive the Lady Justice to help. Lake spread his hands. Hannah's skills are already enough to deal with Sachs. As for himself, Lake has no interest in torturing mercenaries, and Livons even asked him to meet. Let Hannah pilot the Gundam. Locke asked in astonishment. He wasn't surprised by something special about Hannah, not to mention the time on the ship. Before that, Hannah had remotely controlled the actions of GN armed fighters. Launching the Gundam is also a breeze from a technical point of view. To Locke's astonishment and even a little speechlessness, a Gundam Vanguard just left the driving task to the AI in charge of support. When I feel so crumbly. Chapter 37 2 Meetings with Livons, the Halawai family. Unlike Locke Ang, who has a new understanding of Lake, Wang Limei's eyes turned. Since Hannah is involved in the next action, she has no objection to Lake's departure from the action. Although she is very curious about what Lake is going to do after leaving, but even if she asks, she probably won't get an answer. Then you will be responsible for the next action to be handed over to Hannah. Wang Limei is an operator of Tianren, so she naturally knows a lot about Hannah. Stay in the United States. The red dragon on the side moved his mouth, but it was still the same reason as before, which made him take back everything he wanted to say. Advertisement. A few hours later, Lake arrived at the capital of Azeddistan in a small car prepared in advance on the transport ship. The turbulent situation at the moment caused relevant regular army troops to be deployed around the capital. There were very few people, and because of the current situation, Lake was questioned by relevant soldiers when he came in. After showing a specific certificate, he was allowed to enter, and then went all the way to a room on the second floor of the hotel where he lived in Kona. Now you should be aware of the 210 situation in Azeddistan, right? You even asked me to meet here. Those who want to lead human change don't worry about the safety of their partners. If something goes wrong like this, I won't choose you as a partner. Livons smiled. He still remembers the pirate-like MS he saw when he was driving Zero Gundam back then. His whole body was made of Gundams made with technologies other than heaven and man. Such a man would have serious problems because of a civil strife. That would be too funny. Where is the gift for the partner? Have you heard of the Halawai family? Livons asked. That world-famous wealthy family, I know it, what's the matter? Lake looked at Livons. With the family's terrifying connections, even Anaheim, which has already received orders from the three major powers, will not refuse the family's investment. Kona's family has some connections with that family. I wonder if Anaheim is interested in accepting investment from the Halawai family. Advertisement. Of course I'm interested, but, said, as a partner, you don't ask for anything in return for this gift. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Livons wants to help Anaheim connect with the Halawai family. Hehe, of course I need a reward, but I won't accept that reward now. Livons smiled and said that his current identity is after all Kona's assistant. Although he has almost made Kona's self-righteous idiot almost empty, there are some things that are not convenient to do in the open, and now they can only be regarded as an early investment. So that's how it is. I'll write it down when I'm drunk. Lake, what do you think of Azeddistan? It's chaotic, unbearable, and the conflict between the reformers and the conservatives is serious. Even if this incident ends safely with the intervention of heaven and man, the future situation of this country will not be much better. Lake shook his head and said. Azeddistan, where the two factions have serious conflicts, has no so-called future at present. So what if the incident ends safely, and what if those evacuated from the AEU because of the attack completed the construction of the solar power generation facility? At the moment when conflicts are fatal, Azeddistan can only ease the situation at best. Domestic disputes and conflicts can only be reduced in scale at best, and the lives of civilians will not be easy in the short term. Good judgment, let's meet next time. Then I'm leaving. By the way, there is one more thing I forgot to tell you. Livons seemed to have just remembered it, and there was an apology in his words. Professor Eifman of your company, Alejandro Kona has known about the fact that he is currently researching GN particles. The biggest secret of studying GN particles. Lake had a clear face when he heard the words. With Veda's terrifying intelligence-gathering capabilities, it's strange that Livons didn't know about it. Rather, Livons might have reported this matter to Kona. Don't look at me like that. I'm an assistant after all. I have to tell him some things so that he can trust me better. Livons explained. Since Professor Eefman is his collaborator, Livons, who has his own small mind, will naturally not follow Kona's wishes and ask Kona to dispose of Eefman. Advertisement. Since he also wanted to get the original solar furnace, it was not in his interest to have Elfman dealt with. Understood? So he wants to do it now. It will take a while. When his chess pieces come to the stage, I will notify you in advance. Why? Kona's flag, Livons, I think it's your pawn. Lake looked at Livons, who was calm and arrogant in front of him, and Kona was about to become Livons' marionette now. Livons can also have a great influence on the decisions made by the Trinity. It's okay for you to say that, but it's Kona who directly controls those flags now, and I don't have that much power. Livons told the truth. You told us what he wanted to do you have a way to deal with it? Of course this is ready. I will notify you when Kona makes his move. You just need to transfer Professor Eefman away in advance. Then if Kona knew that Professor Eefman was not dead, wouldn't he still have to do it? He won't know. After that, as long as you don't let the professor appear in public for the time being, he won't know anything. Livons laughed. Almost all of Kona's information has to go through his hands, and he has Veda authority, so it's easy to hide Kona's information. So Lake and others just need to ensure that Professor Eefman will not show up in public and be discovered by Kona's own people. That's really reassuring. Then, I, a Gundam Vanguard, still have tasks on me, so I'll leave first. Lake hypocritically accompanied Livons, opened the door, and left the hotel. During the time when Lake was coming and going, the other 10 Setsuna met Gram Yobi and Katagiri, who also came to investigate when they were investigating the missile launch site. During the few short conversations with Setsuna, Gram intuitively guessed that Setsuna might be a celestial being, so Gram revealed information about the PMC formulation to Setsuna, and recalled the memory of Sachis Jisu, informed Locking of the place where Sachis might be hiding, and set off to that location first. Formal Sachis meet. Ali al Sachis. Chapter 38 Sachis, I don't have any gods. Oh, this voice, it really was Kyrgyz kid at that time, no wonder he knew this hiding place. Hearing this voice, Sachis recalled the move of the angel on the battlefield of Mararia. Counting, sure enough, the driver is that Kyrgyz kid. I didn't expect the kid back then to be able to drive a Gundam. Dodging the bullets of the linear rifle, the energy angel rushed forward, and the GN sword and the fixed blade collided with each other, bursting out fierce sparks. Why are you still fighting? Kyrgyz is clearly dead. Kyrgyz is finished, of course I know that. Advertisement. Listening to Saxi's answer as if he didn't care, the anger in his heart surged in the moment. The GN sword overwhelmed the blade of the formula, and the overwhelmed formula suddenly kicked away, but at this moment, the time simulation during the training, I was often kicked by a certain red one-eyed MS, so when the formula tried to kick this kick, it was almost like an instinctive reaction, and the momentary control could make the angel dodge to the right, avoiding the kick immediately. Afterwards, he drew out the dagger with his backhand to cut off the regular rifle. Damn it, what's going on with that brat? He even hid from him. Sachis, who had his leg cut off, clicked his tongue. Compared with before, this brat's technique has improved a lot. As a result, he, who still dealt with him according to the impression of the last fight, became a Martian who just returned from Mars. What has this guy been through recently? What? Then why are you still fighting? Where is your god? Pulling out the blade again, Setsuna finally asked the words he wanted to question the man in front of him since the battlefield in Mararia, teaching them to believe in God, and he was bewitched by this man, instigating him to kill his parents. The so-called holy battle, now that Kyrgyz has perished, why does it still appear in Azeddistan? I don't have any god. Perhaps it was because of the irritability of being knocked out of the rifle just now. Sachis revealed his answer to him, as long as he can fight, it would be fine for him. What kind of god? He never believed in that kind of thing from the beginning. You. Sachis' answer made Shu Mo stunned for a while, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he clarified many things in an instant. Could it be that it was all lies from the beginning? The man in front of him has been a mercenary since then. He has no gods from the beginning. Whose entrustment provoked the civil war in Kyrgyz so that the weak Kyrgyz could be annexed by Azeddistan smoothly? Advertisement. And the fights he had with his companions back then were all a trick of this man. Ali al-Sachis. I said, it's too wasteful to use this machine to eradicate wars, so why not leave it to me? Not caring about Gmo's anger, she drew out his sword blade and tried to find an opportunity to control it by hitting the energy angel with his whole body, but his plan failed again. Seeing Shiji's speed getting faster and faster, he did not hesitate. Another 2 beam daggers were thrown out, and the beam saber slashed at Saxes while forcing him to dodge. It's so ruthless. Formulate retreated suddenly, but even so, he was cut off by the beam saber swung by the energy angel and gave an arm. That group of people should have successfully taken away the old man. Looking in the direction of the convoy's evacuation, the main purpose of him running out to fight Neng Angel was to attract Gundam's attention so that his subordinates could take Lisha away. Very good, as planned. Seeing that the convoy took Lisha away smoothly, Saxes immediately manipulated the formulation and immediately turned around and flew away from here, not to waste time with Shi-Mo. Next time I'm trying to find a way to get you, so I won't play with you this time. It's hard to say. Seeing Saxes leave, Shi-Mo didn't catch up. Saxes prepared a plan for his companions to send him away in advance, and Setsu also made a plan with Locking and others before arriving at the target location. At night, the convoy responsible for transferring Lisha to other locations tried to turn and run away when they were threatened by Li Angel's shots on the way. The mercenaries, at this moment, realized that they couldn't run away. So when the group stopped, they took their guns and shot at the Red Dragon who was about to save people, and then the Red Dragon showed its fighting skills called Humanoid Gundam, overturned the group of mercenaries, and killed Masood. Ramadi rescued. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. Inside Wang Liamei's plane. Did they manage to save someone? Lake asked. As soon as he got back to the plane, he heard the Lord Kaomei tell him that Setsuna and others had succeeded in getting him out. Well, the person has been rescued. Miss Huang just sent over the battle plan for the final mission here. Wang Liamei said. That's good. Don't you ask what the battle plan is. Wang Liamei always felt that Lake's reaction was too small, as if it was too clear to be clear. Oh, what are you talking about? Lake pretended to be curious. This perfunctory attitude, Wang Liamei's eyes are not blind, she can see it naturally. She suppressed her anger and said calmly, Miss Huang intends to ask Neng Bushi to escort Lisha back to the field camp in Azadistan after he has not disarmed. 0. Public escort, this is for the people in Azadistan to know the news of Lisha's return, and at the same time show the whole world the determination of heaven and man to eradicate the war. Lake told the Emperor's purpose of doing so. For the celestial beings, this time in Azadistan, unarmed angels will be specially used to escort them, just to let the whole world see that the celestial beings are here to resolve disputes, and eradicating disputes is what the celestial beings really want. Exercise concept. Compared with the previous intervention based purely on the basis of force, this time's approach can indeed better let the world understand the concept of heaven and man. Don't you think there is danger in this? Wang Liamei couldn't help asking, if it is necessary to publicly escort Lisha back to the scene, how can she take advantage of this opportunity to act? I don't think so. The captain of the Gundam investigation team is Gram Ika. That person is an upright warrior. He won't let himself and his teammates attack unarmed Gundams in front of the whole world. Lake said. The face is clear. How can Graham's character not be such a shameless thing? Well, if it is the upper echelon of the Union Army or the big president, it is the opposite of Graham. I see, because you know that person very well, so you know there will be no danger. Wang Liamei said, with a happy smile on the corner of her mouth. Chapter 39 Gundam, how many secrets are you hiding? Wang Liamei recalled what happened when Lake was in the space station before. There are really many mysteries about this man. His Anaheim company has so many advanced technologies. The right to freedom of action, seeing that what she wanted was change in the world. At this time, all the doubts about Lake in her heart turned into curiosity, which made her more convinced that following this person in front of her could really change the world. The way you look at me suddenly becomes a little strange. Lake noticed the change in the girl's eyes. Really, maybe I'm getting more and more interested in you. Wang Liamei smiled. In the future, if there is anything that needs help, please tell me, as long as I can do it, I will help. Advertisement. Aren't we already cooperating? Ms. Liamei still wants to continue to deepen cooperation after September 17. Well, there is really no problem in continuing to deepen cooperation, I want to do my part for you. Is it for the change of the world? You just trust me that much. You can't put all your eggs in one basket. Of course I still have to help you, but compared with Tianren, now you can make me feel that you can really change the world, so I can help you more. Of course. Wang Liamei said. She is very interested in Lake at this stage, and she also thinks that Lake is more likely to change the world, but it is impossible to put all eggs in one basket at the same time, so she will not completely give up hope on the celestial being. That's good. Heaven and humans are also very important in my arrangement. Since I want to help, I will continue to provide them with support. Okay, I get it now. The factory jointly established by Anaheim and Union before, Liamei, you should know about it. After talking about this topic, Lake took advantage of the fact that Locke and Aang hadn't come back, so he thought of asking Wang Liamei to help set up a secret factory. Well, I know, does Veda still have the specific performance parameters of those factory MSS? Wang Liamei said, uploading related information about Anaheim MS in order to allow Tianren's operational troops to target them in combat. performance parameters, but an operator like her can only know that these materials exist, and the authority to consult relevant materials is naturally not at all. Is there any interest in helping to build 2 factories with Anaheim? Advertisement. Are you making 2? Wang Liamei had doubts on her face. Well, one is placed on the Earth, and the other is placed in the universe. If Anaheim supplies mobile suits and weapons to the 3 major powers, the existing factories should be enough. Is it because of your plan to make so many? Wang Liamei asked. Yes, with the help of the Wang family, I will start to get these 2 factories in place ahead of time. I will entrust you with the location and funding of the factories, and Anaheim will handle the personnel and related equipment by itself. Lake said. With the help of the Wang family, it will save a lot of trouble if you want to build a factory secretly on the Earth and in the universe. If Anaheim wants to build it under the supervision of Veda, it will take a lot of work, but this has been passed down in the 00 world. It is much easier for families who have lived for many years to find a secret place than them. I also need to provide the funds. Anaheim has so much money, so I don't want to spend more. This is a fair exchange. Since you want to change the world, how can you not pay any money? Feeling shameless, Wang Lu widened Lake's eyes. I will contact you when the Azadistan matter is over. Ah, when the time comes, Lux and Abby will talk to you. Lake said. Hanayu had already told Lakis and Abi about Wang Liamei's matter on his behalf, and when Wang Liamei approached him, Lakis and Abi would arrange the matter by themselves, given their abilities. Well, as for him, according to what Abby and Lux said, helping will only make things more troublesome, it's better not to help and save everyone trouble. Ah, those 2 people. Wang Liamei also had an impression of the new president of the Anaheim company and the 2 people who looked like children but were able to take charge of most of the MS development in Anaheim. There are quite a lot of flowers in your garden. Thinking of this, Wang Liamei couldn't help feeling sullen. There was actually another one, but that person didn't follow. Wang Liamei was speechless. For a moment, she really wanted to overthrow all her previous cognitions about this person, but she couldn't. The conversation between the 2 ended here, and the next day, in the morning, Marina, who was anxiously waiting for news about Masood Ramadai in the palace, suddenly heard from her subordinates who rushed over that he was rescued by the heavenly beings, and said expect news of an early truce from their meeting. Advertisement. Heavenly Man. Marina was puzzled, but Heavenly Man did not intervene by force, but went to rescue Masood Ramadai. Do they think this approach will help eradicate war? Since it's such a flower, please go and prepare for the meeting immediately. Good. The subordinate who heard Marina's words left in a hurry. Is this really good? Maybe it will be a trap for heaven and man. Indeed, I don't agree with their actions. This may be a trap, but I prefer to believe that those people really want to end the war. Noon. A group of journalists from all over the world arrived in front of the palace of Azadistan under the live broadcast. At this time, besides the M driven by Graham and his 2 teammates investigation team, there was also Azadistan Army's long-nosed units. The people of Azadistan were crowded in front of the palace, and when they saw the arrival of Gundam, some people exclaimed, the reporters are busy reporting that the highway with no one has really arrived here. Release your hostages immediately, repeat, release your hostages immediately. The long-nosed troops surrounded in front of the palace issued a warning to the angels, but the angels turned a blind eye to this and approached the palace step by step. See warning 5.5 is useless. These long-nosed troops ignored Marina's order not to attack, and fired at the angels. The tongue-in-cheek scene appeared. A group of long-nosed 200 mm caliber long-barreled smoothbore gun shells hit the Energy Angel but only scratched the Energy Angel's armor. Gundam's armor is really amazing. Graham, who was watching from the sidelines, persuaded the 2 teammates, and while he was admiring the behavior of Neng Angel in front of him, he was also shocked by the exaggerated defensive power of Neng Angel in front of him. According to the professor, although the Delta Plus armor he drove has a defense against live ammunition that far surpasses all current mobile suit armor, it is far from such an outrageous level. Gundam, how many secrets are you hiding? Chapter 40. There is a price to pay with the Phaz troops. The Energy Angels continued to move towards the palace, and seeing this scene, when the Energy Angels approached them, all the proboscises scattered tremblingly to make way for the Energy Angels. After crossing the proboscis troops, the angel came to the front of the palace terrace, stretched his arm to the front of the cockpit, and the cockpit opened, and the moment as the driver walked out first and then moved Masood Laharity invited out. Upon seeing this, a group of bodyguards in black suits immediately stepped forward to escort the conservative leader to the palace, and Chu Mo immediately returned to the cockpit after talking with Marina who stepped forward, and then the angel flew into the air. Rise. Captain, let's catch up. Stop joking. Graham snapped at Howard's plan. Advertisement. If we do that, we'll be the laughing stock of the whole world. Remember, we're soldiers, not stupid politicians. He wants to rely on his own strength to defeat Gundam in a head-to-head confrontation with dignity. Sorry, Captain. Not long after, it was broadcast on the news that Masood Ramadi, the leader of the protectionist faction, successfully held talks with Marina Yisimil after his successful return. During the talks between the two parties, Ramadi immediately left. He and Marina issued a joint statement, calling on the people to immediately stop the terrorist attacks and civil war. 24 days after the announcement of the statement, although the civil war on the surface was stopped, there are still large and small turmoil in Azerbaijan, and the solar power generation facilities damaged in the war had to be shut down first. As far as the United Nations is concerned, they will not allow technical personnel to enter Azerbaijan until the turmoil in Azerbaijan really ends. A few days after this incident ended, JNN's special program about heaven and man caused a sensation. At the same time, the three major powers also held a secret meeting. During the meeting, the representatives of the three parties came together to capture the Gundam of the Celestial Man and obtain the mysterious power source used by the Gundam. The three major forces reached a cooperation and announced to the world that they would conduct a special joint in the desert area of the Human Revolutionary Union. Military exercises. For this reason, the AEU, the Human Revolutionary Union, and Union placed Anaheim with production orders for the Hanmo Rabbi, Delta Plus, and Zaka warriors for the elite special forces they will form during the exercise. Then Anaheim placed an order for beam weapons and those low-end mass-produced mobile suits to be used in this battle. At the same time, a large amount of materials related to the exercise is also being transported to the desert area as the location of the exercise. Advertisement. Anaheim Inc. That reporter, the investigation is too in-depth. If this continues, her life may be in danger. Dining at the restaurant provided to the company's advanced managers, when the news broadcasted the JNN 1-hour special program, Rud watched TV the news that was still broadcasting, sighed. How can there really be such desperate people in this world? Heaven and Man is an organization that has existed in this world for so many years. There are actually reporters digging all the way here like they are not afraid of death. If they continue to dig, sooner or later someone inside the organization will take action. The reporter who dared to dig out the secret was dealt with. That's what she asked for. Lake, who was sitting next to the old father, had finished his meal and stood up. Aren't you going to save her? This reporter's ability to collect intelligence is good. I have plans to save her, but not now. Besides, even if I save her, she will have to pay a certain price. Lake shook his head. Tien heard about it from Lakes when he returned to the company, and immediately remembered the female reporter in the original work who insisted on investigating despite the dissuasion of the people around her. I have to say that being able to check so much is enough to prove that his ability to collect intelligence as a reporter is excellent, but in the end he got himself into trouble. Everyone has their own limit. A reporter with no background wants to desperately inquire about information that should not be known by her identity in this world, so she should be prepared to bear the corresponding price. The price for his rescue was that Wanzhong would have to join his subordinates to help collect intelligence, and Wanzhong would not be able to meet her, Shasi, for a few years. As for whether Wanzhong agreed or not, before the question of life, the female reporter had no choice but to agree. We can only hope that she will stop the investigation sooner. Rud shook his head. Lake's price was what he wanted. Rud knows that it is impossible for the celestial beings to blindly let outsiders investigate them. In a small number of cases, some people who joined the celestial beings can save their lives in the form of joining the celestial beings. But like the kind of proactive investigation, if it really finds something that shouldn't be investigated, it is normal to save it and make it pay a certain price. It depends, said Lake, who didn't hold out much hope. Advertisement. Lake, you are going to see how they are preparing? Rud asked. Well, time to check it out, Lake said. Leaving the restaurant, Lake came to the underground factory of the Anaheim company, where there are many technicians who were invited by Veda to come in the name of joining Heaven and Man, and these technicians are responsible for the research that is currently inherited MS from the technology of Heaven and Man. In addition, all kinds of MS manufacturing work that used the previous CE World technology and UC World technologies that have not been disclosed to the public are all carried out here. Abby, how is the data collection of the Goddess of Justice going? Lake looked at the black body in the hangar. After returning from Azerbaijan, Abby and the others not only strengthened the avalanche equipment but also carried out the GN solar furnace for research. Although they can manufacture GN-type enhanced equipment, the information needed to independently manufacture the solar furnace is not something that 447 can understand by manufacturing those GN-type related weapons. The current progress is not bad, oh, and the FAZZ unit has also been completed. Abby pointed in another direction. In a large corner of the hangar at this moment, a bunch of operating robots controlled by hellos were communicating with a group of technicians beside them. Also carrying a giant cannon MS debugging work, its name is Gundam FAZZ. With multiple missile pods on its body and a huge mega cannon, this machine can be called a monster of firepower. At that time, let Hannah link up with those heroes and command these Faz troops. Thank you, you have arranged everything for me. Who asked you to let me go to Wang Liamei to help so many days in advance? These tasks can only be done now. Abi said, she has almost become a liver emperor during this time, and Wang Liamei is building a factory. Lux can only be responsible for general matters, and so is Wang Liamei. Then you're leaving tomorrow. Lake was well aware of Abi's style of doing things, and doing so meant she was leaving soon. Yes, Professor Ifman and Rud are in charge of MS-related matters before we come back, and Lux is generally in charge, so there will be no problems. As for the MS we use ourselves, you can go to Harrow for maintenance. If you want to make a new one armed or new MS, you can find Professor Ifman after you settle the matter. Chapter 41 Even my mom never hit me. Union, Miss Wad Base. The original Gundam investigation team was formally named by the military as the Overrun Flag Team, and at the same time, Graham handed the Howard and Daryl telescopes beside him, allowing them to clearly see what was flying over the base. There are a total of 12 MS named Murasame. All the 12 Murasames were driven by the elite of each unit. At the same time, Graham also told the two of them the official name of the Gundam investigation team, and he was also promoted to a special captain. Captain, why not Delta Plus? Didn't you say that this MS will be mass-produced? Howard couldn't help asking, and Daryl's expression on the side was also full of doubts. When they came to this base before, they heard that the captain's MS was about to be mass-produced, but now they changed to other MS. Advertisement. This problem is said to be because the production cost of Delta Plus is too high and it is difficult to be manipulated. Graham also looked innocent. Because the cost of his machine is higher than that of the flag type, so when the Union military saw the specific quotation of Anaheim and thought about the maintenance in the future, it is necessary to produce a small number of more than a dozen units for the Overrun Flag Team. It is said that maintenance is a hassle for the current personnel in this base, and the upper echelons of the army want to produce quickly. Therefore, according to Professor Ifman, the original plan to manufacture the Delta Plus was changed to this mobile suit named Murasame. By changing the armor material and using a simpler deformation mechanism than the Delta Plus, the armor was reduced. Cost. This. Howard and Daryl were slightly taken aback when they heard this answer, but they immediately thought of the beam weapon on the Delta Plus and the BT's physical fitness of their captain. Well, this seems impossible. The most important thing is that it is difficult to be controlled by the pilot. According to the feedback from the pilots in the test, this machine body is too difficult to control, so Union chose this MS called Murasame from Anaheim. I heard from Professor Ifman that Murasame has nothing but armor. There will not be much difference in other aspects of performance and Delta PU. Graham said. I heard that Anaheim seems to have carried out Murasame's test a long time ago, so the mass production can be completed so quickly. Almost at the same time, about 22 Zika warriors made in Anaheim were transported to the desert base of the Human Revolutionary Federation, and a large number of Iron Men who temporarily used beam weapons were also in this team. Sure enough, non-deformable MS is the most convenient. Sergei looked at these Zika warriors and sighed. I heard from the technical officer that Anaheim said that because there is no complicated deformation mechanism, the production speed of these Zika warriors is much faster than those provided to AEU and Union. Although the cost is the inability to fly, as far as the current situation is concerned, the flying ability of mobile suits is not what they need most. Therefore, in Sergei's view, mobile suits such as the Zika warriors, which are the easiest to produce, are his appetite. And in the AEU Air Force Base, they have also assembled the elite of the entire army with Union and the Human Revolutionary Union. Ali Al-Sachs, who had escaped in Azerbaijan before, joined the AEU foreign nationals under a pseudonym force, and this force will be commanded by Colonel Kadi Mainkin. Advertisement. However, the ace of this elite unit, Patrick Sawa, was late when the rest of the unit had arrived on time. Trademark AEU's ace, Patrick Savoy, now arrives. Before Patrick could finish his sentence, Katie had already played the trump card in the face of this late and unconscious ace. You're late, Captain. You woman, dare to hit me. Patrick stood up and questioned while covering one of his swollen cheeks. However, Katie just didn't say anything. Seeing that the second lieutenant still didn't understand anything, she silently punched the ace who was late by one. Also, play 2 more times? Not even my mom hit me like that. Patrick was beaten and began to cover his red and swollen cheeks with both hands, and Patrick, who was squatting on the ground, stared wide-eyed. I'm Kadi Mainkin, and I'm your combat commander. Kadi introduced his identity to Patrick in a bad tone. The other officers around him all showed expressions of having fun. Patrick has been arrogant in the AEU because of his excellent technology, and it is the first time that someone who can treat him well appears. This woman, upon closer inspection, is really nice. Patrick's eyes shrank, that stern face, that majestic gaze, was great. Well, he decided that Patrick must chase this woman. Standing up, Patrick saluted Katie with a speed and attitude he had never had in his life. I am very sorry that I am late, Colonel. On the other side, the Wang family villa. Wang Liamei told the news about the joint exercise to Ptolemy Lacey, Rizadadel, Huang, and Felt, who were here on vacation. Advertisement. Except for Huang, who knew about this because Billy sent her the relevant data in advance, the rest of the people were surprised. If it is true, this matter is too big. Union and the Human Revolutionary Union are going to conduct military exercises together. Rizadadel subconsciously thought that he had heard wrongly. The two families have been fighting against each other for a long time, but now they are actually united. Because of our relationship, the Human Revolutionary Alliance who failed in the battle decided to join forces with other camps to contain us. The Emperor's face is heavy. If it's just a military exercise, there's no need for us to get involved. Lasse said, puzzled. It's not right, mobilizing the army requires a huge amount of money, they can't mobilize the army just for this. Tyria denied the Emperor's conjecture, restraining the three major congresses from mobilizing troops to exercise together for this matter. How much would it cost? Even a wealthy family would not be so wasteful. I agree too. Huang said. The purpose of mobilizing so many people is of course to capture Gundam. Lake, who had just walked into the living room of the villa, happened to hear this conversation, and revealed the purpose of this joint exercise. Capturing Gundam. Hearing this answer, everyone on Ptolemy was not in the mood to ask why Lake came to the villa suddenly, and Wang Liamei looked at Lake. The orders for the new mobile suits placed by the three major powers to Anaheim have all been delivered, adding up to a total of about dozens of new mobile suits. At the same time, the beam weapons purchased by Anaheim were also delivered. It cost so much it's not worth buying a weapon with money, it's good to have money, maybe it's just for making a noise. Lake said, by the way, in order to let the Ptolemies have a count, he also told the number of new mobile suits and beam weapons purchased by the three major countries. Hey, are you kidding me? I bought so many. Lasse said in amazement. It really is to capture Gundam. Tyria said in a deep voice. Everyone, there will be no danger. Felt looked at Lake, and couldn't help worrying about the danger that the Gundam soldiers would face in the future. This is quite a huge amount of money, and the goal is to capture Gundam. Hearing that Lake said that the three major powers bought weapons, the Emperor's face was heavy. The new MS and beam weapons provided by Anaheim were not cheap. A lot of money, and it turns out that the goal of this exercise is not purely to restrain, to capture the Gundam of celestial beings. Then the location of the exercise must be a place where no one has to intervene by force, and there must be a reason why heaven and humans have to intervene in that place, so that they will take the initiative to send them to the door to stir up trouble. Chapter 42 Wang Liamei's surprise. How many Gundams do you have? Wang Liamei, can I ask you to investigate the location of the exercise immediately? Someone has been sent to investigate. Wang Liamei said. Thank you, everyone will take a break next time. It is estimated that there will be combat operations soon, and we will be busy. Huang said to everyone. Then let's go shopping, Felt. Christina pulled Felt up. Lake, are you coming with me? Advertisement. Felt, who was pulled up, heard the word shopping and looked at Lake. Feared, if you're shopping, go with Christina first, I still have something to talk to Wang Liamei. Lake said helplessly. Okay. Felt's expression darkened, and he left with Christina. Miss Huang, please come here if you can, this matter is about the next action. About next steps? Since it's about the next action, I'll go over and have a look, but the time has to be quick, I have to go out to meet people at night. Shan said with a smile. She also made an appointment with Billy Katagiri to meet in the evening, and last night Billy sent her relevant data on the capture operations that the three major powers were going to conduct in the joint exercise. 307. Although she had already guessed the purpose of mobilizing so many, it must be to capture Gundam, but in order to really confirm whether this operation was really going to be carried out, and to figure out Billy's intentions, she had to go there. Don't worry, it's very fast. Ah, Mr. Lake is really lucky, so many girls like him. After Lake and Wang Liamei left, Lixi Dadian complained, holding the back of his head. When Lake was talking to Huang just now, Wang Liamei's eyes obviously flashed something wrong. He has no practical experience but has rich theoretical experience. Walter, thinking of the current president of the Anaheim company, Lakes Klein, Riddle suddenly wanted to check lemons. Thinking that he hasn't made any progress with Christina until now, why can other people have so many at once? It's too unfair, this world. Advertisement. If you like it, you can also work hard. Lasse said speechlessly, if you like it, you can go after it. Rishi Dadal said it before, and there is no progress yet. I've said it all, it can't be done, Christina doesn't like me very much. Rishita dear thought of the rejection she received when she pursued Christina, if you say too much, you will cry. He is obviously a good man, why does Christina have no interest in him at all? Humph, boring. Tyria said coldly, then turned and left to the terminal room under the villa. As a biological terminal created by Veda, he has no interest in this matter at all, and Tyria, who heard the conversation between Lasse and Rizadadel, couldn't understand why Rizadadra was so concerned about this matter. The only thing he cares most about is the plan. The character of Tyria is still so weird. Rishi Dadra made complaints about Tyria after he left. I usually always have a cold face, and the relationship with them and several other Gundam pilots is not far or close, and occasionally when other pilots make mistakes, they will. Although the latter problem and Tyria have improved a lot recently, it is not the same as before, but it is still like an ice cube on weekdays. It looks like a person with similar thoughts. Why doesn't he seem to catch a cold at all? No, to be precise, there is still a moment. Lok Ang and Alleluia are fine. Lasse said. Setsuna is usually a speechless boy, with only that expression on his face forever, and his personality is somewhat similar to Tyria's. And the two of them didn't know that Alleluia had a second personality, so in the eyes of Lasse, Rizadadel, and others, the biggest problem children at present are probably Setsuna and Tyria. Bit up. Outside the villa. Lake brought Wang Liamei, Hong Long, and Huang, said Jay, to the main angel, which is being hidden by optical camouflage outside the villa. The main angel had already said that when Abby and others came after the world transfer, this world has changed, but for various reasons Lake often uses the newly developed small transport ship when performing force intervention. And in the joint exercise in a few days, the 4 FAZZs developed above will be used, not to mention the use of the Goddess of Justice, so many MS can be installed or not. For the retreat and other matters, only the Lord Angel is the best to use. Seeing the Lord Angel, a warship from a different world, both Hong Long and Wang Liamei were shocked, and envy arose in the Emperor's heart, and this emotion became even stronger when they came to the interior of the Lord Angel. The row of white Gundams in Curry really made Huangdu have the illusion that the Gundams have become very cheap like wholesale. There are so many Gundams, you are an extraordinary pilot. After the shock, Huang looked at Lake, with a hint of joy in his tone. Advertisement. With the help of so many airframes, in this joint exercise, no one should be able to escape smoothly. The body there is also yours. Wang Liamei suddenly pointed to the fully armed Pirate X0, Neo Gundam, Core Gundam and other machines parked on the other side of the hangar. It's Gundam. Here, is this a Gundam sale? Red Dragon was shocked, but Huang couldn't laugh or cry. She no longer knows how many things Lake has hidden here, so many Gundams, she really has nothing to say. These are not all the airframes, there are still a large part that I didn't bring with me. Lake said. Things like the Purple Heresy were placed in the underground hangar of the Anaheim Company, and although new ones were built for the Sinanju and Talukis that were previously opened for Canadam and others, they were all the same as the Purple Heresy still lying there. Partly, how many units are hidden here? Perhaps there are still a lot hidden. Wang Liamei smiled, feeling very happy, with so many surprising secrets. Sure enough, she did not bet on the wrong person. Let's just say it's far beyond your imagination, Miss Huang. It's far beyond my imagination. To be honest, Lake, suddenly you come out with so many Gundams. It's like doing wholesale. I wonder if you are a Gundam leader after all. Huang joked. Although apart from the Goddess of Justice, the Emperor can roughly see that none of the other bodies use the GN solar furnace as the power source, but the appearance is undoubtedly a Gundam. I used to be a supporter. I suddenly became a pilot. It's normal to build a few mechas under my own hands. How many are these called? Is this normal? Huang felt that there was an old trough and didn't know how to vomit, but seeing that Wang Liamei and Hong Long had nothing to say, she was not entangled in this matter, but just confirmed to Lake. Lake, are these 4 airframes used to deal with joint exercises? Chapter 43 Preparations before the battle. Are you also studying Heaven and Man? Of course it's for the joint exercise, otherwise why bring so many airframes here? Lake said. However, only these 4 FAZZs will attack at that time. The goal of this joint exercise against the 3 major powers is not to wipe out so many mobile phones, but to allow the troops of Heaven and Man to evacuate safely, so 4 mobile phones are enough for use. The name is FAZZ? Thank you. 4 is enough. Advertisement. Huang said happily. At first, she was troubled by the fact that the MS on her side was not enough no matter what. There were only 4 milliseconds. The situation will become very troublesome under the siege of the troops gathered by the 3 major powers. With 4 mobile suits as support, all the drivers can escape smoothly. However, where is the pilot? I haven't seen it since I got on the battleship. Wang Liamei asked. She didn't come with Lake, and Jenner Curry only had Harrow to assist in the preparations. Oh, there. Lake pointed to Harrow who were manipulating the work robots. Wang Liamei blinked, and it took a moment to realize that the drivers Lake was referring to were exactly these. Hello. Lake, are you going to let Harrow control these machines? Huang said in amazement. Harrow's AI-assisted pilot driving is enough, but will it be okay for a single driver? We have improved it. It is not good for melee combat, but it is enough for long-range shooting. Lake said, after several improvements to the AI of Harrow, after inputting some data, these Harrows can play ace or say although the pilots who are a little bit elite are still not good, the command of the action will be commanded by Hanyu. It's powerful enough for Harrow to control the body to fight alone. After listening to Huang, he could only say this, according to Lake's explanation, this Harrow is much smarter than theirs. If you want, I can go back and help you improve. No, let's forget about this, the Harrow of Heaven and Man is enough for now. The Emperor hesitated for a moment, but declined the proposal. They didn't have any extra mobile phones for Harrow to drive alone. In addition, although Lake said that he didn't stay on Ptolemy all the time, he was also a member of the Celestial Man and Gundam's vanguard. They have, and Lake has, and it's about as varied as it gets. Then that's all I need to say, I'm going to play games first. Lake, who had already played a simulated battle before coming here, decided to do something new. Advertisement. For example, the latest video game released in this world. You still play games? Wang's expression was slightly surprised, and Wang Laimei was even more so. Lake has always given them the feeling that they are not interested in such things at all. I've had enough mock battles on the way here, and of course I'm going to play games next. Could it be possible to go shopping with Felt and the others? Lake shrugged. Although Felt is not as noisy as Lakis and the others when it comes to shopping, after being entrusted by Rud, the old father, to take Felt shopping a few times, Lake is not so resistant to taking this quiet girl shopping. But, after all, he doesn't like this matter very much, and he will start combat operations later, so how can he not relax at this time? And at night, the Emperor went to the coffee shop and met with his old friend Billy Katagiri again. The two talked about the old days, and the Emperor asked Billy her question, whether this battle was real. It's true. In order to implement this plan, the Human Revolutionary Federation, AEU, and Union have all started to act. What I sent you is the simulation plan of the army. So, Billy, what's the point of sending me this out of the blue? I want to ask for your opinion, the opinion of a genius tactical forecaster. To be honest, there is no way to be sure that there are just a few Gundams. Maybe there are even more Gundams. In order to increase the persuasiveness of his words, he raised his hand to Billy, who did not appear in the initial battle before, but the example of the Lady Justice who suddenly appeared during the battle in Talabia later. Based on this, Chang'an speculates that it is impossible for celestial beings to have more Gundams as a backup force to prevent the possibility of accidents. Indeed, but no matter what, the number of Gundams should not be too many, and there is no possibility of mass production, otherwise the personnel and materials will be exposed. Billy immediately denied. Road. The intelligence forces of the three major countries have never investigated any valuable information. Although this shows that the intelligence capabilities of the Celestial Man are really terrifying, it also proves that the number of machines produced by the Celestial Man is absolutely not large. Otherwise, how could the intelligence departments of the three major forces fail to find out at all? If you were a combat commander, what would you do? Advertisement. Asking for flowers. Indeed, it is impossible for man and nature to defeat him in battle with the current combat power. The enhanced armaments carried by the 5th Gundam sent during the Battle of the Human Revolutionary League also illustrate this point. These 5 Gundams may each have their own enhanced armaments. Billy recalled the record of the battle with the 5th Gundam that they recovered from the wreckage of the mobile suit that the Human Revolutionary Union had specially sent over to formulate a battle plan since the battle was established. In the simulation plan sent to Lisa, the 3 major powers also took this Gundam into consideration. After all, although it is not known whether the armed forces can be used by the 3 major powers on the Earth, if it can be used in the Earth circle, it will be a big trouble. After all, if the armed Professor Eifman is determined to confront him head-on after watching the video, if he is caught by that, even the mobile phone developed by Anaheim will not be able to resist. 0. However, if the encirclement with an overwhelming number drags the battle into a war of attrition, the pilot will eventually feel tired, and then capture. The organism has the potential to operate on its own, and it may also self-destruct. As expected of you, it seems that you are also studying Heaven and Man. Billy's eyes showed appreciation and astonishment. Stop saying such things. The Emperor turned his head to one side. Sorry, did it make you feel unhappy? Billy, I'll give you this back. Huang placed the data stick with the data on the table. I didn't copy the data inside. However, it's better not to give away such confidential documents casually. If you do this, you are not a qualified soldier. Would you like to come to the base if it's convenient? Professor Eifman is also there now, and he is also very worried about your situation. Sorry, I have something to do, I don't have time to go to the base, please tell the professor I'm sorry. Hearing Professor Eifman's name, the Emperor's face changed slightly, and he pushed open the door of the coffee shop and left. Her most respected teacher in college. When she heard the name of this elder, although Huang also wanted to meet him, but on the one hand, she had to rush back to the villa, and on the other hand, she knew that her current status was not suitable for her. Go meet that professor. Professor Eefman's mind is too good. Gao is a little bit worried that if she is asked about her recent situation, she will be suspected by the elder if she explains it. Chapter 44. Billy was disappointed by Wang's reaction, and Huang, who was unwilling to reply, left the coffee shop and returned to the villa as quickly as possible. The news of the joint exercise of the three major powers was officially announced. Villa, courtyard on the second floor. Miss Lake. Sir, the Union fleet is moving. As an assistant, Red Dragon paused inexplicably at the beginning when explaining the news to the two, and Lake, who understood why, just raised his eyebrows slightly. Union has already started to act, no wonder you let the battleship leave first. Wang Liamei looked at Lake. Early this morning, Lake suddenly let the Lord Angel, which had been controlled by Harrow's battleship, leave first. It just felt like something was going to happen. Anaheim's intelligence gathering method 867 is more powerful than heaven and man. Wang Liamei said. Advertisement. The celestial and human operators did not collect good news until now, and Anaheim received the news of the mobilization of these troops in the morning, maybe even yesterday, otherwise it would never have caused the Lord Angel to start moving so early. Where, after all, Anaheim and the armies of the three major countries have a lot of business. If you want to use some connections at will, you can still ask. It's just a little bit faster. Hearing Wang Liamei's words, Lake made that classic gesture, and Wang Liamei immediately rolled her eyes. Although she didn't understand what was going on, she could tell from Lake's tone that he was in Versailles. At the same time, under the villa, Huang stayed in the terminal room and looked at all the information of all the troops in this exercise provided by Veda on the screen, and subconsciously took a breath. More than 50 mobile suit troops, totaling about 800 mobile suits, mobilized so many troops just to capture the 4 Gundams of celestial beings. This time, the three major powers have truly shown what is called a big power. Compared with them, the asymmetric advantages formed by the intelligence obtained by the Veda and the performance of the Gundam have never been hedged so rarely. Fortunately, Lake brought 8 Gundams manufactured by Anaheim in advance this time. According to the MS performance provided by Anaheim to the three countries and the appearance of these machines, these FAZZs are all it is a bombardment type of the same type as the German Angel. Although the Emperor does not know the specific performance, but judging from Lake's expression, the performance of these airframes is not weak. With such a large number of MS, it is added as a guarantee when Locke and others cannot retreat smoothly. It is enough to ensure that all Gundam vanguards retreat smoothly. Did Veda consider this and let Lake join? Advertisement. Huang couldn't help thinking that without Lake's Lady Justice and these FAZZs, she really wouldn't have the confidence to get all the top Gundams to evacuate smoothly this time with only the 4 Gundams in her hand. But when he thought about the previous capture operation of the Human Revolutionary League, Huang was more inclined to think that this might be the supplementary combat power that Veda thought the 4 Gundams were not enough to intervene with force. Self-destruction is that this supplementary combat power seems a bit too powerful. What's the situation? Just as the Emperor was thinking, Tyria came over and asked. My predictions and Veda's are both on par. The Emperor came back to his senses and replied to Tyria. Is that the confirmation that there will be a dispute? The place. The abandoned uranium landfill in the Human Revolutionary Union desert, where a group of unidentified terrorists are about to attack. Use it as a bait to attract us, it would be great. Huang Ziyi. Road. In order to practice their own ideals, heaven and man must intervene. If they do not intervene, then they are equivalent to slapping themselves in the face. In case the radioactive material there is leaked due to the attacks of those terrorists, the scale of the damage will be world-class. In order to prevent this from happening, the heavens and humans must intervene by force. Tyria made no comment after listening. Said hesitantly. No matter what, heaven and man cannot violate their ideals. If they violate, then their so-called goal of eradicating disputes will not be realized. That's like jumping into the encirclement on the opposite side. After we attack the terrorists, the three major powers will start to attack us. The Emperor warned Tyria so decisively, trying to remind him of the danger. Although there is Lake, the goddess of justice who can carry GN armed fighters, and 4 FAZZs can be used as a means of rescue, which can ensure the safety of every Gundam vanguard at the most critical moment, but she still wants to take this opportunity to make a little hesitation. Tyria, who has none, think about how dangerous this is. No, even if you know it's dangerous, you have to do it. This is the vanguard of the celestial being. No, it should be said that if you don't have this awareness, you are not worthy of being a vanguard of Gundam. Advertisement. What Tyria said was very decisive. Forget it, you people really have nothing to do with you. Huang smiled helplessly, feeling like a parent. She knew very well that although the 3 Gundam soldiers other than Tyria were not here, if they had to make a decision, they would all be the same as Tyria. Fortunately, this operation has the final guarantee, otherwise she doesn't know how to guarantee the safety of these fools. About 3 days later, the operation officially began. After the docking with the GN armed fighter, the Goddess of Justice, equipped with avalanche equipment, and the Angel of Germany set off from the hiding place near the royal villa, and the main angel descended from Ptolemy in the universe to on the earth, the Angel of Power took off from the hiding place of the celestial beings, and the Angel of Energy drove the Angel of Energy to find Marina before going to the target location. However, he failed to get the answer he wanted to ask when he met Marina. In the western part of the desert, the abandoned uranium mine is buried. The 0.5 Force Angel, who was in charge of carrying out the part of annihilating the terrorists in this mission, took the main angel to the target location and successfully wiped out the terrorists he saw. No, this place has a big problem. Seeing that the surroundings of this place are as quiet as a crow and sparrow, and before coming here, they knew that this time was a trap set up by the 3 major powers. Even if Locke realized that they were very likely to be surrounded by the enemy now, and what method the enemy used to find them, of course, it is to use the large number of two-way communication terminals sprinkled by the Human Revolutionary Union in order to capture Gundam. Alleluia, retreat immediately. The Angel of Strength called the Angel of the Lord to retreat together, but at this time the missiles carefully arranged in advance by the 3 major powers emerged from the desert and attacked the 2 Gundams. These flying large missiles split into small missiles when they approached the 2 airframes, engulfing the 2 Gundams in the smoke of the explosion. Chapter 45 The Goddess of Justice who appears, and the 3 kingdoms with headaches. But the unlucky situation of the 2 airframes rushing out of the explosion has just begun, and the self-detonation troops composed of Union's practical training troops have long been prepared. Seeing that the 2 mechas successfully escaped from the explosion, this troop rushed towards the Gundam without fear of death. Although the 2 Gundams shot down a lot after all, they still successfully hugged the Gundam in practice. And self-destructed in separation. Boom. Even if the E-carbon armor strengthened by GN particles has an exaggerated defensive power, it can't offset the impact of self-explosion. The main angel and the Force Angel suddenly became unstable and had to fall to the ground. After the 2 airframes fell to the ground, live ammunition shelling from the 3 major powers and a mixture of various beam weapon attacks came. The live ammunition was fine, but being hit by the beam was still fatal. Advertisement. So the 2 airframes had to activate the GN force field to resist the one attack. However, it was discovered that the Angel of Strength and the Master Angel could not evacuate. As the second stage support, the Angel of Deity and the Angel of Energy released the optical camouflage according to Miss Wang's plan. Connected to the solar furnace, and then a stream of light galloped across the desert. The bluntly powerful angel and the main angel fought a way of escape. Locke saw that the road was open 24, and wanted to call Alleluia to leave together, but because of the brain quantum waves of Soma Pyrrhus in the approaching Iron Man Peach, Alleluia was in great pain and could not manipulate the main angel keep up and leave. Lee Angel, unable to abandon his teammates and escape alone, had to stay behind. On the other side, after opening the road, the 2 Gundams of the Lord Angel and the German Angel also exposed their positions because of their actions, and almost immediately suffered a joint attack from a large number of missiles and long-range shelling from the MS troops, and the ammunition was constantly on fire. It exploded on the body of the 2 Gundams, and the 2 bodies that were bombed and unable to move could only stay where they were. Command base. In this way, there is no way for the Gundam to escape. Katie listened to the report from his subordinates. Now that the 4 Gundams of Tianran are all under their artillery fire, the only thing left is the first one that hasn't appeared yet. 5 sets. However, the 5th unit is not to be feared according to Katie's idea. Its armament is indeed terrifying, but even if the armament can be used on the Earth, so what, as long as it is dealt with in the same way as the previous 4 units, it can still be used. Consumption. Report. The MS troop base in the rear has been attacked. Yes, it's Gundam. The soldier exclaimed. The 5th Gundam, how did it pass? GN particles have the characteristic of blocking communication. The 3 major powers have been prepared for a long time. No matter whether the 5th Gundam spreads the particles or not, it is impossible to get mixed in that place. How does that Gundam avoid all their current monitoring? Means, all the way to the MS base? Advertisement. But at this moment, in the desert, in front of the temporary garrison for the Union troops for training. It's time to start. Just when the bombardment of the 3 major powers started, this base was cared for by the Goddess of Justice with the missiles and cannons on the GN armed fighter plane. The bomb that fell from the sky landed on the ground with additional missiles, and blasted towards the hangar of the base, causing all MSS in the base that had not been dispatched to attack to be blown to pieces. 20 banners are approaching, Hana reported. Hanyu, activate the Mirage system with all the GN particles after they are dealt with. Lake said, since using Hanyu, he has helped him in controlling some details of the body, saving a lot of trouble. Learn. Seeing the banner troops approaching in front of them, Lake locked all these machines in an instant, and pressed the launch button, and the group of missiles fired by the banners turned into wreckage on the ground. The Mirage has been activated. Hannah activated Mirage first, and then asked. Are you going to continue attacking these temporary bases? No, it's just a part of MS that stopped internally. This method is just to attract their attention. Lake shook his head and said, it's not the most suitable time to send out Phaz, he made those mechas hide with optical camouflage. Now he uses the Goddess of Justice to mess up the battlefield in front of him, so that the three major powers must spend a large part of their troops on him. A new enemy is approaching. Let them rush to nothing, we have to go find other troops. I don't plan to care about the Goddess of Justice, the Union's reinforcement force, because the Mirage has been activated to make the body disappear, so that the Union troops who came to support nearby after receiving the news can only rush to nothing. AEU Command Base. Advertisement. I was attacked by Gundam, and then all the troops were wiped out, and then the Gundam who attacked them disappeared? Is that really what Union reported? Kadi asked the person in charge of communicating with Union and Human Revolutionary Union. The correspondent asked. Yes, that's what they reported. The communication string was also scalp-tingling. No way, this 5th Gundam can shield radar? No, judging from the report, it should be completely invisible to the naked eye. Heaven and man, even hiding this kind of technology is useless. Katie's complexion turned dark. The incident happened suddenly. This is a technology that they don't know the whole picture of, and they have no way to countermeasures. She had to order a notification for all troops to strengthen their vigilance, and let the correspondent convey her speculation to Union and the 2 combat commanders of the Human Revolutionary League. When Sergi received the news, he was thinking about Katie's analysis of the Lady Justice, and heard the latest situation on the battlefield from his own correspondent. 20 or 30 long-distance bombardment Iron 310 units in an artillery unit of the Human Revolutionary League, which is currently shelling Neng Angel and A Angel, suddenly rained a large number of GN missiles on the sky, followed by 2 streams of light shoot at these Iron Men, and after a while, all these Iron Men turned into scrap iron. Fortunately, the missiles are enough for a while. After cleaning up the artillery force, Lake looked at the remaining ammunition displayed on the screen, and it was probably enough for him to fight 2 or 3 waves. Fortunately, the GN fighter is also equipped with a long-range beam rifle this time. After shooting the missiles, there are still powerful equipment that can be used. Lake, there are 22 mobs equipped with beam weapons approaching from the front. Thanks for the reminder, I felt it too. Aiming, shooting, GN cannon and GN beam rifle wiped out all the mob troops who hadn't entered the visual range, could only hear the siren sound when the attack came, but had no time to dodge. Then, it's time to go elsewhere. Anticipating that the 3 major powers will soon transfer people to besiege him, Lake manipulates the Goddess of Justice to speed up and leave the current position. The command room of the Human Revolutionary League. Sergi frowned deeply after hearing the news. The bombardment troops were all wiped out, and the AEU troops that went to support were also completely wiped out. Is that Gundam really using the strengthened weapons in the universe? Send additional troops and inform the police of the situation. Union and O, let them also send people there. Chapter 46. Why is this script again, Colonel? Judging from the current intelligence, the mobility of the 5th Gundam is not something that Iron Man or Zika warriors can catch up to. Even though the higher UPS really want their camp to capture the most Gundams, Sergi doesn't think he's in the same camp. Enough to deal with, must let those 2 also come to help. The prepared artillery troops stepped forward to make up for the position, and the suppression of the Gundam's firepower must not stop. The 8th and 9th MS troops will attack first, guard the battlefield, and immediately attack the target when it finds it. Advertisement. Sergi gave orders methodically. Let the 12th and 14th units go out to attack, guard near the fort units, and attack once the black machine appears. Let. At this moment, the commanders of Sergi, Katie, and Union all chose to send additional troops, while sending additional relevant troops to guard the Goddess of Justice, while continuing to bombard the 4 Gundams. After about 1 hour, the shelling seems to be less. Look, it seems that Lake is attacking those guys, but unfortunately he still can't escape. In the cockpit of Lee Angel, Locke became smaller from the shelling, and then another it will return to normal, but there is a faint downward trend. It can be seen that this is caused by the attack on the rear troops. And in the original battle plan of the 4 of them, Lake's machine was responsible for disrupting the mobile suits on the battlefield when the support troops and them both failed, so as to give them a chance to escape. Hope Alleluia is okay. Locke, who just saw the opportunity to escape, became worried. The 2 of them just hid in the trench-like road opened by the German Angel, and they were hit by the pink Iron Man who passed by the Human Revolutionary Union. The main Angel who went, now the opponent's offensive has decreased, but the momentum still hasn't stopped. However, if the artillery units in the rear are being attacked all the time, their chance of escape should be coming soon. And after that, several hours passed, and the troops of the Human Revolutionary Federation, Union, and AEU, who were forced to pour a lot of energy on the Goddess of Justice, became weaker and weaker against the 4 Gundams. The mobile suit troops in charge of shelling were constantly attacked, and the mobile suit troops in charge of going to support were also severely damaged one after another. If a team of mobile suits had been killed in the past, if it was surrounded by 2 or more troops, then either they were forcibly rushed out by the opponent, or they disappeared without even being able to see the opponent. After that, they attacked their artillery troops again, repeating the cycle, and then the time went to the later stage. For the bombardment of the 4 Gundams the momentum weakened more and more, and the commanders of the 3 troops became more eager to mobilize the troops first to destroy the 5th Gundam that was elusive. The further back the 4 Gundams are, the more they can feel the reduction in the intensity of the attack on the other side. On the one hand, it is because it is estimated that the mental and physical states of the several Gundams have reached the worst level at this time. Advertisement. On the other hand, the layout of the 3 major kingdoms was completely disrupted by the Goddess of Justice. When the night was about to pass, in the sky, the Goddess of Justice appeared again. Union's Murasame and AEU's Hanmo Rabbi troops discovered the trail of the Goddess of Justice. The 2 troops did not discuss much, and a series of dense beams shot at the same time, manipulating the Goddess of Justice to roll and dodge, to block the unavoidable light beams by opening the N-force field. Why are you talking about performance even if you can't drive it? It has been about 3 waves, and seeing that this group of people are really continuing to operate the new machine provided by Anaheim according to their previous experience, Lake laughed out loud. It really saves him trouble. The beam rifle has accumulated GN particles, and the GN cannon on the GN armed fighter is also ready to launch. Although both the Murasame army and Hanmo Rabbi's army felt something was wrong, under this wave of simultaneous attacks, this army the troops were wiped out after a while. Hanyu, contact the FAZZ team, it's almost time to start action. Learn. As soon as the words fell, under the contact of Hanyu, the FAZZs hidden in different positions in the desert with Justice optical camouflage were activated one after another, shooting at the MS troops of the Human Revolutionary Union, AEU, and Union. Report, there are new machines. The captain of a training unit found 2 of these FAZZs in action, and tried to report the situation, but galloped away from the mega cannons carried by the FAZZs. The frightening stream of light that came out covered him and his teammates behind him, and the captain found himself and others safe and sound when he recovered after the fall. Fortunately, it seems that because of the angle of the light system on the opposite side, all their upper bodies were destroyed, and the cockpit of the lower body could be separated in time. The shelling stopped. In Angel's cockpit, seeing that the bombardment had stopped, the moment they were already very tired, they were very puzzled. When the previous bombardment stopped, they could tell that it was obviously because of the attack. Now is this also due to Lady Justice's attack? Let's retreat. Tyria reminded Shauna. Learn. Advertisement. The Energy Angel flew into the sky, separated from the Da Angel and evacuated, and Tyria was found by Patrick, who drove the Hanmo Rabbi, not long after they separated from the moment. Asterisk found you. Gundam. You too, get on me. Patrick yelled to the 2 thugs equipped with capture equipment flying behind him. Don't come here to command, you obviously haven't done anything. One of the pilots couldn't help but yell at this arrogant trump card before going up to trap Da Angel. What did you say? After being bombed continuously for one night, even if the shelling in the middle weakened somewhat, Tyria's shooting accuracy was greatly reduced due to the exhaustion of the long-term combat. A cannon shot towards Rabbi Hanmu, but it missed, and was easily dodged by Pat. Ha 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 ha, the movement is very slow, Gundam, it really can't work. Patrick laughed loudly. At this time, the FAZZ that had already arrived here locked on Rabbi Hanmo in the distance, and a large number of missiles poured out towards the 3 MSS in front of it. Did he? When an alarm came from the cockpit, Pat, okay, Rick's face immediately changed, and he drove the Hanmo Rabbi to transform, shoot down missiles while mechanically dodging, but the 2 thug-style pilots are not trump cards. Even with the speed of the body, it couldn't avoid the sudden missile, and watched helplessly as the body was hit by the missile and exploded. Who is it, playing sneak attack at this time? New attack, is Lake coming to save me? The smoke from the explosion covered Tyria's vision, and Tyria judged that Lake could only save him according to the plan before coming here. But the smoke covered his eyes, making him unable to confirm for a while. At this time, Patrick lost a wave in the air with his superb skills, but Harrow, who adhered to the principle of justice as caliber, fired a large mega cannon at the same time the missile was fired. Patrick wanted to hide but was too late. He could only watch as Rabbi Hanmo lost the ability to fly and fell to the ground. Why this script again, Colonel? Chapter 47 Sachis lost 3 times, Nina who came late. New Gundam. The smoke dissipated, and Tyria saw that the person he rescued had a Gundam face, and his eyes were shocked, and there was a Gundam that he didn't know that was beyond the plan. Please evacuate as soon as possible. Heroine Fazz sent this message to Tyria according to the preset instructions. Tyria came back to his senses after seeing this, and hurriedly drove the angel away. Tyria in the cockpit couldn't help thinking about the Fazz advertisement. Obviously it's Gundam, why didn't you use the solar furnace, and, that power is due to the wrist. Was it made in Anaheim? The act of rescuing them, coupled with the current person who can create this Gundam, Tyria can only think of Anaheim Company. That man had a lot of cards. Recalling the incident that Lake called Huang and Agent Wang Liamei outside the villa before the action, Tyria was sure that Miss Huang should also know about this incident. After going back, I have to ask Miss Huang what is going on. What is going on with this machine? On the way to evacuate, Neng Angel bumped into Arya Shah who came to capture him, and the driver's noise from the loudspeaker of this machine made the pupils of the already tired Mo moment suddenly shrink. On 997. Al Sachs. His body was exhausted, and he was covered with anger because he knew that the driver on the other side was Sachs, which made Setsuna sober. Why are you here? Do you still need to ask? I'm here to catch you, Kyrgyz kid, this time is your time of death. Sachs laughed wildly. Advertisement. Under normal circumstances, facing the current Arya Shah, Setsuna's current technique would definitely be able to win, but because the body is too tired, the speed at which the angel can swing the sword has also slowed down. Alicia hit the chance to be an angel. Knocking down the energy angel, Arya Shah spread out several spider-like thighs under his body, and bound the energy angel in a cage made of plasma. Violent currents spread throughout the angel's body, and Gmo's consciousness was screaming. Just when Saxi increased the output and was about to electrocute Gmo inside, several beams of light shot from afar, knocking Arya to death. Sha exploded on the spot, and in order not to be affected by the explosion, Sachs was forced to drive out of the formula. Damn, who the hell is my good thing? Sachs turned his head to look at Sif, and saw that the direction of the light beam was a black Gundam, and the face of that Gundam was very similar to the Kyrgyz kid who was trapped by him just now. It was the Gundam that had shot itself down before. Damn it, what kind of bad luck did he have? He never tried to do something good with this brat. The first time he was beaten up by this guy and another green hand, although the cockpit was lucky GE barely avoided the direct hit, but at that time the whole person still had a bandage on his head. The second time, I thought I could snatch the body from that kid, but in the end, an arm was cut off with a backhand. This time, taking advantage of the poor condition of this little devil, he managed to crush it once, and when he was about to kill him, this guy broke in and got in the way. It's really annoying, why are all these Gundams so concerned about their companions? Tisk, I have a chance to deal with you in the future. Sachs gritted his teeth and said that seeing Lake this time, he still had no challenge. This is not an opponent I can win. That Saxi can live all the way to the present, the test is that his intuition, which is sharper than the beast, reminded him, so whether it was the last time or this time, the first time he saw the goddess of justice, the beast's intuition was the same. Tell him that the driver on the other side is very dangerous, if he fights with him, he will die, definitely will die. Shooting, pinning, transforming, and leaving, Sachs hurriedly escaped from this place of right and wrong. If you want to escape, it's so troublesome, you should obediently find someone to save you. Lake faintly sensed Sachs' fear. In this world, the mercenary skills poisoned by war are not the strongest, but the ability to escape like a dog it's true. Advertisement. At that time, Moralia thought that Sachs would not die so easily, but this guy was able to go to the battlefield so soon. Forget it, since he wanted to run so much, then he would let this mercenary do well this time. Learn what fear is. Let this hard-fated war mercenary suffer, and leave it to Locke, who is most qualified to avenge him, to deal with it later. Dodging bullets from the linear rifle, the goddess of justice who caught up fired a few rounds of the GN beam rifle casually again, the first few rounds were intentionally missed, and when Sachs thought he could escape, the several beams accurately blocked him the dodge space, and then the beam hit the formula again. Damn it, Gundam. When the last beam hit, the formula that had opened a distance and thought it could just escape was once again caught by the crowd. In the explosion, Sachs cursed this Gundam who dared to play with him. Just before falling to the ground, Sachs still secretly vowed that next time he meets this vicious plague god Gundam, he will be as far away as possible. The battle is over, what, this is not my chance to play. In Angel number 3 who was ordered to rescue several Gundams, the pilot Nina showed dissatisfaction and doubts when she saw that the angels she was supposed to rescue were actually rescued by the 5th Gundam of celestial beings. Didn't it mean that good heavens and humans have to wait for her and the other two big brothers to save them? What the hell is going on here? Hey, Goddess of Justice, the driver of Angel Energy, why are you all okay? Nina sent a message to Angel Energy and Goddess of Justice at the same time. At this time, Setsuna, who had been rescued in advance, was still full of doubts and surprises about this new Gundam that appeared on the battlefield. The antenna and his eyes of Angel 3 were very similar to their Gundams. The emitted particles, although of different colors, are undoubtedly GN particles. Who are you? My name is Nina Trinity, and I am the pilot of this Angel Gundam 3. Nina said enthusiastically. If one only looked at her appearance and tone at this time, no one would be able to imagine that this is a saint. And the existence of destruction. Gundam's pilot, why haven't I heard of it? Don't worry about this, your companions are all rescued by my big brothers, how are you safe? Sorry, I have no interest in talking to the little girl, and we don't need to tell a guy of unknown origin no matter how safe we are. Knowing the actual character of the Trinity, Lake didn't talk to these three guys at all. Interest in speaking. What kind of unknown guy? I, and the big brothers are the same as you guys, the pilots of the Gundam. Chapter 48 Close combat is beneficial to me. What Gundam pilot, you deserve the name. Looking at Nina's deceptive face, Lake curled his lips and simply hung up the communication. This action made Nina very angry. Hanyu, what happened to the other FAZZs who went to rescue Gundams, did there appear to be Gundams like this guy? When rescuing the angels and the main angels, there are two identical ones. Hanyu released the screen, and it can easily obtain the information from the two machines with the help of the small quantum computer placed on the FAZZ. Related battle scenes. The first one is the battle scene on Lee Angel's side. When preparing to retreat, Lee Angel was caught by Graham who was driving a Delta Plus, and the over-limit flag team formed by Union's latest purchase Murasame. Advertisement. Joshua, the #1 ace in Alaska who was not satisfied with Graham, had a bigger opinion on Graham than before because Graham drove the Delta Olus with better performance. A person who killed his boss, why should he drive a special machine of the same type that the army only has one, and there will be no other special machines of the same type in the future, so why should he give orders to him? Don't take yourself too seriously, Captain, I won't listen to you. Driving to the highest speed all at once, Joshua disdainfully ignored Graham's kind advice, and drove his village rain with a slide shovel to force it. The angel flew over. It's coming from behind, then. Li Tian, who noticed the movement of the village rain among them, picked up the beam pistol. If it's close combat, it's for me. Joshua, who already felt that the steady hand could not be held steady, manipulated Murasame to pull out the beam rifle, ready to aim at the angel of power and pull the trigger, but until this moment, Joshua, who had always been careless and arrogant, realized that the angel of power unknowingly, a beam pistol appeared on his right hand, and the muzzle of the gun had already condensed energy. Why? For a moment, Joshua's smile froze, and Joshua, who could only go down to think about everything, disappeared with Murasame who was blown away by the GN beam pistol. That idiot! Graham couldn't help cursing, he didn't listen to his advice along the way, and he could ignore anything he insisted on going against him, but Tandeo was really looking for death if he was so arrogant against Gundam. After all the persuasion, Joshua still couldn't stop Joshua from seeking death. Advertisement. He can't sympathize with this kind of guy who chooses to advance aggressively for the sake of fame. Each aircraft, form formation C, encircle it. Seeing Delta Plus leading a group of village rains, Lee Angel fought back, but due to the improvement of the body's performance, Locke's poor state at this time, and Graham's own superb skills, Lee Angel couldn't hit it with a single shot. Middle opposite. Then the Delta Plus transformed into MS form, knocked down the Force Angel, dragged the Force Angel to slide on the ground, taking advantage of the time when Locke was unable to control the Force Angel due to the impact. Delta Plus grabbed the Force Angel head. It doesn't matter if you call me mean or hate you, this is the way I choose to dance with you. Graham said with joy. And just when he was about to appreciate it, FAZZ, who had already watched the whole battle, took advantage of the time when he and Murasame landed and attacked. Missiles flew all over the sky, and the machine suddenly sounded an alarm. A few of the village rain did not come and took off, and they turned into scrap iron in an instant. Enemy attack, there are so many missiles. Graham manipulated the airframe to detonate some of the missiles, and together with his teammates manipulated the airframe to avoid these missiles, but avoided some of them, and when there were still a large number of missiles flying towards them, the airframe was further behind. The viewfinder can clearly see that there are more missiles flying by. Does it support more than one MS? According to common sense, it is impossible for one mobile phone to carry so many missiles. With such a number, is there one mobile phone on the opposite side, or two or three? Boom! Suddenly, another red and black beam of light galloped from the opposite direction, piercing through one of the village rain on the spot. Retreat, don't stay here any longer. Graham immediately made a decision. The formation had been disrupted, and although the number of support machines was unclear, Graham deduced that this number was not something he and his current teammates could handle smoothly. Delta Plus, and Murasame turned into Ma form, and left the current battle scene at full speed. That's right, I'm saved, but what's going on here? Locke shook his dizzy head that was about to swell. The attack just now clearly appeared from two directions. Advertisement. Seeking flowers 0. Please evacuate quickly. What is the news? Locke raised his head, and the FAZZ had already flown in front of Lee Angel. Gundam? You sent this message. Hello, who are you? Locke wanted to initiate a communication, but FAZZ had already turned around and left, and there was no way to keep the relevant data from Hirona, and then Angel 1 flew over again. It looks like you're fine, Gundam pilot. Who are you from, Tien? Gundam pilot John Trinity of Angel 1. The white Gundam just now came with you. No, I didn't come with them. Rather, I wanted to ask you if you knew them. John shook his head and said, they were originally sent to rescue the heavenly beings. I had to save a German angel, but when I arrived, the German angel had been rescued ahead of time, and I saw this white Gundam from the sky. Although White's Gundam was rescuing Celestial's Gundam like them, but he didn't hear anything from Laguna who gave them instructions as one. On the other side, the situation of the main angel is also similar to that of the Force Angel. The FAZZ missile has just been thrown out, and the Seat Angel 2 who rushed to the place also just released its fangs. After the baptism of missiles and fangs, fortunately, most of the people in this army survived despite their bodies being severely damaged. Driving skills are terrible. Lake looked at the general situation of the 3 people fighting. The long-range shooting and so on basically all depend on the performance of the body and the assistance of Veda. The actual driving level of the 3 people is really getting better and better. Are these 3 machines made by Livones and the others? Hanyu asked after Lake had read the general process. Different from the GN particles used by Celestial Gundam, the GN particles emitted by these people's Gundams are red in color, which is in line with the characteristics of the chess pieces she learned from Lake that Livones and others intend to use to move the world. Now the appearance of these 3 airframes can be regarded as officially representing the deviation of Iolia's plan. According to the agreement made with Iolia and Veda before, he will be able to start from Iolia after returning. Yana got the information in the black box of the solar furnace. Chapter 49 Safe Evacuation, Mysterious Trinity. Well, Hanyu, these 3 mechatronics were created by Kona and the others. Lake said. It is indeed sad that they were created to be tool people, but the second child Mikhail and the third child Nina in the Trinity are all for the kind of guy who takes pleasure in destroying and killing people. The boss looks normal, but only relative to this as far as the 2 are concerned. He wantonly favors his sister who committed massacres, doesn't care about ordinary people, and randomly involves civilians in the execution of tasks. A specially created existence. It is also a created existence, but Hanyu has no sympathy for these 3 people. When he thinks of Livones and the others' plan to tamper with the plan, and the role these 3 people will play in Lake's words, the clearest emotion for these 3 people is disgust. Advertisement. In Angel number 3, Nina was still angry there. At this time, her elder brother John sent a communication 387, so Nina changed her face instantly. Brother, what's wrong? Our rescue is over, Nina, how is your situation? It's not good, that Black's body rushed to save the angel before me, and there's nothing for them to do now. Nina poured bitterness on her elder brother John. Don't be willful, since they have finished saving people, then we should retreat, Nina, spread the GN particles as much as possible. John made a stern look, while Nina was a little reluctant when she saw this said. Learn. The angel number 3 flew into the sky, released a large amount of GN particles, completely covered the battlefield in front of it, and carried out communication and radar interference on the entire battlefield. This is, GN particles. Tyria, who had already evacuated for a certain distance, was startled when he saw the blood-red color above the sky, and the reactions of the other 3 were also similar to him, all of them were stunned. This is a GN particle? Why is it red? Setsuna murmured. Among the doubters, the GN particles emitted by the Gundam in front of him had a different color from the GN particles emitted by their Gundam, which caused an indescribable uneasiness in his heart. The GN particles have been dispersed. We have to leave. If you don't want to die, you should retreat quickly. Nina, who had finished distributing the GN particles under the instruction of her elder brother John, sent a message to the 2 of them again. Advertisement. Ah, by the way, and this address, we will go to the universe to meet you in 2 days. As Nina said, before leaving, she asked Haro on her machine to send a series of coordinates to Lake and Setsuna. Then the group evacuated. On the way to evacuate, Lok Ang, the captain, and the other 3 learned about the FAZZ team from Lake. After sending a message to Christina, they remembered the driver who claimed to be an Angel Gundam. As a member of the staff, Lok calmed down, and quickly asked for pictures of the other 2 angels from Setsuna and Alleluia, and sent them over. 3 Gundams I've never heard of, what's going on here? Lok sighed slightly. Compared with Red's GN particles, maybe Lake's FAZZ with ridiculous firepower should make them feel more at ease. Royal Villa. Ptolemy, who had been worried about the safety of the drivers all night, stayed in the lobby of the villa. This group of people, including Tyria and the others, were worried about their safety, and wanted to wait until the good news came. The Emperor is included. On the second day, when Wang Liamei, who had rested all night, came over, Christina just received the station arrival report from Li Angel Shanglok after the smooth evacuation. Harrow sent a message, and with the help of Lake's Lady Justice and his FAZZ team, all Gundams have been evacuated to a safe range and are returning to the 6th hiding place in the Pacific Ocean. Great, because the family is fine. Hearing this news, Felt, Huang, Lacey, Rickety, and everyone on Ptolemy showed joy, and Wang Liamei, who was on the side, couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Wait a minute, FAZZ, what is that? Lasse couldn't help asking after being happy. It's a mass-produced Gundam MS developed by Anaheim to support celestial beings. Before the Emperor could speak, Wang Liamei took the initiative to explain. Aren't there only 5 sun furnaces for the mass-produced Gundam? Rishid Adel was surprised, and the expressions on the faces of the rest of the people were similar. In their cognition, there are only 5 Gundams active all the time, among which the original second-generation Gundams are placed in the Angels and cannot be counted, and most of the high levels at the beginning have to rely on their unmanned regular delivery past GH particles to carry out activities. Advertisement. And these provided particles will be installed on the Gundams of Angels. Even if Celestials have improved the related technology of GN capacitors in the past few years, the activity time of those Gundams is still limited, and they can only serve as support in the rear. Now that Anaheim is still able to produce energy, did they produce their own solar furnaces, or did they make breakthroughs in related technologies? Regardless of the possibility, everyone felt that this matter was too big. It's not only possible to use a solar furnace to operate, the battery pack from Anaheim can also allow MS to obtain enough energy to use beam weapons. Didn't everyone in the sky know this a long time ago? I know, but it's too exaggerated for Gundam to produce energy. Li Zidi said, MS, who can help in that situation, doesn't use a solar furnace, so it's very frustrating no matter how you think about it. People shocked. Felt, who had heard some past events from his father Rude with a big mouth, remembered what his father said about the Gundam that Lake drove like a pirate and did not use a solar furnace. Lake also showed her the Gundam, the ones called FAZZ, probably use the same technology. Wait, there is one more thing. In addition to the FAZZ team, there are 3 other mechas claiming to be Angel Gundam among the mechas that are rescuing the Gundam. Christina read out the new message from Lok Ang, and said put in the picture from the message from Hello. Angel. Wait, there's also Zhao Gundam here. A group of 2.3 people looked at each other. What's going on? Gundam is engaged in wholesale, and there are still 3 units in the team. How many Gundams are there in total? Moreover, although the 3 angels above are not in the same style as their Gundams in appearance, the antenna and those eyes are indeed Gundams. Couldn't it be Anaheim too? Russell asked. No, this won't be made in Anaheim. Huang shook her head and said, she didn't see these 3 famous angel Gundams on the Lord Angel, and if they were all rescues, it would be impossible for Lake to save them. Keeping the matter from him, the origin of these 3 people would never be from Anaheim. The information that they generally know as an action force will be limited, and it is possible that Veda has something to hide from them. If you want to know what is going on with these 3 people, perhaps you can only get the answer from Tirayana, who has the highest authority. Chapter 50 Tyria, don't you want to think about the big problem with these 3 people? Advertisement. Pacific Ocean, Hideout 6. After a successful evacuation, after a night of exhaustion, Locke, Setsuna, and Alleluia rested in the waiting room inside the raid container. Outside, Tyria didn't take a long break and asked Lake about the Trinity, who was about to leave here. Do you know about those 3 people? Tyria, even you who have the highest authority on Ptolemy don't know, why do you think I will know? Lake smiled and said. Because, apart from us, you are the only one who can make Gundams in this world. Tyria said, he thinks that the main body of Zashi may be from Raja's side. Regarding these 3 Gundams, neither Tianran's technical team nor their operational troops knew about them, let alone their manufacture. But apart from Celestial's technical team, the only remaining team that belongs to the Celestial organization and has the technical strength to create Gundams is Anaheim. There are so many technicians recruited by Veda in Anaheim, they all joined in directly, and the GN armed fighter can also be produced ahead of the Anaheim 24 they produced. If it is produced under the special authorization of Veda, 3 Gundams are the most likely. In addition, the information about Lake is the only one in Tianran that he cannot access at will and is encrypted, which may include the information needed to manufacture these 3 Gundams. That's why Tyria suspected the matter of these 3 people. Lake should be clearer. If these 3 MSS are really made in Anaheim, why would I send FAZZ to save you? Lake looked contemptuous. Advertisement. It's a good thing that your brain can turn around, but please point out where the trouble is turning. I have nothing to do to send so many mechas to rescue you. After a while of silence, Tyria knew that if these 3 mechas really belonged to Lake, then there is no need to be so troublesome. The FAZZ team can choose one of these 3 Gundams. There's no need to do it all at once. In addition to what I heard from Setsuna and the others about the trio of angels, it really proves that these 3 people do not know Lake. If it's really not made by Anaheim, it means that even you don't know about them. Tyria looked complicated. In this operation, he saved his life and Gundam thanks to Lake, so everyone now that he has denied it to this point, he won't be as stupid as before and suspect that Lake is lying. But if this is the case, then who is the one who can create that Gundam? Manufacturing a Gundam requires considerable power, financial resources and the most critical technology. The reason for Lake? Well, as far as I can speculate, those 3 Gundams may have been made by some people who wanted to rebel inside the celestial being. Yelia, a Veda believer, woke up. Rebellion? You mean betrayal of the plan? If that's the case, where did their technology come from? Why did the 3 Gundams save us, and the technology to create Gundam? Tyria's tone changed. I got anxious. If someone really betrayed, then the technology used to make the body was obtained from Vedon. Calm down, I have no real proof, just suspicion, but if those 3 machines and their 3 new solar furnaces were really planned, you wouldn't know about it until 10 o'clock today. Lake asked. Indeed, these 3 Gundam solar furnaces were not planned from the very beginning. Tyria suddenly realized the most strange thing. It was determined that there were only 5 solar furnaces at the beginning, and Lake, who joined after Veda revised the plan, used the 5th solar furnace of celestial beings. After the addition of Lake, the Anaheim company is like the FAZZ this time. The previous GN armed fighters and other new weapons are sufficient as supplementary combat power. According to Tyria's current understanding, Veda is also supported by a Gundam developed by Lake's Anaheim company that does not require the use of solar furnaces as power. Advertisement. Even from the perspective of Veda, there is absolutely no need to get these 3 Gundams out. The GN particles used by the 3 Gundams are still red. To be more accurate, Tyria even feels that the GN particles or the clubhouse are suspicious. The matter of GN particles is very strange. What kind of solar furnace can emit red particles? The more Fang Yu thinks about doubts, the more Tyria thinks, the more he begins to suspect that there is really a traitor in the Heavenly Man. Even raised a question that he himself is unwilling to think about at this time. Idea. Veda has already been invaded by someone, otherwise the things created by those 3 Gundams would never have been hidden from Veda's eyes. Seeing that Tyria had begun to think about the traitor, Lake told him to inform Locke and others that he had to leave first, then turned around and boarded the Lady Justice, and asked Hanyu to turn on the automatic mode and return to the company. Just after this desert battle ended, Iolia unlocked the data of the 3 red system and the double furnace system hidden in the black box of the Goddess of Justice's solar furnace in advance. Now he has to go back to the company to extract the data, and then hand over the research work on the solar furnace and related organisms to Professor Ifman, who has already understood the GN particles by his estimate. Almost at the same time, on the way back from Lake, at the other end, Kona watched the battle scenes of the 3 major powers fighting Gundam on the big screen on the TV in his villa. When he saw the part of the Lady Justice, Kona's brows were furrowed into a ball. Back and forth, I watched the scenes where the Lady Justice could suddenly rush out of the encirclement whenever a large number of troops approached, and Kona didn't even think about what was going on. Let alone a group of elites with the troops of the 3 major powers, the Goddess of Justice, the 2nd generation Gundam that has added the 3rd generation Gundam parts. How can it avoid the encirclement of the 3 major powers? What is installed on the machine? Is it a new technology that he doesn't know about? Livones, about the Lady Justice, can you find out anything? Kona asked Livones, who was able to connect with Veda in front of him. Unfortunately, nothing can be found out. It seems that there is no record of relevant matters in Veda. Livones apologized. This time compared to the previous hypocrisy, Livones was a little more sincere. He did connect to Veda to investigate this matter, but because of the technical information about MS, Veda, which reached an agreement with Lake, has been selectively collecting Lake's information. As a result, Livones found nothing. Chapter 51: The Unscrupulous Kona and the Showdown with Professor Ifman. Livones doesn't feel that he, who hasn't rebelled yet, can be noticed by Veda. The technical data collected by Veda on Anaheim under the condition of locking Lake's data is always the surface used by those MS for sale. Livones has never been able to discover the technology on the internet. A few years ago when he was sent out to recycle the fully armed Pirate X0, he did not see the fully armed Pirate X1 using weapons. It only gave him the idea that there are other companies with MS technology besides Heaven and Man. And no mystical understanding of the performance of fully armed pirates. In the end, after repeated thinking, Livones classified this as the result of a certain new technology that can interfere with the operation of the radar, plus the speed of the NG armed fighter jet that can rush out before the encirclement. But Kona, a brainless and pretending idiot, obviously doesn't think so. Advertisement. Livones, are you kidding me? Alejandro, Mr. Kona, I don't think that is the thing we need to care about most now. Compared with those, there is still this thing we need to care about at present. Lamenting inwardly for the low IQ of the chess pieces he had chosen, Livons gave Kona all the pictures, and the picture on the screen became the scene of 4 FAZZs appearing. Seeing so many MS with Gundam faces appearing at the same time, Kona's eyes were cracked. Hey, what's going on with these Gundams? It's a MS made by Anaheim Company, it has passed Veda's approval, and it will be active as a member of the Celestial Support Force in the future. As he said that, in order to further stimulate Cornelimaz, he deliberately changed the pictures about FAZZ collected by the Angels during the Desert War. This kind of power, how did they make such a terrible miss? Kona suppressed the panic on his face, trying to maintain a calm tone. Livons, who saw it through, smiled and said nothing. After all, human beings are human beings. He was so frightened to this extent. The MS that are sold have intentionally limited performance. It is not incomprehensible to be able to achieve this level. Of course, the actual performance of that machine is beyond Livons' imagination. And Anaheim obviously has no intention of selling this kind of airframe to the outside world at present. If only the MSs currently on sale are used, Livons is confident that when the time is right, the furnaces that he and Kona have set up at the Antarctic base it was successfully handed over to the 3 major countries. Livons, we have to start dealing with these MS immediately. Kona already felt that Anaheim could no longer be allowed to continue doing so wantonly. Advertisement. With such a strong technology, what if he ran out and messed up all his good deeds? This time in the desert, the 3 angels successfully rescued them. What if Anaheim directly handed over these machines what to do with the 3 major countries? This army is also approved by Veda, and it is a member of heaven and man. Lord Kona, I advise you to calm down. If you directly attack these mobile phones, it will also affect the Trinity's operations. Livons gave quite objective advice. Although Kona has been stupid for a few days, he tried to make this stupid chess piece less trouble based on the principle that more things are worse than less things. Indeed, if you can't attack these MS, then attack Union's Miswad base as planned, and get rid of that old man who was studying GN particles. Kona sneered. The professor of Anaheim has obtained the technical blessing of Anaheim itself after cracking the GN particle. This situation is definitely not what he wants to see. Originally, the professor was dealt with only because his progress in deciphering the GN particle was too terrifying. If he was not dealt with, the whole plan would collapse. Now, it happened to be able to attack Anaheim. You idiot, you really did it. Livons suppressed the sarcasm and dissatisfaction in his heart, and this pawn was hooked as he expected. The Anaheim company over there has already connected with the Halawai family under his help, and Kona planned to do it here. Give it a boost to speed it up. By the way, you can sell an extra favor to Lake. The professor seems to be in Anaheim a lot recently, and it seems that he needs to wait longer for him to go to the base. If that's the case, the Trinity will have to directly attack Anaheim. Kona said without hesitation. Although a direct attack would damage Anaheim's reputation as a supporter of the celestial beings, it would also scare the other monitors. Bye. But the price is still within his range. Is it okay to do it so soon? No problem. The group of monitors couldn't discuss anything until the end. The Trinity has nothing to do with us on the surface. Let them do it immediately. But, Mr. Kona, we have to wait for 2 days. Have you forgotten that we still have a meeting of monitors to attend, and the next task of the Unity of the Lord has also come out? Tisk, let them deal with it after they complete the next task. Kona finished speaking with a gloomy face, and stood up after speaking. Advertisement. It's time for me to go to the Watchers meeting too, Livons, I'll leave those matters to you. Do not worry. With his back to Kona, Livons leaned slightly, and the corners of his mouth had drawn a sarcastic arc for the first time. Anaheim Inc. After Lake came back, he extracted the data of the 3 Reds and the double furnace system, and then contacted Professor Eefman who happened to be still in the company. Recently, the professor's running at both ends is also due to the fact that he was somewhat of a liver emperor when he was young. The human body has not made any troubles, but it is still very tough. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Professor Eefman opened the door and entered the reception room, and Lake didn't talk nonsense, and went straight to the topic. After learning that Professor Eefman had basically figured out the working principle of the solar furnace, he began to ask him tells about the whole plan of Iolia, the founder of the celestial beings. Therefore, the ultimate goal of the whole celestial man's plan is to contact alien civilizations, which sounds like a dream. But you, my good, have already believed it. Lake smiled. Professor Eefman is a wise man, and he has already vaguely guessed some celestial beings. Professor Eefman will naturally believe what he said after he breaks through this layer. You've said so much, can I still not believe it? I agree to join the celestial being. Lake, where is the gift you said you wanted to show me? After Professor Eefman said, a hint of urgency and anticipation could be felt in his tone. The Gundam and solar furnace you want to see are all under this company, and I will take you to see them later, but before that, there is still this for you to take a good look at. Here is the information about the 3-red system of the solar furnace and the double furnace system. After reading the information about the solar furnace, Professor Eefman, you began to study these suspiciously, Joe. 3-red system and double furnace system? I just figured out the solar furnace, and there are new things to study. Eefman's words reveal the excitement that is exclusive to researchers. Chapter 52 Liver Emperor Elfman and Going to the Universe. Gundam of Heaven, Goddess of Justice, you are the pilot of this machine. In the underground hangar of Anaheim, under the guidance of Lake, Eefman personally saw the Lady Justice, which confirmed the long-standing guesses. Ever since he saw this Gundam, his eyes revealed the brilliance of curiosity. There's something new to show you. Lake said hello to the technicians here, and brought Professor Eefman to the underground research room in Anaheim. All kinds of research equipment were neatly arranged. Ruud, who was doing research here, looked up and saw if Professor Mann and Lake were shocked. Hey, Lake, what's going on here? Didn't you say that Professor Eefman figured out that the GN particle is bringing him here? Advertisement. Why are you so surprised? Of course, it's because Professor Eefman has figured out what the GN particle is all about. The professor is a genius. You are kidding me. Ruud's jaw almost fell to the ground in shock. It's true. It's only been a few months since Celestial's Gundam officially began to carry out force intervention. Professor Eefman has no real objects and can only rely on in the case of various combat data. I have almost figured out the GN particles. 203. Is this something that humans can do? Lake, there's really no need to praise me so much. It's not so easy for me to study GN particles. Professor Eefman waved his hand. Or did it take a lot of effort? As a mechanical engineer, he is already in charge of the enhanced armament used by the Lady Justice, and the Ruuds developed by other MS are not good. I think when he was suddenly fed a lot of other MS technologies by Lake, he had to understand it, and the big-headed ones would not work. Now Professor Eefman has almost understood the GN particles like eating and drinking water. One person can do this without the support of any technical team. The gap between humans and humans is really scary. Professor, I'll ask you to do research in the company. Lake said, although Professor Eefman still had to go to the Miswad base, considering that Kona was already planning to attack the professor. Advertisement. I was here when I was researching the solar furnace and Gundam. Professor Eefman said, looking at the research room. He understands why Lake did this. Although most of the technicians in the company can be seen from the short sentence on the way Lake just arrived, they are trustworthy people, but after all, there are still some who come from outside. Anaheim couldn't present the technology related to GN particles in front of those people so quickly. By the way, as for the solar furnace, is it convenient for me to take a look now? I want to confirm my guess. I'm afraid it's inconvenient. Professor, you won't be able to move for several days once you study it. Lake said with a helpless smile. Professor Eefman's liver is on the top, and NA's research is really endless. He said he wanted to prove it, but it would definitely take more time to actually operate it, and it was impossible for him to keep the Lady Justice in the hangar all the time. I can't help it. Once there is something I want to study, it's hard to stop. Since I can't verify the real thing, it means that the data of the solar furnace should be there. The data is here, Professor Eefman. If you want to study the solar furnace, you can start from here. It should be in effect to get the real thing with you. Lake gave Ruud a look, and let Ruud manipulate the equipment in the research room to get out the projection related to the solar furnace. Oh, let's start the research now. Professor Eefman said decisively. Ruud was taken aback by Eefman, who was older but moved faster than young people. Professor Eefman walked to these devices with the data stick containing the two systems in his hand, and manipulated them skillfully. These devices are used for research. I leave it to you here, Ruud. Just as I said before, you can study it with the professor, and get the Gundam with the double furnace system out as soon as possible. Professor Eefman is immersed in a sea of knowledge in a new field, Sieg, and Lake gives Ruud a look, which clearly conveys this meaning. In what genius, Professor Eefman is just getting in touch after all, and with the help of Ruud, a mechanical engineer who has been in contact with related technologies for a long time, it can save a lot of things for Professor Ai Weishi's research. Wait, I'm coming. Ruud opened his mouth, saying that Lake has no conscience, and this matter has been explained to him a long time ago, but looking at Professor Eefman's appearance now, he is better than what he knew from several colleagues in the company. Terrible, Ruud felt a little scared again. Waiting for the Emperor Gan, can he catch up? And the Gundam that Lake mentioned uses 2 solar furnaces. Advertisement. Thinking about the manufacture of the armor, weapons, and solar furnace of this Gundam, Ruud suddenly felt dizzy. At this time, he was thankful that Professor Eefman is a master of technology, etc. Professor Eefman understands these things should all be fine. But considering the manufacturing time of the solar furnace, the Flying Wing Zero type, Lake and Abby's mobile suit, which only had rough blueprints, must have taken a long time to manufacture. Inside the president's office. Lake, you're so mean. Lux covered her mouth and chuckled after hearing what Lake said just now. Lake is bullying an honest man again. He's so tired, the professor will tell him to rest. Lax, someone will come to kill Professor Joe Elfman in a few days. Is it because the professor is analyzing GN Particle 1? Well, the people who attacked were those 3 units that rescued Locke during the exercise. Their 3 Gundams were made by the traitors of the celestial beings. If the 3 of them attacked, the company would suffer a lot of losses based on the current surface defense force, so I have used the relationship between Anaheim and the Union military to get the overrun flag team back as quickly as possible, and the Miswad base will receive the news at that time, and it is enough for them to deal with these 3 people directly. Apart from the pile of MS that cannot be taken out at the bottom, although Anaheim has arranged a large number of defensive turrets and beam cannons in the company on the surface, but these are much less effective against the 3 angels. I see, Lake, it's time for you to go too. Lux said, and she happened to be staying by Lake's side when Ptolemy sent a communication today. Well, it just so happens that everything is done, it's time to go to the universe. He, who is also a Gundam pilot, was also invited by the Emperor to participate in this meeting. Although Lake himself is not interested in these 3 things, the Emperor also wanted to use this incident to ask his opinion, so he went to the meeting. I entered the universe, participated in this meeting, and helped me bring something along the way. A few hours later, the universe. After the transport ship approached Ptolemy, Lake drove the Goddess of Justice to Ptolemy, and the Goddess of Justice still carried a container in her hand. This container was made by the technical team of Anaheim to help heaven and man. Ahem, the supplementary equipment made on behalf of him. Chapter 53 The Arrival of Ptolemy, the Coming Trinity. Due to the lack of manpower in the near future, it is necessary to hurry up to complete the GN armed fighters. Tianren's technical team can't find extra manpower, and the time to provide supplementary equipment to Tianren's side will be extended. In order not to affect the operation of the troops fighting, so I found Anaheim through Veda, and there was a sign on both sides, and with so many skills, there was no reason to refuse, so Lake came up this trip and became a courier by the way. Ian, I didn't say that, even for the sake of secrecy, you should consider recruiting more people. It is really difficult to do things with such a small number of people. Lake complained. No way, regardless of secrecy, Tianren's technical team still can't make it too big. Ian, who was watching the supplementary equipment delivered on the ejection deck, pulled his face down. Advertisement. After all, we don't have as much funds as yours are. Although Tianren has many supporters like Wang Liamei who will give them financial support, it is impossible for these people to invest a large amount of money all in Tianren. In comparison, the technical team in Anaheim had a much better life than them. Needless to say, the issue of money, they didn't have much scruples at all when recruiting. When I was in contact with Rud a while ago, Ian also heard from Rud that Anaheim's technical team has recently carried out GN transformation on the machine body, and they are using multiple methods, and at the same time, they have started to use the solar furnace as an alternative. The power source and the manufacture of the new Gundam using the solar furnace as the power source. Relying on the relationship with Lake for so many years, besides Rud, Ian is also one of the few people in this world who knows that Anaheim has nuclear fusion technology at hand. The mature and stable nuclear fusion technology has had an impact on the world. Big, so in order not to affect Celestial Man's plan, Anaheim has never disclosed these technologies to the public, and the information in Celestial Man was listed as top secret by Veda, so only he and Rud knew about it. Those Gundams that don't use solar furnaces must use nuclear power. In terms of performance, it surpasses the MS currently used by the 3 major countries. It is really a proper local tyrant who can make so many things at the same time. There is no way to do this, each has his own fate. Half dead by Lake's words, Ian impatiently urged Lake to go to the bridge quickly, he was going to have a look at the new equipment that was brought up. Hanayu, let's go back first, the Goddess of Justice is staying on the side of the transport ship for the time being. Before leaving the deck to go to the bridge, Lake turned back to contact Hanayu who was still in the cockpit of Lady Justice. Learn. Advertisement. Hanayu manipulated the Goddess of Justice to return to the transport ship outside, and the transport ship followed Ptolemy who was about to set sail under Hanayu's remote control. Bridge. When Lake walked in, all the members of the ship except Setsuna were gathered here. Just before Lake entered the door, apart from discussing his coming, the group was discussing the trio of angels they encountered in the battle. What's the matter? Everyone's face is so dignified, don't they just want to meet each other, why are they all so worried? It's not that we're afraid of them, we're just discussing what's going on with those 3 people, Huang said with a wry smile. Lake still likes to joke so much. Those 3 said they were the pilots of Gundam just like us, but the 3 of them are not in the data. Alleluia asked. After they came back, Tyria checked the data and said that they could not find it from Veda. As far as any information about these 3 mechas is concerned, the mechas these three people drive are really Gundams? And the particles used by their bodies should be GN particles, but the color of the GN particles is completely different from ours. Locke said with folded arms. 3 brand new solar furnaces, but the GN particles emitted are not green but red. What happened to those 3 people? In short, we can't rest assured about those 3 people. Whether it's the machine or the color of the particles, the origin of the 3 machines is unknown after all. If necessary, we have to be prepared to be hostile to them. Tyria said. Ever since the conversation with Lake ended, Tyria has become more and more distrustful of these 3 people. Although he still doesn't want to really believe that Veda was really invaded, there is a traitor in the organization. I have already believed it, so no matter what the 3 of them did, Tyria couldn't believe that they were the same Gundam soldiers as them. Tyria. The Emperor looked at Tyria, because Tyria did not say what Lake had said to him, and the Emperor was surprised by Tyria's obvious hostile attitude. Asking for flowers, 0. When they come, they will all know, right, Miss Huang, if the 3 of them want to come over, Ian is already ready to analyze the bodies of the 3 of them. Huang nodded. This was indeed her plan. It is better for everyone to speculate now than to actually meet. What's up with the solar hearth? A few hours later, they successfully arrived at the space domain that was scheduled to meet Trinity, and after they arrived here, Trinity's mothership also appeared here. Looking at the picture uploaded by the optical lens, the Emperor immediately let Felt start to deal with that ships for analysis. Advertisement. 0. Being peeked at. As Trinity's assistant, Purple Harrow naturally discovered that the entire ship was being analyzed by Tall. Brother. Let them watch it if it's nothing. John said indifferently, and after analyzing it, it would not reveal any important information to them. The ship has detected 4 GN solar furnaces, and they are indeed emitting GN particles. Felt said to everyone after the analysis. It really is a GN particle. How did they get the solar furnace? Why is the particle color red? The 3 people on the bridge raised questions one after the other. The Emperor also pursed his lips, and Tyria's face changed when he heard the words, and there were 4 solar furnaces in total. This sentence convinced him completely, creating these 3 those with the same body are the traitors among the heavenly beings. Adadet 2. The opponent's body has come out of the boat and is coming towards us. Felt said. On and off, the triangle eye, which emitted the light signal, disarmed, held Mikhail and Nina in its hands, and flew towards Ptolemy. Respond to the other party, allow boarding the ship, let the moment of standby be released from standby. The Emperor gave a series of instructions, and then looked at Lake. What do you think of the 3 of them? Huang asked. Lake, who had turned from a supporter to a Gundam vanguard, might have some information that they didn't know. It was for this reason that she called Lake up. Chapter 54 It's just a fake. Seeing that the rest of the people on the bridge also looked over, Lake smiled. Ask me, of course I suggest that you don't expect too much from those 3 people, after all, they are too suspicious. Don't expect and be suspicious. Although Lake didn't say it clearly, Huang had almost guessed what Lake wanted to say. Those 3 people are not in the same group as them, so judging from their own solar furnace, it seems that something may have happened to Veda, and they have to be prepared after the meeting. They have solar ovens, too, Richetti said. Advertisement. The source of the solar furnace cannot be proven, and those 3 people are not in the plan, so we really can't expect much from the master. Tyria said coldly. These things will be known when we meet each other, Huang said. Let's go, let's meet the new Gundam vanguard. The Emperor said. 707 asked Lasse, Richetti, Felt, and Christina to stay on the bridge, and Lake came to wait in the aisle. A few minutes later, the group saw the pilot of Angel 3. Thank you for allowing us to board the ship. I am the pilot of Angel number 1, John Trinity. As the eldest brother of the 3 and also the commander, John introduced himself, and at the same time, from his words it can also be seen that he is more mature and stable than the other 2. Pilot of Angel number 2, Mikhail Trinity. Pilot of Angel number 3, Nina Trinity. The Emperor was at a loss for words because of the attitude of Mikhail and Nina. Except for John, the other 2 gave her the feeling that they were driving a Gundam to play games, and the current lock and angle on her side are good, they should join later. As for Lake, although their personalities are different, at least they can feel the kind of determination that a Gundam vanguard should have. The 3 of them really became more and more unhappy the more they watched. A look of displeasure flashed across Lake's eyes, just like that of Xi Locke back then. Even if he didn't think about what the 3 of them did in the original book, he felt disgusted spontaneously when he saw the 3 of them. The case of Tyria's expression on the side is also a bit unsightly, and Locke Ang, who noticed the expressions of the 2, wondered why the 2 have such a big difference in personality, why today's reaction to seeing the master is exactly the same. What's your name? We are blood-related brothers and sisters. John replied seriously. Is that so? Then about your helping us. Hey, where is the driver of Neng Angel? Nina asked impatiently. Advertisement. It's me, Setsuna F. Chingying. After cancelling the standby, the instant he walked out from the corner in the passage, he replied after hearing this. Oh, it's you. Nina nodded excitedly, and then wanted to go forward to kiss Shisu, but Lake stretched out her hand to stop her just as she was about to kiss Shisu. Miss, it's not a good habit to want to touch others casually. Lake said in a calm tone. Of course, he had to stop him for such a thing that would cause a psychological shadow on the person involved. What, you, let go. Nina showed dissatisfaction in her eyes, and her tone became fierce. Without saying a word, the moment Nina realized what Nina wanted to do to him just now, she glanced at Lake gratefully and then pulled away vigilantly. This look made Locke look a little funny, but then he became dissatisfied with the 3 Gundam pilots. Come up with your loved ones casually? What the hell, a guy? Hey, what do you want to do to my sister? You can't let go. The second brother Mikhail took out the sonic knife with a fierce look on his face. Hey? This is your problem, right? Locke retorted. Yes, let go. Lake, who was holding Nina's hand, let go, and then pushed Nina, who was about to get angry, in the direction of Trinity. Next time, remember to change this habit of wanting to use hands and feet without thinking about it. You. Nina was furious when she heard Lake's words when she was let go. Mikhail, who was beside Lake, also had a rather unsightly expression, and wanted to rush up while waving a knife. Stop. John loudly dissuaded, because of the majesty of his big brother, Mikhail and Nina didn't dare to do anything, so they had to suppress their dissatisfaction. Sorry, my brother and sister's unauthorized actions have caused you trouble. John apologized to everyone. This big brother looks pretty good. Advertisement. John's maturity made Huang feel better about the 3 of them. But Lake, who knows the true faces of these 3 people, simply doesn't hide the disgust on his face. Tyria also has a cold face. Locke holds his hands together and doesn't speak, looking at the 3 with a vigilant look for a moment. People, Alleluia also has deep doubts about the expressions of these 3 people. Seeing that the atmosphere on the field became very awkward, Huang took the initiative to break the deadlock. It's not appropriate to talk outside here, let's talk inside. Good. Glancing at his younger brother and younger sister, and signaling them to pay attention to their behavior, John led them to follow Huang, Alleluia, and Locke in front. Among them, when Mikhail walked over, he showed a fierce expression at Moji and Lake, who didn't move, and Lake smiled at him. This guy, what's going on? Mikhail was startled, obviously smiling at him, but he felt a chill from Lake's eyes inexplicably, as if he already knew his death was coming, the eyes of the dead man. What a joke, how could the circle die? Mikhail, who pretended to be tough, didn't dare to meet Lake's eyes and turned his head away. Shu Mo stared blankly at the 3 people who left. Do these 3 people really have the qualifications to be pilots? The performance of the 3 of them just now, especially Mikhail and Nina, he couldn't help but doubt this, thinking about the 3 of them just now. As companions with the same ideals, but for these 3, no matter what, he couldn't have that kind of idea. I didn't expect that it was the first time I had the same opinion as the 2 of you. Tyria 5.1's expression changed for a while, and he said an idea that even made him unbelievable. What? Setsuna still didn't quite understand. Those 3 people, from the beginning to the end, are not qualified to be Gundam vanguards, and they are not worthy to be Gundam pilots. Tyria, what you said is wrong. Lake smiled. What? It doesn't matter whether it's a body or a power source. As long as it has a relevant name, is it considered a Gundam? But it's just a counterfeit with only a name. Counterfeit? Indeed, the mechas of those 3 people are definitely not Gundam. Tyria's voice was clearly angry, not to mention that Trinity did not act like a Gundam vanguard at all, and the 3 were betrayed. How can the body created by the author in private be the real Gao Tian? Chapter 55 Lessons from the Holy Trinity. On the bridge, the 4 people who stayed here also passed through the respective equipment in the ship on the screen. Seeing that several people in the passage were heading to the combat conference room one after another, the 4 of them felt relieved at the same time. Allah, the atmosphere is so tense, I almost thought they were going to fight. Christina sighed. Those 2 were obviously not bad in appearance, but their personalities were worse than the other. Well, the eldest brother's mature appearance is not serious. It made her feel good. This is the first time I saw Lake like this. Felt said with a complicated expression. It was the first time she saw Lake hate people so much, and she could understand the reason for it. As the driver and mechanical engineer of the 2nd generation Gundam, her parents also participated in the manufacture of the 3rd generation Gundam, so she has heard about the 3rd generation Gundam. Advertisement. She had never heard of these 3 Gundams, nor had she seen them on this ship, which made her inexplicably uneasy. It's the first time I've met Lake with them. It's really rare to hate them to such an extent. Felt's words made Richetti want to eat melons. 24 It's all because those two brothers and sisters are so annoying. One just misses relatives when they come up, and the other wants to use a knife indiscriminately. My sense of them will not be any better. Lasse said. Indeed. Hearing this, Rickety felt reasonable. Although it was a good thing to be kissed by a good-looking girl, the expression on the girl's face after she failed was obviously abnormal, and the second brother. Just a big brother who is barely normal. The problem of these three people is more serious than the 3 Gundam soldiers on Ptolemy combined. I don't know how many times. Meeting room. Then, let's get down to business. He was about to enter the war room when his own hero suddenly ran up and shouted Big Brother at Trinity's CI hero, and it took another 2 minutes before everyone entered the meeting room. You three, why do you own Gundams? Why aren't those 3 Gundams in Veda's database? After the Emperor spoke, Tyria asked him a serious question. He has confirmed that the Gundam of these 3 people was made by a traitor, so who is that traitor, and why can he manufacture it without telling Veda? Sorry, this is a confidential matter, we have no right to answer. John replied without hesitation, Laguna Harvey, who was in charge of giving them instructions. Advertisement. What a pity. Michael shrugged deliberately. Then your body's solar furnace, no, where did the GN drive come from? Locke then asked Tyria. That can't be answered either. John still didn't let go, but Mikhail's face was full of mockery. It's still a pity, a pity. Don't answer this one, don't answer that one, what are the 3 of you here for? Tyria asked with a frown, and he couldn't see any qualities that a Gundam pilot should have in these 3 people. Awareness, pride, some only pride, a part of us are more excellent than you pride, arrogance. Come and meet the pilot who was defeated by the old Ms. Confirming what Tyria had in mind, Mikhail taunted openly. What? The 4 Gundam pilots all showed dissatisfaction because of these words, they all stared at Mikhail, but Mikhail, who didn't know why they stopped, said to Alleluia, who was the first to ask a question among the 4 just now. Is it necessary to have so many doubts, or are you all incomplete reformed people? Alleluia, who was watched by Mikhail and said this, immediately understood that the words were mocking him, his eyes were slightly narrowed, and his fists were clenched tightly, ready to strike. I see, that's how it is. Let's meet the pilot who was defeated by the old MS, right? Different from the dissatisfaction and anger of the 4, Lake suddenly smiled and applauded. Lake's reaction that shouldn't appear at all made Mikhail startled for a moment, and then he smiled sarcastically, that's right, the pilot who can be defeated by the MS of the old generation is not. The next moment, following the sudden force on his face and the fact that he fell to the ground, Mikhail realized that he was suddenly punched by Lake. A 3-year-old child with driving skills is so excited to speak up. Lake looked at Mikhail with a mocking look. Advertisement. Everyone at the scene came to their senses, among them Tyria didn't express anything, but it was refreshing to see this guy in the Trinity who kept talking and agitating. Locke Ang, Setsuna, Alleluia, are roughly the same, being belittled to such an extent, and mocking them like sarcastic remarks that they were defeated by the old generation MS, several people are dissatisfied and angry in their hearts. I'm sorry, what happened just now is on my side. Knowing that it was Mikhail's words that attracted Lake's action, John immediately wanted to apologize in order to avoid further trouble, but his yelling was immediately interrupted. Don't do that to me, big brother. The beating of his big brother made Nina want to step forward, but Lake was not polite. Seeing Nina stepping forward, he subconsciously slapped her with his right hand again. The crisp applause echoed throughout the conference room. Nina, who was blushed, covered her face in a daze. No one dared to treat her like this since she was a child, and she looked at Lake in the eyes. With that coldness, Nina backed away in fright. You dare to hit my sister? Mikhail, who was lying on the ground after being punched, immediately took out his knife and tried to counterattack, but just as he got up, Lake touched his 480's hand, forcing him to let go of the knife. After grabbing the knife, he kicked on the stomach, causing Mikhail's knife to be separated from it, and at the same time causing Mikhail's whole body to hit the wall with a loud bang. Wow! Mikhail! Second brother! Nina and John looked at Mikhail worriedly, but the faces of Huang and his party changed. In just a few minutes, Lake hit someone for the 3rd time. But still, for the reason mentioned above, none of them said anything about it. It's the first time I do this. I don't want to have such a bad attitude towards people, but unfortunately, it seems that you can't be treated as a human being. Lake shook his head and said. I don't know what to say about being defeated by the old generation of MS. Those who don't know think that the 3 of you are fighting against the troops of the 3 major countries head-on. You suddenly rushed out and used your intelligence advantage to play a sneak attack. Don't come and put a sticker on your face. Jin, it's just 3 rookies, they really drive the same level of machine, everyone here is better than the 3 of you. You. Hearing this, Mikhail wanted to score 3 goals and start his death again. Nina was also very dissatisfied. At this time, Only the eldest brother John said before the two of them. I'm really sorry, it was all our fault just now, please stop fussing with my brother and sister. Chapter 56 Trinity leaves, conversation with the Emperor. For the sake of your big brother being sensible, forget it, but I will accept the knife. After all, some people haven't even grown their brains. If you return the knife, who knows if such a person will not move. Do you want to be beaten again? Lake deliberately shrugged his shoulders, and even his tone was deliberately the same as Mihail's mocking just now. Advertisement. The performance of pulling people's anger to the extreme. You. Mihail, stop making trouble. John reprimanded, they are still on someone else's boat. Mihail and Nina are doing this, in case everyone on the opposite side is angered, the three of them will leave today. Moving without walking is one thing. I see. Because of John's words, Mihail turned his head away bitterly, and Nina did the same. Neither of them had the character to bear this tone, but because it was their elder brother who spoke, the two talents are forced not to make mistakes. I'm really sorry, because the behavior of my brother and sister made you unhappy. If you want to accept that knife, you can accept it. If you can't, rest assured of us, you should keep this wuog with you. Seeing Lake's attitude, he also became angry, but in order for the group to leave safely, he continued to play the role of a mature big brother. It's okay, there are things we did wrong here. Seeing that John had said so, the Emperor also had an apologetic smile on his face at the right time. Then let's go first, and the meeting with you 513 is over. Before staying longer, John was worried that something might happen on this ship. At this time, in his mind, if he left first and stayed in Ptolemy for a second, there was a risk of accident. Wait, can you finally answer our question, what do you want to use Gundam for? Eradicate war, said eldest brother John. Is this real? As far as the behavior of these people just now is concerned, Huang really finds it hard to believe that this is the real purpose of these people, but after this conversation, she is the same as the four people behind Lok Ang, Setsuna, Tyria, and Alleluia. A common idea emerged. These three people are by no means their companions, and the two parties may even confront each other because of their conflicting ideas in the future. The Emperor didn't ask anything, and after some politeness, he led the crowd to send the three of them away. After returning to his own ship, Sea Angel No. 1, which was dragging the two brothers and sisters, hurried away. Advertisement. In the corridor, Locke asked Lake as he was about to return to the conference room. All three of them are gone. Lake, can you answer a question for me if you go first? What is the problem? That Mihail and Nina are very annoying, Sebf, but, how did you hit someone just now? Compared with before, it has changed a lot. Tyria and Setsuna, who were walking ahead, didn't express their opinions but just looked over. Huang and Alleluia turned around and expressed their curiosity about the sudden beating just now. The reason, I hated those three people when I saw it. Lake thought for a while and said, the dislike for those three people was because of his new human traits. This point should be the same after his body evolved again due to soaking in GN particles, according to Abby's estimation of this when he talked with him in his spare time. On the basis of new human beings, through long-term contact with GN particles, they will awaken much earlier than ordinary people, and at the same time, the so-called innovators who awaken in this situation will also become more brain quantum waves than ordinary innovators or new human beings. Powerful. But no matter how to evolve, the new human and the changer are only two evolutionary paths of human beings. He has evolved twice because of his own bugs, and he will not avoid these two evolved human beings who are very similar in many characteristic sounds. Some minor shortcomings. Seeing that Lake obviously had nothing to say, and felt that it was not important anyway, Locke chose not to pursue the question, and so did the other four people. After arriving in the meeting room, Locke changed the topic to the Trinity. As a result, we couldn't get any information except for the body information that Uncle will collect later. It's strange that those three people can talk. As for those three people, Ian's analysis results will come out later. After everyone came to the meeting room, the Queen spoke. Just now their conversation ended earlier than scheduled, but this time is enough time for Ian to collect data from this time. Yo, everyone, the investigation is over. Uncle, the investigation is so fast. Advertisement. Don't underestimate me. Ian said proudly, his years of experience are not all for nothing. Ian, please tell everyone the results of the investigation on the solar furnace first, Huang said. Now all the Gundam vanguards are staying here, let me tell you the most critical part first. Let's just say that the solar furnace of the three people is different from ours. There is no TD filter layer, and the operating time of the solar furnace itself is limited. If you really want to say, it should be called a pseudo-solar furnace. Ian said. Veda, has really been invaded. Tyria felt bitter, and once again faced the reality he didn't want to face. Since the functions are the same, it does mean that the data was stolen. Thank you for your hard work. Please submit the report to the independent terminal later and never hand it over to Veda. Learn. Regarding this proposal, Tyria, who should have expressed objection, didn't say anything. He only wanted to verify the invasion from Veda next time, and he turned and left after the Emperor announced that the temporary meeting was over. Pay more attention to Tyria's situation. Walking in the aisle, watching Tyria go to the direction of the terminal room alone, Locke made this decision. Tyria's emphasis on Veda and his special features are more or less everyone on the ship. It can be seen that if you don't pay more attention to Tyria, he will definitely make something happen by himself. Alas, apart from Lake and Alleluia, the rest of the team needs his attention. Being a captain is really tiring. On the other hand, Lake was about to leave the conference room and was stopped by the Emperor. He said that he had important matters to discuss with him alone. After coming to her room with Lake, the Emperor told her about her speculation that the Veda might have been invaded. However. Sure enough, you have already confirmed that Veda may have been invaded. Huang smiled helplessly, so when he heard Lake's words, he was only a little surprised that Anaheim had confirmed it earlier than them. Seeing those three people is enough to confirm that there is a high probability that Veda will have an accident. What are you going to do now? What to do? The only way I can think of now is to not submit some information to Veda, and ask Christina and the others to prepare a system that does not rely on Veda. Nasuo said helplessly after clicking. In the final analysis, these temporary expedient measures can only be sure that they are very likely to carry out combat operations without the support of Veda in the future, so the only thing they can do at present is to change the system to avoid Veda being invaded and directly causing their own side. Almost TIE Gundam is unable to move, and no longer submits some combat reports and intelligence to Veda as before. Chapter 57. It's just an old generation machine, what arrogance. Then if the strongholds of the Celestials and humans are exposed by then, Anaheim can help provide them if they need them. We recently built another stronghold in the universe, which is enough for the technical team of the Celestials and humans to use together. Lake said. As far as the status quo is concerned, Veda has not yet been fully controlled by Livones and others. The current strongholds of the celestial beings can still be used, but when they are fully controlled, the stronghold is quite necessary for the subsequent celestial beings. Their existing stronghold will be completely exposed to Livone size. Whether it is moving or building a new stronghold, it will take a lot of time, manpower, and resources. Advertisement. That's really helpful. The Emperor thanked them. At present, they can still use Veda, but since the other side has invaded, it is possible to completely control Veda, cut off their support, and know their stronghold. It's nothing, everyone is a celestial man. Lake smiled kindly, accepting the celestial man's technical team and operational troops in the past, which also means getting the talents of the celestial man's technical team and the latest technology developed by them. Although this also means a certain degree of technology sharing with them, firstly, the two parties have conducted a lot of technological exchanges before this, limited to the technology of the celestial system based on GN particles, and secondly, this can be achieved in the stronghold. There are such a large number of talented technical personnel in Anaheim, which is not a loss at all for Anaheim's own technical team, and it even makes a lot of money. On the second day after talking with Huang about this matter, Lake returned to his transport ship and returned to Earth. During this period, Trinity, who received the mission, also officially launched a campaign against Ive, who is still in Anaheim. Professor Man's attack. The three angels directly broke into the Earth from the universe by means of GN particles, and they were getting closer and closer to Anna before the company below them. Brother, is he really going to attack this place? Nina asked excitedly. This could be regarded as revenge against the person who dared to slap her. That's what the intelligence says, we just need to do it according to it. John said, the order they received was to completely destroy the Anaheim company. In this regard, although we know that this company is the property of the person named Lake in Tianren, but that person is from Tianren, and has nothing to do with the three of them wanting to destroy this place. A few minutes later, the three aircrafts descended on the Anaheim company. Mikhail and Nina had malicious smiles on their faces, thinking that this is the one who humiliated them after beating them both on Ptolemy. A company run by the two of them will have a stronger desire to destroy. The alarm echoed over the company. The Anaheim company, which had already detected the approach of three aircrafts, had already taken refuge underground through the underground passage. Trinity, who had no knowledge of this, followed the original procedures. Task. The second brother, Mikhail, piloted the Angel 2 to perform defense, destroying the anti-aircraft beam gun missiles of the Anaheim company, while the Angel I docked with the Angel 3. The particle beam shot from the long muzzle destroyed the building of the Anaheim company. Nina screamed excitedly. Only collapsed buildings. Advertisement. After destroying the building, Graham, who had already received the news in advance when the three mechatronics were about to continue to completely destroy the Anaheim factory, led his overrun flag team to Bishang. Through the Veda connected to the body, John quickly obtained the relevant information of the MS in front, and the Union's new generation of deformation machine Murasame after the banner type was added with the Delta Plus. Oh, the little miscellaneous fish are here. Mihail didn't take these MSS that were approaching seriously at all. No matter how he updated, it was impossible to beat their Gundams. Mihail, Nina is going to withdraw. John said. The mission has been completed, and John doesn't want to waste time. Facing this group of MS equipped with beam weapons, their advantage in numbers is a waste of time, and their bodies will suffer unnecessary damage. I don't want it, big brother, let me play more. Mihail, who didn't destroy the rest of Anaheim, wanted to rely on the MS in front of the Slayer to get back the pleasure. So, the Seat Angel number 2 came forward one by one. Captain, Anaheim Corporation. The communication between Daryl and Graham was full of astonishment, and Graham's face showed a hint of anger. The whole building was destroyed to such an extent, how many survivors could there be inside? And Professor Eefman? How can I let you continue to act recklessly? Asking for flowers. All planes, meet the enemy with deformation. Ordering teammates to surround from the side, Delta Plus rushed up first. Do you want to die by rushing so far? Go ahead, Fangs. 6 Fangs shot out towards the Delta Plus, stepped on the pedal, pulled the joystick. Graham easily avoided these Fangs shooting from all directions, and then launched a counterattack against these Fangs. Advertisement. Beam cannons and beam rifles shot out one after another, hitting the main Fangs among them. What? Mikhail was surprised. How could the old generation body that didn't use the solar furnace destroy his Fangs? It's just an old generation machine, don't be too arrogant. Realizing that the Murasame beside him wanted to surround him, the second angel, after recovering his Fangs, slashed at the Delta Plus with his GN destroyer sword, Graham manipulating the body to dodge this slash, and then turned around and approached with a knife. Stab! The beam saber slashed down diagonally from the upper right, chopping off the antenna on one side of Angel 2, and sparks flew out. Fully assisted by Veda or under automatic control, Mihail, who managed to block the Delta Plus raid with the GN destroyer sword, had an arrogant face covered in panic. Damn, this guy, what's going on? He has been crushing his opponent all the time, and it was the first time he was forced to such an extent by the opponent who was driving an old age machine in his eyes. This caused a considerable psychological shadow on Mihail. Can't break through the defense, then. The big sword was destroyed by GN and attacked in the crotch. In order to avoid being attacked by the Fangs that Angel number 2 would shoot out at some point, Graham immediately kicked no. At this time, the surrounding village rain was also approaching him, and the eldest brother John sent another communication requesting him to retreat, and together with the Angel 3 driven by Nina, they provided assistance and disrupted the formation on the opposite side. Mihail, retreat. Brother, I don't want it. Mikhail yelled angrily, drove the Angel 2 to distance himself, and then manipulated the remaining Fangs to shoot at the Delta Plus that was crushing him just now. Kill this guy first and go. It's just an old generation special machine, what's the arrogance, this machine must be knocked down today. Chapter 58 Invitation to join. And what, you say the professor is still alive? Did you lose your cool because of your anger? Graham, he could see from the actions of Angel 2 that the driver on the opposite side had lost the calmness he should have due to anger. Delta Plus rolled and flew sideways, and Graham, who was pulling the joystick, dodged the beams shot out from the attacking Fangs again. The crimson beams passed by Delta's side continuously, none of which hit its fuselage. I have to say that he was very interested in this weapon that he had never seen before, and he had strong technical skills. Unfortunately, the driver on the other side seemed to be very weak. Advertisement. Graham intuitively felt that the power that this weapon should have was completely missed by the other side the driver plays out. A hole. The energy of the Fangs was exhausted and they were forced to recover. The two angels continued to shoot at the Delta Plus. As the driver, Mihail was incompetent and furious. Mihail, don't waste time with them, we 030 should retreat. John urged, and under the coordinated attack of Angel number 1 and number 3, they were still gradually slowed down by Murasame of the Overrun Banner team. The technical gap between the two sides is really too big. In the cockpit, John already felt that he and Nina could not continue to parry the attacks of these Murasame. The three of them couldn't beat each other. Although he was reluctant to admit it, the facts were right in front of him, and John, as the eldest brother, rationally chose to retreat. Brother, all right. Faced with the urging of his elder brother and the anger of being humiliated by the opposite party, Mihail finally chose to retreat together. Angel number 1 and number 3 used shooting to contain them, and then waited until Angel number 2 came to their side, after which the three angels would compress the release of GN particles brings high speed to the body and then evacuates at the fastest speed. Captain. Howard texted Graham. Give up, chasing up and hitting now can't solve the opponent. Graham looked at the red trajectory that quickly disappeared in the air. Having experienced this battle himself, Graham could judge that all the skills on his side can crush the three Gundam pilots on the opposite side. However, the gap in performance still exists. Under the premise that they use beam weapons, the performance of the opponent's body is still much higher than theirs. Confrontation can be done, but it is very difficult to solve the opponent when the opponent wants to escape. Compared with rushing forward and losing his teammates, Graham chose a safer approach. Go back first, the situation here will be resolved by other people. Looking at the destroyed research building below, Graham sighed, because he dispatched urgently after receiving a request for help, he failed to stop the 3 TIE Gundam's destruction of this. Drop. Advertisement. What, you said the professor is fine? Graham looked shocked, his voice suddenly raised an octave, and after he returned to the base with the members of the overrun flag team, he was pulled aside by Billy Katagiri to let him know in a low voice, got the news. Keep your voice down, Graham. I'm sorry, I'm so happy to hear the news. Graham showed joy on his face when he heard the news that I was alive after his death. He couldn't hide the joy in his heart. It's good that you know, the professor said, the news that he is still alive cannot be known by the outside world, it's not like you are yelling if you are here to tell me privately. Billy Katagiri said helplessly. Is it because of the celestial beings? Graham asked. He didn't have time to think about it when he rushed to help, but now he thought of it after hearing the professor say that he was still alive and lost and could not be known by the celestial beings. Yes, the professor thinks that the celestial man's attack this time is to assassinate him. The reason is that the professor is now studying the secret of the special particles in Gundam. Because of Lake's intervention, Professor Eefman did not reveal much about Billy's research results on GN particles, and only briefly mentioned his research progress. To be able to know about this kind of accident. Could it be that there are ghosts in the army or the Anaheim company? Considering Heaven and Man have been involved in operations by force, this is normal. Billy pushed his glasses. Except for the roundup operation prepared by the 3 major powers that spent a lot of money, materials, and manpower, every action of the Celestial Man was resolved quickly and left. In addition to Gundam's overwhelming force, what is indispensable is the intelligence advantage of Heaven and Man, who can find out all the information about mission-related facilities, MS, personnel, etc. It's normal to have insiders in their army too. Professor can only hide from now on. If Gundam is here for Professor Eefman this time, then if the professor shows up again, waiting for the teacher to pick him up will be the high-speed chase from the main station again. Who knows, anyway, this has little impact on the professor. He has basically finished his work here, and will only stay in Anaheim for research. Billy spoke with a relaxed tone. If an ordinary person could only avoid it, it would be torture. But as long as he has something to study, he really doesn't hear anything outside the window. Neither is necessary. That's right, it's Professor Eefman after all. Graham laughed. Speaking of which, I almost forgot. Billy Katagiri looked at Graham, and then suddenly remembered that he had forgotten something about not being with his best friend. Advertisement. What's up? Lake asked you to go to the Anaheim company if you have time, not the destroyed head office, but the branch in this state. Let me go now, this time should be fine. Graham thought for a while and said. After the exercise is over, the airframes of the Overrun banner team will stay in this base for the time being, and it's okay for me to stay here for the time being. Anaheim Inc. The speed is very fast, Graham. It's only been a few hours since Professor Eefman notified you, and you have rushed here. I'm not very good at waiting. Graham smiled. Do something immediately, this has always been his principle. There are a lot of things going on in Anaheim now, so please ask me if you have anything to do. I'll just say it directly, Graham Ika, are you interested in driving a Gundam? Hi. Hearing these 2 words, Graham almost lost his mind for a moment. He has been chasing the goal all the time, and the object that is eager to get 5.3 can be driven by himself. But he calmed down immediately. Gundam, this is the MS developed by Tianren, Lake is from Anaheim, and now he asks himself whether he wants to drive Gundam, that is to say, Lake, no, Anaheim, is it a heavenly company? Graham's thoughts were surging. Tianren is now in the public opinion evaluation of the world, no one would choose to make fun of this kind of thing, especially Lake, the former president of Anaheim. And this can also explain where a bunch of MS technology in Anaheim came from, but in order to intervene by force, the celestial beings must maintain a technological advantage. If so, why are the 3 Gundams emitting red particles? Want to attack your own company? After thinking about it, Graham looked at it with excited and suspicious eyes. Don't think so much, Graham, we've played against each other twice in total, am I lying to you? Chapter 59. How about letting you see Gundam with your own eyes? Advertisement. 2 times? Could it be that you are the pilot of that black Gundam? Graham wondered, he never saw that Lake was the pilot of that black Gundam. If you don't believe that I am its driver, I can take you to see it for yourself. See Gundam in person. Hearing this, Graham's calm heart began to jump excitedly again. Seeing the excited expression on his face, Lake smiled and said nothing. As 4 points, cough, 1/10 of the same kind, he is quite understand the source of Graham's excitement. It's a great honor to be invited, but before that, I hope to understand clearly why the Celestial Human Organization wants to eradicate disputes, as well as the principle of harmony. Graham said. He has no reason to refuse the invitation to see Gundam with his own eyes. Of course, he doesn't reject the matter of joining the Celestial Man at the moment. Most of the airframes were severely damaged, but the subordinates did not die in the hands of Heaven and Man, and the 3 Gundams that attacked the Anaheim Company were 24 Gundams higher than the previous 5, and the ones in the desert used conventional power as a pilot. Graham can easily tell the difference in style between mass-produced Gundams. One is a martyr to achieve his mission, while the other is more like a demon who will do whatever it takes to achieve his goal. Why did Heaven and Man use force to eradicate disputes in such a contradictory way, and why do they act very differently internally? Just like the Gundams of the 2 factions, Graham hopes to know everything he wants to know. Well, I'll tell you what you want to know before I go. Lake knew that it was an essential part for Graham to join the gang, so he told him everything Graham should know at once. A few minutes later, Graham, who knew everything, couldn't help feeling admiration for the celestial being. The purpose of Heaven and Man to eradicate disputes is to make themselves a target to attract hatred from all over the world, so that the world can unite and deal with the upcoming dialogue. Advertisement. That's why a few Gundams will intervene by force, in order to unite the whole world, knock down Gundams, and complete the unification of the world, so as to welcome the dialogue with alien civilizations. Unfortunately, the plan has changed. Gaude, made by the traitor inside the people, rescued them in the desert. In a sense, that's a good thing for the other 4 Gundam pilots. They all have the purpose of eradicating disputes. It's too pitiful to be sacrificed as victims without knowing anything. Moreover, just now if it is knocked down there, the world will not be able to usher in true unity, Lake said. The 3 major powers each captured the MS, and what would happen afterwards would only be a competition for the interests of these 4 Gundams. What's the use of twisting them together in this state, and they will be separated again soon. Indeed, those 4 pilots shouldn't have that kind of ending. Graham respected the 4 unmet Gundam pilots. I've told you everything, would you like to join? I have no reason to refuse to be able to drive the lover of my dreams. Next, please take me to see your body first. Graham couldn't wait. When Lake just explained, he also added to Graham that Graham, an ace pilot of Union, would not immediately jump to the side of Celestial after joining Celestial. The identity of Graham's Celestial being is secret. Of course, a Gundam-type body will be equipped for Graham, but it cannot be used in ordinary tasks. To Graham, he could understand this, but he also regretted it a little. So look at Gundam more now, and it's good to relieve your hunger a little bit. The hangar is at the head office. If you want to see it, I can take you to see it now. Lake drove Graham to the head office in Anaheim again. The company building that was raised by the Trinity was being rebuilt. He took Graham all the way to the underground hangar through the secret passage in the nearby factory. Graham watched the Lady Justice up close. This is, how beautiful. Graham was deeply fascinated by the Lady Justice in front of him. Could you please let me drive? Advertisement. No, Lady Justice can't let you drive. Lake instantly refused and asked Graham to drive Lady Justice. How could this work? It's not like the situation in the Seed world where more people were required to drive because of the shortage of combat power. No way, but there will be new high fans who can drive in the future. Graham regrets not being able to drive the Goddess of Justice, but when he thinks of the new Gundam that Lake promised, this regret is also diluted. Since there is a new Gundam specially made for him, it's okay for the beauty in front of him not to be able to drive. At the same time, the Kona family's villa. Kona learned from Livones that although the Trinity's goal of attacking Anaheim was achieved, it was forced to retreat by the overrun flag team, and one side of the antenna of the Angel 2 was cut off. What are those 3 guys doing? Even though they were given such a powerful body, they could still be beaten like that. Kona was extremely annoyed, and the 3 trash really just a trash. Kona secretly cursed the disappointment of these 3 people. The performance of the 3 angels is all better than those of the new MS equipped by the 3 major powers. Although the gap is not as big as before, there are still quite obvious differences. Gap. He participated in the meeting of the monitors, and let the monitors agree with the Trinity, which did not play a decisive role in the 3-nation exercise, and let the monitors skip the ones that might hinder the use of solar furnaces. He plans to execute the White Gundam thing. The purpose is for these 3 to be able to successfully complete the role of pulling hate targets and promoting the alliance of the 3 major powers, but the level of waste of the 3 of 077 is beyond his expectations. If this continues, what if these 3 are killed halfway? Please don't be so angry, Mr. Kona, it is enough for them to complete the task, and with their strength, this is the limit. Livones, what I am worried about is that these 3 people will not be able to complete their mission. What happened this time was because we ran into the opponent's elite troops. In the future, let them complete their actions as soon as possible and leave before the opponent's elite troops support them. Livon's gave advice as always. The three of them collided with the overrun flag team composed of Union's ace pilots, and it was Union's absolute number 1 ace, Graham, who knocked down the antenna of the Angel number 2 aircraft. All the crew members are among the best pilots among human beings. On the other hand, the Trinity is all manufactured defective products. The relevant training received before this is also simulated combat. Experience is not experienced, talent is not talent. If they collide with the MS troops of the other two countries, if they find out the countermeasures, I am afraid it will only be the same result. To allow the Trinity to survive before completing the goal of attracting hatred, there are two options, strengthening or escaping in advance, and the 3 chess pieces that are thrown after completing the mission do not need to be strengthened. It is a waste of cost, and the only options are the rest is to let them complete the task and evacuate before the support of the ace troops of the 3 major countries, so as to avoid encountering these elite troops. Chapter 60. Let them leave quickly. Indeed, this is the best way for the 3 of them. Livon's will do as you say. Kona said. The 3 chess pieces that can be thrown after use can be dealt with according to this method. There is no need to be angry about these 3 chess pieces. I will trouble you to inform Laguna about the relevant matters. Hehe, I understand. Livon's turned away, and just as Connor looked down on Trinity, Livon's now thinks of Connor in the same way. Advertisement. So in the next half-month, the Trinity carried out so-called military intervention against the military bases of various countries in one mission order after another issued by their apparent commander Laguna Harvey. AEU, a military base somewhere. Holding the destructive giant sword, the Angel number 2 machine dodged the beam attack of the MS in front of it, cut each of them in half, and rushed into the hangar of the base to kill the MS and soldiers who hadn't been dispatched yet. Angel number 3 and number 1 are destroying buildings around the base. The 3 Gundams standing in the flames of these buildings are inseparable from demons in the eyes of those soldiers who were lucky enough not to be discovered and saved their lives. Different. Nina, Mihail, the task is complete, we should go. After completely destroying the entire military base, John ordered a retreat. Brother, I haven't had a good time yet. Mikhail retorted. If you don't think about it, you can keep it as before. John stared at Mikhail who popped up on the communication screen, and said word by word. I know, let's go now. The shadow of defeat made Mihail subconsciously convince himself that he was just afraid that their elder brother would be angry. The angels of the 3 great seats left in the flames. They had already cleaned up the daggers, heresy, and Leo that had been installed in large numbers in the bases of the 3 major forces several times, and left quickly, so as not to give the time for the opposing elite troops to come to support. And Trinity's behavior of not being human at all successfully provoked the anger of all countries, and for a while, the criticism of heaven and man was once again loud and loud. Spain, the outskirts of the capital. Advertisement. The wedding of cousin Louise and the Halawai family was held here, and Lake and Lakis came here to attend the wedding of a major member of the Halawai family. The reason for attending this wedding was the agreement that was discussed earlier. The Halawai family's investment in Anaheim, the investment member who had discussed the investment with Lakis at the time and then pulled other members to invest. After going back and forth, the relationship between the Anaheim company and the Halawai family became very close, which also allowed Anaheim to be invited to the wedding. After arriving at the scene, Lakis, who is the new president of the Anaheim company, talked with those members of the Halawai family who had met her before. Lake received a call from Wang Liamei after watching the wedding banquet for a short time. He glanced at Louise who was about to make a call not far away, and got through the communication with Wang Liamei. What's the matter with the sudden call? Why do you still ask? Wang Liamei had a headache. I told you when you were on the plane before, it was about the Holy Trinity. What's wrong? Those 3 people just attacked the military base in AEU just a few hours ago, causing a large number of casualties. Then, didn't you go to Alejandro Kona who is the watcher, did you ask anything from him? No, he kept his mouth shut. Wang Liamei sighed, she thought that Kona, who was the watcher, knew something, so she ran to meet him. Now after betting on Lake, she is purely interested in the Trinity. Find out the origins of the 3 dead Gundam drivers. Kona won't tell you. After all, he was the one who created the Trinity. Lake shook his head. Kona's acting skills are still good. It's easy to deceive Wang Liamei, hey. Although behind him there is a Livon's who plays even better. He made the Trinity, are you real? Wang Liamei was taken aback, and her reaction was enough to see how well Kona played. Well, hasn't the Red Dragon been compared with the biological data obtained from Ptolemy? The 3 of them couldn't find the corresponding data in the database. They could be manufactured with a body, at least representing this. The family must have sufficient financial resources and have connections with heaven and humans. How did he make the solar furnace? Wang Liamei couldn't figure this out. In a sense, what the Watcher could know was much less than that of an advanced operator and support like her. Advertisement. In any case, it is impossible to have permission to know the most advanced secret solar furnace. This is because of his family's ancestors. Wait, you know so clearly, how did you know about this? Wang Lai came back to her senses and asked. Lake knew too much in detail. Don't worry, I have my intelligence network, which was revealed to me by the people around him. People around him? Wang Lai pursed her lips. That green-haired, recognizable voice, handsome young man, could it be that person? Does he still have so much energy? It's the man named Li Vance. Yes, it is him, my change plan, he is also an important tool, an important part. You just wanted to say tool man, right? You definitely meant tool man, right? Wang Lai's eyes were speechless, and an outrageous thought flashed in his mind. Up to now, Kona has been played by the assistant named Livons as a monkey, acting according to Livons' idea, and being played by his assistant. Manipulate. Then Livons thought he was capable, and wanted to let Lake manipulate him, but in fact he was being manipulated by Lake, following the path Lake imagined, Zhanyos. Such an outrageous nesting doll is impossible to happen. Is there anything else? If not, I'll hang up first, and now I'm attending the wedding of the Halavi family with Lakis. When Lake said this, his eyes began to glance at the sky. The Halawi family? You are attending their wedding now, so hang up first. Unexpectedly, Lake and Lakis were attending the wedding of the Halavi family, and Wang Lai, who noticed that Lake seemed to be distracted by something, decisively hung up the communication. What a smart girl! Lake praised Wang Lai, and immediately looked at the sky in the distance. The premonition that something bad is going to happen is getting stronger and stronger. Moreover, no one has noticed the 3 roads in the far sky. Red dot donkey. Trinity, is it really still going to come to die? Hanyu, I'll leave it to you. Lake said while pressing the special earphones on his ears. Chapter 61. Nina was injured, the 3 were forced to retreat. Learn. Under the control of Hanyu, the goddess of justice hiding in the nearby forest has seen the 3 pedestal angels flying by through the camera of the body. When Lake flew to Spain with Lakis, Hanyu drove the Lady Justice to come together, in order to prevent Nina from the Trinity from preparing to kill civilians. But if he doesn't get an invitation, Lake is going to drive the Goddess of Justice to beat up the Trinity himself. Now that it is inconvenient for him to get away, this task is handed over to Hanyu. Advertisement. In the sky, the 3 angels finished their mission and were returning to their secret base on Earth when John suddenly heard a message from Mihail and Nina. There is an order from Laguna, and there is a new mission. Are you sure? Our task has just been completed. Mihail was the first to complain. Missions, can't the nasty bastards give them a break? Yet, how long has it been? This task has just ended, and another one is coming. Does this mean that there is no rest time at all, and let us keep doing the task? Don't be self-willed, if we can't carry out the mission, we have no value in existence. Big Brother John warned. The 3 of them are created existences, they can be obliterated and replaced at any time. Hateful. Facing her eldest brother John, Nina didn't dare to say anything on the surface, but when 017 hung up the communication, she still showed her true face and vented her grievances there. No breathing time is given, all the time is crowded by this. At first, Nina thought that she could kill the weak from this kind of military intervention mission, and easily destroy everything she saw to find fun, but the successive missions let her resentment be suppressed no matter how hard it is, the person who created them just wanted to let them be used as props before they were born. 0. The resentment in Nina's heart turned into intense anger and unwillingness, and at this moment, the cameras of the Master Series captured the Halavi family who were holding a wedding below. The picture at the very center where the groom and the bride are is enlarged, and the expressions on the faces of the 2 of them and the surrounding guests are clearly seen by Nina. Advertisement. Why, our side is exhaustingly performing tasks, but your side can enjoy happiness without knowing it. Since you don't know anything. Angel number 3 descended, and as the altitude dropped, all the guests around noticed it, and they all turned around in horror, and Lakis, who was a little farther away, couldn't help but look at Lake, and saw Lake smile and nodded. Nodded. Are you ready? Lux read Lake's meaning, and the worried look on her face disappeared. Then you can die, the changed world doesn't need you. Nina's face showed a ferocious look, and just as she was trying to pull the trigger and shoot at the crowd, Jian suddenly appeared in the air. The sword cut down vertically, cutting off the entire arm of Sea Angel number 3. Boom. The arm of the severed Angel number 3 exploded due to the security program preset on the body, and an alarm sounded in the cockpit of the aircraft. The next action of the Goddess of Justice after cutting off the arm was to kill the Angel number 3 who intended to counterattack. The number hit and flew out. Ah! Nina! The explosion happened, Nina screamed in the communication channel, and then John and Michelle noticed that Nina not only left the team, but was also suddenly attacked. John looked at the person who suddenly attacked the Angel 3 Lady Justice. There was no response from the radar just now. Why did the Goddess of Justice appear out of thin air? How dare you attack Nina? Mihail was furious. Angel number 2 unleashed four fangs to attack the Goddess of Justice. It was interrupted as soon as it stabbed the GN sword into the cockpit of Angel number 3. The Goddess of Justice flew at high speed and easily exploded its four fangs. This guy actually dealt with my fangs all at once. Michelle's pupils narrowed sharply, and he dealt with four of his fangs at once. The movement of the Goddess of Justice seemed to be familiar with his fangs. After familiarization, even the attack mode has been figured out. This is the second time, his fangs were easily dealt with by the opponent again, losing to the old generation machine, losing to the Gundam with similar performance. Could it be that his fangs can't compete with this? Said, have you achieved some results in the battles of these people? Arms similar to Nbit, are they manufactured by stealing data from Veda? Fang's attack mode reminded Hanyu of the Luna Goddess Gundam that she was originally scheduled to drive. It was equipped with the same bit as Fang's attack mode, but she refused to drive that Gundam before it was assembled. Advertisement. Later, Tianren turned to develop Nadra, but at that time she had seen the information about this set of armaments of the Moon Goddess. Don't be rash, Michael. After John finished yelling, he was already in the driver's seat of Angel 1 to help the seat of Angel 3 whose arm had been cut off. Fortunately, the fangs were released just in time, and Nina in the cockpit was still alive. In order to keep the three alive, John immediately contacted the Lady Justice. Please stop quickly, Lady Justice's pilot, why are you attacking us? We are Gundam pilots just like you. As if he had forgotten about the attack on the Anaheim company a few days ago, John said this without blushing. In his eyes, even though the Trinity attacked Lake's company, Lake is the Gundam pilot of Celestial Man. The three of them should not be attacked. Gundam driver. Hanyu was unmoved when he heard this. The second-generation Gundam pilots and the third-generation Gundam pilots she knows are the same kind of people as the three people in front of her. The Goddess of Justice who was in silence slashed at her with a sword, and Angel number 2 used the big GN sword to resist the GN sword, intending to release compressed GN particles to counter-press a wave of ideas. The device component unfolded, and the two beam sabers that popped up from below waved. Crash! Two rays of light flashed past, and Mihail was almost hit by the beam saber in the cockpit. Fortunately, with the assistance of Veda, the body retreated and changed its posture. In the end, it only lost a thigh of an angel, but this still caused the entire body is almost out of balance. The GN sword was raised again, and seeing that the Lady Justice seemed to be wielding her sword to get rid of Mikhail, Angel number 1 hurriedly shot at the Lady Justice with the GN beam rifle in her hand. Mihail, unleash the remaining fangs, and retreat. Taking advantage of the gap when the Goddess of Justice retreated, she made an appointment. To retreat again, The one who was beaten for the first time was forced to retreat, and the one who was beaten again this time was forced to retreat. When he got down twice, Mihail was already very angry. So Angel number 2 once again released the remaining fangs, and used it together with the missiles of number 3 unit as a diversion, and when the Lady Justice got rid of or resolved the attack in front of her, she burst out from the muzzle of the beam rifle of number 1 Angel. The beam of light shot at Lady Justice. Chapter 62 Give a lesson and really want to drink. Cannot be avoided. Below is Lake, the innocent civilian and the woman named Lux. Having witnessed with his own eyes the harm caused by insufficiently pure GN particles to the human body, Hanyu did not dare to block how many casualties there would be after being hit by this beam. The time for the light beam to hit is too late for the GN force field to expand, so it can only use the GN sword of the Goddess of Justice to stand in front of it, and use the GN particles covered on the sword to illuminate the crotch. Let's go. Advertisement. Taking advantage of this gap, Angel 1 has already led the remaining two planes away at the fastest speed. In the cockpit, John seemed to have no troubles on his face, and he could reprimand Mihail for their respective mistakes just now, but in fact I couldn't help but panic in my heart. Although, as he expected, the Goddess of Justice pilot, like the remaining 4 Gundam pilots, couldn't turn a blind eye to civilians, took advantage of this weakness, and escaped with his younger brother and sister, but how could such a good opportunity come next time? Give them 3 to get away. Does this move of the Lady Justice mean that the other 4 Gundams also hold this view towards them? If so, then the battle will be very difficult. In the next action, Nina and Mikhail must be restrained to prevent conflicts with Ptolemy. Sorry, Lake, let them go. Run and run, as long as everyone is fine. Lake circled the crowd at the wedding banquet. The panic-stricken crowd stopped because of the sudden appearance of the Goddess of Justice and the battle between the 2 Gundams. A few minutes later, the scene quickly restored order. You are here to protect us, what is there to refuse, and the first priority today is to protect the civilians here, you are already very good. Lake chuckled lightly. Let Hanyu fight 3 with 1, although Trinity is a rookie, he can run away if he wants to. Being able to seriously injure Nina with Lady Justice is enough to teach these 3 bastards a lesson. Let those 3 run away, Won't they be attacking civilians like today? No, today's incident is enough to teach those 3 people a lesson. Lake said, the Trinity of Angels couldn't analyze the principle of the mirage. For the only elder brother John among the 3 who acted as a mind, Nina was seriously injured and would not be able to fight for a period of time. In the next battle, he must worry about whether the wanton attack on civilians like today will attract him again. In other words, Ptolemy is attacking the other 4 tall towers. It is enough to serve as a warning, as for whether a certain green hair will find a mirage. As for his own connection with Veda, even if Livones wanted to transfer the relevant one record, he would only transfer to the director's cut version carefully prepared by Veda and be fooled. Advertisement. Universe, within Ptolemy. Things about Spain have been brought here through the celestial beings operators on the ground. The goddess of justice and the angels are at war. Huang put his hand on his forehead after he was shocked. What is that person doing? They went straight up without saying hello, and they didn't mention it at all when they were about to leave after talking here, although Huang didn't object to it. Trinity tried to attack completely innocent civilians at that time, Veda did not express any objection, and it was definitely not the other 4 Gundam pilots, which they could approve. Very good, Ms. Huang, the practice of the Trinity is not what normal people should do at all. It's time to teach them a lesson, Lasse said. That's right, that kind of approach doesn't look like Gundams at all. Rishidi Daydell agreed. These 3 guys left a bad impression on everyone as soon as they hit Ptolemy, and now these 3 guys have been beaten to pieces. I'm sorry, but if it wasn't for Miss Gujiwang who was still here, he would have laughed 3 times in front of his face and said a good fight. What kind of intervention by force? This group of guys were just doing nothing but sabotage. They fought a lot and did nothing. In their eyes, there was no need for the goal of intervention by force. That's good, but then we have to change our action plan. The Emperor rubbed his temples. In the past few days, because of the Trinity's military intervention, in order to prevent 2 groups of Gundams from appearing at the same time, the world would mix them up. The Trinity is mixed together to look at it, and the military intervention here has been suspended. Now Lake's action means that they have officially turned against the Trinity group, and I don't know how Veda will react. In short, those preparations have to be accelerated. Feared, Christina, how is that thing that you guys helped make now? In fact, it has already been completed. The smile on Christina's face suddenly took on some embarrassment. Asking for flowers. It's been done long ago? What's going on here? Advertisement. Rewriting an operating system that does not rely on Veda, the 2 operators on the ship are so powerful, it is impossible to finish it long ago. Lake sent us one before he left, saying that it was made by someone from his company. Felt explained. So that's the case, he is really well prepared. Huang is not that big of a head now, the operating system written by the Anaheim company is definitely much better than the one made by the 2 operators on their side. After solving the operating system, if the follow-up stronghold is exposed, there will be Anaheim as a backup. After losing Veda, this Ptolemy, still has a port that can avoid danger. 0. But there are still many things to think about, she really wants to drink. Miss Huang, are you thinking about going to drink again? Christina said suddenly, she has been in contact with Miss Huang for so long, and now that Huang shows this expression, she vaguely feels that she is going to drink again. Sign. It doesn't matter, the headache is so big now, let me drink and relax. The Emperor stopped acting, and simply expressed her thoughts. Dr. Mo Renault just reminded you yesterday that drinking too much alcohol is bad for your health, Miss Huang. Rishi Daedal said. Got it, don't be like an old lady. Huang Po was speechless, every time he wanted to drink some wine, this group of people reacted so strongly. It made her seem to drink a lot, really, didn't she just drink so much more than 100 million points? Yes, Chrissy. When he was about to leave the bridge to find a drink, the Emperor stopped again, turned around and said to Christina. Notify the moment on the ground, Locking and Tyria, if there is a conflict with the Trinity, here respect their on-site judgment and let Locking make a decision according to the situation. There was a sudden silence on the bridge, 2 men and 2 women, all fell into silence by Huang's words, and after a while, all 4 of them looked at Huang with astonished eyes. Miss Huang, who is a tactical forecaster, said so, the meaning is obvious. If Setsuna and the others feel that the Trinity is an enemy, then let them go and fight the mountain. Chapter 63 Returning to the company and the plan to make a solar furnace. Advertisement. Miss Huang, this. What's wrong? Does this mean that the 3 of them are free to fight? Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, and in the end it was the honest man Richetti who expressed his opinion on behalf of the remaining 3. There is no way, the opponent will definitely regard us as an enemy this time, and if Trinity does this kind of thing again, Setsuna, Locke, and Tyria will find it hard to bear it. Recently, Trinity has offended all 5 of the Gundam pilots with the recent acts of force intervention. Among the 3 on the ground, Locke may be more patient because of scruples, but Setsuna and Tyria, Huang can only say one thing, hee. The information that Trinity attempted to attack civilians for no reason was transmitted to the 3 pilots on the ground almost at the same time. There must be one of Nadiria and Shauna who rushed up first without obeying the order. So she might as well make preparations first, and let the 3 of them fight freely when things really happen. As expected of Miss Huang. After they figured it out, Lasse and the others could only nod their heads repeatedly, because they couldn't understand the personalities of those people. On the other side, Earth, the Kona house. Kona, who had watched the news, staged a fixed stage there again. Livon's eyes were shining with golden light, and after passing through the Veda veins, his face flashed with sullenness and then showed a clear and contemptuous smile. Because of the fight that happened on the spur of the moment, his partner was also on the spot and made related preparations. The matter of bringing the goddess of justice over there made him a little bit interested, whether it was accidental or intentional, it showed that he was not mistaken, but these 3 guys really like to be troublesome. Advertisement. Livon's once again had a clear understanding of the Trinity's ability to succeed and fail. He didn't care how many civilians these 3 killed. After all, in his eyes, they were only cornerstones at best. It's okay if you don't do much during missions, but it's another matter to attack civilians outside of missions. This is a disobedient performance, and disobedient guys can make people feel troubled. Forget it, there's no need to tell Kona this. Livon's decided not to report the matter, and Kona didn't have any strategic determination and brains. He had to work hard to tell Kona the truth and keep him from getting angry. The use of the Trinity is almost over, and then the pseudo-solar furnace will be sent to the 3 major powers. At this important juncture, there should be no accidents due to Kona's possible stupidity. As for Lake, after the Trinity incident, the wedding ended smoothly. In the original book, Louise, who was supposed to lose her arm and her entire family here, returned safely to the Tokyo SAR to continue her studies. Naturally, her parents did too. Safe and sound. When Lake and Lux were about to leave, they were chatting and laughing with Lux. The banquet only lasted so long. Before that, Lake was sure that the 2 had never met, and did not know when they became friends. Let the Lady of Justice fly back by herself, Lake and Lakis returned to Union by plane as they did when they came here, because the raised building of the head office has not been completed yet. After returning to Union, Lakis turned around and went to the branch office, on Lake's side, because of the research of Professor Eifman and others, Anaheim's own private MS research, and the apparent MS production are all here. Still stay here at the head office. After he came back, Professor Eifman told him about his research on the 3-red system and the double furnace system during this period, and said that after getting so many data verifications, he already had enough confidence can create a brand new solar furnace, and he hopes to go to Jupiter to manufacture a solar furnace as soon as possible, so that he can manufacture the double furnace machine that Lake wants. I also want you, Professor, to make a double furnace machine quickly, but if you want to go to Jupiter now, it's too early. If you use a small ship, the speed of making a solar furnace is too slow, and the output is hard to say. Professor Man, wait for a while, I will arrange a large experimental transport ship for you to drive there, and you can also carry out experiments on the double furnace machine there. Anaheim still makes this kind of ship. Elfman couldn't hide his horror. At present, all the spaceships in this world are used as transport ships. I saw the battleship Lord Angel in the company before. At that time, Eifman felt that his whole worldview was refreshed enough, and now there is actually a ship that can be designed and manufactured by Ms. Well, what kind of MS ship is this? If according to Eifman's own vision, if it can really do so many things, then the ship must be a super small MS production base at the very least. I've been working on it for a long time, wait for a while, I'll send you up when the things here are over for the time being. Advertisement. Lake said that the ship to be given to Professor Eifman is nothing else, it is the ship that was built in the seed world and was used to design and manufacture MS. Your character doesn't like to wait so much, let me stay here, is there anything else I need to study? It is the pseudo-solar furnaces that emit red particles used by the 3 newly appeared Gundams. After a while, someone will send them to Union, Human Revolutionary Union, and AEU. I hope that Professor Eifman can study them before leaving. Let the pseudo-solar furnace use the Trans-Am system. The real furnace is a good thing, but the pseudo-solar furnace is also a good thing. It is easy to produce and can be produced in the Earth circle. The only battery life that needs to be worried about can be solved by nuclear furnaces. Lake naturally hopes that Professor Eifman will stay for a while first finish the research on the pseudo-solar furnace, so that the main red can be turned on with the pseudo-solar furnace. Pseudo-solar furnace, you mentioned the traitor inside the celestial beings. Lake explained the matter of the Trinity to Professor Eifman, and even mentioned the matter of the pseudo-solar furnace. That pseudo-solar furnace, let's keep it for a while. In addition to the 3-red system mentioned by Lake, Professor Eifman is also interested in how to solve the toxicity problem of the pseudo-solar furnace. To be honest, you should have asked Billy to join. Elfman said, he felt that if Lake told Billy everything, Billy would definitely agree to join. With Billy's character, if he knew the true purpose of Tianren, he would choose to join like him. After all, he still has a job at the official side, and it won't be easy to change jobs for a while. When Professor Eefman wants to go to Jupiter to manufacture, let him secretly assist in the research. Professor Eefman is an old man after all, so if he wanted to make it to Anaheim, it was not easy for Union to stop him, so it went so smoothly at that time. But Billy, hey, the Union Army will agree to Billy's entry unless the entire Union Army is brainwashed, and the Earth Federation, which will come out in a few years, will also be the same. Chapter 64 Block 1 falls, the Tool Man will be gone. The importance of a genius scientist is self-evident. Moreover, Billy's value to Lake is not that great. Billy is a genius if he can rely on some notes left by Professor Eefman at home in the original work. However, Lake has ABI, Professor Eefman, the two heads, and a complete technical team. It can be said that the competent positions are almost occupied by people. Although there is still room for Billy, but considering that there is no shortage of people here, it is better to join as a similar supporter and stay on the official side. There are a few things that can help to conduct research, and can also help Anaheim obtain the Federation's new mobile phone development plan. So good. Advertisement. During the conversation between the two, Hanny rolled over with the unique behavior of Harold the Cat Ear, and informed Lake of the latest collected news. Lake, the Trinity has begun to intervene by force again. Where is their goal this time? Lake, who knew what Trinity was about to kick, tried not to laugh, and asked in a serious tone as much as possible. Professor Eefman beside him was still looking solemn, worried that the 3 Gundams would be used by force again. The intervention resulted in a large number of casualties. Alice's military factory. Alice Factory? There are 24 civilians working there. Professor Eefman said, Alice Factory is for Union, although the importance of this company has been linear since Anaheim supplied the new MS slipped, but with the support of the Army, and the flags equipped in the Army. Military intervention there means that a large number of civilians will be affected. The previous attack on the military base was still aimed at the Army. Now it's so frenzied that it targets ordinary civilians. Does Lake say that the traitors of heaven and man do not have the slightest bottom line when they act seriously? Eefman looked at Lake with a questioning expression on his face. With Lake's character, he should choose to attack at this time. It's all right, Professor, someone's going to be there. Someone? Did you mean Graham? Professor Eefman immediately thought of Graham when he heard this. The Delta Plus he was driving should be undergoing routine maintenance now. Professor Eefman, who led the Anaheim technical team and worked there in the past, is clear about the current readiness capabilities of the base. Professor, you are also aware of Graham's character, so you will definitely say something like that, use my recklessness to overcome it, and drive the MS past. Lake spread his hands. Professor Eefman was full of helplessness when he heard the words, Graham's straightforward character, I'm afraid Billy would have a big head. Advertisement. Miss Wad Base. Don't mess around. The preparation of the Delta Plus hasn't been completed yet. If you attack now, how can you win if the machine's condition is so poor? Billy Katagiri saw that Graham really planned to drive the Delta Plus that was not yet completed. Attack, the whole person is numb. That kind of reasoning will be overcome with my recklessness. Ignoring his friend's dissuasion, Graham checked the Delta Plus and found that there was no serious problem, then drove the Delta Plus to the scene of the incident. At this time, the factory of Alice Company has been turned into a sea of flames under the beams of Angel 1. Those who were hit by the beams were either directly wiped out or turned into pieces of meat. Those who survived were still running in panic. The mission will be completed soon. Observed the extent of the damage, John in the cockpit of the Angel 1 continued to pull the trigger. How can I let you go on? Having seen clearly what the angels did and the tragedy of the factory, Grampton felt that his brain was filled with anger. For such an existence, he did not agree that it was a Gundam. It really is a new model. Delta Plus approached Angel 1 at full speed, dodged several beams of light that were shot at him, and shot towards it. While Angel 1 evaded, Delta Plus immediately changed into MS form, pulled out the beam saber, and charged at full speed go. So fast. John, who recognized Graham, knew that he might not be his opponent. He wanted to take advantage of this wave of shooting to retreat, but he didn't want to be flustered by the few shots from Delta Plus just now. John could only give up Angel 1 take the blow. Even if there is a gap in performance, today I am above Azura. Immediately afterwards, a big foot kicked the beam saber of Angel number 1 into the air, and Graham immediately flew the body into the air, one red and one blue, holding 2 beam sabers in his hand. The saber is blocked. John's eyes widened, and he used a long-range cannon to fight back. It's useless. Easily avoiding the light beams, Delta Plus, who approached in front of Angel number 1, swung a knife and chopped off his 2 arms at the moment of his body, and turned back immediately. Advertisement. How can it end here? At the time of life and death, John still wanted to struggle to the death, but the long-range cannon was cut off by Delta Plus before it could charge its energy, and the two beam sabers stabbed towards the cockpit of Angel No. 1 impartially. It's over, new model. There is no escape. The carousel before death kept flashing in front of John. Taking advantage of the time brought by the explosion of the long-range cannon, he pressed the communication button. Nina, Michael, live on. Boom. As soon as the words fell, the beam of light pouring into the cockpit ended the life of the Angel No. 1, and the Angel No. 1, which was pierced through the cockpit, exploded in the current sound field, and a large number of bright red particles exploded in the air. Falling wreckage fell to the ground. Although it wasn't the Gundam I wanted to defeat, I still won. Graham murmured softly as he watched the group of GN particles that exploded. Inside the Trinity base, Nina, who had finished regenerative treatment, just woke up, and found out about John's death from Mihail, who had a sad and indignant face. After crying bitterly for a long time, Nina finally accepted the fact that their elder brother John died. The two roared in grief and anger. A few minutes later, Nina shed tears and wanted to drive the machine to take revenge, but Michelle, who was still a little sober, stopped him down. Why, Brother Michael, Brother John, I'm going to avenge Brother John. Brother wants us to live. Nina, you just finished the regenerative treatment with Brother, and then we will help Brother get revenge together. Mihail said in a deep voice. He hated Nina even more than Nina, but now that his elder brother had an accident, only the two of them would be alive, and the higher UPS would let the two of them perform tasks. If they acted without authorization, then he and Nina would die without even avenging their revenge. Well, I must avenge my brother in the future. Nina stared at Mikhail for a while, then nodded emphatically. Seat Angel No. 1 has been resolved. Livons was resting, and after knowing this from Veda, his face changed slightly, and he looked at the battle record in surprise and confusion. After reading the battle record, Livons snorted. Except for the data of Delta Plus, which is not only on paper, but the actual performance displayed in the battle made him a little bit surprised, and once again lamented that the partner he chose was not wrong, the rest were as he expected. Most of the reason why the angels were killed was that the driver's skills were too good, but it didn't matter, these three tools were basically worthless, and it didn't matter if one of them died. Chapter 65 Stop it, Senior, it's all outside. Advertisement. After all, the remaining two will be useless in the near future. A few minutes later, Livons reported the news of the disappearance of Angel 1 to Kona. Maybe he stayed and tensed his nerves, but he waved his hands when he heard that the Angel No. 1 was blown up. Since the body is gone, there is nothing to worry about, and the mission of the Trinity is almost completed. Livons, now it's time to move forward with the plan. The recent attacks on the military bases of various countries have caused losses to the armies of various countries, coupled with the fact that the Trinity is arranged to attack the weapon factory this time, it is enough to stimulate the countries. It is too late to dispatch the new type of elite troops that can fight against Gundam, unless the MS with stronger performance can be solved in one go. I know, let's arrange it now. The corner of Livon's mouth raised slightly. Kona's plan has advanced to a new stage, and his plan has also reached a new stage. It's almost time to say goodbye to this idiot. Following Kona's arrangement, Livon soon managed to get in touch with the intelligence agencies of the three major forces. Waste. The Pacific Ocean, the hiding place of the heavenly beings. Locke, who received a report from Ptolemy that one of the angels in the Trinity had been shot down, told Setsuna about it. They are not Gundam, so they were defeated. After a moment of silence, he opened his mouth and said, what the three angels did was not what he thought Gundam should do, stir up disputes, kill innocent people. At this moment when he heard that one of the three had died, his mood was not disturbed. Ah, they are not Gundam. Locke understood the meaning of Setsuna's words and said with a smile. Regarding the death of the three people, the news from Miss Ptolemy was only for him who stayed on the ground, and for a moment, Tyria, who was in another stronghold, observed the situation and prepared to wait for the notification to return to Ptolemy. Really, this silly boy Setsuna is simply a hopeless Gundam idiot. Advertisement. A few days later, the investigation team sent by the three major powers came to the base located underground in Antarctica, and got 30 pseudo-solar furnaces and 30 Doom models related to them. After obtaining 10 solar furnaces and matching Doom formulas, the three major forces of the investigation team returned to their own camps, and planned to announce that they would form a joint army to formally crusade against heaven and man in more than 10 days. Anaheim Inc. The pseudo-solar furnace is about the same as the real solar furnace in terms of performance. Professor Eefman looked at the various data about the pseudo-solar furnace in front of him, looked up again, and was sitting quietly. Not far away is a quasi-solar furnace. This solar furnace was lent by Union to the Anaheim Company for research. After more than 10 days, the three major powers formally form a joint army and launch a crusade against heaven and man, and this pseudo-solar furnace will have to be returned. Up. But it only took one day. In front of Professor Eefman, who already understood the manufacturing method of the solar furnace, he figured out the manufacturing method of this quasi-solar furnace, and even came up with an idea to improve the compression rate. To eliminate the method of particle toxicity. We can make it ourselves, so let's return it when we return it. Isn't this what they borrowed from us on their own initiative? Lake said, they all have the real data of the solar furnace on hand. It is only a matter of how much time it takes to develop a pseudo-solar furnace based on reverse research based on residual data. The quasi-solar furnace that I got now was analyzed on the same day, and I will not go back if I return it. Professor Eefman, I would like to ask you one more thing. When the lamp goes to Jupiter to make a solar furnace, can you study how to improve the compression frequency of the particles that resemble the solar furnace, so that the emitted particles have the same color as the real solar furnace? You kid is really, one idea after another, don't give up until you exhaust me, an old man. Professor Eefman shook his head, complaining but did not refuse. If purely improving the compression frequency to solve the toxicity problem, he already has a plan in this regard, and he can solve this problem before going to Jupiter, but to get green, this means that the particle compression rate must continue to be improved. This has to wait for the real solar furnace to be manufactured after going to Jupiter, and a large number of experimental comparisons are carried out to improve it. I will trouble you with everything including the telepathic frame. Advertisement. That thing, will you also add it to the double furnace machine you want to make? Professor Eefman asked after a pause. Lake said and looked at the Lady Justice in the other corner of the hangar. Now the cockpit part of the Lady Justice has been removed and replaced with a cockpit that uses a psychosensori frame. This is both for enhancement and for experimentation. The origin of the experiment is that Abby, who is in the secret factory of the universe in Anaheim, had a whim and wanted to test the reaction between the psychosensori frame and the GN particle, and the time when the new Gundam and the fully armed pirates who also equipped with the frame will be transformed it's not as short as the Lady Justice who only changes the telepathic frame. As far as the actual test results of these 2 days are concerned, the performance of the airframe has indeed been further improved, and there is no harm in carrying the Flying Wing Zero, so why not do it? After all, his Type 0 had to be something else. It would take a lot of time to use that kind of material for the whole body. It's okay, just use it near the limbs and the cockpit. Abby said that there are 2 solar furnaces. If you only use it on the limbs and the cockpit, you can achieve the effect of the whole body. Lake said. Professor Eefman nodded slightly when he heard the words. If he didn't use his whole body, the time would be shortened, and he would live to learn well. This is the first time he has seen such strange things as the mental framework, and there are many things to ask. Abby asked for advice. I really don't know what new technologies I have never heard of in the future. At the same time, Wan Zhong, who had rejected Lux's advice before, found the training pilot who had participated in the exercise after the 3 Great Powers exercise in the desert, and learned from him that the Gundam driver had mentioned the orbital elevator at that time. President Laguna Harvey's name. Wan Zhong, who didn't want to think about the strength gap between himself and such a giant company, decided to interview and ask about Tianren. Senior, stop it. There are people from the big boss outside. Anyone can find someone to deal with us. If we meet them, we will die without a place to die. In the company, the junior who helped Wan Zhong confirm that Laguna was the name of the president of the orbital elevator company heard that his senior was planning to do an interview with him. Yet, Wan Zhong, it's almost time for you to stop, that kind of person won't let you go. The middle-aged editor-in-chief also kindly persuaded him. At this moment, he even hated himself for agreeing to do that special interview with Wan Zhong. I knew that I would have to say no to her. Chapter 66A Warning to stay in the United States, be careful of the black advanced car. Now Wan Zhong is running wildly like a sports car with its brakes removed, and it can only be stopped by crashing. It's okay, I'm just going to interview. If there is any danger, I will take care of it myself. If something happens to me, the money left should be enough for my brother to live on. Hearing words of dissuasion again, Wan Zhong finally ignored the advice of the editor-in-chief and juniors beside her, and Wan Zhongli started a company and went to Tianzi City of the Human Revolutionary Union. Editor-in-chief, Senior. Don't worry about it, if her brother comes here, all we can do is tell her the truth about him. The editor-in-chief said decadently, Wan Zhong has a very stubborn temper, and there is no way to stop it. If something happens, they can only do so. Advertisement. And more than 10 days after this, in the building of the United Nations, the heads of the 3 major forces of the Human Revolutionary Union, AEU, and Union gathered together, and under the live broadcast of many reporters, they officially announced that they would conclude a military alliance and eliminate them under the framework of the United Nations. An organization of heaven and man that endangers the security and order of the world. The Human Revolutionary Union, AEU, and Union have united together, and there is a crisis in Anaheim, don't you worry. Wang Liamei stayed in the reception room of the Anaheim company, watching from the big screen joking with the 3 major forces, she looked at Lake on the opposite side of the sofa. She wanted to know how the man in front of her would respond. What are you worried about? The decline in importance. Yes, with the quasi-GN drive, Anaheim is no longer an indispensable existence in the eyes of the three major forces from before 420. The importance of Anaheim is not going to go down, if it does go down. The pseudo-solar furnace body is certainly very strong, but those Anaheim mobile suits that were used before will not be eliminated immediately. The three major forces will still use these bodies when they crusade against heaven and man. You can see it all. It is true that the body is not comparable to the pseudo-solar furnace, but if there is no pseudo-solar furnace, you can add a pseudo-solar furnace to them. The excellent high-end mass production performance provided makes the Revolutionary Alliance plan to use this quasi-solar furnace for the Zika warriors after the extermination operation is over, and carry out special transformation. Let Anaheim carry out the transformation. Although according to the information obtained by Lake, the modification of Lego is quite simple and rough, but considering that it has only been a few days since the hand furnace has been available, I can only feel that Lego's efficiency is really high. The other two started directly. AEU gave up the modification of the Hanmo Rabbi because I felt that I had a finished product and had nothing to do to modify the airframe. Advertisement. Union felt that it would be too late for so many units to change the shape, and why rush to research if they couldn't destroy the Gundam, Seft. At the strong request of Mu himself, Anaheim was commissioned to carry out the GN transformation of the Delta Plus, and most of the rest of the Overrun Banner team members joined the joint army against Heaven and Man to drive the GNX. What I'm talking about is that if the Federation is controlled by the traitor you mentioned, Livance, and Anaheim wants to fight against him, the crisis will come. I've thought about this question a long time ago, and the answer is that it depends on your help. Wang Lai Mei's face turned red, but she still put a question mark slowly. Oh, it's not just you, there are also Lux and Abby, they will help too. After all, the new Federation can't make Livones into his words so quickly. As long as we operate properly, we can be in the Federation, develop pro-Anaheim people and sustain our influence. According to your prediction, Livones will have Veda in his hands at that time. Will he allow it? After listening to what Lake told her about Livones' purpose in the past 2 days, Wang Lai Mei couldn't rest assured that this person would not play any tricks behind his back. Holding Veda, a large-scale quantum calculation system, in his hand, Livones couldn't do it any easier. He will, because he's an arrogant and needy man. Even if Lake really fell out with them later, Li Feng would not dare to make any big moves. Louise is not dead in this world, and a large amount of money from the Halawai family has also been invested in Anaheim. He is a matchmaker himself, and Livones, who obviously wants to benefit from it, would do such a stupid thing to indirectly stab himself? The alloys that the green-haired mule wants to get needs money for everything, and the money has to be paid for by rich people. Armaments and equipment are still MS. He can also build them himself, but the funds needed to manufacture MS, what about Livones? There is no way to avoid it, so in exchange for benefits, Livones has to pay if he wants to, and he has to pay if he doesn't want to. You are really good at calculating. Let me tell you, you should stop being a MS driver. Wang Lai Mei complained. Bad ideas come one after another, and the stomach is full of bad water. No, I've said it, my job is still MS pilot. Lake picked up the Chanayu brand cat ear hello, who reminded him that the time was up, and stood up. The secret factory on the ground will be handed over to you, stay in the United States, and I'm about to go to the universe. Lake said. Advertisement. If it weren't for Wang Lai Mei's sudden visit, he would have gone to the universe this morning. Let's go now? Didn't you say that the remaining 2 will be chased soon? You really have to leave it alone and take them into our hands. Study in the United States, some people can accept it, some people can't accept it, and the remaining 2 people in the Trinity can't accept it. I beat them like that before, and those 2 people can be obedient. Lake interrupted Wang Lai Mei unhappily when he heard the words. If there was only one John, then Wang Lai Mei said he wanted to stay. He felt that there was no big problem and he could control it. Hehe, the personalities are all extremely bad and distorted personalities. Did the guy who is commonly known as a lunatic make too much money by accepting it? It is the best retribution for those 2 people to be chased and killed by the United Nations Army, and finally die in the hands of the celestial beings or the mercenaries. As long as they learn to be obedient, wouldn't it be fine? Wang Lai Mei asked doubtfully. It's not like she hasn't experienced similar things since she was a child, but in the end she made the other party obedient. Then there is also the power of the entire Wang family behind you. These 2 brothers and sisters are not normal people. If you really want to adopt them as dogs, sooner or later they will arrange for them to ride in the black advanced car. Take the black advanced car. Wang Lai Mei didn't understand, but Lake explained the meaning of stabbing her in the back, making Wang Lai Mei so angry that he always felt that Lake treated her like a child. Are you treating me like a child? She inherited the Wang family at the age of 15, and now she is treated like a child. No, Lai Mei, You are usually quite cute, but you are a little younger, a little naive, a little childish, and a little self-righteous. These words made Wang Limei feel cold all over, and just when she couldn't help puffing up her mouth to refute, Lake tapped her forehead lightly with her fingers. I'm not kidding. In this situation, you'd better go home quickly. After all, you're the head of the family. Mature as soon as possible. Chapter 67 Sachs and Conrad, who are getting murderous. What, isn't this just treating me like a child? In more than 10 years of life, I have no experience with this, and most of it is spent in shopping malls. Wang Limei, who can be called a noob, has hot cheeks, and her brain CPU is overloaded. I couldn't complain in a soft voice, and the feeling in my chest reminded Wang Limei of her joy and excitement at this time. Wang Limei knew that this feeling meant that she fell in love with Lake. Advertisement. She was successfully aroused by this man from the first time they met. This man made her see the hope of changing the world. Until now, from Lake knowing his plan and so many things, Wang Limei is completely convinced that the world will change as Lake planned. I also completely fell for this person. Well, the only thing that makes Wang Limei feel a lot of resentment is that Lake has stepped on many boats and treats her like a child at every turn. Miss, it's time for us to go back. Miss, are you okay? Do you have a fever? You need me. Because of Wang Limei's request in advance, Hong Long stayed outside the reception room. He didn't dare to come in until Lake left. As soon as he came in, he saw Wang Limei's red color was almost as red as a ripe tomato, and Hong Long was a big brother. Subconsciously, she thought that Wang Limei had a fever. Shut up, Red Dragon. Wang Limei was obviously startled by the sudden push of the door by the Red Dragon. She was thinking about Lake, but the sudden push of the door disrupted all the joy and grievances in her heart. Wang Limei, whose thoughts were interrupted, glared at the Red Dragon angrily. He didn't come in sooner or later, as if he was stuck on a time point. Come in at this time. Miss, you. The Red Dragon, who had never seen such eyes from Wang Limei, took a step back consciously, with a look of doubt and a touch of panic. Why did he vaguely feel a little bit of murderous aura from his sister just now? Is it an illusion? 2. Forget it, I'm fine, I'm ready to go back. Wang Limei took a deep breath to temporarily calm down. She can't talk about this matter yet, Lake is teasing her now, but if she is too casual who hasn't even started to run, if this person steps on another boat in the future, how will she remember her? So it has to be more difficult and more time. It is not good for her to be hooked immediately, and things that come too easy will not be so difficult to make people cherish. Miss, are you thinking about something? It's already on the plane. Red Dragon once again said in a puzzled manner. He and Wang Limei had already boarded the plane and were about to return to the villa. Wang Limei was still thinking about something, which made Hong Long a little worried. Advertisement. You don't need to meddle in your own business, Red Dragon, please drive your plane well. Okay. Seeing that Wang Limei's complexion darkened visibly to the naked eye, Red Dragon finally understood that no matter what Wang Limei was thinking at the moment, for the sake of his life and safety, he had better not ask a question. Human Revolutionary Union, in front of Laguna Villa in Tianzi City. Wan Zhang, who had blocked Laguna's house many times, looked at the reply message on her mobile phone in frustration, not aware that the crisis was approaching at this time, and she was still sighing that her interview was rejected again. In the villa, Laguna, who asked his subordinates to send a message to reject Junjiang's interview, angrily hung up the communication from the security guard. Well, Laguna sighed. Even if he acted fast enough to deal with the person who knew the relevant information at that time, he was still traced by this person to the connection between him and the Trinity. This guy named Wan Zhang has been pestering him for many days when he came directly to interview him on this matter. If it weren't for the lack of skills to deal with some things now, and the scruples about the impact of killing this reporter in front of his house, he would have get rid of this person. It's really hard to be a person on the stage, President Laguna. Sachs teased with his hands clasped. Don't talk about it. The transportation of the body seems to be going smoothly. I can do as much as I charge, President Laguna. Then, why did you come here specifically to find me? Laguna sat down and looked at Saxi. He really couldn't figure out the purpose of this mercenary. President, I hope you can allocate one of these new models for me to use. Don't talk about such an impossible thing. Laguna resolutely refused, and gave the GNX to Sachs. Then please use your own rights to insert me into Union or AEU. Ask for flowers. I remember you are from the Foreign Legion. Advertisement. My identity there was Second Lieutenant Gary Bayaki. With such superb driving skills, why do you want that body so much? Because there are two guys who always cause me trouble and defeat me. In order to defeat them, a more powerful body is needed, but this is only a secondary reason. Sachs said, his eyes flickering fierce light. The performance of the AEU formula is too backward, and it is completely vulnerable to Gundam. Sachs tried to get the Hammurabi that Anaheim provided to the AEU, but this elite body AEU was only provided to them. Elite troops, he is a captain of the Foreign Legion, even if he is good at it, he can't get it. 0. Then there is another reason. According to my intuition, there may be no need for mercenaries in the future era. I just want to go to a place where I can continue to fight. Sachs said. These words are his sincere words. As a person seriously poisoned by war, he absolutely cannot accept a life without fighting. Sachs, how much do you really know? Laguna's eyes were a little unfriendly. What, it's just my intuition, please worry about it. Sachs spread his hands, as if it was really just a speculation based on his intuition. In fact, Sachs said this thanks to Kona, who hired him before accepting Laguna's transportation commission, and let him participate in this transportation work. Human actions infer future changes in the situation. Really, it's all the fault of heaven and man. Sachs, who got into the car, was preparing for the villa. At this time, Wanzhong, who was worried at the door, came up to stop the car, expressing that he wanted to interview her. Maybe it's an opportunity. Sachs, who was thinking about how to get the GNX body, looked at Wanzhong, thinking that maybe he could help clean up this woman to please Laguna. Let him help. Okay, but I have something to do, let's talk in the car. Say it in the car, okay. Wanzhong hesitated for a moment, and boarded the car. At this time, in the black car behind, Conrad, who was called by Lake to work across the world, clicked his tongue, started it quietly and followed Baba. Chapter 68. In the car, faced with Junjiang's question, Sachs told Wanzhong all the things Wanzhong wanted to know about the pseudo-solar furnace, with the idea of letting people be a ghost. You mean MS Engine? That's right, in the Celestial Organization, the kid from Kyrgyz drove the Gundam. To tell you the truth, I lured that kid over to kill his parents and participate in the jihad. I did it all. Who the hell are you? Junjiang's voice trembled when she realized that the person in front of her was quite dangerous. Well, I'm Ali Al-Sachs, a mercenary who likes war. Sachs turned to look at Wanzhong, grinning grinningly. Advertisement. Mercenaries. Junjiang's face was pale. Is this the person Laguna sent to solve her? At this moment, Junjiang's mind echoed the words of Lux, Senior, her junior, and the 340s to discourage her. You shouldn't check it out, it will cost you your life. What a nice expression. Sachs enjoyed the desperate expression on Junjiang's face, the expression that he could do nothing but wait for death to come. Sachs, who was going to find an unoccupied place to deal with Wanzhong, drove to the places in the city that he wrote down that were not crowded. And Wanzhong in the car also had the idea of resistance during this period, but Saxi glanced over again, and the dangerous smile on the corner of his mouth seemed to tell her. If he really dared to resist, he wouldn't mind getting rid of Wanzhong right here. Could it be that I can only die? Wanzhong regretted her behavior of blindly chasing the truth, and Shasi and her younger brother didn't know what they would think when they found out. To leave that child alone in this world, sure enough, her sister is too bad. A car followed behind. Advertisement. Just as he was about to bring Wanzhong to his destination, Sachs suddenly noticed the car behind Conrad driving, which was so well concealed that he hadn't discovered it until now. Can play this skill so well, could it be said that the person on the other side is also a mercenary, but this is a JNN reporter who wants to protect her when she is full? After turning a corner, Sachs tried to get rid of the car cursingly, but failed a few times, and the black car behind him kept biting him. Or just get rid of this woman right here. Sachs suddenly came up with this idea, but then rejected the plan. Being bitten by the car behind caused him to deviate from his destination. Now there are a lot of people around. If he gets rid of this woman, then the people behind will choose to call the police, which will attract the local JC from the Human Revolutionary Union. With the technology of this age, he would be caught before leaving the city. The few other plans that can be thought of can't avoid being noticed by the Human Revolutionary League officials. He doesn't want to attract so much attention. Among the three major forces, the Human Revolutionary League is the most difficult one to deal with. Woman, you're lucky, someone came to rescue you. Sachs smiled angrily, and congratulated Wanzhong. What? Junjiang's complexion was still pale, and she didn't understand what Sachs meant. At this time, the car has already driven under a big bridge. This is an excellent place to deal with people. There are fewer cameras around here. It has already escaped, but there is someone right behind it. Seeing the vehicle that was still following behind, Sachs could only regard this place as a place to get rid of Wanzhong. Get out, you know so much, I can't kill you, and then some kind of celestial organization will come to kill you. 11. The car door was opened, Sachs pushed Wanzhong down, and then walked away. In the eyes of Wanzhong, who rolled on the ground a few times, the red sports car that Sachs was driving disappeared immediately. How is this going? Wang Zhang struggled to stand up, and heard the sound of a car coming from behind. A boy with long black hair and an impatient expression got out of the car. Boarding. Wait, who are you? Wang Zhang was surprised and suspicious. Advertisement. Now that Sachis is gone, Wang Zhang, who has regained her composure, understands what Sachis Zhang said before she pushed her out of the car. It is because someone came to rescue her that Sachis is no match. And the person who saved her was obviously the young man in front of him. That's why Wang Zhang couldn't help asking about her identity. She is a reporter from Common, she is self-righteous, and she has found so many things that should not be investigated in a place where she knows nothing. Why did she come to rescue her? Get in the car first, I'm answering you, really, women are really annoying. Khanat said irritably, why are the women he met in other worlds so annoying? This, okay. Wang Zhang, who was a little bit PTSD by Sachis' manipulation just now, was taken aback before agreeing to get in the car. In the car, Khanat explained to Wang Zhang that the reason for coming here to save her was to let Wang Zhang join Tian people. Let me join the celestial man? Then what happened to the man named Sachis just now? That guy named Sachis is not a celestial being. Khanat explained impatiently, he was the worst at such things. Damn Lake, who said that if this matter was handed over to Kira, Kira would definitely agree, using this shameful and shameless method to call him, who came here, to do this troublesome thing. I'm sorry, thank you very much for saving people, but I still have a younger brother, so I can't join. Wang Zhang said in a low voice. According to Khanat's explanation, if she joins Tianren, she will have to live with another identity and cannot be with herself. Meeting her younger brother would also put her in a state of disappearance on an official level. Woman, can you use your brain properly? Khanat interrupted Wang Zhang sharply. We let you join us for your own good. After knowing so many things, if we let you go back, do you think you can survive? I'm not going to take things. After investigating so many things, what's the use of saying you won't tell them now? If you join, someone will tell you everything about the celestial organization that you are currently investigating in 2.3. If you don't join, you can get off the car. Whether you will encounter this kind of thing again depends on your own fate. Gone. Khanat didn't know how to comfort others, so he simply conveyed to Wang Zhang what Lake was going to say when he asked him to come. Wang Zhang was silent for about a few minutes. What Khanat said was reasonable. She asked for everything. Now that she can survive, join the heavenly man, and understand what she really wants to know, it is already for the best. As for the consequences of not being able to meet her younger brother, it was all caused by her sister, who only realized what stupid things she had done when something happened. Shasi, I'm sorry, my sister probably won't be able to take care of you like before. I join. Chapter 69 Meeting with Ptolemy, Trinity's curtain call begins. In the universe, it took nearly a day for Lake to arrive at the universe where Ptolemy was located and merge with it, and because the rail elevator was used to mix in the goods, Locke, who had received the communication the day before and began to come back, instantly, Tyria and the three of them have only been back for a few hours. Ptolemy, briefing room. As soon as Lake arrived on Ptolemy, the Emperor asked everyone to gather here. Ian and Lasse are not here, it seems that your GN fighter plane is finally finished. Lake said, at this point in time, both of them can't be here, so they can only go to get the GN fighter plane. The Emperor said helplessly, it is said that the work is completed, and there is only one that can be delivered now. Including yours, there are now a total of 2 GN fighters that can be put into combat. Advertisement. If we have 2 GN fighters, won't our situation be much better, Miss Huang? Alleluia asked. Well, Felt, let everyone see the information sent by Lake. The Emperor sighed and said, and then the specific information about GNX and the pseudo-solar furnace was displayed on the screen in the briefing room. This machine uses the same pseudo-solar furnace as the Angel. 24 Locking first questioned why there are other machines that use the same pseudo-solar furnace besides the 3 Angels, and there are other mechas about this machine. The total number of them is actually 30. Sure enough, the coalition forces want to attack us because of these machines. Tyria's face turned ugly. Veda has been invaded, will it completely cut off the connection with them after this? We only have 5 Gundams, and the other side has 30. Alleluia smiled wryly. This may not be much easier than the joint exercise. At that time, they were suppressed by artillery fire, but now they need 6 times the number to fight against MS, which is not weaker than Gundam. Lake still has 4 FAZZs, so not 5, but 9 Gundams, don't be so nervous, Alleluia. Locking said. Those 4 FAZZs are already in the secret factory in Anaheim. If there is a need for the battle in the future, there will be other mobile suits in Anaheim besides them to support them. Lake understood, and told about the fact that several FAZZs had already gone to space. Hearing this, everyone in the briefing room, who were still a little dignified, obviously relaxed a lot. Well, Miss Huang, one body has started to move. Christina, who was using a small computer to project the screen, glanced at it. Where are they going? Tyria was puzzled. The Trinity body was obviously designed for coordinated operations. After losing one person, if there was no replacement, why did it start to act again? Advertisement. I'm afraid that the people who use them feel that they have little use value, and want them to serve as the result of the first victory for the coalition army. With the information on 30 GNXs provided by Lake, and the fact that the two men had lost one person and they were going to attack again, Huang concluded that the two men had been fully used. She determined that the person who provided the pseudo-solar furnace to Trinity was the same person who gave it to the United Nations Army, allowing Trinity to aggressively destroy the military bases of various countries, deepening the resentment of various countries, so as to promote the confrontation with the new type of body that could have been used in Anaheim. The three major forces of China seek stronger MS. And when the three major forces get the GNX, they will sacrifice this useless Trinity as the result of the 10th victory of the joint army. Everyone was silent when they heard the words, but Huang Ji looked at Lake, who obviously knew about it, and nodded at Lake to let go of the last bit of doubt in his heart. Those three people were really used as tool people from the beginning to the end, but after knowing the truth, no one can sympathize with them. At this time, near a certain military base of the Human Revolutionary League, Nina and Mikhail, who didn't know what they were about to meet next, used the so-called reason of revenge for their elder brother John to wreak havoc, and crushed this place well. After the base was not equipped with any new machines, only high-end mass-produced machines, Mikhail and Nina found happiness in the destruction, but at this time their nightmare finally came. A few beams of red particles came over, and the two hurriedly manipulated the machine to get out of the way, and a doom-like troop rushed towards them. It's also using a solar furnace. Could it be that this is also a Gundam? Nina exclaimed. Could it be that the other side is also from the celestial beings? But no, these mechas came out at the right time and attacked them. Var. Whether he is a Gundam or not, just hit him. Angel number 2 released its fangs in one breath. Commander Sergi immediately ordered the whole machine to disperse. With the improvement of the performance of the body, Pyrrhus, who has brain quantum waves, is not afraid of Angel No 2's fangs at all. The Vulcan cannon and beam rifle knocked down several fangs immediately. Gundam is no longer something to be afraid of. Sergi rushed to the front of the Angel number 3 aircraft in a doom, and Nina, who could be said to be a rookie, hurriedly drew out her beam saber to resist. Veteran Sergi immediately kicked him flying. Nina. Mikhail shot at Sergi, and after forcing him back a few steps, he also threw out the remaining fangs that hadn't shot yet. In addition to crushing the miscellaneous soldiers whose performance was not as good as his own, Mikhail, who was defeated and fought all the way, trembled subconsciously while holding the joystick. Advertisement. Now there are only him and Nina, and they cannot die here. Nina, eject all the smoke and let's evacuate. Brother Mikhail, we are not going to give. Brother is dead, I can't die here with you. As Mikhail said, he fired the smoke grenades that had been installed on the Angel 2 fuselage before the action. Seeing this, Nina also made the same move, and then the two fuselages withdrew. Using an airframe with the same performance, do you think you can escape now? 137. Second Lieutenant, stop chasing me. Sergi's Doom Style reached out and stopped Pyrrhus' Doom Style. Why? We can track their whereabouts, and we will catch up immediately. Now it's time to stop. Sergi motioned Pyrrhus to look down. On the ground, the soldiers of the Human Revolutionary Union were all cheering for the arrival of victory. This is fine wine for victory, Lieutenant. Sergi said with a chuckle. He decided to stop because the traders of the Celestial Man also provided them with information about the hiding places of these three new Gundams, and the sons of the three new Gundams. The furnace needs to be replenished like them, and must return to the stronghold. After the replenishment is completed, it is time to go after Gundam, and now it is time to stop and let their soldiers take a good look. At the same time, Kona and Livones have arrived at the location of the Veda host in the spaceship, and Livones personally started the invasion of Veda. In order to find something for Kona who had nothing to do, Livones, who started to invade Veda, thoughtfully sent him a battle image of the Trinity. Oh, Trinity's curtain call is about to begin. P.S. The first season has no role, but in the second season, Wanzhong went to Chunyuan, which means finding a reason to hide her, so in fact, she will not be mentioned much except Chassis in the back, and this person has nothing to say. It's worth writing, so everyone who understands the behind the scene will understand. Chapter 70 Heart-to-Heart Talk before the war and the incoming Allied forces. Kona was looking at the 10 Doom types that were violently beating up Angel number 2 and Angel number 3 in the screen, and the 10 Doom types easily repelled the 2 angels. For these 2 escaped guys, the subsequent script was cleaned up by Sachs, who had received his pre-ordered instructions. Livones, there are still a few watchers left. The Trinity was the last object to be cleaned up in his arrangement, and before that he had to clean up all the monitors. There is one Laguna Harvey left. Advertisement. Oh, that mercenary is doing things at a good speed. Kona sneered. Since Laguna, the white glove, has finished all the work, it is useless and should leave the stage with the other monitors. How's it going, Lee Vones? V3 has been mastered, and the rest will take some time. It's okay, the Kona family has been waiting for this for so many years, and I can afford to wait longer. Kona said. The long-cherished wish of the family for so many years will be realized now, so there is no harm in waiting a little longer. Oh goods. Livone secretly ridiculed Kona. He didn't know anything, and he thought everything was under his control. He once again believed that the so-called human beings needed the guidance of their reformers. Thinking of this, Livone's eye also thought about the fact that Lake had already gone to the universe. When this guy Kona chooses to play by himself, he can use that person's hand to clean up Kona in advance. Hee. Livones chuckled and continued to invade Veda. Ptolemy inside. After the Trinity incident, everyone watched the video about the GNX troops repelling the two angels on the bridge. The next target of the coalition army is probably us. Everyone, take a good rest and get ready. The enemy will probably find us soon. It's time to start attacking the 4 Gundams in space. Veda has been invaded, and it won't take much time for the Allied forces to search all the way to attack them. In addition, the pseudo-solar furnace is used on the opposite side. If you can use the characteristics of GN particles, the time to hit the door will only be longer than theirs. Shorter than expected. Advertisement. Everyone left the bridge after listening. Felt looked at Lake's leaving back and hesitated for a moment. Huang and Christina noticed this little move. Go to Lake, Firth, the enemy will not come to you immediately, there is still time to talk to him. 11. Yet. Felt gave Huang a grateful look, got up and left the seat. Miss Huang, speaking of which, have you ever been in a relationship before? Seeing that Felt left and Lisa Dale was also sent away, Christina chatted with Huang about this topic in order to pass the time. I talked about it, of course I talked about it, but it's a very bad memory. The Emperor's eyes flashed with sadness, and it was precisely because of her tragic relationship that she made the decision to join the Heavenly Man. Sorry, I reminded you of something unhappy, Miss Huang. Seeing this, Christina immediately understood that she had asked a topic that shouldn't be asked, and said apologetically. It's okay, Chris, don't be so nervous, it's all in the past, what's more important now is the present. Huang cheered up, the past can't be changed. The important thing is now. As a tactical forecaster, she will protect the crew on Ptolemy. Lookout area. What's the matter, I want to ask about your parents. Lake guessed what he wanted to say before he waited for Felt to speak. Well, it will definitely be dangerous next time, so I want to ask what my father and mother said. Felt pursed his lips. They asked me to take good care of Felt, and don't let you cry. Did they say so? Blush flashed across Felt's face, and Lake rubbed Felt's head lightly. It's not just them, there are also Lux and Abby, everyone doesn't want you to have an accident, so don't worry, everyone on Ptolemy will be fine. Yet. The anxiety in his heart was soothed by these words, Felt couldn't help showing a faint smile, and then fell silent, quietly enjoying the time with Lake. At this time, outside the hatch of the lookout area. Advertisement. Lokang, why don't you let me pass? Tyria looked at Lokang in puzzlement. What's the matter with Lake and Felt there? The lookout area is a place for people to relax, so he can't let him in, he just wants to go there and have a good time, and he won't talk to those two people. Tyria, those who hinder people's love will be kicked by the horse. Locke was speechless, he said it so clearly, why Tyria still didn't understand. Love, horse. Tyria still looked puzzled, but he, a terminal created by Veda, still understood the word love that Locke said. Asterisk those two people still have this kind of relationship, so I went to other places. Wait, Tyria, let's talk for a while. What? About you. Okay. Looking at Locke angry, Tyria didn't know why he would choose to agree. Gundam pilots, please prepare to attack immediately. The enemy is the GNX of the National Coalition Army, and the number is 19. Christina's urgent voice was conveyed to everyone on the ship through the radio. Just as the Emperor expected, it took more than a day after the Trinity was cleaned up, the National Alliance Army searched for their location, and used the characteristics of the GN particles to push the entire army to a very close distance before being discovered. It came up so soon. Locke entered the cockpit of Lee Angel with a tense face, and the rest of the Gundam reconnected and attacked from the opened assault gantry. Hanyu, let the GN fighters attack together. Lake, who was still on the Ptolemy, quickly changed into the pilot suit and came to the cockpit of the Lady Justice. Okay. After the Goddess of Justice flew out from the ejection deck of the battleship, in order not to delay the attack speed of the Goddess of Justice in the next battle, the GN fighter that was placed in Ptolemy's assault ganache was controlled by Hanyu the next fly out immediately for docking. Don't you need to dispatch FAZZ? Hanyu asked after executing Lake's order. The main angel carrying the FAZZ is not far away from the universe where Ptolemy is located, and if he wants to fight, he can catch up with it. With this amount, GN fighters are enough, and the purpose of this battle is not to completely destroy the opponent, so there is no need to use so much firepower. Lai said. He is enough to deal with this group of people by himself. If FAZZ is to send them all to the crematorium, these people are not all villains like Sachus. Even if they join Alus in the future, most of them will be like 2K second boys sober up, and when it comes time to meet the conversation, they are also a strength. Chapter 71 The Failed National Coalition Army, ready to return to the dock. At this time, Daryl, a member of the Central Plains Overrun Banner Team of the Union Army of the United States, initiated a private communication with his companion Daryl. All the Gundams of the celestial beings have come out. Howard, be careful, the captain is told us to be attention and safe. Otherwise we'll be in trouble. Just when the two of them joined the Nationalist Army and were about to go to space, Graham, unwilling to let the two flag fighters who had accepted his invitation, were too reckless and shot down in the battle because of the previous incident, solicited Lake's side after agreeing. He told the two about the real purpose of the celestial beings and absorbed them into the celestial being organization. And joining the celestial man, it is naturally impossible for the two of them to make any deadly moves in the ensuing battle. Gundams have come out, this time we must defeat all the Gundams to make the Colonel happy. Advertisement. Believing that this is the best chance to please Katie, Patrick's motivation is unprecedentedly high. He aimed at the angel and fired, while Tyria turned on the GN position. Tyria thought he could defend against the beam, but he didn't want the beam to go through directly. Through the position, hit the German angel's body. The compression frequency of the particles was cracked by them, and even this information has been leaked out. There is no way to use the GN position to defend. The German angel can only dodge and fight back at the same time. As the shelling machine, the German angel is extremely troublesome in this combat environment. 360, the GN cannon on both shoulders shoots towards the Doom. The two Doom they dodged each other to avoid being directly hit by the beam, but they were still killed by the particle beam. Yeah, this time, I, who won 2000 mock battles, will definitely be able to defeat Gundam and make Katie. Dodging the German angel's bombardment, Patrick floated up again, but his nonsense hadn't finished yet. The goddess of justice who noticed his movement hit his GNX with a GN cannon. What? Although Patrick knew a general idea about Lady Justice's GN fighter plane and the information, Patrick couldn't even see it just now, but he was careless because of the damage he caused to the German angel. How could he hide from the GN cannon's particle beam? Patrick, who reacted, tried and immediately the whole body was shattered, and the pilot flew out of the cockpit. No, why is this script every time, Colonel? The body is broken, and the driver's survival is confirmed, said Hanyu, who was observing the battlefield situation through the goddess of justice. As expected of a 2K second son. Advertisement. The goddess of justice who heard the news hit two Doom types with a beam rifle, and then opened the GN position, and took away the beams of the remaining two Doom types with the GN cannon. The Lord Angel, who was fighting with several Doom styles, dodged in the Doom style beams, and after smashing the head of a Doom style that rushed to the front, penetrated the Doom styles with a beam saber. Damn, these guys are really troublesome. Locke's driver Lee Angel shot at the Doom types in front of him, and a few beams hit two of the Doom types, but the remaining Doom types were more wary of the Doom types in front of him. Angel's sniping, which made Locke feel a lot more troublesome to deal with. These drivers are all the elites of the three major forces. In the past, they could be suppressed by relying on the huge gap in body performance, but now there is no such gap, even though the four of them have become much stronger thanks to the training program given by Lake. Fighting against these elites is not the same as before. I can mow the grass. The missiles from the skirt armor repelled the approaching body, and Locke used the GN beam pistol on the Angel to deal with the Doom in front of him. At this time, the Energy Angel used his shield to block the incoming light beams when fighting with several Doom-style units, and immediately threw a GN short sword at a Doom-style unit that was rushing towards him from behind, and knocked out the Doom-style unit that was intending to attack him. Doom solution. The rest of the Doom-style pilots who were in charge of dealing with the Angels didn't dare to advance too aggressively, and kept a distance from each other to avoid being shot down. The moon, the seat of Veda. Are you really going to do this, Master Kona? Livones asked Kona. This was originally one of my, Sieg's, goals. As long as the GN driver is left, the Celestial Organization can be rebuilt at any time. Livones, I want to hold both the Celestial and the Unified World in my hands. Kona looked at the screen being broadcast, and there was a gleam of ambition in his eyes, and at the same time, there was a flash of anger in those eyes. It would be good to be killed obediently. According to his investigation, the Gundam pilots of Tianran should not have such strength. Now that these guys are traveling faster than he expected, it also means that he must do it immediately. Learn. Livones, who knew that Lake had a backup, followed Kona's order and cut it off. Advertisement. The four Gundams stopped their actions one after another due to system errors, and for a while, only Lake's Lady Justice was still operating as usual on Ptolemy's side. These Gundams suddenly stopped moving. Could it be a trap? Whether he is a trap or not, hurry up. Most of the AEU and Union pilots of the Allied forces chose to charge, but Daryl and Howard waited until these people had all charged up before driving the aircraft into action. Seeing the Doom Styles rushing together, Setsuna and the others' bodies stopped, and Lake immediately manipulated the Lady Justice to shoot out all the missiles in the missile bay. These GNX can't get close to the 4 Gundams. The expression on Connor's face froze. Why didn't Lady Justice stop? It seems that he switched to other systems in advance. Oh, it's really clever. Gundam would switch to other systems in advance, which was within Kona's prediction, so he only had a flash of regret on his face. Just as the Goddess of Justice used the GN fighters to carry out firepower suppression, after the system switching was completed, the 4 Gundams recovered their mobility one after another, and launched a counterattack towards the Doom Style. Signal flare. The battle is over. Lasse, who was driving the GN fighter back to Ptolemy, was a little dazed. When he arrived at this universe, he noticed that the battle was going on, so he accelerated his speed. As a result, the fight was over when he got there? Ptolemy going back to the shipyard at L1. Lake asked. Hours or so after the battle, Huang made the announcement in the briefing room. Well, Ptolemy and Gundam both need to be refurbished, and the remaining GN fighter will be put into use soon. Huang said, several Gundams were not damaged in the battle. Let's go back as soon as possible. The next attack of the United Nations Army will come soon. When they come next time, they will also put the old aircraft into battle. Chapter 72 Tell Locke the truth. Putting the old models into battle? Lake, are the old generation mechas you are talking about the ones Anaheim provided to the 3 major forces? The pressure will suddenly increase. Well, it's the news from the ground that so many GNX units have been lost in this battle, so in order to successfully wipe out the Celestial Man in the future, the Allied forces of nations decided to use the ones provided by Anaheim to fight against the Gundam. The airframes were also thrown into the battle together. We have lost the support of Veda at this time. Tyria was full of sorrow. Without the support of Veda, it was like a bolt from the blue to him. If you lose it, and we still have to eradicate disputes. Locke reassured. Advertisement. But. Alright, we're going back to the dock soon, everyone should have a good rest first. Christina, who received the news, looked at the small computer in her hand, her expression changed. Miss Huang, Trinity has fought with the Allied forces of nations again. Chris, let it out. The Emperor asked Christina to release the relevant battle video. In the video, the battle between the Trinity and the GNX of the top military force ended in the defeat of the remaining 2 of the Trinity. Gap between the 2 parties. Mikhail took Nina to retreat wholeheartedly, so he really found a chance for him shortly after the fight started, and took Nina out of Tilly. In the briefing room, those who didn't understand and those who understood clearly realized that the whole world was successfully united through the crusade against the heavens and humans, and when the united Allied forces wiped out the Gundam, the world would be unified through this. We created it for the purpose of being wiped out, so that the world can be unified. If they were really going to be wiped out, they would have been finished that day. Lake looked serious and looked at the people present. Except for Setsuna and Locke, everyone else was depressed. It should have been over long ago. By destroying the heavens and humans, the world will be unified. This is indeed a planned arrangement, but now. Lake pointed to the battle video that was being projected on the floor. By attacking the military bases of various countries, the Trinity has united all countries to destroy heaven and man. Will the world unity that the Trinity and the people behind them want be the kind of unity envisioned in the Aeolian plan? Advertisement. No, absolutely not. Among the crowd, Setsuna was the first to express his opinion. If this kind of unity is really what Aeolia wants, then why does he have to exist as a Gundam, sacrificing heaven and man, sacrificing us? What he created should be it is a world free from conflict. B. If it is possible to create a world without disputes, Setsuna is willing to sacrifice his life for it, but the behavior of the Trinity makes Setsuna unable to agree with it. The world created by this kind of behavior will definitely not be able to eradicate disputes. Except for Lake and Locke Ang, everyone showed expressions of astonishment more or less. In their eyes, the young man with withdrawn personality didn't want to be the most determined one among this group of people. I want to figure out why Gundam exists. Instantly, the Trinity and the Allied forces are also disputes, and we have to intervene by force. Feeling relieved by the moment's words, Locke said after a pause. No way, Locke, Setsuna, in this situation, how can we intervene by force? Alleluia wanted to persuade the two to give up this idea. In a sense, they are like mud bodhisattvas crossing the river now, and they cannot protect themselves. The Allied forces of the United States will undoubtedly intensify at this juncture. The control of the track elevators, the original means of going back and forth through the track elevators will not work. Besides, the allied forces of nations will start attacking us again at some point. It is not a wise choice to disperse our forces at this time. Tyria, who did not want the two of them, especially Locke's accident, did not agree with the two of them going ground. Heavenly beings don't have the option of being silent. If you come back, you may be besieged by the allied forces on the way, and the Earth is also very dangerous now. I'm going alone, I want to find out why Gundam exists. I'll accompany you, too. Locke raised his lips slightly. If he doesn't look at Setsuna, he really can't let go. No, the Gundam should be kept, I'd better go here, the strike container can enter and leave the atmosphere. Lasse was about to replace Locke with him, but was held down by Lake. I can use the FAZZ team to fill in the missing combat power, let Locke accompany Setsuna here. Advertisement. Then what should we do when we re-enter the atmosphere? There is a second transport ship made by Anaheim on the ground, I will contact it later, and I can send them back when Setsuna and Locke are done. Thanks, Lake. Locke gave a thumbs up. However, Locke, before the attack, do you have time to chat alone? There is something that must be let you know in advance. Something I have to know. Lake, let me confirm once again that the above information is true. Locke's expression was unprecedentedly gloomy, and his eyes were full of angry flames. Lake retracted the target handed to Locke Ang, nodded, it's all true, this is the information collected from Anaheim, Alial, Sachus, this mercenary who used to be the leader of Capeson now accepts kill the commission of Trinity, you will most likely meet him on this trip. That just got him done, Locke huffed. Dad, Mom, Amy. Memories of family members flashed in his mind. Since he knew that the real culprit who killed his parents and sister was the BD who killed his family for his own benefit, he had to take revenge on the BD who killed his family for his own benefit. In an instant, what are you going to do? He was just tricked and brainwashed by that BD Sachus, not really out of his own will, I just pretend I don't know about him. The scowl on Locke Ang's face disappeared, for this question he smiled. Locke Ang really can't hold grudges against Setsuna, who is simple and like a younger brother. Of course, it is impossible to say that Locke Ang has no hatred at the moment he just learned the information from Lake. Locke, you're really like his big brother. Big brother, I may not be a good big brother. Locke Ang said that after his family passed away, in order to take care of his twin brother Lyle, he had to bear too much pressure alone, and he also stayed with his brother less often. Many, when they joined the Heaven and Man, they even cut off the news with them. At least for Setsuna, you are indeed the same person as his big brother. Is that so? I'm quite happy to be considered a big brother by that kid. Chapter 73 Sachus, let the sacrifice obediently die. Lake, why did you tell Locke about those things? Tyria, who had been eavesdropping outside the waiting room, came in and asked after listening. Tyria, you'll be eavesdropping too? Well, for Locke Ang, if this grudge is kept on, he can't move forward. Seeing the obvious expression on Tyria's face, displeased Lake replied. For Locke Ang, the hatred in the past is something that he has been unable to let go of. Let him know the truth and solve the enemy of the year with his own hands, so that he can continue to move forward. Otherwise, if you have been bound by the past, Locke Ang can't change. This is likely to make him lose his calm. Tyria said a little angrily. Advertisement. He was standing outside the waiting room to eavesdrop. When he first heard the name of the person named Sachus, the anger in Locke's voice made Tyria imagine even if he couldn't see Locke. Show how ugly Locke's face was at that time. 750 He won't lose his composure completely, Locke Ang is Locke Ang, no matter how angry he is, he will give full play to his ability, and Tyria will lose his calm because of these things, this is a human being After saying this, Lake patted Yelia on the shoulder and left. Is this really human? Tyria stood where she was and suddenly smiled. When he and Locke Ang talked alone, he confided to Locke Ang that he was invaded because of Veda, and Locke Ang also said similar things to him when they were cut off from Veda support. Even if Veda is lost, they still have Gundam, Miss Wang's tactical forecast, everyone on Ptolemy, the technical teams that support them in various strongholds of the celestial beings, the support team Angel, and many operators. 20 minutes later, Ptolemy drove to the secret dock of the celestial beings at L1, and the Archangels of Strength and Angels, who were about to complete, flew out of Ptolemy and headed towards the Earth before Ptolemy turned around. At the same time, on the Earth, Mihail, who was hunted down twice, hid on a small island somewhere in the Angel 2 with his sister Nina's Angel 3. Hello, is there still no way to contact Laguna? Mihail asked irritably. No. Purple Harrow said in an exasperated tone. Damn it, what is that BD doing? Mikhail, who didn't know that Laguna had lost his braids at this time, was still cursing this unreliable and inhumane boss in his eyes. Brother Mihail, Laguna must have sold us out, why are you still contacting him at this time? Nina. I don't want to be like this either, Nina, I have to find a way to go to the universe now, the only person who can contact me is that BD Laguna. Because of Lake's intervention, Wang Lai didn't take the initiative to approach the Trinity and offered to help them. Therefore, Mihail, who is not as good-minded as his brother John, is the only person who can ask for help. Roar. Advertisement. Has MS? Is it the formulation of AU? The loud noise caused Mikhail and Nina to look up into the sky, and a formula that was landing on the ground issued a light signal. He's here to help us? Is that guy from Laguna? Nina and Mikhail, holding weapons on guard, looked at each other. Without the arrangement of their elder brother John, neither of them would have thought that one of them should be on guard on the mobile phone when they saw the light signal from the formula. Hey, don't be nervous, I'm not your enemy. The formula landed, and Sachis walked out of the cockpit. He said he came to help us. What are you guys? I am a mercenary. I was entrusted by my employer to help you. Sachis said, and fell to the ground on the lifting rope. Employer? Is it Laguna? Nina asked. Oh, Laguna, you are talking about Laguna Harvey. Jump. It. A bullet to the chest knocked Mihail to the ground. That guy is dead, I killed him. Sachis, who was holding a gun in his hand, only added the second half of the sentence at this time. You guy, how dare you? Nina raised her gun to aim at Sachis and pulled the trigger continuously. As his body sank, Sachis dodged the incoming bullets with a shovel, approached Nina, immediately buckled his gun, and knocked him down to the ground. Nina stared fiercely at Saxi with eyes full of sadness and anger. Saxi laughed loudly when he saw this. What a nice look, you hate me, don't you? The only family member died at his hands like this. He is very unwilling, right, and wants to take revenge on me, right? You. Go and board your own body, don't think about playing tricks. Sachis let go of Nina, and the task he received was to clean up the three of them and take away one of the angels. Advertisement. However, he, a guy who is seriously poisoned by war, doesn't like the method of killing people all at once, so what if he doesn't fight well? You. Nina glared at Saxi again, then turned around and ran towards number 3 aircraft under Saxi's gaze. If you want revenge, you must definitely avenge brother Mihail. At this moment, Nina only had this thought in her mind. The number 3 aircraft was activated and went into the air, but the next moment, the number 2 aircraft rose from the side, causing Nina's pupils to shrink suddenly. Looking back at the ground, Mihail's body is still there, and the pilot sitting in the number 2 machine in front of him is. Why can you use Michael's body? Biometric verification. There should be biometric verification. The man in front of him was able to board the number 2 machine without hindrance. Ha 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 ha, don't you understand now, you are living sacrifices, lovely lady. Sachis laughed wildly. It's great, it's really great, as soon as he boards the Angel 2 and activates this machine, he can feel the gap between this machine and the previous ones that can't be described in words. It is simply the best tool for war. Kill you, I will kill you. Nina recovered from the shock, and what filled her brain was an emotion called anger. It's useless, miss, your technique is too bad. Sachis taunted Nina's rotten explosive shot. See, Angel number 2 moved forward at full speed, easily dodged the number 3 shot, and the GN destruction giant sword he was holding increased its weight under the effect of internal GN particle control weight, speeding up the chopping and slashing speed, slashing towards the Angel number 3 machine at a sharp rate of 1.1. Nina pulled out the beam saber and managed to parry the destruction sword, but Sachis immediately increased the particle output and increased the body's output to send the main machine flying out. It's really easy to use, this machine called Gundam. You're right, miss. Don't be kidding, I'm going to kill you and avenge brother Mihail. Nina was so stimulated that she almost went crazy when she heard these words, and the number 3 machine slashed at the number 2 machine with a beam saber in its hand. Ha ha ha, what a pity, that can't be done. Laughing at Nina, Saxis kicked the number 3 machine to the ground after receiving the blow. Sacrifice, please die obediently. Angel number 2 landed on the ground and stabbed towards number 3 with a sword, but the alarm sound suddenly sounded inside the machine so that Saxi immediately manipulated the machine to dodge, and the next moment a ray of light wiped the number 2 machine in the past. Is it because of running out to get in the way at this time? Chapter 74 Revenge completed, all the destroyed 3 angels. The cherry red light beam passing in front of him allowed Sachis to immediately determine who was the one who ruined his good deeds. Seat Angel number 2 turned around, and the angels of power and angels of energy that were flying towards this side made Sachis let out a snort. How dare you run out to get in the way at such a time, you guys really like being shit-stirring sticks. After being attacked by the Allied forces of the United States, they still come to get in the way. This Kyrgyz kid and his companions are really annoying. Saxi, the energy angel, took the lead to strike with his sword. Saxi blocked the blow with the GN destroyer sword, and Saxi's dissatisfied voice came from the fierce collision of the blades. Advertisement. Get the hell out of here, Kyrgyz kid, I don't have the time to deal with you today. Ali al-Sachs. Locke, who also heard Sachs' voice, his pupils narrowed in an instant, clenched the joystick angrily. This guy is indeed here. Why can you pilot a Gundam? Joke, do you still need your approval? Sachs swung his big sword, and when he was about to turn towards the Energy Angel, he was forced back by the speed of light. Lee Angel put down the GN beam sniper rifle, and Locke, who hindered the movement of the second unit, immediately said to Setsuna. Setsuna, the third machine is handed over to you, and the second machine, Ali, al-Sachs, I will take care of it. This BD, he must solve it himself. Locke Ang? Understood. Seeing Locke Ang's abnormality, he nodded in confusion for a moment. GN spear and sword shot at the second machine, forced to retreat, and then the Angel turned to catch up. Seeing the chaotic situation, he thought the Angel number 3 who is about to escape. Opponents switched, the mouth corners of the number 2 machine lined up, avoiding Lee Angel's shots for the purpose of containment, shortened the distance, and slashed towards him with the destructive self-sword. To deal with me alone, you, Brother Gundam, are quite confident. Ali al-Sachs. The beam saber collided with the great sword of destruction, and through the public channel, Locke's angry voice spread to the cockpit of Angel 2. Oh, you know my name, I guess it was the kid from Kyrgyz who told you. The terrorist attack in Ireland was ordered by UBD, why did you do that? Advertisement. Ha 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 ha, I'm a mercenary, and I only make money from wars, A&D. Withdrawing the sword and retreating briefly, see Angel number 2 slashed at Lee Angel again. It is only natural that countries in the Middle East would oppose the unilateral ban on oil exports. Faced with this horizontal slash, Lee Angel made a slanted slash, increased his efforts, and once again parried the slash of Angel number 2. Awesome, with this reaction speed, you are much better than that Kyrgyz kid. Sachs praised, such a good skill, the opposite driver is very strong. Stop talking about those useless things, because why should you involve people who don't matter? Ha, this is not the same with you, terrorist brother. They are also terrorists, yet they are ashamed to question what he did. The Angel 2 released its fangs. Compared with Mihail, who could not use it at all before, this thing is much more vicious in the hands of Sachs. Tisk. Faced with Fang's tricky surprise attack from all directions, Locke immediately made a decisive decision, pulled out the beam pistol from the body to shoot at Fang. A few fangs released by Sachs fell in just a moment. It's not over yet, Gundam. Angel 2 released the remaining fangs again. Lishan chose to release the GN missiles. The pouring missiles knocked down the last few fangs, and then in the sound of Hero's siren, Locke reacted quickly and pulled out the beam saber, blocking the Angel's attack. You, the culprit who started the war, must be defeated by me. Starting a war? Ha, I'm doing this kind of thing myself, so I still have the face to tell me. I will repent for what I did, but after killing you. Ha, call it whatever you want, you and I are the same thing. Suddenly pulled out another beam saber, from bottom to top. The Force Angel cut off the arm of the Angel holding the giant sword of destruction with one strike. What? Damn, this guy is very troublesome. Seeing that he was at a disadvantage, Sachs gritted his teeth unwillingly. He realized that he was no match for Locke at all. He turned around and was ready to run. How could it be possible for you to run away? Advertisement. Force Angel switched to sniper mode, Locke pulled the trigger, and the uninjured eyes allowed him to snipe with extreme precision. The sweaty Sax finally avoided a beam at the expense of the last arm, and was killed. The next beam hits the body. The wreckage of the Angel number 2 that exploded fell towards the sea. This is the end. The wreckage of the Angel number 2 aircraft that fell into the sea, no matter how strong the pilot's vitality was, if he didn't die in that blow, he would still die in the sea because no one came to rescue him. Taking revenge with his own hands, Locke was a little dazed for a while. He knew that even if he did this kind of thing, he would never be able to go back to the past, and that happy family was still broken, but if he didn't kill Sachs himself, he would. There is no way to face the world. On the other side, the second moment when they caught up with Angel number 3 machine cut off both legs and right hand of Angel number 3 machine in just 2 minutes, Nina cursed Setsuna, "Get out of here, how could I die here? I was made to fight. She hasn't avenged Brother Mihail or Brother John, how could she just die like this?" Listening to Nina's words, I instantly remembered the shitty things this group of people have been doing all this time, stirring up disputes, and attacking civilians. Can this reason be used to justify their actions? Never. The GN sword that bumped into the beam saber shook the seat of Angel number 3930, Angel Neng immediately raised his right hand, and under Nina's gaze, he manipulated Neng Tian to use the beam saber to split Unit 3 into 2 halves. Brother Michael, Brother John. In the Angel number 3 machine that exploded, all of Nina's thoughts were interrupted, just like the civilians who died under her light beam before, allowing them to disappear into the world without even pain. The energy angel who turned around returned to the location of the force angel and initiated a communication. Lock, number 3 has been shot down. Really, you did a good job, Setsuna. Locking praised, although technically not as good as him, but Setsuna's progress is very rapid. If in a few years, he has a premonition that Setsuna will not be weaker than him. Just now you and Ali all sauces. Don't worry about it, it's over, it's all in the past. Locking smiled and confuses this matter. From the moment of reluctance in Lockang's smile, it is clear why he asked Locking. I didn't intend to say it, so I skipped this topic. Let's go back to the transport ship quickly, it's time to go back to the universe. Did he? At this time, the sun was rising, and the two mechatronics had just left the battlefield, and the whole bodies of the mechatronics were dyed red by a large number of particles released, and Iolia's figure appeared on the cockpit screens of the two mechatronics. Those who have a GN driver in front of them. Chapter 75, Kona who triggers the system trap and sneak attack from the rear. The moon, the seat of Veda. After Livones announced that he had fully mastered Veda, the frozen capsule loaded with Iolia rose from the opened ground, and Kona laughed and shot Iolia in the frozen cabin, but still he didn't laugh for 2 minutes, and then looked at the sudden image of Iolia with a dazed face. It's a pity that someone came here with malice, it seems that the world I pursued didn't. Aeolia. System trap. Livone's face darkened, he calculated everything, but he controlled Veda, and Kona shot Iolia, but triggered Iolia's preset system trap. Advertisement. This guy, did you expect us to come here? Master Kona, there is a new situation. The Sachus you sent to clean up the Trinity was shot down. That mercenary was shot down. Kona asked in astonishment. How is this going? It was the Angel of Strength and the Angel of Power who shot him down, and the Angel number 3 was also shot down by them. Livones released related images to Kona. These Aeolian undead are really an eyesore. Kona, who had been slapped by Iolia, had a very ugly expression at the moment. Sachus, who was sent to clean up the Trinity and accepted the Angel, was originally a card he used to deal with the celestial beings. It was also cleaned up by the celestial beings, which made Kona feel like he was being manipulated by Iolia. Is that mercenary still alive? After being furious, Kona still wondered if he could bring back the useful card of Sachus. This mercenary is really good at handling things. He is fast in doing things, ruthless in attack, and has good driving skills. Such a useful tool, people, it's better to get them back if they can get them back. Unfortunately, even if the cockpit of the Angel 2 can be kept, our receiving team in the nearby waters should not be able to rescue it in time. If it is injured to that extent, it should be hopeless. Glancing at the message that popped up on the virtual screen, Livone's complexion changed slightly, and he continued to tell lies solemnly. The receiving team was all from his own forces, or subordinates called transformation bodies. After the rescue, Sachus will be rescued. Although judging from the information from there, Saxi's regeneration surgery would take at least a few months and would not be able to be used in the next battle, but it was not a serious problem for him. A useful hound must be in your own hands. Advertisement. There is one less available card. Master Kona, I have 2 bad news to tell you. Watching the news on the virtual screen, Livones spoke again, but this time his tone became worse. What news? Kona, who seemed to be frightened by Iolia's whole card, trembled subconsciously. The solar furnace and the driver's information actions are eliminated. The solar furnace, the driver, all the messages have been deleted, and it is no longer possible to track them. Also, this is the picture taken by the receiving team. In the video, the 2 Gundams were red all over, flashing past the receiving team's ship. Gundam turned into red. There is no record in the Veda database, and it is probably written into the entry from the beginning. Iolia, he even predicted our rewriting plan, this damn idealist who claims to be a god. One shot, another shot. In order to vent his anger, Kona shot aimlessly at the long-dead Iolia's body. It's meaningless, what's the use of venting to the corpse now, and sure enough, the sooner this clown exits the scene, the better. Watching Kona's stupid behavior, thinking that he can control his anger and refrain from doing vulgar actions, he is not a creature of the same level as Kona, a stupid mortal. Livones thought so. L1, inside the secret shipyard of Heaven and Man. Ian directed the Heroes to prepare the Gundam. The Emperor, Tyria, and Alleluia were talking about the Trans-M system sent by Iolia, and the national situation reported by Setsuna and Locke. The Allied MS have all gone to space, and the 2 of them are returning to Ptolemy's affairs. And Lake was staying on his transport ship at this time, communicating with Abby, who was in the Anaheim Universe factory. Advertisement. Most of Celestial's technical team has been transferred here, and we are cooperating with them to prepare for the development of the next generation of airframes. The research started so early, Professor Eefman hasn't come here yet. The professor helped you develop the Flying Wing Zero, and he is in charge of it alone. I will not participate here, nor will the team of Tianren. The factory in the special machine is only responsible for the Quantum Commander and Abian. The manufacture of Gundam. With Professor Eefman's ability, there will be no problem in handing over the Flying Wing Zero to him alone. They only need to get 2 units here. The Quantum Commander in these 2 airframes is designed based on the solar furnace, so it is no problem for the Celestial team to participate, and the rest of Abian's Zero system will be handled by the Anaheim team alone. Responsible. I'm relieved to leave the airframe to you. Has Conrad contacted you? There was a contact yesterday, and he has completed the task you gave him. Now people are coming to us. According to the information, the Allied forces of the United States will arrive at your place soon. From the position, Conrad is very close. Do you want him to participate in this battle? The FAZZ team will attack the rear fleet of the Allied forces at that time, let Kennard go there together. Conrad, who was driving a Taiwan Sananju, happened to accompany several FAZZs to mow the grass behind. At that time, by the way, because the mothership is familiar with it, the remaining GHX can be forced to give up chasing the celestial beings. The voice of the researcher asking for help came from Abina in the communication box, and Abby frowned. I will inform him later, it shouldn't be long before he arrives, the researcher here still needs my help, next time we're chatting for the second time. It's really coming right away. Not even a minute after hanging up Abby's communication, there was a communication from Felt, noted, T. Lake smiled helplessly, and after connecting the communication, he heard the GNX of the National Coalition Army from Felt is expected and information that Murasame, Hammurabi, Zuko warrior approach this dock. My side will attack first, Hanyu, please do this time too. Understood. Hanyu, who was staying in the cat ear Harrow, said forever using the electronic pen that is characteristic of Harrow. About 20 minutes later, Ptolemy drove out of the dock, and because the Lady Justice attacked first, the positions of the Angels of De and the main angel were closer to the front. In the National Coalition Army team, Sergi, as the combat commander, was driving the Doom, and the first thing he saw on the camera was the image of the Goddess of Justice. Is it a troublesome opponent? It doesn't seem to be much easier with only 3. The whole team, act according to the predetermined plan, act in front of the Doom, and remember not to act without authorization to destroy the formation. Learn. Chapter 76. The sneak attack was successful, and the Allied forces were forced to retreat. Give me a present before you part. A large number of GN missiles attacked the MS group of the National Coalition Army. Seeing this, Sergi immediately ordered everyone to retreat. Howard, come on. Ah, that's the only way if you don't want to cause trouble. Howard and Daryl, who had discussed it quietly in private, saw that it was Lake who launched the attack, so they deliberately slowed down by a beat, so that the body did not avoid the bombardment of the GN missile. Advertisement. The blasted missiles destroyed the 2 airframes. Song retained the key GN drive and cockpit parts. Mr. Lake was too merciless. At any rate, you can leave the scene, bear with it. Howard said, he also felt the same complaints from his friend Daryl, after all, they are both drivers. After all, giving away the head like this is still a bit unacceptable psychologically. The planes speed up and separate them to destroy them. Sergi, who didn't know the inside story, was so lost when he saw the 2 Doom types, and asked each machine to hurry up and surround the Gundam in groups to make them denser. The number of enemies is too much, we must reduce their number first. The Lord Angel, who was acting in the form of a fighter plane, rushed up and launched an attack on the MS of the Allied forces in front of him. The GN cannon on the external weapon submerged a Doom and Rabbi on the spot. Okay, the next step is... Alleluia, who had won the overall plan, was preparing to shoot at the 127th enemy group again, but because the GNX driven by Soma Pilis approached, he had a headache again. Wings, I will definitely knock you down this time. Pyrrhus said loudly. GNX drew his sword and slashed at the main angel whose movement had slowed down, but suddenly the main angel's movement rose again, making the knife fail. The movement has recovered, what's going on? Head, it doesn't hurt anymore. Alleluia said doubtfully. I helped you block the influence of brain quantum waves. Do it well, Alleluia. If you can't do it, I'll run out and take over. He didn't want to die here, no matter what means he used, he wanted to live on. Advertisement. I know. Without the interference of the headache, Alleluia manipulated the main angel to avoid the shooting of Pyrrhus behind him, turned the fuselage, and then launched a counterattack. Winged. Suppressed by the main angel's GN cannon and its maneuvers, Pillist immediately became irritable. Don't be impulsive, Second Lieutenant, cooperate with other airframes. Sergi shouted upon seeing this. Compared with the initial period, the Master Angel's pilot skills have improved a lot, and it has become quite difficult for the enemy. Sorry, Colonel. Sergi, siege, is very important in Pyrrhus's heart. As soon as she spoke, Pierre stopped her thoughts of going to the front iron, and cooperated with other MS to attack the main angel. Under the fire net created by all the airframes, the main angel dodged and launched a counterattack. On the way being pinned down by Pyrrhus and Sergi as the main force, he removed the flight kit and quickly transformed, and activated the Trans-M system. The dense light bullets instantly shot down several GNX and Zuko warriors rushing a little ahead. On the side of the Goddess of Justice, Lake once again confronted the 12 GNX and Murasame troops in front of him. Lake directed all the missiles and beams in the GH fighter towards these M without reservation. The intensive firepower brought by a large number of missiles and light beams made these elite drivers unable to avoid being hit no matter how they evaded, shooting down almost all mobile suits in front of them. Are you kidding? How can I be defeated by Gundam here? The only remaining GNX saw that all the mechas of its companions had been destroyed, and knew that it could not retreat smoothly, so it rushed up and launched the last wave of charge. Seeing the GNX shooting forward, Lake, who had enough firepower, separated the GN fighter and charged towards the GNX. It's really arrogant to give up that weapon on your own initiative. Red's beam saber stabbed towards the rapidly approaching Goddess of Justice, turned the fuselage slightly sideways, cut off the arm of GNX with the GN dagger at an extremely close distance, and then cut him off with 2 knives. My actions have been seen through. In the pitch-black cockpit, the driver couldn't comprehend the scene just before him, dodging at such a close distance. What was going on at that angle, that driver? It's almost time for them to start moving. Lake looked into the universe ahead, Conad and a few FAZZs should be almost there. Also, the angel over there. After compressing the frequency, the GN force field played a role again, making up for the shortcoming of lack of mobility, and then facing the angel. It's much easier. This time we are not dealing with the troublesome Black Gundam. It is just a big guy. I will definitely win with a machine with the same performance. Patrick, who dodged the shelling of the German angel, said to himself. Advertisement. His body was severely damaged by Lake in the last battle, and it was too late to repair the body. Katie, who served as the combat commander, equipped him with the driver's doom style. This time, I will definitely defeat Gundam and win Katie's favor. Patrick released his declaration. Trans-Am. Seeing that the situation was urgent, Tyria activated the 3-red system, and the angel's whole body was dyed red, launching a huge torrent of particles, instantly disappearing the 3 GNXs in front of him into the torrent. Patrick, who was not hit by the German angel's bombardment, was unlucky enough to be smashed by the particle torrent and knocked down the monitor, stealing and flying backwards. What's the matter with this firepower, Colonel? The situation is not good for us. As the commander, Sergi frowned deeply as he watched the signals of his own machine disappear, but at this moment, a communication from Katie Mainkin came from the rear transport ship. Colonel Smirnov, please return to help immediately, our ship has been attacked by the Gundams of the celestial beings. There was an attack in the rear, is the front just a bait? Sergi was surprised when he heard this. The first 3 Gundams were just bait, the purpose was to create space for the attack from the rear. The mobile suit troops on our side, can't withstand the enemy's attack, please hurry up. Because the FAZZ team and Sananju were attacking the propulsion part of the battleship and the escorting MS, this made Katie, who was sitting on the bridge, shake from time to time when he was speaking, and the flames that represented explosions kept flashing in the video. The battleship in the rear was attacked by enemy reinforcements, and the whole aircraft is preparing to retreat for support. The change in the situation made Sergi order the whole plane to retreat, and played the retreat signal flare. Lieutenant Colonel, the winged one hasn't. Retreat first, second lieutenant, the safety of the mothership is the priority now. Sergi said, if the safety of the mothership cannot be guaranteed, then how can they continue to carry out the extermination operations against the Gundam? Learn. Pyrrhus glared at the main angel in the rear hatefully, and then retreated together with Sergi and other mobile suits. It's a pity that I couldn't kill that woman. Hallelujah expressed regret, but Hallelujah was silent. Hallelujah has been wondering why that Pyrrhus's brain can be so deeply involved in the quantum waves of his brain, but right now, if he wants to live, he doesn't have time to think about it carefully. Chapter 77 Live Owns, Clown's curtain call is about to begin. Is the opponent's body coming back now? Tisk, we have to retreat now. Conad, who was happily venting his desire to fight, glanced at the message, and immediately pulled his face down. Mowing the grass is meaningless, but since he came to this world, he has never driven a mobile phone for a formal battle. In the eyes of Conad, the simulated battle is not as enjoyable as the actual battle. Dodging the concentrated fire of the mobile suits around, skillfully switched the beam and the bazooka in the swirling light beams, shot down a few mobile suits that were trying to pursue, and then Sananju turned around and caught up with the FAZZ team that retreated one step earlier. Have you retreated? Sure enough, we are going to use us to contain the MS combat troops. Katie frowned deeply. Advertisement. Their ships are armed transport ships, all relying on the 3 MSS of Murasame, Hammurabi, and Zuko warriors to protect them, but these MSS are too weak in front of the celestial forces. If this continues, then the next battle will be either there is a big problem in the front, or there is a problem in the rear. I'll have to discuss it with Lieutenant Colonel Smirnov. About 10 minutes later, Sergei and the remaining mobile suits of the Allied forces returned to the ship. When Katie saw on the bridge that the mobile suit fleet was obviously missing, her frown deepened. After getting off the plane, Sergei came to the bridge. Colonel Manigan, how is the situation of the battleship? Very bad, Lieutenant Colonel Smirnov, the propulsion part of the ship is severely damaged. Although it can sail after emergency repairs, it will score more MS for escort in the next battle. Allocate more MS, but the MS Army here is also seriously damaged. Now counting GNX in the MS Army, there are only 22 milliseconds that can be used. Smirnov smiled wryly when he heard that, there were not enough people at all. In order to fill the gap in numbers, they all invested in Zuko warriors and other MS, but they still couldn't gain an advantage. The loss is so big now, Colonel Mainkin, I think we should withdraw from the current universe, and this will only waste our troops in vain. Sergei said. The remaining MSS are no longer enough to support their next battle. In addition, during the battle, the main angel and the German angel emit red light, and the performance of the body is greatly enhanced. This makes Sergei feel that the possibility of continuing to win the battle very slim. Now there are only 3 Gundams. If the other 2 Gundams that did not attack also return together and use this special ability to enhance the performance of the machine together, then their side may be more like the situation when the Heavenly Man just intervened by force. I have the same opinion, but the League of Nations command said that reinforcements are coming. There are reinforcements? Sergei was puzzled for a moment. The Allied forces of the United States should have only 30 solar furnace models in total. Is this to send those aircrafts from Anaheim? But those aircrafts are all configured in on the ground, the deployment speed should not be that fast. What is this reinforcement? I don't know, but the headquarters said that the second wave of attacks will begin after reinforcements arrive. Report, a GNX is detected approaching our ship. The operator on the battleship said suddenly. Advertisement. Are there any survivors? Katie and Sergei Kikai looked at it. After the battle, Hong and the others organized people to rescue the survivors, but there were still some people who were not recovered by them. After comparison, it was confirmed that it was Second Lieutenant Patrick Savoy of the AEU. Patrick. Katie's face relaxed, seeing Patrikna in the communication box that popped up on the battleship's screen, apologizing to her with a simple face, inexplicably amused and delighted. It's really hard to let go, you idiot. On the other side, near the Earth-Moon cosmic domain. Are you really going, Lord Kona? This subordinate thinks that you don't have to go in person. Livones persuaded him. __G_ equals number. No way, the group of people from the National Coalition Army is too useless, if I don't intervene, they can't win. It's just 5 Gundams. As long as we continue to produce GNX, they will be defeated sooner or later. Ragu. Livones, your suggestion is really good, but if you want to continue waiting, that's not okay. Kona put on his driving suit and smiled confidently. If you continue to wait, it will take too long, and if you can't get the prototype solar furnace, I will destroy it with my own hands. It would be risky if you go out in person. Humph, there won't be any. With Alvitra here, there are only 5 Gundams on the opposite side. I have the advantage, and there is no possibility of losing. Kona said arrogantly. Alvitra, who is equipped with 7 pseudo-solar furnaces, only has 5 solar furnaces on the opposite side. He also has the support of Veda. How can he lose? It is impossible to lose. Asking for flowers. Since you have already made up your mind, then the subordinates will stop talking. Livone stepped back a little, his tone and demeanor were extremely humble. It's nothing, don't worry, it's all thanks to you that Livone's and the Kona family's long-cherished wish can come true, you are my angel. Kona waved his hand. Advertisement. Livone's, an angel, can do everything and can do everything. With such good subordinates, he has nothing to be afraid of. I'll be back soon, just wait here for me. Yes. Livone smiled slightly, watching Kona's Alvitra leave. The clown's curtain call is about to begin, he should get ready for the things after the curtain call, completely control Veda, take over the power left by the clown, there are many things that require him to do it himself. 0. Inside Ptolemy, waiting room. Locke, who came back with Setsuna, is on the way. Sorry, Setsuna and I came back late, and we couldn't catch up with the battle. Locke apologized, and they received a communication from Ptolemy on the way, and they used Trans-Am to hurry. What, there is no danger here, even I have no chance to play. Lasse said. In order to prepare for the possibility that the enemy might break through to the vicinity of Ptolemy, he was assigned to fly a GN fighter to prevent accidents from happening. As a result, the enemy was all restrained by the three of Lake. He never got a chance to come out. The dangerous thing is that next, the celestial beings should prepare for a temporary exit. Lake said. Temporary exit. Locke looked at Lake eagerly, as did everyone except Huang, who had been prepared for a long time. Hey, Lake, in this situation, we celestial beings can't be silent. Now the world has begun to unify, so the heavens and humans who hinder the unification have to temporarily withdraw. Everyone, as far as the current situation is concerned, it is indeed time for us to hide temporarily. If we don't disappear temporarily, the actions of the coalition forces against us will continue. Huang hesitated and said. With the pseudo-solar furnaces in the hands of the three major forces, it is only a matter of time before the allied forces produce more GNX. If they are not hidden, attacks against them will only continue in a steady stream. Chapter 78 Discussion with everyone, the attacking Alvitra. However, the distortion still exists. If we don't act, the world will. Setsuna said. Setsuna, it is for the purpose of acting later, so I have to hide temporarily. If the unified world starts to distort again, then start acting again. However, even if we hide, they will continue to search us. Tyria was worried about this. Without the support of Veda, it is quite troublesome for them to hide now. What should the coalition forces of the United States do if they continue to conduct carpet searches on them? Anaheim can help hide it, but the premise is that the heaven and man have to be destroyed in the open, so that the coalition forces of the United States can stop. Advertisement. Destroyed on the bright side. Locke asked in confusion. Yes, everyone, we have to give up Ptolemy, and we have to give up one Gundam depending on the situation. Of course, we have to keep the solar furnace. 930 gave up a Gundam and Ptolemy, so that at least heaven and man would have no power to fight against the allied forces, and the search would naturally be much smaller afterwards. Abandoning Gundam. Tyria, as long as the solar furnace is still in our hands, the new Gundam can still be manufactured. After accepting the plan arranged by the Emperor, Locke said to Tyria, and he also said this to all Elijah and Setsuna listened. Suemo lowered his head, and began to think of his own again. The expression on Alleluia's face after hearing this sentence can also be seen that he also accepted this plan. Okay, I agree to give up Gundam. After thinking for a while, Tyria agreed to give up Gundam and Ptolemy. Me too, Alleluia said. I accept. Then let me talk about the battle plan. Huang told everyone in the briefing room what she had planned. After the next allied forces attack, each Gundam will separate to fight the enemy and hold the enemy so that Ptolemy's personnel can easily retreat in the assault container. When everyone evacuates to a safe space, the Gundam that suffered the most damage will be abandoned. The driver will rescue the remaining Gundam and recover the solar furnace, and then leave this Gundam to the National Alliance Army to ensure that the National Alliance Army Gundams need to be recovered, but they cannot be chased in a short time. At the same time, in Union Space Station. The modification is complete, my GN Delta Plus. Graham looked at his body, which had arrived so late and had not completed the modification until now, and the excitement in his heart was beyond words. Advertisement. The next battle, I finally participated. Really, always like a kid. Billy looked really defeated by Graham. Don't forget what Lake told you, Graham, don't hit too hard when fighting, otherwise Gundam won't be able to retreat smoothly. Ah, I won't forget. Graham said excitedly. Judging from his expression, all his attention was sucked away by Delta Plus at this time. How much mind is still listening to Billy Katagiri is about to put a few question marks. A few hours later, Sergi and Katie, who were waiting for the reinforcements inside the transport ship of the Allied forces, looked strange. Alvatron's gold body and his unique shape shown in the video are so weird. This is the reinforcements, and it's also the body received from the traitor. Even though they can make Gundam, would the Celestial Man still make such an ugly machine? Colonel Smirnov, anyway, it looks like we'll be able to attack again. Ah, since reinforcements are coming, we can only use more MS in the next battle, leaving only a small number of escort MS to defend the ship. Sergi said. We detected that the enemy is approaching, and the distance is still. In the bridge of Ptolemy, with the approach of the GNX troops and Alvatron, Christina, who detected the MS of the Allied forces through the E-sensor, released the picture. In the middle of the GNX Gold's Alvatron suddenly attracted the attention of everyone on the bridge. Is this a combat ship? It's Ma, it's very dangerous, let Gundam attack, and Ptolemy immediately evades. The Emperor ordered solemnly. 2 hours ago, Lake suddenly told her the information about this Ma. A total of 7 monsters piled up with pseudo-solar furnaces have enough range to launch long-distance cannons outside the range of the detector. With this ability, the opponent will definitely strike first. Do you avoid this distance? Advertisement. Although he was a little puzzled, Rickety immediately manipulated Ptolemy to evade after hearing this. It's time to say hello to these Aeolian undead. At this time, Kona smiled coldly, and after seeing Ptolemy, Alvatra stretched out with a long muzzle. The torrent of orange particles headed straight for Ptolemy. Ptolemy, who had evaded in advance, tilted the ship, barely avoiding the side of the beam of light. Dodged in advance? How is this possible? Alvatran's information is impossible for heaven and earth to know. Seeing that Ptolemy suffered much less damage than he expected, Kona was puzzled, and at this time the MS of the Allied forces separated again and tried to surround and deal with Gundam and destroy Ptolemy from 2 directions. See how many shots you can dodge. Kona pressed the launch button, ready to launch a long-range bombardment to Ptolemy, and when the muzzle stretched out again, the Force Angel who used the GN fighter to close the distance had already locked on it and launched towards it. A sniper shot destroyed its muzzle. Lake, just as you said just now, I will leave this place to you and I will deal with the MS of the Allied forces. According to the battle plan discussed before coming here, Alvatran's most threatening armed forces have been dealt with. Locke shouted to Lady Justice. Ah, don't worry, it will be over soon. Lake said, just a rich boss with no driving skills, how long will it take to clean up? Learn. Hey, the Goddess of Justice and the Angel, just 2 Gundams, what can they do to my Alvatron? Seeing the 2 mechas of the Goddess of Justice and the Angel approaching, they dropped the 1.3 GN cannon launched by the 2 machines at the same time. Kona, who became more and more arrogant, opened the public channel and shouted. Even if Alvatra's large particle cannon is destroyed, he still has fangs inside muzzles, how could it be possible to lose to 2 Gundams? They can't even break through their own defenses. So much nonsense, you clown should die sooner. Lake replied. Clown. Hearing the most unacceptable vocabulary in his life, Kona's face almost twisted, and he shouted angrily. I, Alejandro Kona, am the king of the world, how dare you call me a clown? What a complete fool. Let the Goddess of Justice separate the GN fighter, and the GN fighter remotely controlled by Hanyu poured out swarms of missiles towards Alvatra, and the fighter driven by Lasse fired the GN cannon at Alvatra again. It's useless, it's useless. Chapter 79 belongs to the end of the clown Kona. The G missile and cannon exploded on the GN stand, and the shock from it made Kona arrogant. Beam, missile? What's the point? It's useless, it can only splash ripples on the GN force field. What about his Alvatra may be defeated by this attack? It's almost time to give up. This kind of attack is just tickling my Albatra. Albatra released a large number of beams from the side muzzle, and the densely packed beams seemed to illuminate the entire battlefield in front of him. Go around in both directions. Let Hanyu's remote-controlled GN fighter continue to play the role of containment, and the Goddess of Justice and the Angel of Power shuttle through the dense beams of light from 2 directions, rapidly closing the distance between Alvatra. Advertisement. Tisk, it's really difficult. Kona's expression gradually changed from the same relaxed one at the beginning. It was expected that the firepower that should completely crush the 2 Gundams did not hit the 2 Gundams. The same is true for the GN fighter a little further away. The GN force field poured out firepower. If you want to lure these 2 people close and use Alvatra's mechanical claws to kill them, then the mechanical claws will be destroyed by the fighter plane as soon as 24 sticks out. Kona didn't have much combat experience, but at least he could see the fact right in front of him at a glance. However, no matter how many ants come, they are still just ants. Let me teach you this. Go, fangs. A total of 11 large GN fangs flew out. Is there just one more on my side? It's really considerate. Seeing that the fangs flying towards him had one more fang than that of Setsuna, Lake raised his eyebrows. The taunt just now had a good effect, and Kona really wanted to beat him down in a hurry. The Goddess of Justice quickly dodges the light beams shot by the fangs, raises her hand to destroy 2 of the fangs with a GN gun sword, and then increases the speed all the way, luring the fangs to chase him to Hanyu's preset location. The long-awaited missiles and light beams attacked these fangs, and all the real fangs were destroyed in the explosion. Advertisement. The fangs have been dealt with. Kona stared wide-eyed. On the other side, Angel also used the GN cannon and the large GN sword to destroy the 2 fangs while avoiding the fangs. Separate, and give the remaining 3 fangs to Russell to deal with. 1 or 2, you group of undead who are not willing to die, all die obediently to me. Kona roared. The completed world doesn't need these ghosts of celestial beings, or that guy from Anaheim, as long as he is the king of the world is enough. Dazed by anger, Kona used Alvatra's massive beam muzzles to sweep at the 2 mechas because of the damage to his fangs. However, the attack that was useless before is even less likely to be useful now. The Goddess of Justice and the Energy Angels have already approached him one by one. I forgot that Hanyu's GN fighters were supporting in the distance, and Kona, who just wanted to tear up the Angel and the Goddess of Justice, would desperately grab the hidden mechanical claws of the body towards the Goddess of Justice, and then be defeated by the Goddess of Justice. The 2 beam sabers that popped out from the eye assembly chopped off the mechanical limb. There is still a beam saber hidden in that kind of thing, no good, it was caught behind. Anger suddenly turned into panic, and with the sudden strong alarm sound from the machine, Kona, who was dazed, remembered that there was still Tainen Angel. The GN sword broke through the GN force field in the scattered particles, and went straight towards Alvatra's side muzzle. It was too late to counterattack, and with the explosion of the muzzle, the force field could not be maintained, so in a hurry Kona was about to fight back, and the goddess of justice in the front cut Alvatra's body with the GN longsword and GN sword. The two GN swords cut through Alvatra's armor, and Alvatra, whose armor was completely cut, more or less sank in the violent explosions all over his body. Is it over? Lasse wondered after finishing the fangs. No, it's not over yet, Lake said. As soon as the words fell, a beam of light flew towards the goddess of justice, and retreated to the right to avoid the beam, and Alvatron, who pulled out the beam saber, rushed over. I really like dying, you undead. I said, you've been used to the point of death, how can you still talk big? Use. This disdainful voice made Kona subconsciously stunned. The Lady Justice raised her foot and kicked Alvatron away, without giving Kona time to figure out the problem. The Lady Justice retreated, and the Energy Angel, who was approaching rapidly, slashed at him with a sword, and Kona, who heard the siren, hurriedly shooting at the Energy Angel, but before the energy gushed out from the cannons on both wings, it was torn to pieces by the GN fighters of Lays and Hania with the GN cannon. Advertisement. If it wasn't for the help of Veda as an assistant to dodge, even the body would be finished by this blow. No, it shouldn't be like this. According to Veda's prediction, I should be the one to win. Kona shouted hoarsely through the public channel. Alvatron held the beam rifle in his hand, aimed at the angel and fired. Lake curled his lips, seeing that he no longer had the interest to deal with it. Poor mentality, poor driving skills, and bad brains, no wonder Liuza looked down on this person at all. Race, I'm going to assist Ptolemy's retreat. I'll leave this place to you and Setsuna. Someone may come over to compete with Setsuna later. Remember not to interfere in the battle between the two of them. Hey? Competition, duel, Lake, what are you talking about? Lass's face was full of question marks. Just as he was about to ask clearly, the goddess of justice had merged with the GN fighter and left this place. 650. Really, I left here before the battle was over, although the current guy can be dealt with by Setsuna alone. Seeing that Angel almost crushed Alvatron, Lasse was relieved that the rapid technical growth of the moment was really scary, and he was also curious about the driving sequence of the upstart Goldms who couldn't be in the soil like an upstart. The driving skills are so good, where did he get the confidence to go to the battlefield? The regeneration led by me has already started, and it should be you undead who failed. No, the regeneration you mentioned will only cause distortion of the world, and that distortion will be destroyed by us in Gundam. Setsuna retorted. Angel Energy raised his GN sword and destroyed Alvatron's beam rifle, and the beam saber in the other hand slashed at Angel Energy, who cut off his arm first. The light dart and the GN dagger were thrown out, inserted into Alvatron's shoulders, and finally split it into two with a slash. In the cockpit that was almost cut in half, Kona, who was pierced with metal fragments everywhere, heard the voice of the communication, and the person in the communication frame was his best and most loyal assistant, Levon hereby. P.S. Kainenj doesn't know how to write these national comics, and everyone understands the reason. If Gundam has finished writing everything he wants to write, I'm currently considering AZ, and I'll give you a blast when I open it down, cough cough, just kidding. Chapter 80 Livons, you plot against me. It's earlier than I thought, Alejandro Kona, you are finally done playing the clown. After all the plays as an assistant were performed, Livons showed his true face. The tone and eyes full of arrogance, like another self, made the seriously injured Kona wake up immediately. Livons, you. The assistant who was obedient to him in the past, actually still has this face, is it possible? Lake's words echoed, and for a moment, Kona understood everything. Advertisement. This is no longer Iolia's plan, nor your plan, but mine. You. Really, I thought you could last at least for a while, but I didn't expect it to end so soon. Well, after all, you are just a stupid human being, and this is the limit. You guy, are you using me? All along, I have been being led away by Li Fonzi, and all the previous postures of this guy are all pretended. If you want to say that, there is really no problem. Who made you just a stupid human being? Lifons, UBD, how dare you collude with Anaheim and trample on the long-cherished wish of my Kona family? Because of the serious injury, Kona spat out a mouthful of old blood angrily. Watching Kona's funny and miserable appearance, Livon sneered contemptuously. Ha ha ha, collusion, it's because you keep saying things like this that you seem narrow-minded. Don't worry, I will manage the world better on your behalf. Life phones. He punched the screen full of anger, and Alvatra, who had been split in half, exploded just at this moment. It's over. The explosion flames produced by Alvatra made Setsuna confirm that the machine was completely finished, but at this moment the radar suddenly sent a reminder that the enemy plane was approaching. Setsuna looked forward, A Delta Plus is dragging Red's track and rushing toward him. It's finally time for you, Gundam. No, boy, let's fight. Graham, who was manipulating the Delta Plus, shouted excitedly, and the transformed Delta Plus allowed him to finally complete his mission dream. Who are you? Advertisement. Instantly, he was forced to pick up the trick, and then he established a communication with Graham through the contact circuit with a confused face. Hearing Graham swearing, his whole body was shocked for a while. It's this battle that Lake told me not to intervene, but isn't this a member of Union? What's going on here? Lacey was in trouble, and Lake's words made it difficult for him to directly intervene in this battle. We can only wait for the situation to change. From the public channel, I can feel that Reisei is a very pure person when I hear the driver's words. Even when he shouted the word Gao, it felt like Setsuna to him. At the same time, everyone on Ptolemy had all moved to the assault Niku and left, and Ptolemy was used as a bait to stay as planned, and was targeted by a GNX on the bridge after firing and exploding. It completed its mission. When Lake drove the Lady Justice to assist them in their retreat, the crew had arrived safely and evacuated the space. Locke and they're still here? Lake asked. I don't know. After Locking helped us repel a chasing GNX, he went to help Tyria and the others. The Emperor who was staying in the raiding nook replied. Felt, Christina, Rickety, and Ian on the side also showed concern. If it goes according to the plan, they should be here soon. How about your side and Setsuna? Setsuna is now fighting a person who has been wanting to fight him, and it is estimated that he will come over in a while. The one who always wanted to fight him. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. Who was the person who had always wanted to fight Setsuna? Ah, according to his own words, there is a red line of fate between him and Setsuna. Red thread, it's hard to say it's a girl. Christina immediately filled up a series of serial dramas in her mind. Oh, it is indeed possible. The statement of the red line, Ian's crime, bah, as long as you like it, I agree with it. Rickety also has a curious look on his face. No, he's a man. Yes, it's a man. Advertisement. The three were inexplicably discouraged, seeing this list and felt couldn't help but smile 10 times. Ahem, Lake, I'll be back in a moment. Ah, that person won't play hard, as long as the winner is determined, he will stop. Without the enmity of his teammates, Graham just wanted to satisfy his desire to fight Gundam, and it was naturally impossible to use heavy hands. The only ones who can't confirm the situation are Lok Ang, Alleluia, and Tyria. Ian said. Before that, let's take you on board first. No matter whether you go to the dock first to rest or go to other strongholds, using this NAR box is too slow. Ship, is it hidden here? Huang and the others reacted immediately. They couldn't see it with radar and eyes, so they could only hide it using techniques similar to Gundam. Yes. Lake asked Hanyu to help contact the Harrows on the Lord Angel, and under the manipulation of the Harrows, the Lord Angel who used the Mirage to hide appeared. What a big boat! When Ian and a few people who had never seen the Lord Angel marveled at the Lord Angel, their real expressions relaxed a little. Setsuna is fine, Lake is fine, now I hope the three of Locke can come back safely. Emperor. In the universe where MS wreckage is falling everywhere, the only remaining GN rocket launcher is aimed at the two pursuing GNXs and fires, and the other GNX that escapes is sent away happily by the GN cannon of the Angel of Strength. After finishing the two GNXs, Tyria looked at the Angel of Strength who was holding the main Angel's solar furnace. Before Locking came, Tyria and Alleluia fought against the enemy's GNX troops separately, except for a GNX that was lucky and only got hit, okay, and lost its head. The other MSS were solved by Tyria's Trans-M system, but the pressure from Alleluia's side was better than Tyria's. When dealing with quite a few MS on Tyria's side alone, he also had to deal with MS Combat Commander Sergi and Super Soldier Soma Pilis. Although he reached a settlement with the other personality, Hallelujah, and easily resolved most of the MS on the opposite side, but when dealing with Pyrrhus and Sergi, the body was seriously damaged due to Sergi's knife-blocking behavior. The solar furnace automatically popped up, and Alleluia himself was almost captured if Locking hadn't come to the rescue in time to push Pyrrhus and the other three Dooms back. I didn't expect that the opponent was chased after being repelled. Tyria said, these two Doom models are chasing the Angel of Strength. Fortunately, Alleluia has dealt with the enemies on his side. Now that the goal has been achieved, it's time for us to go to the scheduled meeting point. Chapter 81 Temporary Destruction, Lok Ang and Setsuna to travel. Locke said and looked at Alleluia who was still unconscious with blood in the cockpit. He was barely conscious when he was taken away, but he has passed out now. Before he passed out, he was still chanting about Mary or something. Is that Mary his girlfriend or his family? Ah, it's safest to retreat now. Tyria said. There are only a few mobile phones that the Allied forces of the United States have put into battle. If they evacuate now, it is impossible for the other party to send people to chase them. At the same time, Neng Angel also decided the victory with Delta Plus, and at the moment when they were eager to win the close battle with Graham, they activated the Trans-Am system, knocked down Delta Plus lightsaber, and immediately Graham took the initiative to admit defeat. After being stunned for a while, he didn't understand Graham's coquettish words and why he came over suddenly, and drove the Energy Angel to leave with Lasse. Advertisement. With the new ability, I still can't beat the Gundam. Sitting in the cockpit of the Delta Plus, Graham smiled contentedly. It should be said that it was better for him because he couldn't win. In this way, there is still a reason to compete with this boy in the future. Well, he can still drive a Gundam in the future, and it will be even better to compete with him at that time. Inside the transport ship of the Allied forces, Katie ordered MS-043 to send escorts to continue searching for survivors, and then continued to frown at the battle report sent back. Only 3 GNXs have returned, and the one driven by Colonel Smirnov has been broken. The result is that it shot down the mothership of Gundam. There are still 10 GNXs without GN drivers. The loss can be described as a big elite. After investing so many MS, in the end Gundam only got one, and the most critical GN drive was not obtained, but for the 3 major forces, Celestials lost their mothership, and Gundam also lost one Taiwan, they also lost a lot. As far as the outside world is concerned, the Allied forces of the United States can already declare the success of the battle, and they have completely wiped out the Celestial organization. As for the loot, they already have GN drives, and it's not a big deal if they can't get Gundam's GN drives. It is the most important thing for them to figure out the manufacturing technology of Gundam itself. After all, whether it is Union, Human Revolutionary Union, or AEU, they have only obtained the GN driver not long ago, and the technology of the GN driver is already available. But in terms of the development of airframes equipped with solar furnaces and subsequent airframes, the value of Gundam is self-evident. After adding the ship of Heaven and Man, it is estimated that the ownership of these 2 spoils of war will cause some troubles for the 3 major forces. After all, the world is beginning to move towards a unified direction. Heaven and Man, is their purpose to sacrifice themselves as this sacrifice? Katie mused, she couldn't understand why no one would choose to do something like a martyr. Advertisement. A few days later, in Anaheim's secret factory at L3. A group of people on Ptolemy got off the Archangel and saw with their own eyes that this dock was much larger than the secret dock used by their celestial beings. Their faces were full of amazement. Felt beside him also asked Lake something about the factory in a low voice. What a big factory, when did this start to be built? Alleluia asked, and his mental state improved a little during the voyage in the past few days. Judging from the transfer of the technical team that helped to cope with Tianren's side, it should have been several months ago. Ian replied on the side. It is not easy to build such a large factory without the eyes of the 3 major forces. It is Anaheim, it will take a few months. It's definitely been around for a while. It's great to have money for such a big place. Ian enviously said. Alas, it makes me sour to watch it a few times. With such a big factory, so many manpower and equipment, you can increase investment to complete it quickly if you want to make something. It would be nice for them to have these. If you want to plan, it's okay to stay here. Really? The faces of Huang and Ian were full of surprise, and the 4 Gundam pilots, Lashidi, Kelly, Seif, Stina, and Felt also looked over. Of course, if you don't mind sending some people to help and sharing some technology. It's not even a condition. Ian laughed. They have always been providing technology to the team in Anaheim. Now that the team is together, everyone lives in a base. Tianren's technical team can learn technology from here and hand over more technology. Giving to Anaheim is not a problem at all, they can learn something by helping out, and it is not a loss anyway. In addition, the most important point is to stay with the Anaheim team. With Lake's approach, in order to obtain technology from them, the capital investment for them will not be less. Well, to successfully live the research life he wanted before, with no shortage of money and people, such a wonderful life would be a fool who would choose to refuse it. Anyway, everyone, this is our common base with Anaheim. Huang looked at everyone happily and said. At that time, they thought it would be a temporary stronghold, but now it has become their new stronghold. Advertisement. Miss Huang, I have something I want to discuss with you. After a moment of silence, Shu Mo said. Hey? At this time. And me, by the way, Locke said. Locking also. Ah, Lake, Tyria and Alleluia already know about this. Huang looked at the 3 of Lake in confusion. Lake spread his hands, Tyria turned around in the same helpless way as Locke, and Alleluia showed a wry smile. Ah, you people are really good. Huang Yi put his hand on his forehead, really, this 1 or 2, can't make her happy for a while. The reception room of the factory. Wait, let me deal with it. Huang took a deep breath. Setsuna, you said that you want to go to the earth and see the changes in this world with your own eyes. Ah, that's what I've been thinking about these days. Setsuna nodded, and said seriously, our actions have changed the world, but I want to confirm with my own eyes what the world is changing now and what it will become in the future. That's why you said that you want to go with Setsuna, Locke. Huang said clearly. Just by hearing this, you can tell that Setsu will go out alone for a long time. Not only Locke is angry, but also he can't rest assured. I can't help it, Miss Huang, how can this kid make people feel at ease by acting alone? I can't help but look at him. Locke said helplessly. Let Setsuna go to the earth alone. Based on Setsuna's character, Locke estimates that Setsuna's trip will take a long time, so, in terms of emotion and reason, he has to go on this trip with Setsuna. Chapter 82 Departure and Crazy Lee. Are you going to take Gundam with you? Huang asked. No, it wasn't necessary to bring Gundam in the past, right? The development of the new body also needs to use the solar furnaces of Energy Angel and Force Angel. Locking said. Besides, this is just a trip. Even if you need to use the machine to deal with unexpected situations on the way, you shouldn't use Gundam. After all, the genius has just been wiped out. Advertisement. Although he and Setsuna can hide, if anyone notices, the nerves of the National Coalition Army have to be stimulated again. Then what do we do on Earth? If there is no MS, many places will be inconvenient. Lake will give us 2 modified flags with optical camouflage technology on them. Locking said. Anaheim's meddling has caused Banner to take a back seat in Union. In addition to the current pseudo-solar furnace, Banner will be phased out soon. The body to be eliminated will not be like Gundam. Attract so much attention. The flag style that uses optical camouflage, if you have this, you really don't need Gundam. Huang said. There are a large number of heavenly and human secret strongholds on the Earth, and the locations of these strongholds are only known to their action forces. With these strongholds, Locke Ang and Setsuna's operations on the ground are not a problem for MS supplies. 2 days later, the dock. They're leaving, Tyria. Alleluia looked at the small boat leaving the dock and said, with an indescribable remorse or helplessness in his tone. During the battle with the Allied forces, he knew that the Soma Pyrrhus on the opposite side was Mary Pafassi. When Locking and Shan Nashao were going to Earth this time, Alleluia thought about whether to go to Earth or not. But thought about his own identity. Even if you can see them, you can only cause trouble for Setsuna and Locke out of thin air. Let's go, Locking and Setsuna, I will come back when I find the answer. Tyria suddenly smiled, turned, and left. Tyria, did you laugh just now? Alleluia was taken aback. Just now, he laughed when he saw it. Since losing Veda's support, Tyria has changed a bit too much. What the hell is going on? It always feels like he missed a lot of things. In the factory's proving ground, the Quantum Commander, which was manufactured ahead of Abian, is undergoing performance testing, and this time it is Harrow from Lakeside who is serving as the test driver for the new machine. The performance of the Quantum Commander is much stronger than that of the third-generation Gundam. How did you develop it? Ian asked ABI. Advertisement. All these performance indicators must exceed the third generation they are currently using. Although Anaheim did not have the technology to manufacture Gundam before this, it is not so far away from them. We have enough funds and people, and there is a Professor Ifman joining us. ABI said lightly. Professor Ifman, you really found a powerful person to come in. When Ian heard the name of Professor Ifman, he suddenly realized. It always felt like any particularly good talent was being recruited by Anaheim. By the way, for the solar furnace, are you sure you want to use the current pseudo-solar furnace? That would be too much of a waste of this excellent body. From Ian's own point of view, he feels that Prince Commander's various designs can be called the 4th generation Gundam, which is of great reference value for their own team to make the next generation of Gundam. The current pseudo-solar furnace is only for temporary transitional use, and will be replaced with the new pseudo-solar furnace developed by Professor Ifman later. ABI said. Now the Quantum Commander is using an improved pseudo-solar furnace similar to that used by the Federation and the pseudo-innovators in the original work, and Professor Ifman has already set off for Jupiter to manufacture the solar furnace. When the Professor's solar furnace and the Flying Wing Zero type are manufactured, and the pseudo-solar furnace is produced, it will not be as good as the real furnace except for battery life, and the rest will be the same as the real solar furnace, and it will be used by the Quantum Commander. Not a problem. A new type of pseudo-solar furnace, are you still working on this? Sure enough, your manpower is really enough. After settling down, Tianren's technical team has been studying the theory of the double furnace system obtained from the solar furnace recently, and developing a new type of machine, and they are very busy. Boom. During the conversation between the two, the test was over, and the Prince-type commander with the rifle GH blade destroyed the last target with the missile on his shoulder. The test is complete, and the overall data meets the basic requirements. Okay, the next step is to analyze the data from the test feedback. Ask for flowers. I'll come and help next. Advertisement. It's no problem if you want to be technical, but is there anyone busy here? Abby asked, of course she knows how busy this group of people is in the same area. It's okay, my wife and the others are in charge of Tianren's team for the time being. Yin said confidently. His wife, Linda, was in charge of managing and developing the latest technology of GN particles when he was sent to work in the execution force. Now he and his wife are also responsible for the development of Gundam. He is here to help, and Linda is also there. In charge of researching double ovens and new Gundams. Globe, Anaheim Inc. On the second day after taking the Celestial Man to the Anaheim factory, Lake returned to the Earth from the universe after being visited by Livones. 0. First of all, should I say congratulations, Mr. Livones Allmark? Lake looked at Livones who had changed into a suit in front of him. This outfit is presumably the same outfit as their transformed body? At the beginning of the second season, it seemed that several transformed bodies wore this dress. It's too early to congratulate, the plan has just begun. Livones said calmly, his face was still very calm, but Lai Shu could already feel Liz's almost undisguised joy. Ah! I think it should be you who are congratulating, you have finally taken that step successfully. Livones frowned slightly, sensing Lake's brain quantum waves, he expressed a gesture of congratulations. No, it's also a recent step, recently. Lake put on a show. Although it can be said that he has further evolved his body through long-term exposure to GN particles recently, he could do the same thing if he wanted to. At that time, it was just that he hadn't used his brain quantum waves all the time, and Livones wasn't a purebred reformer like Setsuna. Tadao is a reformer, so naturally he couldn't perceive him in this situation. But it's a pity, you didn't take that step successfully, did you, Mr. Livones, the man-made transformation body? Lake looked at Livones with a half-smile. Haha, you are kidding me, I am already a real change-maker. In the silence of intense displeasure, Livones countered Lake's statement. Chapter 83 Just this solar furnace, do you want it? Livones will never agree that he is not a reformer but only a so-called reformer. Although he is an existence created by the hands of Veda, the reformer should also have the possibility of evolution. With his current ability, what is it if not a changer? Your ability is indeed good, and this ability is not at the level of a real changer. Lake said. No, my ability has surpassed other transforming bodies. I have mastered Veda. I am not a transforming body, so who is? Lake's contempt aroused Livones' displeasure. It's like being denied that he is just a gorgeously decorated creation in front of the real thing, which is absolutely unacceptable to Livones. Beyond other reformers, it is still not as good as a real reformer. In the final analysis, the real is the real, the fake, and the fake. Advertisement. 327 means cancelling the cooperation with me. Being slapped in the face by Lake so clearly, Livones' eyes turned cold. This thing was basically like stabbing him in the foot, and he couldn't ignore it calmly. Want to be a real change maker? A real game changer, oh. Livones smiled softly, and immediately understood that the backer he left behind, unexpectedly, Lake took the initiative to come to the door. Really interesting, this collaborator. Are you going to give me the prototype solar furnace? Right, I will give it to you when Professor Eifman returns. You also had this consideration when you rescued Professor Eifman, but there is only one to help you evolve. Well, I want more pairs. It's not necessary for you either. There is also a reason for Lake to give away only one. The regeneration that Livones wants to get in the future requires 2 solar furnaces, and the manufacture of solar furnaces is quite time-consuming. Only one can be provided here, and then Livones will either use an artificial furnace or both will use the original furnace. In short, it is impossible to use the original solar furnaces to drastically improve the regeneration performance, and Lake is not worried that after getting the prototype solar furnaces, Livones will think about handing over its technology to the Federation or doing it himself. Manufacture. Advertisement. It hasn't been long since the fall of heaven and man, and this guy Livones is still trying to find a way to get money everywhere for the alus he will get out in a few years. He has to make changes for the rest of his family. The ticket body of the body. Without the death of Louise's family members, whether it is the established federal government or the alus of Livones, they still have to rely on the funds provided by them. Funding is not enough for Livones to make such a fuss, not to mention the time it takes to make a solar furnace. As for him handing over the technology ahead of time, other people are still possible, but it is a pity that this person is Livones, and it is impossible to hand over the solar furnace with his arrogance. Indeed, more is unnecessary for me. Livones didn't intend for other transforming bodies to evolve along with him. Evolving, complete evolution in the transforming body, and become a real reformer, as long as there is only one of him. He had been in contact with GN particles for a short time at the beginning, and if he had been in contact with GN particles for a longer period of time, he did not believe that he would not be able to evolve into a real changer. So, give me something so nice, Lake, what do you want? Livon's really longed for a prototype solar furnace that could be used by him, but the longing was longing, and he would not believe that such a good thing was given to him for no reason. In Livon's original idea, he also obtained the solar furnace through trading and other means. Now that Lake himself wants to hand over the solar furnace to him, it would be too ridiculous to say that he has nothing to ask for. With regard to the current League of Nations and the Earth Federation in the future, the reformers should give more help, so that Anaheim has more say, and the MS production work made by the Federation itself, let Anaheim Doga is involved. What a big appetite! Livon's complexion changed. The Earth Federation has not yet been established. It is only the development and research of the GNX that the current League of Nations is extremely secretive, as well as the GN transformation of those models provided by Anaheim, such as the Zika Warriors, Murasame, and Hammurabi MS. Anaheim has participated as the only private enterprise. Advertisement. With the current degree of dependence on the Allied forces of the United Nations, it is conceivable that the Federal Army will rely on Anaheim in the future. Anaheim is still not satisfied with such a deep dependence. But what Lake meant was that he wanted to participate in the production work of the Federation or the Allied forces themselves. Not much appetite, not healthy for the body, isn't it? Increasing the power of speech is very simple for me. When the Federation is established, you can find a good person here. I can help him enter the Parliament. In the future, when the Federation's own MS is produced, I can also let Anaheim more involved in. Anaheim itself has the technology of the GN solar furnace, plus the few technologies Livon's received from the heavens and humans that he deliberately concealed from Veda. Anaheim has the ability to manufacture pseudo-solar furnace-mounted machines, and the League of Nations can't let go of that. They still want to develop pseudo-solar furnaces by themselves. He is doing some work here, and these big figures in the human race will insist to the outside world that these MS are all made by themselves. Anaheim wasn't involved at all. Who would say no to something that is beneficial and harmless? This is also beneficial to Livon's GN transformation, the manufacture of new pseudo-solar furnaces. What the United Nations is doing now means that the Earth Federation will expand as soon as possible in the future, and strengthen its military force. He will make a forceful alus in birth can enjoy more benefits. The delivery time of this solar furnace will be 4 years later. 4 years later, Lake, are you kidding me? Livon's lost his composure, and asked Professor Eifman to wait so long after he left for Jupiter. According to his estimation, at most 2 to 3 years is the limit. What does it mean to ask him to wait an extra year? Because I still want to make a bet with you. If you can't enter 3.1 and become a changer, the stove will be given to you for nothing. Therefore, let's make a deal. After a few years, the stove will be given to you. Besides, in addition, I will support the heavenly beings and the anti-federal government armed forces that will definitely appear because of your actions. Is this going to stand against me? The money that should be given to alus or to you will not be less. After all, it would be good if the alus you got can be successful, but if it can't be successful, I have to find another way for myself. The Celestials and the anti-federal forces are the way out for you. Livon smiled disdainfully. He thought Lake would be a lot smarter as a purebred reformer, so he chose to support the Celestials as a way to strengthen his laws. Is the path of Tool Man not good? Now it turns out that this Tool Man who is destined to be defeated is regarded as another way out. Chapter 84 The Arrogant Livons, seeing pure source for the first time. Stupid, ridiculous. Evolved, the mind is still so stupid. The path he pointed out is obviously the only and the most correct one. It seems that only when he has evolved into a true changer can he guide mankind. No matter how excellent other people are, they cannot lead mankind if they evolve into a true changer. No, or they do not have this qualification at all. Only he can be the savior of mankind. Advertisement. Arrogant thoughts arose spontaneously in Livon's heart. Livons was quite conceited about himself, and agreed to Lake's proposal as he believed that he had no chance of losing. You're going to lose outright, Lake. The celestial beings, the anti-government armed forces, and being able to get the support of Anaheim means that a group of stupid humans can stand on the same level as him? It's just a tasteless struggle. Anaheim is not the only one who can provide him with support, like the incident where the Halawai family he introduced to Anaheim before almost died under Gundam's hands finally. For the existence of alus, the Halavi family will definitely give a lot of money. 24 In addition, there are some other wealthy businessmen. With the help of Kona's relationship, he also knows a lot. In addition to the most important Veda and the Federation, Veda is completely controlled by him. Now the United Nations, the predecessor of the Federation, is already in under his manipulation. He was gradually exerted influence. In the future, the Federation will spare no effort to support the alus. Looking at those two, only Anaheim, even Anaheim will not worry about the support of those two parties. The gap in strength between each other is too big. Losing, no matter how he loses, there is no possibility at all. Livons, has anyone ever told you that you are too arrogant? Arrogance. Livon's eyes widened, and he laughed like never before. It's not arrogance, Lake, it's self-confidence, confidence in my own strength. Yes, I can't lose. If you want to go back on your word now, it's okay to end. If you fail by then, Anaheim's loss will be great. Advertisement. Is it worthwhile to give financial support to both parties at the same time, but in the end you have to make a fuss? It's hard to say whether you will be beaten or not. Lake, who sensed Livon's thoughts, shrugged, and treated the extremely arrogant person, saying that it was useless to beat him. Very well, then get ready to lose. Livon smiled arrogantly, got up, and left the Anaheim company after speaking. That should be for yourself. Lake shook his head. 4 years passed quickly after the conversation between the two ended, and it was AD2B1 2 years. In the past 4 years, the Earth Federation was officially established, and the starting point was the destruction of heaven and man. After that, the three major forces began to carry out peacekeeping operations against disputes around the world with the former Allied forces as the main body. During the period, after the completion of the GN transformation of Zika warriors, Murasame, Hammurabi, etc., the Allied forces of the United States put these three types of mobile phones equipped with pseudo-solar furnaces and battery packs, which further improved the battery life compared with GNX. On the battlefield. Since the three types of airframes have all achieved good results, this allowed the national coalition to further deepen the cooperation with Anaheim as Lake expected. The progress of the GNX, which the Allied forces of the United States decided to be the most important main force, was not so smooth. During the improvement in mass production, because the performance of other airframes equipped with pseudo-solar furnaces was not inferior to GNX, the demand for this airframe was relatively slowed down. The coalition forces themselves need to rectify the relevant mass production system and other relations. As a result, under the premise of Anaheim's assistance, it took 3 years until the Earth Federation was formally established to successfully carry out the mass production of GNX. Finally, under the decision of the Federal Army Command, this machine destroyed the sky. The human body, the body developed by themselves as the main force or the representative body of the Earth Federation peacekeeping force once again transformed from the Federation Army. The original Hanmo Rabbi, Zika warrior, and Murasame were also deployed as mass-produced MS in the Federation Army as needed. An ALUS, which Livon's worked on, was also formally established. Based on a certain terrorist incident caused by someone, it officially started its activities. Because of the nature of ALUS, as well as the relationship between budget and action needs, the mass-produced machines as the main force are the Zika warrior, the Doom type, and the Pioneer type developed based on the captured Lord Angel. And shortly after ALUS started its activities, due to its violent suppression, an organization named Pure Source was formally established by the integration of scientists, soldiers, workers, and politicians among the three original forces. Because the maintenance and charging of the pseudo-solar furnace was too troublesome at this time, Chun-Yuan mostly uses old-fashioned machines that have been completely decommissioned by the Federation, such as practical training models, so they are also at a disadvantage in combat. Middle East, Pure Source Base. Advertisement. If you really want to provide us with these new machines of the Zika warriors, even if it is Anaheim, this will be troubled by the Federation. Claude, the leader of this organization, asked a little nervously. Of course, the reason why he was nervous was that Lake, the former president of the Anaheim company who was providing funds to the Federation at the same time, came to this base in person. At the earliest time, a group of members said that this was probably a trap set by the Federation for them, but because the current situation was too difficult for Pure Source. All the machines that ALUS put into use are new models with pseudo-solar furnaces, and all the machines they use are old third-line machines that have been decommissioned. The gap in the quality of the pilots between the two sides is also terrible. ALS has 10 pilots who are all aces. At this moment, Anaheim found them and expressed their willingness to provide the body, even if it might be a trap. Claude wanted to take a gamble. The ones provided to you all don't have pseudo-solar furnaces, and all the MSS that are no longer used by the three major countries that have been improved on the basis of the original battery packs are used. As long as the quantity provided is not too large, the Federation has nothing to do with it. Trouble with Anaheim 110. When the GN transformation was carried out on the three types of organisms, the number of organisms actually using the original organisms as the blueprint for transformation was not many, and most of them were newly manufactured organisms. The original ones that have been produced by the three major countries and have not come yet to be used are just thrown in the curry. Just find an excuse to let the pure Geniki snatch them all at once. But don't you still have to provide other MS in the future? Then Chun-Yuan can just continue to grab it. As long as the show is done enough, even if the Federation really finds something is wrong, there is nowhere to look for it. The question is that the body was robbed, which has nothing to do with me. Funding anti-federal organizations has never happened. Furthermore, according to the previous agreement with Livon's, someone from Anaheim has successfully entered the federal parliament in the middle. Relying on a set of operations, if there is really anything against Anaheim, the parliament can also file it in advance, let alone the army. Whether it's the federal army or the Alus, they all use Anaheim's sponsorship, so they won't be able to trouble him. In terms of materials and funds, Anaheim can also provide pure source. Given such a good condition, what exactly do you want from Chunyuan? Celine couldn't help asking. It had been a while since she left Azadistan and joined the pure source battle. It's so similar, it's the same as when the UN ambassador talked with Princess Marina in front of him a few years ago. Chapter 85. The talks are over, the completed solar furnace and the new machine. It's okay for the arms dealer to send MS to Chunyuan, an anti-federal organization. No matter how you explain it, you will understand that you want Chunyuan to fight Alus so that they can sell more weapons. When we met for the first time, I knew people and faces but didn't know what I was thinking. Claude, who can become the leader of Chunyuan, dared to meet him. Most of the reasons were because Chunyuan's situation was really bad, and he was forced to want to gamble. Lake could also guess what other people thought. Come out. Advertisement. This. Seeing Lake speak out her thoughts, Celine choked for a while. In any case, we would like to thank Anaheim for its assistance to Pure Source. Claude said. Except for MS, money and these materials are what they need urgently. Lake, the former president, is also an important figure in Anaheim now. Being able to come alone is enough to show his sincerity. Even if there may be some bad intention behind it, he is willing to trust now. If he can get a strong ally in exchange, Chunyuan will persevere, and the possibility of winning will be greater. We will deliver the materials here in the next few days, and the money that should be paid will also be paid at that time. If you want to get MS, please go and grab it yourself. Lake handed the specific list to Claude. It is not difficult for Anaheim to send all kinds of materials needed by Pure Source. The pile of GN particles that the Federation in the Middle East is currently spreading is the best way to hide. Claude, do you really want to trust Anaheim? Celine asked Claude after Lake left. In case he waits until we are useless and tells Alice the location of our stronghold. Trust him now, Celine, MS, it's still the money and material support he gave, if he just wants us to spend with Alice, he won't provide so much. Claude looked at the quantity of some materials on the list given by Lake. If he just wanted them to be able to sustain themselves, why would he give so much? How much? There are so many. Before he finished speaking, Claude handed her the list and looked at the quantity on it. Now even Celine couldn't say anything against it. This, unexpectedly gave so much. With Pure Source's scale, 4 points above this, no, 1/8 of the materials is enough for us to continue to support us. Given so many materials at one time, now we have to worry about how to use these materials. Claude said, but he looked happy. Not only for supplies, but also for money, Anaheim gave far more money than expected, enough to expand the team purely. The only regret is the intelligence control imposed by the Federation. Because of intelligence control, most people don't know a bunch of atrocities and inhumane policies are being implemented now. Advertisement. If they don't know, they won't understand why their Pure Source resisted. Under the propaganda of the Federation, even the actions of terrorist organizations that have nothing to do with their Pure Source are also blamed on them. The reputation among the people is bad, and in order to avoid attracting the Federal Security Bureau, the matter of contacting and absorbing people into the organization is carried out underground. There is really not enough manpower, and now their biggest headache has changed from lack of money, supplies, and equipment to lack of people. In the desert, on the plain of the Wang family. Ah, you've finished everything. Wang Liamei looked at Lake while drinking tea. Lakis is in charge of the company's affairs, Abby is helping Lake with those MS, Felt is staying on Ptolemy, and only she, the head of the big consortium, has nothing to do and accompanied Lake to the Middle East. It's pretty quick to talk to people from Chunyuan. Of course we can talk quickly. They are just when they need material support. To pay so much money and supplies, Anaheim is really rich. It can't be considered that I am the only one who is supporting, isn't the Wang family also participating in the support plan? Why? I always feel like you are using me as a cash machine. Wang Liamei showed displeasure on her face. In terms of supporting Heaven and Man, she had made up a lot of loopholes by herself after the group of monitors died, which made Heaven and Man unhappy. Less money. But Lake, the unconscionable self, increased the assistance to the celestial beings, and even pulled her to let her increase the assistance to the celestial beings. Here, she also needs to join in the support of Chunyuan. He pretended to treat her like an ATM machine. Isn't it just right for you to join in? The Wang family has so much money, it's not impossible to spend some appropriately. Can that be called appropriate? Wang Liamei frowned. Is it appropriate to give so much money? Forget it, let's not talk about this. The negotiation with Chunyuan is over. Are you free? There is a banquet I want you to accompany me to. Wang Liamei asked. The relationship has also been confirmed in the past 4 years, but the number of times Lake accompanied her really made Wang Liamei feel a little less. Advertisement. Next time, Professor Eefman has also returned with the solar furnace and the Flying Wing Zero. It's time for me to go to the universe to receive the body. Oh, it took 4 years, is it finally finished? The new solar furnace and your new body. Wang Lai Mei also had a flash of interest in her eyes when she heard this. The last 2 solar furnaces took too much time to manufacture, Lake said. He told Livons that it would take 4 years not all to delay time, to prevent him from making his own stoves. A total of 5 solar stoves were built by Ai Weishi. Among them, the first 3 are developed according to the design data of the solar furnace, and the latter 2 are the experimental data obtained by Professor Eefman after making these 3 solar furnaces based on the double furnace system on the Flying Wing Zero. Based on the development of 2 new solar furnaces for the future double furnace body. That is to say, this new type of furnace, together with the development of a new type of pseudo-solar furnace with a power comparable to that of a solar furnace, took the most time. If Lake's original plan is followed, then Professor Eefman will be able to return in about 2 years, but now the 2 extra new furnaces will be equipped with flowers for other double furnaces in the future. Then go to my house quickly, and use the shuttle machine you put there to take you up there. Wang Lai Mei knows that when MS is mentioned, Lake can easily put other things aside, not to mention the Gundam he has been waiting for 4 years. Red Dragon. Understood, miss. The Red Dragon immediately launched the Wang Hao plane and sent Lake and Wang Lai Mei back to Wang's villa. About half a day later, the plane arrived near Wang's villa. After talking briefly with Wang Lai Mei, Lake and Wang Lai Mei boarded the shuttle to the factory that is now the stronghold of Anaheim and the alliance between heaven and man. Hey, this person is always like this, and I don't know how other people hold back. Watching the shuttle taking off, Wang Lai Mei couldn't help complaining. Miss, didn't you just keep him? Red Dragon saw that Wang Lai Mei looked very lonely, but still didn't understand why Wang Lai Mei didn't even open her mouth to ask people to stay. Red Dragon, if you don't speak, no one will treat you as dumb. Wang Lai Mei gave Red Dragon an unhappy look, turned and left. What is more important, she is not confused, now the activities of Alus are becoming more and more frequent, Anaheim and her support for Pure Source, which also means that the battle will start again soon, so she still speaks at this time keeping people, she is not that naive. Chapter 86 New Airframe, Flying Wing Zero Type U. Advertisement. In the stronghold of the universe. Graham, you haven't returned to Alus yet. Lake, who was going all the way to Gonaku to see the mecha, met Graham, a fisherman, on the way. After the Earth Federation was formally established, the 2 teammates of Graham, who was the absolute no, serve as the pilot of the test machine. But Graham himself was the #1 strength in Union, and the Federal Army refused to let him go. After the establishment of Alus, he was transferred to Alus as in the original book. I'm about to go back, fighting in that unjust army is really not a happy thing for me, so stay away from that army for as long as you can. Graham's tone was unhappy. He really didn't have a good opinion of that army at all. He was the only one in that unit who knew the truth, because the others were deployed by Alus, and under intelligence control, they only thought that the opposite side was a group of anti-federal elements, so they were doing those inhumane things. There was no hesitation at all. The right to act independently is used by you in this way. If it were someone else, it would have been over long ago. Good 540 Friend Billy Katagiri's uncle Homer Katagiri is the commander-in-chief in Alus. With this relationship, Graham has the right to act independently in Alus, so as long as he doesn't leave for too long, he can do whatever he wants. No one cares about going out for a few days like this. Let's not talk about this, Lake. Abby is such a good machine, can't you think of a way to get him to Alus? Graham shook his head, and then mentioned Abby to Lake again. Anne got Alus and gave it to him as a new landline. He really loves this machine, but in the past few years, he can only touch this Gundam that belongs to him when he can come here. However, he can only touch Abian when he comes here. Although the Pioneer model configured after going to Alus is also a good machine, for Graham, who has touched Abian, the Pioneer model and the Delta pools is not fragrant immediately. It's fine if you take Abian to Alus, but you have to disguise your face. This Gundam head is taboo in Alus. Advertisement. In addition to providing MS to the Federal Army, Anaheim is also providing SIBA, MS to Alus at the same time. It is not a problem to send Abian specially. The power source used by Abian is 2 pseudo-solar furnaces, which are purely a product of stacking furnaces, as long as the face is camouflaged so that Gundam's face is not exposed. It's okay, as long as you can drive Abian, it's okay to let him change his appearance temporarily. It's within his acceptable range to make some minor facial changes. You can't use the Trans-M system until Billy successfully cracks it. I know that. Graham nodded. According to Lake's plan, the 3-red system of the real solar furnace will be developed by Billy, who is currently working in Alus. This scientific and technological achievement will be used by Alus like other achievements researched by Billy, and then will be used by Alus. After the disintegration of Alus, it became an important foundation for the development of MS by the Federation. It would not be good if he leaked it out in advance. I'll take care of Abian, I'll go back to Alus first. Graham said. He had been out alone for a few days this time, and if he didn't return, this right to act independently could keep him from being troubled by others, but it couldn't keep him from being suspected. Saying goodbye to Graham, Lake went all the way to the factory's hangar. Celestial's 4 Gundams also stay here. Although the progress is much slower than theirs, the construction of several 4th-generation Gundams has been completed. Seraphim and Fallen Angels have already carried out related work because the pilots are already in place. The actual combat test, and the Angels and 00 Gundam have not come back because of Locking and Setsuna who went out to travel, and they are still staying in the Niku. Among them, the 00 Gundam is due to the furnace compatibility problem between Angels and 0 Gundam. The unsolvable problem made Ian and the others feel overwhelmed. Although Abby's suggestion was to use the 3-red system to start successfully, the problem of insufficient synchronization rate still cannot be solved. Seeing that Professor Eefman is back, he immediately found this technical expert to learn from him. Generally speaking, you can. Professor, thank you very much. This is a great inspiration to us. Ian said gratefully. They have already completed the construction of 4 Gundams, but they have been stuck here. It was handed over to Eefman, with very little participation, and not much research on the double furnace system couldn't solve their problems. Ian, you will talk about the double furnace system later, Professor Eefman. The Flying Wing 0 should be completed. Lake stepped forward and asked with a smile. Advertisement. Lake, you are finally here. Ian said. According to your data on the Goddess of Justice, you have finished debugging. Now, the Flying Wing 0 is in the most perfect state. Eefman looked at the Wing 0 standing just behind the 3 of them. The whole body is white, and the seemingly excessive number of wings are not only used as the stabilizer of the double furnace system and the shield of the body, but also 20 floating units are placed in the wings, of which 10 small floating units can be used as shields in addition to the shooting function. The shield unit uses large 10 pieces are mainly used for attack. The control of these 20 units can not only be manipulated by Lake himself, but Hanyu, who is used as an auxiliary driver, can also assist in the manipulation like Hello on Cherub. In addition, the large floating unit can not only collide and shoot like GN Fangs, but also can be combined with a double-barreled rifle to further enhance the power of the rifle. Lake, I want you to be careful when using the 0 system. Professor Eefman reminded. When he was developing it, he was deeply shocked by the performance of the 0 system. If one of the systems is not used properly, it will cause the driver to go berserk. Although with Lake's ability, the possibility of losing control is very low, but he still hopes that he can be careful. Professor Eefman, Abby has helped with the simulation training cabin with the 0 system before. I have tested it and it will be fine. Lake said. The 0 type system has its own dangers. The data fed back by itself is too large, and it is easy to backlash the driver himself. But before Professor Eefman came back with the body, ABI had already created a simulation with the 0 type system. The cockpit had him trained. Which type 0 system is used on this body? The bodies on your side are all new technologies that have never been seen before, one after another. Ian sighed. He also knows something about the 0 system. Anaheim has brought out technologies like this one that he has never heard of and has no foundation. Even if he knows that there are rich people and people in Anaheim, he still feels it's like magic. Then why are you sighing, Ian? Didn't you use a lot of Gundams in the 4th generation? Their technologies in armor, weapons, and GN capacitors have also learned a lot from the Anaheim team in the past 4 years. Chapter 87. As long as he is dead, isn't the stove still mine? The 4th generation of Gundam, the overall performance is a bit higher than when it was originally designed. Learning can't keep up with the speed at which you come up with new technologies. This proves that your team still has a lot to learn. Lake patted Ian on the shoulder and said. Those technologies can be put behind a little bit. Now we have to solve the problem of the double furnace system. Ian said. Professor Eefman's explanation of the double furnace system gave him a lot of inspiration, using an external system to adjust the 2 solar furnaces with the 00 Gundam, so as to solve the problem of insufficient synchronization rate of the 2 solar furnaces. Advertisement. By the way, Lake, do you know where Setsuna is now? This kid hasn't been seen for 4 years. We will start to act soon. He hasn't come back. Ian said. Since I left with Locke 4 years ago, there have been news from time to time, but Lake's Anaheim company has been providing supplies to the secret stronghold of the celestial beings on the ground, and Lake should know the whereabouts of the 2. You can't get in touch with them. I can't get in touch at all, those 2 people don't know what they are doing now, the news can't be spread at all, Shan Mo and Locke are not around, and the heavenly beings can't intervene by force. What Alus did has already made everyone on Ptolemy decide to intervene by force again. It just so happened that the construction of the 00 Gundam was completed. Now, at the moment, Locke is gone, and they still need 2 people yet. Alus has been active recently, Locking and Setsuna may try to stop Alus's heartbeat. If I receive information about Alu's actions, I will ask Wang Liamei to pass the information on to you, and you can go there to pick him up, just in time. It can be regarded as a comeback battle for heaven and man. Using a flag to stop Alus? Those two are too messy. Ian has no doubts about him, with the character of the moment, it is not surprising that he did such a thing. Although Locke is steady, but he really knows what Alus did, he will probably go with him. The 2 banners are equipped with GN particle storage tanks. Locke's and Setsuna's technology will not be a problem. Lake told Ian not to worry so much. If there was any danger, both of them would contact each other. Then you can't be completely relieved. I'll go talk to CAO. Don't be afraid of anything, but be afraid of 10,000. Ian knows that the flag type driven by those 2 people has a GN storage tank, so that it can use the GN weapon system. Advertisement. But the weapons above are all prototypes of the earliest GN weapons for the 4th generation Gundam that Anaheim and the Celestial Technology team worked out. If something goes wrong, they can't afford it. Banner style. Professor Eefman showed a thoughtful look upon hearing this. Professor Eefman, are you trying to get a deformation machine with a GN solar furnace? With the help of his own ability, Lake wrote AI Weishi's idea. Well, if you allow me, I plan to start designing one later. It just so happens that he has also completed the new type of pseudo-solar furnace, which is enough to match the output of a real solar furnace. If he has time, he really wants to develop one. Stage. Of course, Professor, you have completed the design of the Flying Wing Zero. Lake said. With this dual furnace machine, in the next battle, Abby will really be designing other mechas. It's time for Professor Eefman to design the mechas he likes. Lake stayed in this stronghold for a few days, and a few days later, Wang Liamei sent a message that Alus was planning to carry out a suppression operation on the L4 colonial satellite Proud, and happened to know from his own intelligence channels that there were 2 unlucky couples who did not want to be named. After working in the universe, Lai Shu, who was planning to return to Earth, contacted a professional shooting pilot whom he had recruited in the past few years, and went to participate in this operation with Ptolemy at that time. During the voyage, when Lake stayed in his room, he received a communication from Wang Liamei. Pure Source's base in the universe was raided by Alus, and suffered heavy losses. I didn't expect this to happen even though Anaheim's assistance was taken. That base has not been equipped with the Zuko warriors and other mechas provided by Anaheim. Wang Liamei explained. Although the battery machine provided by Anaheim is much better than the one provided to the Federation, the opposite Alus is also equipped with the GN Zuko warrior who uses the battery pack to improve the battery life. In addition, most of the MS provided by Anaheim are still deployed on the ground by Pure Sources, and the number sent to the universe is not very few. The Pure Source in the universe currently uses mostly Iron Man, Training Style, Banner Style, and other MS. If you beat a group of GNX on the opposite side, you will be ghosted. Lu America, please contact Lux to provide Chunyuan with a few more large shuttles for transporting MS, and increase the number of MS provided to Chunyuan. It seems that they still need more assistance. Ask for flowers. Increasing the MS provided at this time, you are afraid that Anaheim will not be troubled by the Federation. Wang Liamei said. Advertisement. Anaheim has played the trick of catching fire in the granary 5 times in the past few days. If you increase the MS sent to the past, the gap between Pure Source and Alus will be too great. The Federation is looking for trouble, and our people are blocking it in the Parliament. It's not a big problem. If you have any opinions, just send more money to Alus and the Federation. Livones can also solve it. Stay in the United States, and you send me to your place now. Leave the solar furnace to Livones. The original agreement with Livones should also be fulfilled. Such a valuable thing, only if you are willing to give it away. 0. The prototype solar furnace was used as a transaction, and Wang Liamei also felt that it was the same as a free gift, and the value was too great. Send, no, stay in the United States, as long as Livones is killed, the stove must be returned to me. What kind of gift? He just gave it away for rent. When Charlie Fonts is in the water meter, once Livones is finished, the stove will have to be returned to him. Lake, do you think Livones will really be satisfied like this? Those reformers are all very ambitious. Wang Liamei said with a serious expression. The man under his command called Riini came to look for you. How did you know that Lei Genie came to look for me? Wang Liamei wondered. She wanted to say it herself, but Lake guessed it for her. Because that's the only person who is the object of suspicion. It can make Wang Liamei sigh. The ambition of changing the body. Besides Livones, there is only one Reggie. Maybe there is also a master named Bizide, but that person has been fighting for several years, and he stayed on one Gundam. After being reminded by Lake, Li Fonza cleaned up the hands and feet by himself. Therefore, the only careerist left in the transformation body is Lei Jenny. She came to me in private and asked me to cooperate with her. She wanted to use my strength to bring down Livone's Lake. What do you think? Reggie has a lot of rights in the transformation body. It will be much easier for us to target Limas in the future if we cooperate with this person. Maintain cooperation with her on the surface, but when cooperating with her, if you are unsure about something, go to Lakis, and she can give you advice on what to do. Chapter 88 The Unlucky Idiot Couple, The Moment of Growing Up. Go and find her, since you said it, fine. Wang Lai Mei hung up the communication unhappily and asked her to contact that person. If it wasn't necessary, she really didn't want to do it for the rest of her life. Meanwhile, the colony Proud, an industrial area. Chassis, you and Louise have done a good job. The senior who came to work here before Chassis praised Chassis and Louise, two newcomers who have only been working here for half a year. No, actually it didn't work out very well, and Louise also caused a lot of trouble for everyone. Chassis couldn't help but apologized, and Louise didn't give less after coming here. Everyone is in trouble. Chassis. Upon hearing this, Louise on the side quit immediately. Why did she cause a lot of trouble for everyone? She also worked very hard and did a lot of things. Advertisement. After Chassis's elder sister disappeared, she was the one who stayed with Chassis. When she was about to go to the 780 in the universe, her mother and father wanted her and Chassis to separate. With the opportunity to realize. Louis, I don't mean that. Ha 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 ha. Everyone who saw the daily farce between the two young lovers couldn't help laughing. Look, it doesn't matter, because everyone is used to it. The senior couldn't help laughing. Yeah. Working in the universe, occasionally a girl will cause trouble, and everyone can change their mood. Ha ha ha. Chassis smiled awkwardly. The seniors around him didn't care, which made him even more embarrassed. Louise, who was beside her, saw her boyfriend turning her elbows outward like this. Cheeks puffed up slightly. Just when the atmosphere was quite relaxed, two people suddenly walked into the lounge. Everyone in the lounge watched as the expressions of the two men's clothes that covered their faces changed. This dress is someone from the Federal Security Service. Hey, you're Eddie Miyasaka, right? We're from the Federal Security Agency, and we suspect that you have colluded with the pure source elements. The leader of the two said. Security Bureau? Advertisement. Pure source? The lounge became chaotic because of the intrusion of these two people. Miyasaka, who was called out, immediately turned around and fled in another direction, but was shot in the back immediately, and then was restrained by one of the security bureaus. After hearing this, Chassis was shocked and couldn't help asking why this group of people treated seniors like this. It's the same for you, come with us. The other person looked at Chassis and Louise, and the fierce tone made Louise frightened. What the hell is this? Sassy was confused, but still comforted Louise who was frightened by the accident. It's all right, Louise. Sassy. The reliable image of her boyfriend was established in Louise's heart again. Louise nodded slightly. Because the suspect who colluded with Chun Yuan, Eddie Miyasaka, had exchanges, Chassis, Louise, and the people who were seen chatting with a few people in the lounge just now were all regarded as suspected pure sources, and the rest from the satellite the suspects captured in the center were forcibly taken to the high-gravity area of the satellite by people from the Security Bureau, and they were asked to push a minecart with a large cart of ore. Louis, if you can't use enough force, then use less force. In such an environment, Chassis could only give this solution which is not a solution. Chassis, I'm fine. Louise forced a smile, not wanting to make Chassis worry about her own affairs. You look too young, are you young lovers from Chun Yuan? Asked the person who was pushing the cart with Louise. Chassis. No, we are completely implicated, and have nothing to do with Chun Yuan. Chassis retorted. Yeah. That's really unfortunate, but don't worry, you're lucky, there will be help soon. Rescue. Don't speak sneakily there. The person in charge of guarding them waved the stick in his hand. The two were confused, but under the guard's words, the two had no choice but to let go of their doubts and push the minecart together for the time being. On the other side, in a corridor in the industrial area, Setsuna and Locke sneaked in. They should have started right away, and in a moment, we have to move faster. Advertisement. When the two were running in the aisle, the pure source troops who came to rescue also arrived here. The old-fashioned transport ship directly broke into the dock of the industrial area, and then the operators in the bridge faced the place where Chassis and others were located. Gravity intervention in the field, let the rescue team dispatch to rescue Kaluza's team of 2 Dooms and 1 Pioneer also arrived. The light beam hit the bridge, and the old-fashioned warship exploded and sank in an instant. I'm going to conduct a new type of automatic machine experiment. Warrant Officer Shaka will drive to deal with the enemy's troops, and Lieutenant Rainey will observe the situation. The squad leader driving the Pioneer gave instructions, and the message popped up on the machine's computer showed the radar 5 units were detected. But these are all the earliest old models such as training models. Most of the MS with beam weapons obtained by this group of Catalan are still deployed on the ground. It is not easy for a latest GNX-3 to clean up this group of goods. The pioneers headed towards an open hatch in the industrial area, and the GNX turned around to attack those old models. In the industrial zone of the satellite, Chassis and others who were forced to work had no time to pay attention, and those who were supposed to guard them all withdrew one by one at some time. When they felt the disappearance of gravity, the two were reminded by the person who talked to them just now, and prepared to flee, but at this time, the automaton soldiers released by the pioneer also launched a sweep against them. Many of the group of people who were blocked were killed on the spot, and then the automaton soldiers chased and killed the fleeing people. The people around Chassis and Louise who talked to them were also looking for opportunities. Seeing this, Louise couldn't help screaming when she was swept to death by the machine gun of the automatic machine soldier while fleeing. Louise. Chassis couldn't think of a way. Looking at Louise, Chassis gritted his teeth. He could only think of using himself as a shield to give Louise a chance to escape. Just as the automaton was approaching step by step and he was about to take action, there was a bang, and the automaton that was about to attack them was blown to pieces. Sassy and Louise froze for a moment, and then saw Setsuna and Locke walking towards them at 3.7. Are you all right, you two? Shu Emo stepped forward and asked. You are, Setsuna F. Qingying. Who is this person? Chassis still recognized Setsuna 4 years ago, and Louise at the side also remembered this person whose name she felt was quite strange at the time. Why is this person here, and this time brought another person she doesn't know? The girl's intuition is telling Louise that these two people seem to be very difficult. My name is Locke Ang, Setsuna, now I have to take the two of them to a safe place. Locke Ang said solemnly, it is not suitable to stay here for a long time. Alice has already used the automatic machine soldiers to clean it up, and they have to move out MS. PS after a week or two, the update will change to 2 in a few days. The reason is that after the 00 theatrical version is over, the current voting has confirmed that it is Iron Blood, so it is necessary to start replenishing Iron Blood. Chapter 89 Goodbye everyone, Locke and Lyle. Hey, wait a minute. The two who didn't understand were led along the way by Setsu and Locke Ang. On the way, there were also automatic soldiers chasing the 4 of them, but they were all blown up by the clay bomb thrown by Locke Ang or Setsu. Chassis, are all the people you know so powerful? Louise exclaimed. No, it's not like that at all. Chassis looked confused. He didn't know much about Setsuna. How could he explain this? How did he know that Setsuna was so powerful, and the people he brought with him were also like that? So, the two were brought all the way to the cabin door of a passage in the factory. With the opening of the cabin door and the air leaking out, 2 banners appeared in front of the 4 of them. Advertisement. The body is here, you two stay here first, and we will pick you up after we finish our business. Locke said in a harmonious voice. Wait, you guys, who are you? Chassis couldn't help asking. In fact, he also vaguely had an answer in his heart. The series of events today happened so fast that he couldn't turn around. Heavenly Man. Shu Na replied, after the battle they had to find a way to contact Heavenly Man or Anaheim to send them back safely, so 24 couldn't hide their identities. Heaven and Man, why? Chassis's complexion changed. Her sister was not dead, but missing, which made him not so disgusted with Heaven and Man. But he still doesn't have a good opinion of the gods and humans, and he doesn't understand why his neighbor is a gods and humans. Setsuna had already boarded the banner with Locke Ang at this time, so naturally he didn't have the time to answer Chassis's question. Louise held Chassis's hand silently. Locke Ang and Setsuna, who came to the universe from the satellite, used banners to wipe out the dropped automatons. The number of deployed automatons has decreased sharply. What's going on? The automaton signal displayed on the Pioneer cockpit dropped sharply, which startled the team leader. How could the automatic soldiers they launched couldn't even defeat the group of unarmed people, unless the opponent was using MS? In the end, who is it? Captain, up there. The GNX pilot who was the first to notice that there was an aircraft coming from above issued a reminder, and the 2 banners that were attacking quickly passed by his side at the same time as he issued a reminder. Advertisement. Transforming, slashing, cutting the GNX that was hit first in half from both sides. Are you kidding? That kind of GN particle is a Heaven and Man, but it's just 2 banners, and they dare to be so arrogant in front of us. A GNX was wiped out by the flag, which made the team leader who drove the Pioneer furious. He felt his face suddenly dull. He could see that these 2 banners had been obviously remodeled, but they were not like those new generation machines in Anaheim that had undergone GN transformation and their performance was comparable to GN. He was beaten like this by 2 remodeled banners. How can he explain it when he goes back? Setsuna, spread out. Locke said to Setsuna. The 2 piloted flags spread out to avoid being surrounded by Herald and Doom, Locke against Doom and Moment against Herald. The performance of this MS is stronger than that of an angel. The Moment he avoided the pioneering fire and fired back at the first, he was keenly aware of this. In every respect, this machine is much better than the Celestial Banner Excellent that he and Locke are driving, and the same is true of the Doom Style, the Gienzaka warrior that we have met on Earth. The airframes currently used by the Federation, except that there is no three-red system in terms of solar furnaces, because of the battery life of the pseudo-solar furnaces, the improved solar furnaces are not as good as the solar furnaces. Looking at the performance of the airframes, these airframes have completely surpassed them. 3 generations of Gundam. It can be said that the performance of the body is completely inferior, but the control of the moment is not the same as it was a few years ago. The technology has improved a lot, even if it is against the Pioneer, the moment can also fight with it. Gritting his teeth, he fell into a disadvantage in terms of output and then chose to lift the foot of the machine and kick it away in front of him in a pioneering position, opening the distance. Doom raises his gun and shoots at the banner that Locke is driving, all of which are avoided by Locke. Just as Locke is about to draw his knife and slash at it, 2 thick particle beams hit the bandit. Unit 3, dodge immediately. The Pioneer was forced to stop chasing Setsuna and dodge, but when it shouted, the only remaining Doom had already been swallowed by the particle flow. Damn it, it's Gundam? Have you prepared support long ago? Pioneering towards the direction of the attack, the camera captured the figure of the enemy plane flying in the distance, a Gundam with feathers for some reason, holding a gun in its hand, and a Gundam with multiple muzzles all over its body. Advertisement. 4 versus 1, there is no chance of winning at all. It actually has feathers. What is going on with this Gundam? Seeing the Pioneer retreat, Locke looked at the Seraph and Wing Zero flying over. I know the name, but I can tell who drove it just by looking at the appearance. The same goes for the Wing Zero next to it. Locke, Setsuna, are you all right? Tyria asked after initiating a communication. How have these 4 years been? Lake, Tyria, it really is you two. Locke said. Setsuna and I have been doing well for the past 4 years. Let's wait for the rest of the discussion on Ptolemy. We have civilians implicated by Alus who need to be brought there. Tyria, please tell Toll get in touch with me. Civilian? I see. Tyria frowned. What Alus did, Locking and Setsuna took away the people they met was indeed the smartest way. If they stayed there, Alus would undoubtedly get rid of those 2 people. Locke, please leave the 2 civilians to my side after 640 seconds. Someone from my side will come to pick me up and send them to a safe place by the way. Please. Setsuna said. It's best if you can help, so please. Well, the person who came over probably wants to meet you too. Is there anyone you would like to meet? Inexplicably, Locke flashed past the figure that was exactly the same as him, with a vague premonition of uneasiness in his heart, and kept praying that it must not be this person. However, his prayers were officially declared useless a few hours later. In the universe, the transport ship that came to pick up people stopped next to Ptolemy 2, and Ptolemy 2's Gonakukon. Sassy and Louise went from being shocked at the beginning to not knowing when they came here. The 2 people who had solved the problem were stunned again when they saw Lake, and after being explained by Lake, the former president of Anaheim, they reluctantly accepted their current situation, as well as the identities of the people, the matter of W, etc. By the way, Lake revealed something about his sister to Sassy, and then he asked the 2 of them to take a small boat to wait on the transport ship. On the other side of Gonaku, the quantum commander who arrived with the transport ship, was in the Locke angle. The staring man came down from the open cockpit, the person Locke least wanted to see here. Lyle Delandi. Chapter 90 Ask Heaven and Man to cooperate with Chun Yuan. Lyle, why are you here? Can't I stay here? This is something I decide on my own. Big Brother's question made Lyle's face darken. Excellence's elder brother has always been a big rock in his growth, and now he has chosen his own path. Big Brother, it would be even more displeasing to him to interfere. Don't be kidding, you should live your life well, you shouldn't be involved in this kind of thing. Locke looked at Lake who was chatting with Firth not far away, walked over quickly and asked, Lake, why did you let my brother participate in this kind of thing? It's his own decision, and, Locke, when I recruited him, your brother was thinking about whether to join Pure Source. Lake said. Advertisement. Did you choose it yourself? Felt looked at Lyle who was walking behind Locke Ang. The 2 people had the same appearance as copy and paste. If it wasn't for the difference in the color of the driving suit. Tien Rong. Well, she also met Lyle when she was training in the stronghold. She has known each other for almost a year, and it is still difficult for her to distinguish the difference between the 2. This Locke Ang's younger brother, like Locke Ang, decided to join the celestial being because of the terrorist attack. Lyle, what the hell is going on? Why do you still want to participate in Pure Source? After hearing what Lake said just now, Locke has no opinion on Lake. When he joins Anaheim, Lake will take good care of him and ensure the safety of his brother. Join Pure Source. Lyle's safety is a real concern. What's wrong with participating? Aren't you also participating in Tianren? Don't be kidding, it's not the same thing at all, you shouldn't be involved in these things are too dangerous for you. Locking lost his parents, lost his sister, and only Lyle, the only twin brother, is still alive. He knew that Lyle was right to join Pure Source. But he didn't want his younger brother to be involved in such a dangerous thing. Advertisement. It's the same for you, too. Forget it, you should pay more attention to safety days. Locke looked at his younger brother Lyle, who refuted him, and the anger in his heart suddenly turned into helplessness. The younger brother's words reminded him that he was the same as others, and he couldn't turn a blind eye to such things, which prompted them to take action. What's more, his own temper is similar to his brother's. In this case, Lyle will make up his mind just like him. It's not a child anymore, I will take care of myself. Big brother's tone slowed down and Lyle's tone also eased. You kid, it's really nice to be able to take care of yourself. Locke said with a smile. Before losing his family, when the family was still together, Lyle made him, the eldest brother, worry a lot. After losing his family, he worried a lot. It's just that you like to meddle in your own business. Really, he obviously can handle some losses by himself, but the big brother has to intervene every time, saying what? What a touching brotherhood. Lake, when are you leaving? Felt asked. Talk to Ms. Huang later and leave, after all, I have to send Chassis and Louise back to Earth as soon as possible. Send these two people to Earth, and the people in Anaheim will send these two people back to the Halavy family and it will be over. The Halavy family is now one of the richest men in Livones. As long as the Halavy family uses some power, they can erase the trouble caused by this incident for the two of them. Li Fengzi, who has so much money on hand, would never choose to make life difficult for money. Talk about it. It refers to the next action. Advertisement. Felt remembered what Huang had talked to them before this operation. Yet. Lake nodded, what he wanted to talk to Huang was indeed about the next move. The Princess of Azadistan has been targeted by the Federal Security Service. In the private room, the Emperor sighed because of the information that Lake called over. The situation in Azadistan in recent years has been getting worse year by year. The death of the conservative leader Rasha further exacerbated the situation, and even led to the paralysis of the conservatives in the Azadistan parliament, which in turn made the country fails to join the union, the economy intensifies, and those conflicts within the country are reignited. In the pursuit, if the Security Bureau is eyeing Marina at this time, if Bin takes her away, then the bombs in this country will be detonated instantly. Only when there is chaos, can they have a reason to intervene. This is the Earth Federation that has established the Alus now. Lake, do you want us to rescue Marina by giving us this information? Huang asked. According to Lake's information, Marina has just been arrested and is on her way to the prison of the Human Revolutionary Union. Tell them that Wang Liamei will send all the information about the prison soon. That's right, this doesn't violate the philosophy of heaven and man. Moreover, according to the information here, the Anti-Earth Federation organization Chunyuan is also preparing to go there to rescue their comrades. If it goes well, through this operation, Pure Yuan will come to find Tianren to connect with them soon. Lake said. This information was sent back to him by the people who were on Chunyuan's side in the past. After strengthening his strength, Chunyuan changed from acting through heaven and man to start rescue operations by himself. In addition, from this point of view, Chunyuan successfully established the most basic trust relationship after sending so many things in Anaheim. But, our goal is to overthrow Alus, not the federal government. The Emperor hesitated, the goal of their heavenly beings is not ZF, but Alus, the army that commits atrocities. The fundamental purpose is the same. It is the current federal government that created the existence of Alus. If Alus is defeated, the federal government that established this army will also step down. No matter what happens to the new federal government, it will stop the current unscrupulous government. Reasonable policy. Among other things, the current president of the Federation is a proper lackey of Li, Qianzhao, Feng Ziai. After he was removed from power, the things that the Federation is doing now are spread, and the new president has to make adjustments if he doesn't want to. Indeed, heaven and man cannot fight alone now. The two sides have a place to cooperate in this regard. Tianren is not the kind of situation a few years ago when they can unilaterally use the MS advantage to form a partial crushing advantage on the other side. If we fight alone, including Lake and Locke's brother Lyle's airframes, plus the few FAZZs from a few years ago, the battle will be much more difficult once the number of opponents increases. Although Chunyuan does not have an advantage in mobile suits, so many mobile suits and battleships are lagging behind in large-scale battles, but the advantage in numbers is a big help for them. Furthermore, this anti-federal organization is so big that it must have its own intelligence channels, strongholds, and supplies. It is always not a bad thing to have an extra intelligence channel in a crisis. Chapter 91. Our side will start action as soon as possible. Will you and Lyle follow us? Huang asked. Ptolemy II's Niku is much larger than the original Ptolemy, and now it is more than enough to hold the mobile phones of the two of them. No, if the prison saves someone, you will be able to fight for the motherland, and we will have to help Chun Yuan next, so in the future, Ptolemy, Lyle, and other people in Anaheim should not do it every time. They all participated, and the life over there was not easy after the support in Anaheim. The lack of people is always the most fatal problem for Chun Yuan. Due to this, Anaheim's support effect has also been reduced a lot, but Lake's goal has been achieved. Advertisement. The most important change in the current support is to help Chun Yuan. In the original work, the organization was beaten by Alus all the way, so that the strength and manpower were weakened a lot in the end, and the organization was able to preserve as much vitality as possible. For this reason, he and Lyle also have to properly support the operations there. As for the issue of trust, he will talk to Claude once in the Middle East, explaining the relationship between Anaheim and Heaven and Man, that leader Claude will make a reasonable decision. Sure enough, Anaheim supported Pure Source. The Emperor is not surprised, or anyone can see the relationship between Anaheim and this anti-437 federal organization after knowing the news that the warehouse in Anaheim was robbed in a few days. In her three eyes, the reason why the Federation and Alice turned a blind eye to her support actions was because of Anaheim's influence, too much financial sponsorship, and the fact that Alice could still guarantee a force advantage over Pure Source. As long as it can gain an advantage, the Pure Source will in turn become a prop for Alice to enhance its own status, so why not do it for the organization of people to renew their lives? The leader over there is a smart person, and he will not refuse the things that Lyle and I go to support. The leader is still scared by you, the former president of a big company actually wants to support in person. Huang couldn't help but teased that half of what she said was her original inner thoughts. The first time she saw Lake's identity background and related ability values, she was really frightened. One of Celestial's original supporters, the former president of the company, actually wanted to join Celestial as a Gundam pilot. It is simply the same development as Western comics. He will calm down and accept it soon after the scare is over. After talking about Ptolemy's next actions, Lake immediately returned to the transport ship to go to the Earth, and Ptolemy planned to go back to the code base of L3 first to receive the 00 Gundam used by the 00 Gundam before the 0 enhanced fighter was completed. Strengthen the equipment of the 7 swords, and by the way, leave time for the Emperor to formulate a battle plan before heading to Earth. Inside the transport ship. Advertisement. Having nothing to do, Louise and Sassy found the cab all the way. Well, may I ask, where are we going to be sent? You two will be sent to the Middle East, where our people will fly you two to Spain, and your parents will come to pick you up. Lake turned his head back. Now the transport ship is in manual mode, but if you leave it to Lyle, he can make a move. Dad and Mom will come to pick us up. Louise asked in surprise. Well, can you let me meet my sister? I really want to know how she has been doing in the past 4 years. Shassai begged, he knew that his request was a bit inappropriate. But knowing that his sister is still alive, he wants to have a side with her no matter what. Maybe it's not very good. It's not convenient for Wanzhong to contact people now. However, she will be able to contact you soon after the matter is resolved. Lake arranged for Wanzhong to go to Chun Yuan's European branch, and now Wanzhong naturally has no way to communicate with Shassai. Really? Thank you. Lake's answer is not a bad result for Shassai, at least he can still see his sister after his sister has settled the matter, compared to the previous thought that he would never see his sister again in this life. This is good too much. Ah, I'm really envious. Lyle sighed slightly. When he was first recruited by Anaheim 1, Lake came up and gave him a set of Hell 2 difficulty man machines to play there every day. Compared with Sassy Louise and Seek, Lyle can't help feeling complicated. Except for some personal reasons, the Halavi family is an important investor in Anaheim. Although the Halawai family is also giving money to Livon's Alus, it is Anaheim that is playing the most. Important investors, I think it's mostly because of personal reasons. Lyre said bluntly, if it's really just because of investors, why would Lake come here in person? Advertisement. A day later, the transport ship successfully arrived at a certain base built in Anaheim in the Middle East desert. This base was built secretly 2 years ago. With the help of Veda, Livons didn't know where this base was. Just get on this plane and wait until you reach your destination. This time, I really thank you and everyone in Tianren. Louise and Chassis thanked each other again before boarding the plane. Being implicated by Alus was extremely troublesome for the two of them. At that time, the Federal Security Bureau didn't know Louise's identity, so they almost involved both of them got in, and luckily Lake shot them back here. Of course, there is Setsuna and Lok Ang. A few minutes later, the plane took off from the base and headed for Spain. At the same time, with the comeback of celestial beings, related battle images and news spread, Katie Mainkin, who received the transfer order, came to the headquarters of the Earth Federation Army. Coming just in time, Colonel Katie Manigan. Homer Katagiri said in a serious tone while secretly observing Katie in front of him. This genius tactical forecaster is quite an excellent talent, an indispensable talent for their allies, but it's a pity that Sergei Smirnov, who was supposed to be transferred together, didn't join them, otherwise he would be in the Battle of MS. On the other hand, Kaluz can also have an excellent commander. As you know, our ALUS is an independent law and order maintenance force established to sweep away anti-federal forces. The targets are mainly those non-federal member states with military forces, anti-federal government armed forces, and now there is an additional one, the subject. Gundam. Katie's eyes narrowed slightly. The reappearance of Gundam is undoubtedly one of the biggest threats to the Federation. Yes, if the organization Tianran intervenes by force again, we ALUS will have to fight against it, and public opinion will be on our side. The most important thing is that you have combat experience with Gundam. I think highly of you. I hope you will good performance. The commander praised. Combat experience against Gundam? It's not a good experience. Katie smiled bitterly in her heart. Most of the battles she participated in the battles a few years ago ended in defeat, and the only one that won was also successfully withdrawn by the Heavenly Man. If they won, it would be better to say that Heaven and Man won. P.S. Someone said to get a book friend skirt, I don't have time to care about it, it's still very annoying, let's see your opinions and then I'll think about it. Chapter 92 I'm the Savior. Katie did not express her thoughts on the face. It is true that what Commander Katagiri said is also correct. Although those experiences are all defeats, the experience of dealing with Gundam's defeats is also very important. It is precisely because I have lost a lot that I know what to do when dealing with those Gundams. However, there is indeed something wrong with this army. Katie stayed in the ALUS cafeteria in the Federal Army headquarters, surrounded by officers chatting, and occasionally heard so-called things about anti-federal elements. Advertisement. These so-called anti-federal elements will be handed over to ALUS to clean up, deal with Heaven and Man, and anti-federal government armed forces. This is like a watchdog of the Federation. The so-called authority of ALUS is quite large for now. How deep is the water inside this army? The brows could not help but frown. No matter what, ALUS always felt that there was something hidden behind it. Can you spare me some time, Colonel? Lieutenant Pyrrhus, are you also in the ALUS? Katie asked in surprise. When she talked with Sergei on the phone, the other party still felt that he didn't want to join this army because the water in this army was too deep. The adopted daughter like Pierre's joined. Yes, the transfer order I received yesterday has just arrived. Colonel Smirnov would actually agree. Katie sighed helplessly. After the battle 4 years ago, she and Colonel Smirnov worked together as a storefront in the National Coalition Army several times. The two fought together from the era of the League of Nations to the era of the Federal Army. After coming and going, she became acquainted with Pyrrhus, a super soldier of the Human Revolutionary League. But a year ago, because of the official establishment of the Federation and the Federation peacekeeping forces, that is, the Federal Army, she and these two people have not met each other. This is an order from the higher UPS, and no objection is allowed. Another young male voice answered Katie's question. Are you? Katie looked at the approaching ALUS officer, with brown hair and a face very similar to Sergei's. My name is Lieutenant Andrei Smirnov. Smirnov. Yes, I am the man's son. However, why is the tone of his father so cold? Advertisement. Katie realized that Andrei's 2 short sentences just now concealed the abnormal relationship between him and his father. Although Sergei is a man who is not good at expressing, in her opinion, he is also an extremely excellent person. But what happened to Andrei in the past, who was clearly his own son? Lagrangian Point 2, Tianran on the far side of the moon. I am faithfully implementing Aeolia's plan. This is not something that common humans can do. Livon said to himself, humans are stupid, ignorant, and weak, let common humans execute plan, that won't work. The only one who is qualified to lead mankind forward is me, the real changer. Gold's eyes, which are somewhat different from the past, were opened, and the brain quantum waves stronger than before represented his own transformation. His own strength as a primitive transforming body is about to surpass that of other compatriots, and he got the real solar furnace from Wang Liamei. Not long after accepting the soaking of GN particles, he far surpassed the bodies of other transforming bodies and quickly completed the evolution. Yes, now he is no longer in the Aeolian plan, but only exists as a counterfeit. He, Livon's Allmark, became a true pure-breed changer. Only people like him have the qualifications to guide mankind. Li Fonzi, you didn't care about the Princess of Azadistan before, why are you so concerned about her now? Livons, who walked out of the room, came to the hall in the Celestial Man, and Reggie, who was staying at the top of the stairs, asked questions curiously. Ask the question knowingly. Livons smiled. If you don't do that, there's no way to get them there. Are you sure that Heaven and Man will go there? That boy will definitely pass. Li Fonzi said firmly. His eyes flashed for a moment when he was driving a Zero Gundam in the sky above Kyrgyz, and looked at the boy who was looking up at a god. Hey? You know the location of Ptolemy from the spies, and you want to lure them there. Fuji's face showed a hint of ridicule or curiosity. With the help of a spy dispatched in advance to sneak in by joining the Celestials, Livon's had already learned about Ptolemy's plan to return to their stronghold, and also contacted the commander of Alus to let him destroy the Celestials. That kind of power can't deal with heaven and man, Lei Jenny. Asking for flowers. Advertisement. 4 sets of the latest generation of Gundam, where are the 2 pioneers, a few GNX, and GNZK warriors can solve the problem. This level of combat power can only be used to fight Chun Yuan. Oh, then you still want the ground troops of Alus to ambush the celestial beings. Use the Princess of Azadistan as bait to lure the celestial beings to attack. It would be great if it could be resolved, but it would be better if it couldn't be resolved. Livon said. If Celestial was so easy to deal with, Anaheim would not choose to support Celestial. This is a waste of combat power. It's not a waste of time, Lei Jenny. What kind of performance is the Gundam of the double furnace system left by Iolia? I just tried it with the troops of Alus. Did the spies you sent over fail to figure out what that system was capable of? Reggie teased. Her lurking has only just begun, and it's not so easy to figure it out. Livon's replied indifferently, but in his heart he said it was so indifferent. Iolia's backhand, the double furnace drive system, if he hadn't relied on the spies who sneaked in advance, he would still be kept in the dark. That person, that long-dead human left behind a system he didn't know about, Livon's anger couldn't be suppressed when he thought of this. If Tianren is really doomed under the attack of the large army of Alus, it will prove that the performance of the dual furnace drive can only be inferior to the Federation's Pioneer and Doom. But this is completely impossible. The other 4th generation Gundams can be presumed to have better performance than the above 2 machines based on the data sent back regularly by spies to avoid being discovered. The Gundam that used 2 solar furnaces will not be able to do so, so now he hopes that the Celestial Man can last longer, so that the Alus can strengthen their legitimacy, and the Federation OC is forced to rely more on them to change the basics. What kind of performance does the furnace have? Can it be compared with the latest airframe developed by their reformers? If it really has a performance that surpasses the body here, then no matter what means he uses, he must get the double furnace system. As the real executor of the plan, only he, the real changer, has this qualification, Xiao Xiao.